At the heart of the universe, a tender sprout emerged from the soil. In an astonishing display, the sprout grew rapidly, developing roots, stems, and leaves in an instant. The spectacle did not end there. A bud gradually expanded, ultimately blossoming into a magnificent flower. Remarkably, the flower possessed 7 petals, each adorned with a distinct hue, and as it bloomed, it radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. Yet, the transformation was far from complete. Soon after blooming, the flower began to wither, its vibrant hues fading gradually. From the base of the flower, a green fruit began to form, and as the petals fell one by one, the fruit grew larger. When the last petal finally detached, the previously dim colors burst forth with renewed brilliance, shining even more radiantly than before, as the fruit emanated a dazzling, multicolored light. Subsequently, the fruit fell to the ground, and the once vibrant sprout, now a small tree, withered instantly. In the blink of an eye, it turned to ash, merging with the soil beneath. Following the fruit's descent, it spun relentlessly until, at a certain moment, it halted as if it had found its direction, transforming into a streak of light that shot away. Once again, a sprout emerged from the original soil, yet it remained dormant. Meanwhile, in the Huaxia region of Earth on December 31st, 2015, at precisely 8 a.m., a crimson rain began to fall. In fact, this phenomenon was not limited to Huaxia. The entire planet experienced the same occurrence. "What's happening?" Li Yi inquired, his curiosity mirrored by many classmates, leaving no one able to provide an answer. "Damn, this is bizarre. Could it be the apocalypse?" Lu Tao muttered. He sat next to Li Yi, and both were seniors at Y County No. 2 High School, sharing a bond forged by their mutual disinterest in studying. "Apocalypse, my foot. It's been 3 years since 2012, and we're still here. I bet the Americans are experimenting with biochemical weapons again, polluting the earth. One day, humanity will face extinction because of their mischief." Li Yi expressed his youthful indignation with fervor. Many others joined in the discussion, intrigued by the strange phenomenon, with some even pulling out their phones to capture the moment, hoping to share it online and perhaps achieve viral fame. The rain continued to fall, and aside from its unusual color, it resembled an ordinary downpour. This was a shared observation, though few noticed that the cats and dogs, typically seeking shelter from rain, were now reveling in it. Meanwhile, the once timid rats, usually found hiding in the sewers, boldly scurried across the streets. "During the next class with Zhou Ba Pai, he'll step out to use the restroom, so please tell him for me," Li Yi said to Lu Tao. Zhou Ba Pai, whose real name was Zhou Changchun, was notorious for his miserly demeanor and lecherous behavior, making him unpopular among students. He taught mathematics to Li Yi. While squatting in a restroom, Li Yi pondered the fate of his laundry. As a boarding student, he had washed his clothes the previous day, believing it was a sunny day. Now, with the onset of rain in winter, they would surely not dry. Furthermore, as a senior, he had only 1 month before the next break. Intensifying his urgency, as he pondered, a radiant beam of light shot through the sky, its target being the very restroom where Li Yi was situated. This luminescence, resplendent in myriad colors, was none other than the fruit born from the heart of the universe. It was needless to say that Li Yi had no chance to evade it, for the speed of the light was astonishing, arriving in the blink of an eye, shattering the glass, and landing within the men's restroom. Li Yi gazed in astonishment at the colorful orb of light. Ding! Detecting a fused life form. Beginning data upload. In a daze, Li Yi heard this proclamation, and before he could comprehend it, the vibrant orb shot towards him, merging into his mind. His final thought was, "This is a treasure," and then darkness enveloped him. As Li Yi succumbed to unconsciousness, the earth transformed. Animals, bathed in the rain, suddenly grew in size, their eyes becoming a blood-red hue, brimming with a thirst for violence. The end of days had arrived. In the cafeteria of No. 2 High School, a scream erupted, reverberating throughout the institution. Inside, a dozen rats the size of dogs encircled a group of staff members, their eyes glowing crimson, saliva dripping from their maws, exuding an aura of brutality. "Don't come any closer," one of the 7 trapped individuals uttered, his voice trembling with fear. Surrounding them were 5 lifeless bodies, each devoured by 3 or 4 rats that feasted on their flesh, a sight that turned the stomachs of the remaining survivors. Uncertain if the sight of their fallen comrades incited the rodents, the creatures suddenly lunged at the group, their unexpected assault catching the 7 off guard. In a fleeting moment, another perished while the others sustained injuries. Were those razor-sharp claws truly those of rats? Despair filled their hearts as they desperately sought to comprehend the unfolding chaos. While a life-and-death struggle unfolded in the cafeteria, the classrooms remained filled with the sounds of studious reading. Even those who heard the commotion could only dismiss it as a trivial disturbance. In such a peaceful era, who would cry for help? Surely, it was merely a jest. The carnage occurring in the cafeteria mirrored scenes around the globe as the rats savored their macabre feast. More mutated creatures emerged, signaling the official commencement of the apocalypse. Li slowly regained consciousness in the restroom. Although he felt dazed, he remained in a crouched position, having been in the midst of relieving himself. Yet at that moment, such details paled in significance because, ding, system activated. Ding, the apocalypse has officially begun. Ding, soul binding successful. Before Li lay a vast luminous screen, the 3 statements echoing in his ears now displayed before him. What? What is happening? Confusion engulfed him. Was he losing his sanity? Especially the proclamation of the apocalypse has officially begun, for such doomsday rhetoric had been a topic of jest for 3 years. This was no trivial matter. Ding, task acquisition. Ding, task accepted. Task, survive the apocalypse. Requirements, survive for 1 day in the apocalypse. Reward, 1 task point, unlocking a random system function. Upon reviewing the task, Li inwardly cursed. What the hell, there's a task. Having read numerous web novels over the years, he knew well that systems often led their hosts into peril, particularly those with tasks that could result in annihilation. Could they not toy with people in such a manner? Fortunately, there were no penalties associated with the task, which provided a sense of relief for Li. As for whether the apocalypse had truly arrived, he thought, I'll determine that once I fully comprehend the system. In February, no penalties? If you can't even complete this task, do you still have a life? Li employed various methods and ultimately mastered the operation of the system. It turned out that it was indeed controlled by thought alone. He pondered how the original author of the story had known this. Could it be that they also possessed a system? Now, Li understood that the system he had acquired was called the survival system. Currently, it only featured a task interface, and there was but a single task available. He also became aware of the system's origins, as a replay button resided in the upper left corner. After watching the process of the system's creation, he exclaimed in disbelief, "What the hell? The system grows." Following the replay, the button vanished, leaving Li with only the main page and the task page as functional components of the system. The main page primarily displayed system notifications, ensuring that even if one did not hear clearly, no important messages would be missed. It is worth mentioning that the notification sound could be turned off, yet Li chose not to do so. After shutting down the system, Li wiped himself and returned to class. On his way, he noticed several classes still in session, which left him perplexed. Wasn't the apocalypse supposed to be upon them? Could it all be a dream? With that thought, he pinched himself. Not a dream. The sensation of pain deepened his confusion. Could it be that no one at the second high school had turned into a zombie? With this thought, he further convinced himself of its plausibility. Suddenly, he spotted a dog the size of a pig approaching the school. Is that a dog? Li questioned, uncertain, as he observed it from the corridor. It wasn't until the creature reached the school gate that he discerned its peculiarities. Its eyes glowed red, and drool dripped from its jaws. The security guard stood dumbfounded at the entrance, evidently astonished by its appearance. Beep. First detection of a mutated organism. Activating health bar mode. A notification rang in his ears, and Li noticed a red health bar labeled 3030 appearing above the dog's head. The mutated dog suddenly leapt into the electronic gate and advanced toward the security guard. Awakening from his stupor, the guard instinctively retreated into the security room upon sensing the dog's predatory gaze. Realizing that its potential meal was fleeing, the mutated dog became enraged, letting out a low growl before lunging at the guard. The guard screamed. Though he had entered the security room, he still suffered scratches from the dog's claws on his back. At that moment, another guard, resting inside the room, heard the commotion and stepped outside, while several curious teachers from nearby classrooms also emerged to investigate. Meanwhile, a series of squeaking sounds emanated from the cafeteria. Due to the administrative building separating the cafeteria from the academic building, visibility was obstructed. Within mere moments, a swarm of rat-sized creatures scurried from the direction of the cafeteria. The corridor was now filled with students, many of whom were still curious. The large dog prepared to launch its attack. The mutated rats, refusing to lag behind, began their assault on the unsuspecting individuals downstairs. The students, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, only realized the peril when the aberrant creatures charged into the academic building, prompting a frenzied flight. Yet, their speed was no match for that of the mutant rodents. Some intrepid souls attempted to confront the beasts, but the strength of the mutants was insurmountable, far exceeding that of mere students. "Help! There are monsters! Open the door! Quick, let me in! Please, no!" In the blink of an eye, the ground floor transformed into a hellish nightmare. Lee witnessed a boy heroically pull a female classmate in front of him to shield her from the ferocious lunge of a mutant rat. "Quick, back to the classroom, secure the door." A voice cried out, and the students above immediately turned back towards the sanctuary of their classroom. Lee also returned to his class, his heart heavy with despair. The haunting image of that moment lingered in his mind. When the mutant rat's forelimb pierced the girl's abdomen, she emitted no cry, merely casting a disbelieving glance back at the boy. The apocalypse? Is this truly the end? It is not only a trial of existence, but also a profound test of humanity itself. "Call the police, quickly," a student in the classroom suddenly realized. However, the school enforced strict regulations against students bringing mobile phones, resulting in few students possessing them. Nevertheless, upon hearing the alarm, those who did hurriedly retrieved their devices, only to discover a lack of signal. "Quick, prop the door shut with the desks." At that moment, all the students from the class had entered. Joe Boppy shouted at the opportune moment. The cries from below continued, the wails and pleas for help exacerbating the nerves of the students upstairs. Hearing Joe Boppy's command, everyone promptly moved desks to block the door and stacked them 2 layers high by the windows to prevent any intrusion from outside. After several minutes, the cries from below gradually subsided. It was uncertain whether the mutated creatures had ceased their rampage or if the students downstairs had been entirely slaughtered. Each classroom upstairs was filled with students, some from their own class, others from different ones. Despite the chaos, an eerie silence enveloped the room, as everyone feared that even the slightest sound could attract the monsters. Lee finally emerged from the horrific scene, gaining a more visceral understanding of the apocalypse. He squatted with Li Tao near an inner window, where they could catch a glimpse of the chaos below. Carefully, Li rose and peered out. The ground was littered with fallen bodies, blood mingling with the rainwater, painting the earth a deep crimson, reminiscent of a river of blood. Mutated rats surrounded the corpses, gnawing at the flesh, a grotesque sight that made Li suppress the urge to vomit. The mutated dog remained unseen, leaving him unaware of its presence at the school gate. The students in the class trembled in fear. A closer inspection revealed that aside from his classmates, there were several students from other classes whom Li did not recognize. Checking his phone, he found the signal non-existent, dashing his hopes of accessing the internet for information. What on earth is happening? Lu Xiao, her voice trembling, asked her friend Wang Ting. Wang Ting, also in tears and visibly shaken, could not answer. The blood-soaked scene was beyond anything they had ever witnessed in their peaceful lives. However, it seemed no one could provide a satisfactory answer. Lu Xiao's voice, though soft, resonated through the room. "I believe these animals may have mutated." It was a bespectacled boy from Li's class, Yiping, known for his outspoken nature. Who could deny their mutation? What normal animal grows to such a size? Wu Jia interjected, her demeanor relatively composed compared to the other girls. "No. What I mean is that it might not just be the animals here that have mutated, but perhaps it's a worldwide phenomenon," Yiping asserted. Many believed that such occurrences were localized, often clinging to the hope that the police would arrive to rescue them, despite the lack of signal. His words sent a shiver through everyone. Apocalypse? The end of the world? The phrase suddenly filled their minds with dread. "Enough, Yiping. You have seen too much. There is no impending apocalypse. These are merely oversized rats and dogs, perhaps a result of their peculiar breed." At this moment, the teacher, Joe Boppy, sought to dispel the fears, urging, "Do not incite panic." Many believed Yi Peng's words might hold some truth. Oversized, you say? Have you ever encountered a rat the size of a dog or a dog as large as a pig, even if they were of a special breed? How could they possibly make their way to the school? Such creatures are rarely seen. The recent bizarre red rain only strengthened the conviction of many that the end times were upon them. Whether they believed or not, they could only wait here. Regardless of the reality of the apocalypse, the government would surely come to their aid. This was the prevailing sentiment among the masses. Yet, a segment of the populace, more contemplative, harbored little hope for rescue. These individuals subscribed to the apocalyptic narrative, pondering that if mutated rats and dogs existed here, surely other regions were not exempt. The second school, situated on the outskirts of the city, typically saw rats mostly in the cafeteria. But what of the city? Would those rats remain unaltered? And what about the multitude of cats, dogs, chickens, ducks, and geese? Surely, they too could have undergone mutations. As for humans, while no zombies had yet been sighted, could one be certain of their absence? Observers reasoned that if mutated animals existed, then mutated humans might also be present, though they could only speculate about their nature. Li remained composed, for he possessed knowledge far beyond that of his peers. He could affirm that this was indeed the end of days. Those oversized rats and dogs were not ordinary. He understood that scenes akin to this were unfolding worldwide. Hence, he held little hope for the police. For the urban environment was significantly more perilous than the school. Should the authorities attempt a rescue, it would likely be for their own sake, with little regard for those nearby. Rather than await salvation, self-preservation seemed more prudent. This was Li Yi's plan, equipped with a system and possessing a golden finger. He felt no fear of inadequacy in rescuing others, focusing instead on his own survival. However, a flicker of concern crossed Li Yi's mind regarding his father, a single parent. His mother had tragically perished in a car accident 5 years prior, leaving behind a substantial sum in compensation. Consequently, their lives had flourished, culminating in the construction of a 3-story house surrounded by a wall enclosing a modest 15-square-meter garden, where a variety of vegetables were cultivated, with no animals to tend to. More importantly, his father was unwell today, having taken sick leave from work, alleviating Li Yi's worries about his father's safety. Their home lay in a small village near the county seat, populated by merely 100 households, devoid of mountains and bordered by small ponds on 3 sides, with only a single cement road providing access. The journey was not long. A 20-minute ride on an electric bike or a 1.5-hour walk sufficed, and if he hurried, he could manage it in an hour. Li Yi planned to return home as soon as the system activated its functions, for there was no place more familiar than that. Even if there were mutated creatures in the water, could they truly venture ashore? The waiting period felt interminable, yet the tension in the air subsided. However, the absence of lunch left many with rumbling stomachs. Suddenly, Li Yi recalled the apples he had asked a day student to purchase, resting in his drawer. He promptly made his way to retrieve the bag of apples from his desk. Li Yi's actions captivated the attention of all, particularly when food was involved, causing everyone to unconsciously swallow in anticipation. Many were roused from their stupor by his conduct, hastily pulling apart the tables that obstructed the door to retrieve the food. In an instant, the once quiet classroom erupted into a cacophony, the noise unabashedly loud, heedless of the possibility of attracting rodents. At this moment, the value of the food was not yet appreciated by the crowd, perhaps due to their youthful naivety. In any case, nearly everyone in Li Yi's class managed to secure a morsel. Li Yi himself dined to a modest satisfaction, as did Lu Tao beside him. He had procured a considerable number of apples, enough for 7 or 8 people, and remarkably, 2 individuals had eaten their fill. What followed was a period of arduous endurance, especially in the bitter chill of December. The days were bearable, but as the sun dipped below the horizon, the temperature plummeted, starving and freezing. This was merely the first day. Many felt the looming presence of death, ready to claim them. Throughout the night, no one slept. The unsettling sounds of squeaks emanated from downstairs, occasionally accompanied by the thud of doors being struck, followed by a chorus of cries. Li Yi understood that those unfortunate souls were doomed. He faintly heard a boy shout defiantly, "Damn it, I'll fight you." Li Yi couldn't help but admire the courage of that individual, who, instead of merely calling for help, dared to confront the threat head-on. Though desperation drove him, it was commendable to resist the fate of waiting for death. Soon after, silence enveloped the atmosphere, a stillness that was almost eerie. Li Yi belonged to Class 18, and at that moment, over 50 classmates huddled closely together, some conversing, others lost in thought. They clung to one another for warmth. disregarding all notions of propriety or gender separation. Li, what are you thinking about? A girl, petite and charming, approached him. She was the class beauty. Li, somewhat handsome and amiable, was known as a friend to all, particularly among the girls. If one were to determine who had the best rapport with the females in the class, aside from a few close friends, Li would undoubtedly hold that title. Ming, the class beauty, sat in front of him, fostering a close bond between them as they now gathered together. At that moment, Li was jolted from his thoughts, exiting the system. Upon re-entering, he noticed several new notifications and a new toggle on the main interface. A blood meter option that revealed the health of mutated creatures when activated. He found that it did not obstruct his vision, so he decided to keep it on. After logging out, Li turned to Ming and remarked, "I'm contemplating how we shall proceed tomorrow." He harbored no intention of disclosing the existence of the system to anyone. The tragic demise of the girl earlier filled him with disillusionment regarding humanity, and he feared that someone might uncover his secret. Will the police not come to rescue us tomorrow? Ming, a diligent student and a firm believer in rationality, did not subscribe to the notion of an apocalypse. In her view, the mutated rats were merely a unique species. Do you find the rain earlier today to be peculiar? Li inquired, noticing Ming's attention. Continued, after the red rain, these creatures appeared. Are you suggesting that these beings have mutated due to that rainfall? Ming exclaimed. This notion was within her realm of comprehension. Genetic mutation is indeed a facet of scientific discourse. At that moment, hearing Li's assertion, she found herself believing it. The apocalypse? Could it truly be the end? These were merely Li's conjectures, yet he possessed a significant degree of confidence that his hypotheses were accurate. In an instant, Li's theory spread throughout the class, leaving everyone astonished. Some were shocked by the reality of the apocalypse, while others marveled at Li's intellect. Yi Peng was among the latter. Despite many dismissing his claims of an impending doom earlier in the day, Li's analysis convinced them all, earning Yi Peng's admiration. This frigid night felt interminable, and the sleepless hours were excruciating. Throughout the night, the mutated beings wreaked havoc upon humanity, with the daylight victories lost in the darkness. This night marked the first of the apocalypse. As dawn broke, a pale light etched the horizon, heralding the arrival of a new day. Li sighed internally, relieved to have survived another day. Yet, he had not received a system notification indicating the completion of his task. What could be the reason? He promptly accessed the system, navigating to the task page. The task indicated it was initiated at 8 o'clock, requiring an entire day. Did this imply that completion was only recognized after 8? Uncertain. Li understood that if the system deemed the task incomplete, there was little he could do. It was barely past 6 o'clock now. Ordinarily, the school announcements would have already begun. Typically, the school's broadcast rang out at 5:50 a.m. What was amiss today? Suddenly, Li recalled that the bell had not rung at all yesterday. Observing the illuminated lights, he realized it was not an issue of power. Thus, someone must have been in the administrative building. The administrative door was a sturdy security door, far more robust than those of the classrooms. Fortunately, Class 18 was situated on the 5th floor, offering a safety level comparable to that of the administrative building. His stomach grumbled once more, rousing Ming, who had fallen asleep on his lap. Upon waking, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She straightened herself, refraining from speech, her head bowed, face crimson. Ming had struggled to stay awake through the early hours, ultimately succumbing to slumber on Li's lap. The sounds of grumbling bellies disrupted the awkward silence, however. After the noise subsided, Ming felt even more mortified. Nonetheless, the classroom was filled with rumbling stomachs. Even the previous night, many had begun to feel hunger. Numerous students had succumbed to sleep due to their hunger, yet in such frigid weather, it was remarkable they could find rest. Now, many had awakened, albeit afflicted with colds, incessantly sneezing. Witnessing this, Li furrowed his brow. With mutated creatures lurking everywhere, a cold could spell trouble, and it was contagious. Though a minor ailment, if it worsened, it could prove fatal. Li resolved to leave as soon as possible. Achoo! Ming sneezed. Have you caught a cold as well? Li hastily inquired. Ming was his closest female friend. Despite his reputation as a friend to women, he had only 2 true companions in class, Li Tao and Ming. Ming nodded, feeling quite embarrassed after sneezing so loudly. He needed to take his medicine quickly, otherwise, his condition would worsen, Li remarked. He pondered where to find cold medicine. There was some in his dormitory, but it was very limited and the journey was perilous. Suddenly, he recalled the infirmary. which surely stocked ample supplies of medicine, enough to prepare for future needs. Moreover, Chen Ming was already ill, and delays were unacceptable. It seemed urgent to act swiftly. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. Tap, tap, tap. It was a person. The momentary tension dissipated. Zhou Bapi, acting as the teacher, promptly represented the group and inquired, "Who is it? Please open the door." "Rest assured, it's not a mutant rat. Rats do not knock." A voice responded from outside. "Wait a moment. Coming right away." Zhou Bapi quickly instructed several individuals to open the door while he pulled a table aside, exclaiming, "Someone has come to rescue us." When the door swung open, a group stood outside, vigilantly observing for mutant rats below. Zhou Bapi and a few others who opened the door rushed out first, only to find their expressions decidedly displeased. "What are you doing here?" The group outside, primarily composed of the sports class, was easily identifiable by their team uniforms. "It's Zhou Bapi." The leader chuckled, his companions joining in laughter. Zhou Bapi's reputation was known throughout the school, and it was no surprise that they mocked him. After all, the sports class was notorious for their unruly behavior, especially in such dire circumstances. Why couldn't it be us? Do you think the police are here to save you? Ridiculous. The county is probably more chaotic than here. Do you really expect them to come to your aid? Wang Yang interjected, clearly disillusioned with the government that professed to care for the people. "I'm here to ask if you want to join us in searching for food. We've been hungry all day, and if we continue like this, we will soon lack the strength to even look for sustenance, which could lead to our demise. But there are those monsters outside. Going out means death, but staying here also leads to death. However, at least going out doesn't guarantee death." Lu Tao shouted immediately. "Brother, welcome aboard. Rather than cower in fear, it is better to fight for survival," Wang Yang replied, addressing Lu Tao. Then turning to the others, "You fear the mutant rats will kill you, but waiting here will also lead to starvation. If we are to die, why not bravely take a chance? Igu, are you not coming?" Lu Tao asked Li Yi. At that point, Wang Yang had entered and approached as Lu Tao questioned Li Yi, saying, "Brother, we are all facing death. What are you afraid of? Those mutant rats are not invincible. We are numerous, so there is no need to fear." Li Yi shook his head, indicating that it was not fear that held him back, but rather a reluctance to join. Lu Tao, incensed, retorted, "Li Yi, I misjudged you. I had no idea you were such a coward. Don't you dare call me your brother anymore." Li found himself in a mix of laughter and exasperation, thinking, "I didn't say I wouldn't go. And yes, I am indeed afraid of death." Yet, realizing the misunderstanding, he quickly explained, for he truly valued his friendships, "I'm not refusing to go. Whether I go or not leads to death, so I would certainly choose the former. Rather than sit and await death, I would prefer to take a risk. I just want to wait a bit longer and also make a trip to the infirmary." Upon hearing Li Yi's explanation, Lu Tao felt considerably relieved and inquired, "Why wait until later?" Wang Yang also displayed a look of curiosity. "Mice are afraid of light. Even if they have mutated, that instinct must remain," he continued. "It would certainly benefit us to venture out when it is brighter. Moreover, we need to prepare some supplies. Are we to go out empty-handed? If we encounter mutated mice, how shall we confront them? And how shall we carry anything?" Li Yi elucidated with clarity. "The true reason is that we are waiting for the completion of the task." "That makes sense. I am unsure how to address you, my friend. Your intellect commands my respect. I realize my own considerations were lacking." Lu Tao had yet to speak when Wang Yang interjected. His repeated expressions of admiration were evidently heartfelt. "When shall we set off?" Wang Yang posed the question. "Let us gather here at 8 o'clock. Those who wish to accompany us should prepare their weapons. We will descend from the teaching building of the first year." Li replied, "Do you know where we are headed to procure food?" Wang Yang was perplexed, wondering how Li seemed to know everything. "Isn't it the cafeteria?" Li responded, somewhat speechless. "There's a small shop inside the cafeteria, so it stands to reason that we would go there for food." Wang Yang considered this and smiled awkwardly. Suddenly recalling he had not introduced himself, he said, "I am Wang Yang, from the sports class. Li Yi, from class 18. Lu Tao the same." Lu Tao jested, eliciting laughter from the group, which finally brought a glimmer of joy to this apocalyptic scenario. Afterward, they each went to prepare. Just as Li Yi and Lu Tao stepped outside, Yiping hurriedly followed. "What is the matter?" Lu Tao immediately asked. "Can you take me along, brother Li Yi?" Yipeng inquired nervously. He believed many protagonists in novels began as ordinary individuals but soared to greatness when opportunity knocked. He felt that Li Yi was the hero of this apocalypse, and he wished to stay close to him to enhance his chances of survival. Do not be anxious. I am not a monster. If you wish to come, then come. No one will stop you. Wang Yang already said, if you want to go, then go. Li Yi reassured him. Thus, the three of them set out. Upon reaching the staircase, one of them broke off a railing. Although hollow, it was made of iron. Another prepared a large bag and patiently awaited their next move. Li Yi, are you truly going out? Chen Ming asked uncertainly, perceiving the outside world as perilous. Believing that stepping out would surely lead to demise. If we do not venture out to find food, we shall starve, Li Yi replied. Then return swiftly. Do not go to the infirmary. Chen Ming guessed that Li Yi intended to fetch medicine for her, hoping he would refrain from that errand and return quickly for her safety. No, without medication, your condition may worsen. This is not the past when we could simply visit a hospital. We must be diligent. If it becomes severe, even medicine may not save you. Li Yi resolutely declined. Such concern, despite their close and innocent relationship, inevitably sparked speculation. Chen Ming, under the scrutinizing gaze of her well-meaning friends, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, accompanied by an inexplicable sweetness in her heart. Preparations had long been completed, and everyone gathered upstairs in anticipation. Meanwhile, below, the mutated mice, driven by hunger, resorted to feasting on the deceased, thankfully avoiding the chaos that had transpired the previous night. Although a sense of impatience lingered in the air and hunger gnawed at their stomachs, none among them voiced a complaint. They had come to realize that the mutated rats favored the cool shade over the blazing sun, and thus they awaited the sun's ascent with anticipation. The weather was peculiar. Just yesterday, torrential rain had poured, yet at this moment not a single cloud marred the sky. Nevertheless, such matters were trivial, for the clock struck 8. Ding! Mission accomplished. Congratulations, host, you have earned a task point. Congratulations, host, the malfunction is now activated. Li Yi was overjoyed and promptly accessed the system. The once unified main page now divided itself into 4 sections. At the top, it displayed System Level 1, Coins, 0, Points, 0, Task Points, 1. Beneath this, the page was divided into 2 sections. The left showcased system notifications, significantly larger, while the right presented 2 toggle options corresponding to system alert sounds and health bar mode. Below these was a long bar, currently featuring only the task and mall buttons. The mall was further categorized into 5 options: weapons, items, potions, seeds, and daily necessities. At this moment, Li Yi was eager to explore the weapons option. Upon opening it, he was greeted by 3 orbs, 1 red, 1 yellow, and 1 black. He quickly examined the effects adjacent to them. Explosive orb. When struck against a creature, it reduces its health by 5 points, priced at 5 coins. Note: each creature can only use this once. Heavy orb. When struck against a creature, it inflicts a sluggish effect lasting 5 seconds and reduces health by 5 points. Priced at 1 coin. Note: each creature can only use this once. Poison orb. When struck against a creature, it inflicts a poisoning effect, reducing health by 5 points, with an additional loss of 1 health point per second for 5 seconds, priced at 2 coins. Coins. Purchasing requires coins. How disappointing. Li Yi could not help but curse under his breath upon reading this. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a prompt appeared. Would you like to exchange for coins? 1 task point can be exchanged for 10 points, and 1 point can be exchanged for 10 coins. Note: exchanges are one way only. Upon reading this, Li Yi understood. It became clear that task points were of utmost value, while coins were mere trifles. He immediately expended 1 task point, instantly obtaining 10 points. However, he did not convert them all into coins. Instead, he opted for 5 points, exchanging them for 50 coins, and then began his procurement. His purchasing was not haphazard. Given that each type of orb could only be used once per creature, and the mutated rats possessed 10 health points, the other 2 orbs could not achieve a one-hit kill, except for the poison orb. Thus, he decisively purchased one. Purchase successful. The page displayed this message, followed by a chime. The inventory function is now activated. Li Yi was elated. How could the system possibly lack a storage feature? Laughing, he gave no further thought to additional purchases and returned to the main page. Indeed, at the bottom, a backpack button had appeared, and upon clicking it, the first item was none other than the poison orb he had just acquired. Attempting to extract the orb through sheer willpower, Li Yi immediately felt an additional sphere in his palm. His heart swelled with joy, yet he remained focused on the task at hand. Retrieve, he silently commanded. However, the orb continued to rest unperturbed in his hand. What was the matter? Li pondered. Return to the backpack. Enter. He repeated this mantra. But the orb remained stubbornly in his grasp. Growing increasingly anxious, he wondered if his backpack was malfunctioning. Without delay, he accessed the marketplace interface and purchased 2 hefty orbs. Success. Swiftly, he switched to the backpack section, relieved to find both orbs nestled safely within. What was happening? His confusion deepened, yet he was undeterred and attempted once more. Retrieve. But, alas, the miracle did not occur. The toxic orb remained in his hand. Li then tried to extract a hefty orb, successfully retrieving it twice, once through the system interface and once by shutting down the system. Clearly, the retrieval was possible with merely the intent, thus ruling out any issues with the command. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Could it be that the system backpack was designed solely for extraction, not for intake? Contemplating this possibility, Li found it increasingly plausible, if not certain. His spirits sank as the inability to collect items thwarted his ambition to gather provisions. Since I am here, I shall make the best of it. This was beyond his control, and he had no choice but to accept the reality. Meanwhile, the others were preparing themselves, and Li was ready as well, promptly setting off. The group consisted of around 40 to 50 individuals, more than half of whom were from the sports class. Amidst the crowd, Li unexpectedly spotted 2 girls. One of them was familiar to him, a renowned beauty at the school. Although there was no designated school beauty at secondary school number 2, Li believed that if there were, both she and Shenming would undoubtedly be contenders. Long Hans Wang, as her name suggested, possessed an aloof demeanor. Despite her striking beauty, few dared to pursue her, for the regal aura she exuded was not something everyone could endure. A day or 2 might be bearable, but over time, who would continue to chase after her? Furthermore, she was an academic prodigy, ranking among the top 10 students alongside Shenming. Rumor had it that she hailed from a prestigious family, resembling a real-life heiress, which explained her particular disposition. Li had not anticipated encountering her within the ranks, and it was indeed a surprise. However, he dismissed the thought, as it was of no concern to him. The senior year building was situated at the southernmost part of the campus, followed sequentially by the sophomore and junior buildings, as well as an experimental building. The 4 educational structures stood parallel, each floor connected by a corridor, with 2 staircases in each building. At that moment, they advanced cautiously down the narrow corridor, a group of individuals crouching low and peering ahead, exercising utmost care. Some even craned their necks to glance downstairs, vigilant for any signs of the mutated rats, while Li had yet to catch sight of the mutated dog. The thought of its formidable 30-plus health points sent chills down his spine. Encountering it would surely spell disaster for them all. As they passed by the sophomore and freshman buildings, although some onlookers observed them, no one opened the doors or followed. Fortunately, there were no loud outcries to attract trouble. The 30-meter-long corridor, which usually required a minute to traverse, now consumed nearly 10 minutes of their time. Li walked in the middle of the group, flanked by Lu Tao and Yiping. Upon reaching the 4th teaching building, they encountered no mutated creatures. It appeared that these beings had yet to ascend the stairs, leaving one to ponder whether they were incapable of such an ascent. As they descended the staircase, they divided into 2 teams, creating a small gap in the center. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, they encountered no unexpected events. At the stairway entrance on the 1st floor, a small space was available, and Wang Yang promptly instructed the group to assemble in groups of 4 before venturing out. Once a sufficient number of approximately 10 individuals had gathered, they would charge out together. Exemplifying leadership, Wang Yang took the lead, with the others closely following, albeit with careful movements. The 4th teaching building lacked classrooms, situated opposite the entrance of the 3rd teaching building for first-year students, rendering it remarkably clean, so much so that no mutated rats could be seen wandering about. A group of 40 to 50 individuals gathered outside the stairway, with Li positioned near the entrance, when he caught sight of the mutated rat approaching from the direction of the leisure square. The leisure square, an open area adjacent to the 4 teaching buildings, lay in front of the administrative building, forming a straight line with the entrance. In reality, aside from the entrance and the administrative building, the remaining area was collectively referred to as the leisure square. The rat Li observed was evidently aware of the crowd, seemingly intent on claiming its meal, and made its way over alone. At approximately 20 meters from Li, the rat bore a blood gauge on its head, displaying a vibrant red in the front and a white segment trailing behind. 91. Only 9 drops of blood. Li felt a surge of both shock and elation. He quickly informed Wang Yang of the approaching mutated rat and upon Wang Yang's glance, he confirmed the sight. Immediately, he directed everyone to ascend to the second floor. Although a portion of the group remained at the stairway entrance, eventually all finding their way inside. The mutated rat, realizing its food was attempting to flee, hastened its pace. Having been injured by these food sources the previous day, it was incensed that its companions were unwilling to share, leaving it unable to mend its wounds. How infuriating! Was it merely a careless injury from yesterday that warranted such exclusion? If it found food, it would not share with them. In the blink of an eye, the mutated rat reached the turn of the stairway, now excitedly squeaking. Suddenly, as it turned, the rat was met with a blow. A steel pipe struck its forehead, momentarily disorienting it, though it sustained no significant harm, losing only 2 points of health. Li Yi, observing from the staircase, witnessed the incident unfold. The moment the rat was struck, its blood gauge plummeted to 71. The crowd surged forward, wielding 7 or 8 steel pipes, relentlessly assaulting the bewildered creature. These pipes had been dismantled from the staircase, nearly every individual wielding one. The mutated rat screeched in distress, its body twisting to evade the blows. Li noted that aside from the initial strike to its head, which deducted 2 points of health, the rat's life points remained unchanged despite its agony. Oh no! It had diminished once more. Li nearly cried out, but restrained himself. It seemed that strikes to its body would also deduct health, albeit requiring numerous hits to achieve significant damage. He speculated that the reason for such minimal damage was the insufficient power of the blows landed upon its body. Quick! Strike its head, he urged. Simultaneously, Li Yi descended with great fervor. It was a matter of principle to strike down a fallen foe, and Li Yi surmised that eliminating the mutated creatures would surely yield rewards. The battered mutant rat, infuriated by the relentless blows, disregarded the pain inflicted upon it and lunged fiercely at its most aggressive assailant. Its forelimbs outstretched, it seemed intent on tearing the man asunder. Wang Yang, quick of reflex, deftly hurled his steel pipe forward before retreating. Onlookers from the staircase could not help but admire the prowess of the sports class, as his reaction was indeed swift. The strike Wang Yang executed landed squarely on the mutant rat's head. Perhaps lacking sufficient force, it merely deducted a fraction of its vitality. However, the rat's counterattack caught the assailants off guard, momentarily freezing them in shock. As Wang Yang retreated, albeit at a leisurely pace, the mutant rat, now even more enraged, charged at him once again. Just in the nick of time, Li Yi arrived, hurling the heavy orb he held, then leaping forward in 3 great strides, wielding his steel pipe with both hands and striking down vehemently upon the rat's head. The blow from the heavy orb slowed the rat's momentum, reducing its life force to a mere sliver. At that moment, it turned to discern which scoundrel had inflicted such grievous harm, only to be met by Li Yi's decisive strike, which extinguished its final vestige of life. As Li Yi landed, the mutant rat collapsed in defeat. Wang Yang exhaled a profound sigh of relief. Mere moments prior, he had been perilously close to the creature, a mere half-meter away, and in a mere second, its claws could have pierced his chest, a brush with death that momentarily revealed the gates of paradise to him. To his astonishment, Li Yi had saved him in the final moments. His initial regard for Li Yi now blossomed into deep gratitude, as he marveled at his strength. It was astonishing that a single blow from Li Yi had vanquished the mutant rat. What immense power that must entail. To the onlookers, the narrative unfolded thus. Li Yi, witnessing Wang Yang in peril, acted without hesitation. In a critical moment, he tossed a small orb, redirecting the rat's ire towards himself, and then struck with lethal precision. This act embodied wisdom, courage, and camaraderie, instantly elevating Li Yi to the status of admiration among the crowd. Lu Tao and Yi Pi were particularly struck, each pondering, how had they previously overlooked the exceptional prowess of their comrade? Lu Tao had informally dubbed Li Yi as Brother Yi, primarily due to the phonetic similarity. Meanwhile, Li Yi, having dispatched the mutant rat, stood momentarily stunned. A notification chimed. Ding. Host has slain a mutated creature. Earn 10 gold coins. Upon hearing the system prompt, Li Yi promptly checked his status. Indeed, his previous tally of 0 gold had transformed into 10. He swiftly accessed the shop, purchasing an explosive orb. Though he did not retrieve it immediately, opting instead to store it in his backpack for convenience and security. At that moment, Li exuded an air of mastery. Standing resolute, yet his demeanor evoked nothing but disdain from Long Hans Wang, who, having initially harbored a hint of admiration, now scoffed. How pretentious. Unbeknownst to Li Yi, He stepped back, allowing Wang Yang to continue leading the group towards the cafeteria. Following their skirmish, the collective fear that had once gripped them began to dissipate. However, the journey ahead was quite safe, and they encountered no mutated rats. Yet, Li did catch sight of a few within the plastic playground. Surrounded by lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, it seemed that during the rain, they had been participating in physical education classes. Ordinarily, they could have avoided the playground due to the downpour, but some students were reluctant to remain in the classroom. They could still go outside, as there were sheltered areas on the playground, but ultimately, it resulted in a complete disaster. As they approached the cafeteria, an unsettling feeling grew within Li. A sentiment shared by all, as an oppressive atmosphere enveloped them. Perhaps it was the eerie silence that contributed to this sensation. Wait a moment, Li suddenly exclaimed, his voice not loud, yet sufficient for the dozen or so individuals in front to hear. What is it, big brother? Wang Yang turned around to inquire, mirroring Lu Tao's affectionate address of Li, sincere in his tone. Similarly, Yipeng called out to Li as big brother. At this moment, the entire group halted, all crouching down, with Li positioned at the center of it all. I sense something strange here. Li voiced his unease. Indeed. It's peculiar that there isn't even a single corpse nearby, and the mutated rats are nowhere to be found, Lu Tao remarked. I recall that all the mutated rats fled from the cafeteria, didn't they? A stranger, unknown to Li, spoke up, and his words awakened a realization among the others, causing them to momentarily freeze in astonishment. Thus, the cafeteria became the potential lair of the mutated rats. For a moment, no one dared to take another step forward. Fearlessness does not equate to a willingness to embrace death. Moreover, most of these individuals had ventured out with the intent of finding sustenance and surviving. It was unreasonable to expect them to charge into a den of rats knowingly. The school cannot possibly harbor that many rats. I remember they kept a cat in the cafeteria, Cold Hans Wang interjected. Yes, there is indeed a black cat at the school. Another voice chimed in. Doesn't it wear a large bell around its neck? An unsteady voice suddenly spoke up. Yes, have you seen it? The previous speaker replied. One could see a frightened individual pointing towards the second floor of the dormitory. Li and his companions found themselves between 4 dormitory buildings, with 2 male dormitories on the right and 2 female dormitories on the left, all enclosed by walls. Beyond the female dormitory lay the cafeteria. At this moment, on the balcony of the second floor of the female dormitory building, a black cat stood, observing them. Its size surpassed that of an ordinary dog prior to mutation. With a bell hanging from its neck, the collar tightly constricted around it. Upon closer inspection, Li noted its health bar displayed 1320, having lost 7 points of health. He surmised that it must have engaged in battle with the mutated rats. Everyone had now noticed its presence, and thankfully, due to their previous skirmish with the mutated rats, they did not all flee in terror. Only one person turned and dashed toward the teaching building. Wang Yang glared resentfully at the retreating figure, yet felt utterly powerless. Let us slowly retreat to the male dormitory, someone in the crowd softly suggested, cautious of provoking the mutated cat. As the crowd stirred, the once quiet feline leapt from the balcony. With its movement, the students froze, their eyes wide, watching as it approached the front of their formation. The individuals at the rear remained motionless, while those in front, observing the approaching mutated cat, dared not stir. As the feline advanced with its stealthy gait, they too shuffled backwards. Had it not been for their fear of provoking the black cat, they would have long since fled. Damn it, let us take it down. Wang Yang muttered under his breath, filled with frustration. Indeed, we are many. What is there to fear? Someone nearby echoed in agreement. As the group continued to draw nearer, their previously elongated formation coalesced into a dense cluster. At a certain moment, overwhelmed by the pressure of the situation, an individual suddenly charged towards the mutated cat, seemingly in a fit of madness. This act appeared to unleash a torrent as the remaining crowd surged forward in a half-hearted rush. Moments later, over 40 individuals charged, wielding steel pipes with fervor. However, the mutated cat was exceedingly swift, evading their strikes just as they were about to connect. Its razor-sharp claws could effortlessly slice through skin with the slightest graze. Li found himself amidst the throng, contemplating the idea of using beads to strike the creature. Yet its movements were too rapid for him to accurately target it. The encirclement was substantial, with more than 40 people capable of surrounding it. Li also noticed the 2 girls he had seen earlier. To his surprise, they had joined the fray, weakly swinging their pipes. Despite appearing calm, Li was keenly observing his surroundings. ever ready to make an escape. At last, when a student from the physical education class suffered a scratch on his arm, several nearby students launched a coordinated attack on the mutated cat. 7 or 8 pipes struck simultaneously, one on its forehead, 2 on its forelimbs, and the others against its body, inflicting minimal damage. Nonetheless, this onslaught succeeded in knocking the mutated cat to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Li hurled a heavy bead towards it, shouting, "Go for it, don't let it rise." The bead struck the mutated cat, causing its movements to slow dramatically, making it struggle to rise. In an instant, the creature was surrounded by a throng of people who relentlessly battered it with their steel pipes. "Target its vital points," Li urged, his voice considerably softer than before. His earlier excitement had dissipated, replaced by the fear of attracting the attention of the mutated rat. 5 seconds may not seem long, yet the bead's effect lasted only that brief span. Ultimately, they managed to inflict merely 3 points of damage on the mutated cat. This was only possible because Li had advised them to target its critical areas. Otherwise, the damage would have been even less. At that moment, the mutated cat still possessed 4 points of life. Suddenly, the creature let out a pained screech, collapsing as it attempted to rise. Its gaze turned with malice towards an individual behind it. Initially perplexed by the sudden decrease of 3 life points, Li soon understood the cause. The person, witnessing the cat's attempt to stand, had the audacity to thrust the steel pipe into the creature's rear. The sensation was undoubtedly excruciating. Even though the mutated being had enhanced skin and muscles, its weakness remained in that area. Li was not the only one taken aback. Everyone was astonished by the individual's audacity. Cold Han Shuang was the first to react, swiftly delivering a blow to the mutated cat's head, thus ending its life. It was unclear whether the cat's defenses had weakened due to its grievous injuries or if Cold Han Shuang's strength was inherently formidable, but in any case, she succeeded in slaying the mutated cat. Her sudden action nearly terrified Li. Initially, he believed that the coins would be lost forever. However, after Lung Han Shuang felled the mutated cat, the familiar system notification chimed. Ding. Mutated creature slain. Earned 20 coins. Upon hearing this, Li breathed a sigh of relief. Though he remained perplexed, was it unnecessary for him to engage in the kill himself? Could he simply let others do the fighting while he stood by, counting his coins? Or was it because he participated in the battle that the reward counted towards him? Li was uncertain and could only wait to test it out later. All right. Let us attend to the injured. We'll head to the infirmary for some medicine afterward. For now, let us go to the cafeteria, Wang Yang declared, noting that many had sustained injuries during the skirmish. Fortunately, none appeared to be serious, although the possibility of infection and viruses weighed on the minds of the wounded, evident in their anxious expressions. Wait a moment. Yuping suddenly interjected, moving towards the mutated cat with a steel pipe raised above his head. The onlookers were bewildered as he struck forcefully at the creature's skull. To their astonishment, what had seemed impervious to blows shattered easily, spilling a gruesome mixture of red and white across the ground. The sight was nauseating, yet Yuping began to rummage through the remains with his bare hands. A scene that elicited frowns from the others, particularly from Li. I found it, Yi Peng exclaimed joyfully moments later, brandishing a pale green crystal, translucent yet faintly tinted. I knew such a thing existed. His excitement was infectious, prompting envy among the others, who could not help but acknowledge the grim reality. This truly was the apocalypse. As Li gazed at the crystal, he was suddenly reminded of the energy cores often depicted in post-apocalyptic novels. He could not help but marvel at Yuping's good fortune. Such an object was undeniably valuable. Yuping approached Li, presenting the crystal. Here, bro. This is for you. Li was momentarily taken aback. Why give this to me? I have no idea what it's for. Nevertheless, he accepted it, recognizing its intrinsic worth. The instant he took possession of it, the system notification sounded again. Ding. Energy entity detected. Would you like to absorb it? Absorption will convert it into 10 points. Li hastily pocketed the crystal, puzzled by the fact that it had emerged from flesh, yet bore no trace of blood. The moment the crystal was secured in his pocket, the system absorbed it, and Li's assets instantly transformed. Coins, 2 points, 15. With a conversion rate of 10 coins per point, he now had a total of 17 coins. He sighed contentedly, relishing the feeling of wealth. The remainder of their journey was devoid of peril. Perhaps due to the enmity between cats and mice, not a single rodent was found near the cafeteria. Nor were there any humans, only a few corpses, which everyone chose to ignore. Though the sight of them was gruesome, they all attempted to avert their eyes. And even when they did catch a glimpse, It merely provoked dry heaves, for their stomachs were empty. Upon reaching the convenience store, the group descended like ravenous wolves, their eyes gleaming with hunger, and immediately began to feast. Fortunately, there was an ample supply of provisions, and there was no frantic scramble for resources. Perhaps it was because the apocalypse had just begun, and humanity had not yet been extinguished. At this moment, everyone allowed 2 girls to go first. Li Yi consumed a loaf of bread and 2 chicken legs, accompanied by a carton of milk. He then proceeded to pack his backpack, with Lu Tao naturally joining him. At this moment, Yiping approached Li Yi and inquired, "Brother Yi, what should I pack?" "Eat whatever you desire and pack accordingly," Li Yi replied, adding a playful remark. "And the best part is, it's free. If there is anything you wish to eat but can't fit, just stash it in my bag." Yipeng had resolutely decided to stick with Li Yi, and ever since they had set out, he had been eager to curry favor. "Go ahead and pack whatever you like, but it's best to grab plenty of biscuits. They are filling and easy to carry," Li Yi suggested. "Sure thing." Following Li Yi's advice, Yiping diligently packed biscuits, only to realize later that he had filled half of his bag with them. On their return, not only had each person filled a backpack, but half of them were also carrying an entire box of bottled water. Among the remaining individuals, some were injured and unable to carry anything, while others were always prepared for battle. The group marched towards the infirmary, their earlier stealthiness forgotten. Li Yi was also filled with a fervor for combat, yearning to charge into the midst of the mutated rats and unleash havoc, though it remained merely a thought. He was not foolish enough to act recklessly. In reality, he was far from a match for the mutated creatures alone. It was only due to their numbers that they had managed to slay 2 mutated beasts, and they had the advantage that these creatures were not at full strength, along with Li Yi's peculiar beat. Of course, this was knowledge known only to Li Yi. However, the group did not let victory cloud their judgment. After celebrating briefly, Wang Yang quickly called for silence. They retraced their steps, having a clear understanding of the mutated rats' locations from their earlier passage, making their journey swift. Nonetheless, it still took them over 10 minutes to reach the entrance of the administrative building. "I need to go to the infirmary to fetch some medicine. Would you all like to proceed first?" This was part of Li Yi's original plan, and he was reluctant to delay the others. "Let us go together. Some of my classmates are also injured." Wang Yang had previously mentioned his intention to retrieve medicine in the cafeteria. "Let us split into 2 groups. Those who are uninjured can take the food back, while the injured can go for the medicine," suggested Lung Han Huang, who, despite being a girl, had gained a certain authority among the group following the battle against the mutated cats. Immediately, the team divided into 2 parts. However, Li did not entrust his belongings to anyone else, as Lu Tao had not departed with the group, and Yiping remained with Li Yi. Thus, the 3 of them continued to carry their backpacks, along with the box they were transporting. Li suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Had he known it would be this easy, he should have brought Shen Meng along initially, thus avoiding the need for a return journey. The doors of the administrative building were far sturdier than those of the classrooms, which were filled with people suffering from colds. With these thoughts, Li's resolve to remain near the administrative building solidified. Everything could wait until they secured the medicine. This time, the group consisted of only 10 or so individuals, with 3 from Li's party and the remainder being from the physical education class. The administrative building boasts 3 staircases, with Li currently positioned at the rightmost one. A group stealthily ascends the stairs, for each floor features a door, rendering the circumstances beyond unknown without opening them. The infirmary resides on the far left of the 3rd floor, and Li's party bypasses the 2nd floor. Ideally, Li envisioned eradicating the mutated beast on the 2nd floor. However, he refrained from voicing this desire, as he harbored intentions of establishing a foothold here. Unlike Wang Yang and his companions, who had no such aspirations, thus they would likely reject his proposal. Instead, he planned to employ his beads upon their arrival. A single poison bead suffices to eliminate a mutated rat, and acquiring a crystal nucleus would ensure no loss. Li's thoughts revolved around this strategy, armed with poison beads. He no longer feared the mutated rats. Previously, he had been reluctant to expend resources due to financial constraints, but after obtaining a crystal nucleus, he exchanged 10 points in the cafeteria, adding to his original 2 gold coins, totaling 12 gold coins, which he spent on 2 poison beads for heavy beads and 2 explosive beads. Including previous purchases, he now possessed 3 poison beads for heavy beads and 3 explosive beads, 1 poison bead in his pocket and the rest in his backpack, occupying 3 slots. Despite his backpack having a total of 10 slots, He felt it was rather small and was uncertain of the maximum limit for each slot. A group of 11 huddled at the third-floor staircase, quietly listening to the sounds beyond the door. Faintly, Li discerned a squeaking noise, the distinct sound of rats, likely just outside the door. Wang Yang and the others also heard it, exchanging knowing glances before decisively opening the door. They beheld a large rat, head lowered as it gnawed on a fallen corpse. Upon hearing the door creak open behind it, it turned to see Wang Yang swinging a steel pipe aimed at its head. The rat's reflexes were remarkably swift, allowing it to evade Wang Yang's ambush with ease. It was at this moment that Li Yi noticed the peculiarities of this mutated rat. While its appearance was similar to others, it possessed a strikingly high health value of 1111. The astonishment within Li Yi was palpable. Disbelief etched across his face, having encountered mutated rats with a maximum of only 10 health points before. He was taken aback to find one with 11 health points in the administrative building. It was crucial to note that even the poison bead would only deduct 10 health points within 5 seconds, implying that even a confrontation lasting that duration would not suffice to defeat it. Fortunately, Li Yi was not lacking in beads. With one bead, he was confident it would perish utterly. At that moment, Li Yi charged forward wielding a shovel, a new weapon acquired from the cafeteria, long and sharp. He swung it towards the rat's head, expecting to inflict at least 2 points of damage upon a successful hit. Yet, the rat's agility was impressive, especially devoid of the element of surprise, and Li Yi's strike ultimately missed its mark. The sound of the shovel striking the ground was resounding, but the rat let out a pained cry as Li Yi, noticing its evasive maneuver, promptly hurled his poison bead in anticipation of where the rat was heading. This exemplified the tactical foresight often lauded in gaming, throwing the bead to the location it was destined for. The mutated rat, despite its aberrations, lacks the intelligence to rival that of a human. Consequently, upon encountering a toxic pearl, its life force diminished by 5 points. Having never experienced injury, it let out a furious shriek and lunged at Li Yi. Terrified, Li Yi recoiled. He was no demigod, had never practiced martial arts, nor engaged in combat. While he might resort to underhanded tactics, facing the creature head-on would surely leave him trembling. With the mutated rat now focused on him, harboring a grudge, Li Yi knew he must flee. Yet, he did not turn to escape, for he was not alone. His companions would soon intervene. It was Wang Yang who first obstructed the rat's advance with a stick, but the creature was already at the stairway entrance, surrounded by people. With its most despised foe, Li Yi, stationed on the stairs leading to the 4th floor, it would not allow its enemy to escape. Animals possess a remarkable memory for vengeance, and even beings devoid of intellect are not bereft of this instinct. Thus, it charged forward. How could the team let such an opportunity for a collective assault slip away? They swiftly converged, and even against the more formidable mutated cat, they had relentlessly beaten it down. Now, what fear could a mere rat inspire? However, the circumstances differed. The previous mutated cat and the first rat had been subdued due to the heavy Pearl's slowing effect, yet the current rat was unfettered. As it recognized the encroaching crowd, it moved with astonishing speed, swiftly reaching a student from the physical education class, who, unprepared for the rat's ferocity, stood frozen in shock. The mutated rat was not idle. Its front limbs plunged into the student's abdomen, and as it withdrew, the intestines followed suit, spilling forth and staining the rat in blood. The creature emitted a cacophony of sounds, a blend of triumph and agony, for its health had now plummeted to 4 points. Li stood only a few steps away from the fallen student, just 4 stairs behind him. If that student were to perish, there would be no barrier between Li Yi and the mutated rat, leaving him with no means of escape. In that moment, Li Yi's courage surged forth. From his elevated position, he swung down with a shovel, striking the rat squarely on its forehead and inflicting 2 points of damage. The poison's effect had never waned. The rat was left with but a single point of life. The air thickened with the scent of impending death as the rat, in its desperation, howled and charged towards Li Yi, seemingly intent on exchanging its life for his. Yet, by this time, the surrounding weapons had caught up. Each strike finally accumulated enough damage to deplete its remaining vitality, and it collapsed to the ground in defeat. A collective sigh of relief escaped everyone. It was at that moment they truly grasped the terror of the mutated rat. Its razor-sharp claws could effortlessly rend human flesh, moving with such swiftness that one could scarcely react. Its exterior was so resilient that even a shovel's forceful strike could not shatter its skull. The sacrifice of a comrade dampened their spirits. This apocalypse had only just begun, and none could predict if that fallen companion's fate might soon be their own. Just moments before, They had shared laughter, and now, in an instant, they were separated by the thin veil of life and death. This time, Li took matters into his own hands, shattering the rat-esque skull, leaving a pool of gore, yet still no crystal core was revealed. Li confirmed his suspicions. Not every mutated beast possessed a crystal core. After a brief respite, Li and his companions ventured out once more, forming a group of precisely 10 individuals. At the forefront was Wang Yang, followed closely by Li and his 2 companions. As they stepped out of the stairwell, they were taken aback to discover a dead rat lying outside the door. Their astonishment deepened upon noticing the gnawed marks on the corpse of the mutated rat. Could it be that these aberrant creatures also turn upon one another? Lu Tao exclaimed in disbelief. It is plausible that this mutated rat had been ravaged beyond recognition. However, it is evident that mutated rats not only prey upon humans but also devour their fallen kin, Wang Yang remarked, giving the carcass a nudge with his foot. Li suddenly speculated that the mutated rat's 11 points of life might have been a consequence of consuming the flesh of its own kind. The third floor seemed devoid of any further mutated rats. The corridor was lined with several open doors, yet no bodies were found, indicating that the school leaders were likely absent when the apocalypse struck. Nevertheless, a few doors remained firmly shut, leaving Li uncertain about the presence of others inside. This mattered little to him, as he preferred to reside on the 6th or 5th floor, with the 4th floor being the minimum acceptable level, in his view. The 3rd floor was still relatively unsafe. Of course, this was merely Li's personal opinion, lacking any substantial rationale, merely the instinct of a man. The door to the infirmary was tightly closed, and Wang Yang attempted to turn the handle but found it unyielding. Is there someone inside? Lu Tao inquired, astonished. That's quite normal. The infirmary always has personnel present. There must have been someone on duty yesterday, so their presence is not surprising. Yi Peng analyzed. Open the door. We are humans, not mutated rats, Wang Yang declared, echoing his earlier insistence when knocking on Li's classroom door. Are you here to rescue us? The occupants within the room, upon hearing the voices, were overjoyed and promptly opened the door, eagerly inquiring. As the door swung open, they beheld 7 individuals inside, several of whom were prominent figures within the school. Li recognized the corpulent figure in the corner as Wu Dong, the director of the political education office, whose demeanor suggested he belonged to the corrupt elite of the pre-apocalyptic world. Beside him stood Chen Liang, the head of the dormitory management department and Wu Dong's most devoted lackey. Closer in was Lu Lei, the grade director, known for his commendable character and popularity among students, rumored to be a candidate for vice principal next year. The girl who opened the door was a familiar face to Li. She was a nursing intern, sweet in appearance, which often drew students to the infirmary for no particular reason. He only knew her surname was Lon, thus he referred to her as Nurse Lon. The remaining 3 individuals were unfamiliar to Li, though they bore a semblance of recognition, likely fellow educators from the school. Nurse, we are students, Wang Yang declared upon entering after Nurse Lon. You are merely students? Clearly, Lon Xin felt a sense of disappointment regarding their identities. Indeed, Wang Yang replied, somewhat embarrassed. We came to procure some medicine. He wasted no time and got straight to the point. Oh, what medication do you need? Lon Xin inquired. Come in and take what you need. Wait. At that moment, Wu Ran, who had been hiding inside, interjected. If you want medicine, you must exchange it for food. Director Wu, how can you be so unreasonable? Lu Lei, gripping the fire axe in his hand, spoke with palpable indignation, clearly disappointed by Wu Dong's words. At that moment, Wang Yang and the others realized that Lu Lei was the only one armed with a fire axe in the room, surprisingly, at nearly 50 years of age. He had drawn a weapon before the others. Humph, Director Lu, is there anything inappropriate about exchanging some food for the medicines they need? There are no free lunches in this world. Chen Liang, undoubtedly Wu Dong's most devoted accomplice, seized the opportunity to support the director. Very well. How much food do you require? Li, wishing to avoid further conflict, desired to return home swiftly, for lingering too long only increased the danger on the way back. Hand over all your food, declared a teacher known to Li. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao and Yi Peng's expressions changed immediately. Li tightened his grip on the shovel, sensing that the atmosphere was on the verge of erupting into violence. Wu Dong, seasoned from years of navigating society, quickly perceived the discontent among Li and his companions, particularly the blood-stained shovel that Li wielded, which sent a chill down his spine. This was not a time of peace, and he feared inciting their anger. He bellowed, Teacher Li Wei, How can you utter such words? It is not easy for the students to acquire food. How can you demand they surrender at all? Where is your conscience? Is this the character of a teacher? Yes. 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 Director Wu, I was wrong. Li Wei immediately confessed, clearly intimidated by Wu Dong, though it was unclear what he truly feared at that moment. Humph. Lu Tao scoffed derisively. What amount do you deem necessary, Director Wu? Li Yi inquired, knowing that even in the apocalypse, one's previous status held some weight. At that moment, Wu Dong was the undisputed king of the room, so Li Yi directed his question towards him. You can decide on a small amount. Wu Dong observed that Li Yi, Lu Tao, and the others were all carrying backpacks, though he was uncertain if they contained food. However, he speculated they must. For why else would they carry backpacks in such dire circumstances? All right, I shall provide you with half a backpack of food, Li Yi stated, not out of generosity, but out of a desire to obtain more medicines, given the cold weather made one susceptible to colds and fevers, and with so many mutated creatures about, injuries were inevitable. The half backpack of food was poured onto the ground, subsequently replenished with medicines, primarily cold and fever remedies, with a significant quantity of anti-inflammatory drugs as well. The food was swiftly claimed, with Blue Xian assisting Li Yi and Wang Yang in gathering medicines, leaving nothing for Lu Lei, who stood empty-handed. Clearly choosing to starve rather than compromise his principles, Li beckoned everyone to leave, his mind set on returning to class, as the mall had just opened that day, and he had not had the chance to explore it thoroughly. Moreover, with so many mutated rats outside, staying longer was inherently unsafe. Teacher Lu, Nurse Blue, will you be joining us? Wang Yang suddenly asked Lu Lei and Blue Xian as they prepared to depart. Upon hearing this, Lu Lei and Lan Xian exchanged a glance. Lu Lei had long since grown weary of associating with these individuals, who not only feared for their lives, but had also lost all sense of morality. They had previously harbored ill intentions towards Lan Xian. Had he not possessed a weapon, a young girl could have met a tragic fate. Lan Xian, too, had no need for further deliberation. Had she not been a young woman, she would have left on her own accord long ago. They exchanged another look and nodded in unison. How splendid. We were just contemplating this, Lu Lei exclaimed, filled with delight. Instead of battling individually, it would be far more advantageous to unite, for strength lies in numbers. Lu Lei had previously considered the idea of rallying all the students to defend their sanctuary. With thousands united, they believed they could face the mere dozen mutated rats without fear. Moreover, he was confident that, due to his reputation, he could easily achieve this. He had broached the subject before, but unfortunately, the few colleagues accompanying him were timid and averse to confrontation. Li Yi was somewhat taken aback upon hearing Wang Yang extend an invitation to leave together, yet he paid it little mind, as his sole desire was to return home swiftly. Once Lu Lei and Lan Xian confirmed their intention to depart, they procured some cold medicine, having heard from Wang Yang that many students were suffering from chills. As adults, they understood the dangers of falling ill during such a time, especially in winter, where a careless moment could lead to fatal consequences. Descending the stairs swiftly, they arrived at the second-floor hall, where all halted in their tracks. 4. At the main entrance of the administrative building, directly across from the second-floor hall, 2 mutated rats were prowling. Encountering 2 mutated rats simultaneously, particularly with nearly half of the group injured, and amidst the somber atmosphere of lost comrades, instilled fear in everyone. No one dared to approach them, instead choosing to huddle quietly around the corner, hoping for their departure. In the tense silence, no one even dared to breathe too loudly, fearful that any sound might draw the creature's attention. Truth be told, no one could ascertain whether the mutated rats would leave. They simply lacked the courage to initiate an attack. Though Li Yi was unafraid, he understood that these 2 mutated rats were relatively normal and could be dispatched with just 2 poison beads. He refrained from charging in. He knew that without someone to distract the rats, their speed would render him incapable of striking them. Thus, even though the poison beads could eliminate them in one fell swoop, he still hesitated to confront the mutated rats alone, seizing the opportunity during their wait. Li accessed the system. His gold count stood at 0, with 5 points and no task points. Although he recognized the significance of task points, he preferred the certainty of hunting mutated rats over the uncertainty of potential annihilation tasks. Therefore, he felt quite pleased with his empty taskbar. Within the marketplace, Li Yi scrutinized the offerings. The weapon interface required no elaboration. However, the seed section was barren, leaving him puzzled as to why. The supplies interface was the most comprehensive, encompassing all manner of daily necessities. Yet the items were sold in bulk, necessitating a purchase of 100 units at a time, with prices that were not trivial. Lacking other outlets, Li Yi could not ascertain the fairness of the pricing. Nonetheless, for Li Yi in his current state, those prices were exorbitant, far exceeding what he could procure from a supermarket. In the realm of potions, Li Yi found the contents to be quite commendable. Although there was only a singular potion available, the primary life potion, which purportedly accelerates the recovery from injuries, he was uncertain of the exact efficacy. Nevertheless, the very name evoked memories of the red potions from his gaming days, suggesting a similarity in their effects. To his surprise, this potion could not be purchased with gold coins. It required points instead, with each primary life potion costing 2 points. Li Yi mused that these 2 points seemed more expensive than 20 gold coins, likely due to the arduous nature of acquiring points. Next, he perused the item interface, which dazzled him with its offerings. The first items to catch his eye were 2 yellow slips of paper. Speed Talisman, upon use. It doubles the speed of an ordinary person for 5 minutes, priced at 500 gold coins. Strength Talisman, upon use. It doubles the strength of an ordinary person for 5 minutes, also priced at 500 gold coins. If Li Yi could indeed double his speed, he would be able to match the pace of mutated rats. Moreover, if his strength were similarly enhanced, a strike that typically dealt 2 points of damage would yield 4 points instead. Coupled with his augmented speed, dispatching mutated rats would become a trivial endeavor. However, at a cost of 500 gold coins for each talisman, he would need to eliminate 50 mutated rats within those 5 minutes just to break even. This daunting prospect filled him with trepidation. Not only was he currently without funds, but even if he possessed gold, he would refrain from such a purchase. In addition, there was a white pill, obedient pill, upon ingestion. It enables the user to remember the scent of the feeder and obey their commands. Note, this is only with a certain probability, not guaranteed. Priced at 1,000 gold coins. The mere existence of such a wondrous item left Li Yi astounded. Was this not a pill reminiscent of the one from the animated series? Akin to the Ding Dong Cat? Although its effectiveness was less than perfect, with only a chance of success, it was still remarkably impressive. Just imagine. If he could command 1,000 mutated rats, what would he have to fear? In this apocalyptic world, he could traverse with impunity. The very thought exhilarated him. Yet, the steep price of 1,000 gold coins was an insurmountable barrier. While the probabilistic nature of the pill was understandable given its extraordinary potential, such an exorbitant fee seemed merely designed to tantalize him. Thus, with a heavy heart, Li Yi reluctantly glanced at his meager balance of 5 points before ultimately closing the system interface. His actions were invisible to others, to their eyes. He merely appeared to be resting with his eyes closed amidst the team. This was a deliberate facade, as he would not divulge the secret of the system even to his father, despite their familiarity. Some secrets are best kept hidden, not out of distrust, but because the risk of inadvertent revelation increases with each additional confidant. He understood the adage that a common man is innocent, yet possessing a treasure can lead to misfortune. Thus, this secret would remain buried within him. After waiting at the corner for a while, without sight of the mutated rats, they decided to ascend to an empty room on the 3rd floor, for safety was paramount within the confines of a room. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was midday. The sun hung high in the sky, yet during this month, it seemed to serve no purpose other than illumination. The air remained imbued with a chill, prompting Li Yi and his companions to refrain from opening the windows, opting instead to merely draw back the curtains. The campus, which should have been filled with laughter and the sounds of reading, now lay in profound silence. Occasionally, they spotted the mutated rodents meandering in the leisure square. A stark reminder that despite the sun's ascent, true illumination had yet to arrive. After a brief meal, during which Lu Lei and Lan Xian consumed the most, Lan Xian disregarding her ladle-like demeanor as she ate voraciously, it dawned on the group that the two had not retrieved any provisions from the infirmary. Lu Tao, generous in spirit, opened his backpack, inviting everyone to partake freely. Remarkably, he had been fortunate, thanks to Li Yi's apple. He had not endured excessive hunger the previous day, and today he had feasted heartily at the cafeteria. His nonchalance regarding food might also stem from the bond shared among comrades facing life and death, prompting Lu Tao's remarkable generosity. Regardless, his kindness evoked deep gratitude from the group, particularly from Lu Lei and Lan Xian. After several hours of conversation, the group had exhausted their topics, and Li Yi's worries intensified with the passage of time. His concerns were primarily for Qin Ming, one of his few good friends and the only female among them, whom he regarded with particular importance. Having consumed only a few apples the day before, she was undoubtedly famished and suffering from exposure to the cold, amplifying Li Yi's anxiety. "We must return as soon as possible," Li stated heavily. "Indeed, so many students are going hungry. If we do not act swiftly, they will be too weak to fight the mutated rodents," Lu Lei concurred, viewing the situation from a broader perspective. "Shall we confront those two hybrids?" Wang Yang spat, speaking with fierce determination. An impulsive individual, he had previously taken the lead in organizing a trip to the cafeteria, now confined to the room. He felt stifled and yearned for action. Upon hearing his words, everyone, except Yi Peng, Li Yi, Lu Lei, and Lan Exine, seized their weapons. The latter two were either unarmed or possessed minimal combat capability, while Yi Peng awaited Li Yi's command, who was deep in thought about the feasibility of their plan. "What are we waiting for? Let us seize the moment." Although Wang Yang was nominally the leader, he often sought Li Yi's counsel, believing Li Yi to be stronger, having saved him once before. "All right," Li pondered for a moment before ultimately acquiescing. Suddenly, as they prepared to venture out, a notification chimed in Li Yi's ear, prompting him to halt the others. "What's wrong?" Lan Exine inquired. "I'm a bit thirsty. Allow me to have a sip of water," Li excused, using the moment to access the system. Without perusing the system notifications, he directly opened the task interface. Task: eliminate 3 ordinary mutated creatures. Task reward: 1 task point. There was but a single task, devoid of a time limit or penalties, and the reward was indeed a task point. This delighted Li Yi immensely. To be candid, the task points were quite favorable. Had it not been for the system's absence of penalties for task failures, he would not have hesitated to accept the mission. At that moment, he was so exhilarated that he nearly broke into a dance, yet he restrained himself, though he did end up choking slightly. Li promptly pressed the acceptance button for the task, which then displayed a confirmation of acceptance. Exiting the system, a smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of his mouth, though such a smile went unnoticed amidst the impending battle. After all, with the looming conflict, who would pay attention to such trivialities? The group once again approached the corner, crouching low and peering around. There, they beheld 2 mutated rats nestled by the sides of the grand entrance, basking in the first rays of sunlight since the apocalypse. The cold wind occasionally swept by, and only the mutated rodents dared to sunbathe outdoors. Otherwise, even the slightest warmth would still be met with a chill. For the first time, Li Yi observed the mutated rats at such close proximity. Surprisingly, their appearance had not altered significantly post-mutation. It was as if they had merely been magnified. This phenomenon was hardly surprising, given that all animals had undergone mutation, yet humans could still discern their forms. However, this very aspect contributed to the fact that many had not been vigilant initially, leading to a catastrophic loss of life among humans. As they gazed at the enlarged rodents, both Li Yi and Wang Yang felt an eerie sensation, as if the world they once knew had fractured, leaving them in an exaggerated version of reality. The large rat, sprawled on the ground, revealed its forepaws, and from a distance, Li Yi and Wang Yang could see the sharpness of its claws glinting in the sunlight. Its once prominent incisors had receded, suggesting that perhaps all carnivorous creatures now concealed their teeth within their mouths. Li Yi pondered whether this transformation was a result of the apocalypse. Nevertheless, it led him to speculate whether the absence of incisors had rendered the rats incapable of gnawing. If not, the rodent's teeth, previously as formidable as a cutting tool, would surely be even sharper in this new world, a true harbinger of humanity's demise. Though it already was. After observing for a while, the 2 mutated rats remained oblivious. Eyes closed, soaking in the sun, Li Yi couldn't help but wonder about the thickness of their glossy, dark fur. He was clad in a down jacket and dared not endure the cold winds outside. Meanwhile, sheltered within the building's corner, the air circulation had already rendered his hands and feet frigid. Leaning forward, Li Yi was poised to charge at the 2 mutated rats to unleash his attack, only to be halted by a firm grasp on his shoulder. Turning around, he found it was Wang Yang, positioned at the forefront of the group. They were both keeping watch over the situation, so Li Yi could only surmise it was him. "What is it?" Li mouthed, inquiring. Wang Yang replied, "Let me go first." In Wang Yang's estimation, the first to engage would surely meet a grim fate. After all, a single mutated rat could slay a teammate amidst an assault. What then could be expected of 2? Thus, he embraced the notion of sacrifice, motivated not only by his role as the leader, but also out of gratitude for Li Yi's life-saving intervention. He aimed to create an opportunity for Li Yi to deliver a decisive blow, enhancing their chances of victory. Li Yi was unaware of these complexities. All he understood was that if Wang Yang went in first, he would forfeit his chance to strike from the shadows. By that time, the entire team might face annihilation. Of course, perhaps not. After all, a group of 10 has endured the crucible of battle. Yet, even if they evade total destruction, the losses would be considerable. Li Yi shook his head, declining Wang Yang's suggestion. He then gradually rose, signaling to the others behind him, a gesture previously agreed upon to prepare for combat. Tightening his grip on the heavy iron shovel, Li Yi felt the weight of it settle in his throat. With deliberate steps, he approached the great door, his free hand retrieving 2 beads from his system backpack, 1 poison bead and 1 heavy bead. Regardless of which mutant rat was struck by the poison bead, Li Yi needed only to delay for 5 seconds to eliminate it, and he was not alone in this fight. As for the rat struck by the heavy bead, he was confident it would not reach him. Hence, the crux of this operation lay in Li Yi successfully hitting the mutant rats with both beads in succession. Should he fail, the alerted mutants would swiftly close in on him, and without the enhancement of the beads, Li Yi would find himself in peril. Closer. Just a bit closer. Li Yi repeated to himself, his heart racing with unprecedented tension. He feared that if he shot from too far, he might miss. Yet he was equally concerned that if he approached too closely, he might awaken the mutant rats. Behind him, Wang Yang was equally anxious. Sweat drenched his palms around the steel pipe, and his knuckles had turned white. He was ready to charge out at any moment to save him. Perhaps I cannot drive back the mutant rats, but I can shield him from harm. Let it be my debt repaid. Wang Yang silently vowed to himself. Suddenly, he flung his hand, sending a bead flying. The black bead soared towards the mutant rat, and without concern for its accuracy, Li immediately followed with the heavy bead aimed at another mutant rat. He quickly retreated, simultaneously retrieving another poison bead from his backpack. Should one bead miss, this would serve as his contingency plan, a decision he had contemplated beforehand. As he withdrew, Li Yi heard a mutant rat emit a painful cry. He noted it was the one struck by the poison bead, and his heart swelled with joy. Only 5 seconds were needed for its demise. The other rat's health remained unchanged, indicating that his second shot had missed. The poisoned rat, filled with rage, sought the source of its agony and, at that moment, it spotted Li Yi in the doorway. It surmised that he was the culprit responsible for its suffering. Both mutant rats simultaneously detected Li Yi. Without a word exchanged, they lunged toward him. Li Yi was prepared. With a sweeping motion of the shovel, he obstructed their advance. At this moment, the poisoned rat had dwindled to 3 points of health. Retreat. Li Yi resolved firmly. As he swiftly rounded the corner, Wang Yang remained in a state of shock. He was utterly bewildered by Li Yi's sudden gesture and the rat's ensuing cries. Especially with what unfolded next, he was momentarily paralyzed, forgetting to charge out. Reaching the corner, Li Yi positioned himself to the side and shouted, "Prepare." As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 mutated rats appeared at the corner. Li Yi swiftly struck down with his shovel, targeting the rat that had only 2 points of health remaining, while the others, albeit belatedly, followed suit with their weapons. Particularly, Lulei swung his fire axe, creating a whistling wind. The fully healthy mutated rat, upon witnessing the descending axe, widened its eyes in terror, instinctively sensing that death was imminent. Perhaps in a moment of desperation, the mutated rat summoned its latent potential, halting momentarily and employing all 4 limbs to evade the critical blow, albeit narrowly. The axe still managed to strike its shoulder. In truth, the fire axe, measuring nearly a meter in length, was significantly shorter than the shovel wielded by Li Yi. However, the axe's sharp edge combined with its weight rendered its downward strike far more perilous. Thus, while Li Yi's shovel slammed onto the rat's head without breaching its skull, Lu Lei's blow landed squarely on its shoulder, resulting in an immediate spray of blood. Li Yi's strike reduced the rat's health to its final 2 points, while the injured rat's health plummeted by 4 points. Astonished, Li pondered whether the fire axe was truly so formidable that a single strike could rival that of a bursting orb. Momentarily distracted, Li Yi watched as the wounded rat charged forward in fury. With everyone advancing to attack, the rat needed only to take a single step to reach them. In its singular focus on annihilating the group, it found itself outmatched against so many assailants. As its forepaws stretched out, the person in front quickly retreated, while the others unleashed another barrage of blows. Remarkably, Lu Lei, having inflicted such heavy damage, was not targeted by the rat, a stroke of luck for him in the group. Had he faltered, Lacking the strength to inflict damage, the rat would have surely struck someone. At that moment, Lulei swung his axe once more. All attacked the rat's head, which made no attempt to evade. Perhaps its rage had clouded its judgment. This time, it bore the brunt of their assault. With a resounding crack, the fire axe embedded itself into the rat's skull, and as the axe withdrew, blood gushed forth like a fountain. Such a powerful strike rendered the simultaneous impact of a steel pipe almost inconsequential. Li Yi watched in astonishment as the rat's health, originally at 610, plummeted to 110 in an instant. But the surprise did not end there. The rat, having sustained a fatal blow to its head, collapsed to the ground. And within mere moments, its remaining health vanished entirely. Now lying still, devoid of any blood meter, Li Yi was left bewildered. How could it have died so swiftly? Wasn't there still a sliver of health remaining? The day's events left him perplexed. Could it be that the orbs within the system were inferior to the axe? Unbeknownst to Li Yi, while the system had quantified the mutated creature in his perception, it remained a manifestation of reality. For instance, a mutated rat with 10 health points was normal. Sustaining injuries would naturally diminish its health. But it would not remain unchanged simply because Li Yi had refrained from attacking it. In reality, certain areas are vital, akin to how Li Yi consistently targets the heads of the mutated rats. Similarly, in real life, inflicting wounds results in bleeding, and if not controlled, excessive blood loss can lead to death. Suddenly, a notification echoed. Host has slain a mutated creature, earning 10 gold coins. This system prompt interrupted Li Yi's contemplation. In truth, his momentary daze lasted but the blink of an eye. Upon hearing the announcement, he promptly pushed all thoughts aside, for nothing held greater significance than the system itself. Upon accessing the system, Li Yi was astonished to see that his gold coin tally displayed a mere 10. What could this mean? Hadn't he defeated 2 mutated rats? He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. However, there was little time for reflection, as Lu Tao approached him and said, "What are you dawdling for? Let us go." Within the team, only Lu Tao spoke to him in such a manner. Wang Yang, filled with admiration and a debt of gratitude for saving his life, always addressed him with respect. Yi Peng, on the other hand, adopted the demeanor of a subordinate. Only Lu Tao regarded him as a brother, treating him as an equal, and thus spoke casually. Prompted by Lu Tao's call, Li Yi felt compelled to move, yet even after exiting the system, he continued to ponder why he received only 10 gold coins for killing 2 mutated rats. Naturally, with this interruption, he didn't check the task interface. However, it mattered little, as the system would notify him upon task completion, and he still needed to slay 3 mutated creatures, having only taken down 2 thus far. Yet, had he looked, he might have gleaned some insight, for the task displayed a count of 13, indicating that Li Yi had only slain 1 mutated rat. As they progressed, the sight of more mutated rats appeared, but everyone waited until they wandered off before advancing, rendering the encounter merely a moment of fright without danger. Upon reaching the staircase of the 4th building, Li Yi felt a sense of safety at last and deliberately slowed his pace, accessing the system to check the task interface. The sight that greeted him left him bewildered. Why did it show only 1 kill? Perplexed, he closed the system and continued walking with the team, his thoughts elsewhere. Initially, he speculated that the reduced gold was due to the prior defeat of the mutated rat, but it seemed that was not the case, as the system acknowledged he had only dispatched 1. Reflecting on the task's completion, Li Yi recognized the truth. He had indeed only slain 1 mutated rat, while the other had been vanquished by Wang Yang and the others. The mutated cat, dispatched by Lung Han Huang, was counted as his kill because he had participated in the battle and dealt damage. Consequently, since he had only harmed 1 mutated rat, the system did not attribute the other rat's death to him. Thus, Li Yi realized his earlier assumptions were flawed. He had believed that the system awarded the gold for the mutated cat's death due to team dynamics, but that was evidently not the case. This realization rendered his earlier thoughts of merely grinding experience moot. As wishes fade into oblivion, Li finds himself at a loss. Since the onset of his studies, the system has loomed as the greatest obstacle. He muses that even if one were to assert the sun is square, there is no customer service to voice grievances to. Thus, despite the discontent simmering within him, he must acquiesce. This situation evokes a poignant reflection on a phrase he once heard before the apocalypse. Life is akin to rape. When resistance is futile, one must learn to savor the experience. Li Yi now contemplates, should the system seek to violate me, devoid of the capacity to resist, I can only find solace in acceptance. It remains uncertain whether the mutated rats are genuinely incapable of ascending stairs or if other factors are at play. They have not attacked the classes on the second floor, rendering that level seemingly secure. However, Li Yi is aware that such a notion is merely superficial. What distinction exists between stairs and pathways? The absence of the mutated rats on the second floor is likely a mere consequence of the apocalypse having only just commenced. Each teaching building houses 5 classes on the ground floor, totaling 15 classes. If each class comprises 50 students, that amounts to 750 individuals. Even if half of them manage to escape to the second floor, the remaining bodies would sufficiently satiate the appetite of those dozen mutated rats. Upon returning to class, Li discovers that many have succumbed to colds, and the number of afflicted has only increased since morning. Colds have always been highly contagious, particularly in such frigid weather. Li Yi dispenses a portion of the cold medicine he possesses, his bag brimming with remedies, yet he finds that 2/5 have already been allocated, with the majority consisting of anti-inflammatory drugs. Alas, how could these individuals fall ill at such a critical juncture? Lu Tao grumbles. Li responds, uncertain if the available medicine will suffice. If they do not recover, it is but a minor cold. How grave could it truly be? In the past, he would seldom take medication for a cold, allowing time to remedy his ailments naturally. Yet, we dwell in the end times. The rats have mutated. Can we truly expect the viruses to remain unchanged? Yiping interjects, his voice modest yet resonating enough for the entire class to hear. His words awaken a collective realization. Indeed, if the rats have evolved, how can we presume the viruses will adhere to their former natures? In an instant, a palpable sense of impending mortality envelopes the room. The thought of succumbing to viral infection weighs heavier than the fear of starvation, underscoring the terrors of the apocalypse. Those afflicted clutch their medications as treasures, desperately stuffing them into their pockets, fearful of losing them. Meanwhile, the uninfected gaze enviously at the medicines in others' hands. Among the envious is Wu Jia, who, fearful of contracting the cold, promptly distances herself from the afflicted. Yet, her anxiety persists, prompting her to approach Li Yi. Could you spare me a box of medicine? Before Li Yi can respond, Lu Tao interjects. You're not even sick. Why do you need the medicine? He is acutely aware of the scarcity of these supplies. Not only has he relinquished a bag full of food, but they also mourn the loss of a student from the physical education class. Although he did not know the individual personally, they had fought side by side, a bond that transcends mere camaraderie. Thus, he declines Wu Jia's request for medicine with little courtesy. Li Yi recognizes Lu Tao's irritation, stemming from an incident during their return when Li Yi instructed both Lu Tao and Yi Peng to produce a bag of food for the others. Lu Tao objected, asserting that the food he had risked obtaining would not be shared with those people, which compelled Li Yi to allow Yi Peng to step in. Naturally, Yi Peng, ever obedient to Li Yi's directives, complied without hesitation. His backpack was primarily filled with biscuits, making distribution relatively simple. Almost everyone possesses 2 large packets of biscuits, which many have taken to consume as breakfast before the apocalypse. Observing this, Lu Tao remarked with disdain, "Humph, when you find yourself starving, I shall not share my food with you." Li chuckled softly, opting for silence. He understood the significance of sustenance. However, the thought of watching a group of classmates, who had been laughing and chatting just 2 days prior, starve to death was unbearable for him. Yet, after the food was distributed, Li Yi realized that Chun Ming had received nothing. Noticing Li Yi's disconcerted expression, Lu Tao immediately taunted, "How do you feel now? Regretting your choices?" As he spoke, he retrieved a loaf of bread, a chicken leg, and an assortment of other delicacies from his backpack, far superior to what others had received. Li merely smiled, choosing not to respond. He was aware that Lu Tao's remarks were merely venting frustration. After all, no one wished to part with the food they had risked their lives to obtain. However, Li Yi was different. He possessed a system and its components, making the acquisition of food relatively effortless, though earning gold coins remained a challenge. At that moment, witnessing Lu Tao unleashing his ire on Wu Jia, Li Yi could only feel resigned. After all, it was Wu Jia who had provoked Lu Tao at such a critical juncture with her rude demands. Nevertheless, he interjected, "Since you are not ill, I cannot offer you this medicine. There are many who are unwell. If I give it to you, what will become of those who truly need it?" His words were gentle yet clear. Wu Jia, frustrated by her inability to obtain the medicine, turned her head with a glare filled with resentment. Class 18 was fortunate, having received both food and medicine from Li Yi, while students from other classes were not as blessed. The luckier ones had accompanied the sports class to fetch food, returning with an entire package, and if they were kind-hearted, they would share some with others. Those less fortunate had purchased food before the apocalypse, managing to save a bit. The unluckiest had not eaten since the onset of the disaster. Water was not a concern, as the water dispensers at the second high school were connected to a pipeline. As long as there was no power outage or water stoppage, the supply would remain uninterrupted. Many resorted to drinking water to fill their stomachs, though this often led to discomfort. Setting aside these matters, Lu Lei and Lan Xian returned and joined Wang Yang. Their sports class had previously been attacked by mutated rats, as they were located on the first floor. However, many had escaped to the upper floors, and it was Wang Yang who proposed going to the cafeteria for food. At that moment, Wang Yang led the sports class to an empty classroom on the 5th floor. The term empty classroom referred to those used for classes, as it was impossible for every classroom to be occupied at all times, and some were designated as exam rooms. After providing Chen Ming with cold medicine and food, Li Yi settled onto the floor, which was covered with numerous books, thus sparing him from the chill of the ground. Leaning against the wall, he closed his eyes, preparing to drift off to sleep. In such trying times, conserving energy was paramount, and sleep was the most efficient means of doing so. However, shortly after closing his eyes, Li Yi was roused by a knock at the door. Naturally, he did not need to answer it himself, as someone else would attend to it. Yet, upon hearing that the visitor was seeking him, Li Yi reopened his eyes. Outside the door stood a student clad in the uniform of the sports class. Li Yi surmised that Wang Yang had sent him to find him. Upon reaching the entrance, before Li Yi could utter a word, the student exclaimed, "Hurry and take a look. Lung Han Shuang is in trouble." At the sound of this alarming news, Li Yi froze, and without a moment's hesitation, he was pulled away by the sports class student. The temporary classroom of the sports class was merely one of the vacant rooms. At that moment, a group of individuals encircled 3 tables, where a woman lay, her face contorted in agony. Wang Yang paced anxiously, though he was not well acquainted with Lung Han Shuang. They had gone out together to forage for food, and witnessing her distress was a cause for his concern, especially since she was a beauty. How could he remain calm in the face of her suffering? "Xiao Xian, how is she?" Lu Lei inquired gently, as Lan Xian, the only one with medical knowledge, was naturally entrusted with the task of attending to her. "Her temperature is still rising, but we have no thermometer. However, I believe it must be around 40 degrees Celsius, which is quite dangerous." Lan Xian, having previously worked as a nurse, knew that even under ideal conditions, she would be unable to save a life. She could only ascertain that Lung Han Shuang's fever was escalating without understanding the underlying condition. At that moment, Li Yi, having been summoned from Class 18, pushed open the door, followed by Yi Ping and Lu Tao, making a total of 4. "Brother Yi, you're here." Wang Yang immediately approached him, urging, "Come and see what's wrong with her." Although everyone understood that Li Yi might not possess a solution, he was the first person they thought of in a crisis. It must be said that Li Yi had become the spiritual leader in the eyes of these individuals. Not everyone may have felt this way, but in Wang Yang's heart, he certainly did, particularly as he was the head of the sports class, thus making Li Yi an indirect leader as well. What has happened? Although Li Yi was not familiar with Lung Han Shuang, they had fought together, sharing the same trenches in life and death, making his concern a natural response. Lung Han Shuang has been running a high fever, and her temperature continues to rise. Wang Yang explained the situation. "What is her temperature?" Li asked, furrowing his brow. In such dire circumstances, even a minor ailment could lead to fatality due to the lack of medication. This was a truth understood by all. "About 40 degrees, I think." Wang Yang responded uncertainly, for if a person were to reach such a fever, it could severely damage their brain, especially in the absence of medical treatment, essentially rendering them beyond help. "No thermometer?" Li Yi's brow furrowed even deeper. He found it hard to believe that someone could develop a fever of 40 degrees in such cold weather. "It's what Nurse Lan Xian said." Wang Yang replied softly. Li Yi chose to remain silent, recognizing that her medical background lent credibility to her assessment, yet 40 degrees was alarming. Without medication, lives could indeed be at stake. "How did this happen?" Lu Tao inquired. "When we returned, Han Shuang felt thirsty, drank a glass of water, and then complained of dizziness. I suggested she take a nap. And who would have known it would turn out like this?" It was Lu Jing, Lung Han Shuang's close friend, who spoke up. "How long has it been?" Yi Peng asked. Beside them, Li Yi was initially contemplating whether to make another trip to the infirmary. Upon hearing Lu Jing's words, he was filled with confusion. How could drinking water lead to such a state? Could there be something wrong with it? It had been 3 hours, perhaps? Lu Jing was uncertain. With her dear friend suffering from a persistent fever, she hardly had the presence of mind to keep track of time. 3 hours had passed? Li was taken aback and quickly exclaimed, I must go to the infirmary for medicine. Wait a moment. Yiping interjected, preventing him from leaving. If we delay any longer, it could be fatal, Li Yi shouted in anger. Before this, he would never have risked going to the infirmary for her sake. But after their bond had grown, he now regarded her as a friend, or rather, a comrade. This connection was delicate, and Li Yi was unwilling to watch her perish. This might be her opportunity. Yi Peng also shouted, marking the first time he spoke to Li Yi in such a manner, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Just then, as the atmosphere fell silent, the temperature in the classroom plummeted. Cold Han Shuang, who had been lying down, suddenly sat up. Everyone assumed she was recovering and rushed forward to offer comfort. But Cold Han Shuang suddenly erupted with a loud cry, causing an explosive sound to reverberate through the air, startling everyone into taking a step back. As they retreated, they created a space around her. Cold Han Shuang sat on the desk, clutching her chest as if enduring immense pain. The onlookers felt a pang of sympathy and wished to approach her. At that moment, Cold Han Shuang abruptly opened her arms and let out a scream. A chilling wave emanated from her, and to everyone's astonishment, ice shards began to form on the desk surrounding her. The crowd gasped in surprise, but after the explosive sound, Cold Han Shuang collapsed weakly, seemingly drained of all her strength. Han Shuang! Lu Jing rushed over, fearing that her fall would injure her further. The others exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of shock and confusion. Only Yiping appeared exhilarated. I knew it! I knew it! Yiping exclaimed, disregarding the gravity of the situation. What is happening? Lu Lei asked seriously. Having learned the names of Li Yi and the others during their journey back, he was now fully engaged. Cold Han Shuang must have awakened her abilities. Yi Peng analyzed, his face alight with confidence. Awakened abilities? In this 21st century, where scientific rationality reigned, the concept was not entirely foreign, yet convincing them was another matter. Most were still skeptical, while a few entertained the notion. Li Yi, however, was resolute. If the apocalypse had arrived and animals could mutate, why not humans? Yes, awakened abilities. It could also be described as the mutation of humanity. Yipeng continued. Since the apocalypse is upon us and animals have undergone mutations, humanity must adapt to survive in this world of mutated beings. This phenomenon is known as natural selection in biology, isn't that right, brothery? Even in moments of bravado, Yipeng did not forget Li Yi's presence. When Cold Han Shuang awakens, the truth will be revealed, Li Yi responded. However, I believe Yipeng's assertions hold merit. The world has indeed changed. Animals have mutated. And if humanity wishes to endure in such an environment, mutation is inevitable. Li spoke lightly, yet his heart was overwhelmed with astonishment. His lack of concern regarding the apocalypse stemmed merely from reliance on the system. However, with Long Han Shuang awakening her extraordinary abilities, it was evident that she surpassed the system in every conceivable way. If all of humanity possessed such powers, what advantage would he hold? Oh heavens! Why have you not bestowed upon me a universal ability? Li lamented internally. The wait was not long, and soon, Long Han Shuang awoke leisurely. Han Shuang, you're awake, exclaimed Lu Jing. How do you feel, Long Han Shuang? Inquired Wang Yang. Classmate Long Han Shuang, you, stuttered Lu Lei. Almost everyone expressed their greetings. And even the previously aloof Long Han Shuang smiled warmly as she replied, I feel much better. With that, she rose from her bed. Once standing, Long Han Shuang, with a serious expression, addressed everyone. I have something important to share. Her gravity silenced the crowd. Observing the stillness, she continued, Look. With a swift motion of her left hand, an ice spike materialized and shot towards the wall. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Although Yipeng had previously mentioned Long Han Shuang's awakening, and they had witnessed the shards of ice erupting from her, witnessing her conjure an ice spike firsthand left them utterly dumbfounded. I do not comprehend the nature of this power. It came to me instinctively upon awakening, as if it were innate, Long Han Shuang declared, clearly regarding this as a significant revelation. Extraordinary abilities, truly extraordinary, Lu Lei exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Indeed. It is remarkable. Wang Yang marveled. Did you all understand? Long Han Shuang asked, looking at her friends with curiosity. At this moment, her close friend quickly relayed what Yipeng had said earlier. How many times can you unleash it at once? Li inquired. Primarily to assess the potential recovery of his system's advantages. He harbored doubts about the limitless release of energy, believing there must be principles of conservation at play. I believe I can consecutively unleash 10 such ice spikes at my optimal state. Lung Hanshuang pondered before responding. Li Yi felt a flicker of reassurance. Huh? As long as I have money, I can endlessly acquire beads. Before the apocalypse, he had merely been an inconspicuous individual, living a mundane life until death. But with the advent of the end times and the system's manifestation, he unconsciously felt like the protagonist of a novel, endowed with a golden finger. When the system was eclipsed by another, he could not help but feel a twinge of discomfort. Upon learning of Lung Hanshuang's awakened abilities, Lu Lei was the most elated, with the others following suit. Seizing the moment, Lu Lei proposed, I believe we should establish a self-rescue team to save the surviving students and teachers within the school. I can see that you are all brave souls. Are you willing to join? This had been Lu Lei's long-held idea, rather than waiting for government assistance. It was more prudent to take initiative. After 2 days and nights, he had already abandoned hope for governmental rescue. I have long entertained such a notion. I shall join. Wang Yang was the first to respond enthusiastically. As Wang Yang joined, one by one, students from the sports class followed suit, culminating in the arrival of 2 girls. Their hesitation was palpable, clearly influenced by the all-male composition of the self-rescue team. Yet, in the end, reason prevailed. Why the hesitation, Brother Yi? Lu Tao, who had been waiting for Li Yi to speak, urged impatiently. He did not wish for his good brother to be a coward, in his view. A man ought to live boldly, especially in this apocalyptic era. In times of chaos, heroes emerge, and Lu Tao relished the turmoil, hoping his brothers would share his sentiments. Indeed, Brother Yi, do not hesitate any longer. Join us. Wang Yang interjected. Li Yi, join us. Everyone is aware of your strength. The self-rescue team cannot afford to be without you. Lu Lei chimed in, having witnessed Li Yi single-handedly slay a mutated rat at the administrative building. While other feats were merely hearsay, it is not that I refuse to join, but rather that I, Li Yi, wish to explain. He began, but before he could elaborate, Lu Tao, flustered, interrupted him. What is it? I want to go home, Li Yi declared. I want to find my father. What was once an ordinary statement now sent a shiver through everyone present. The words going home reverberated in their ears like an incantation, pulling them back from their reveries. Lu Lei could not help but think of his wife, with whom he had shared years of mutual support, and his elderly mother, now over 80. Was she still alive? Was his long-suffering wife still with him? And what of his son, working far away? Wang Yang's mind conjured images of his parents, alternating between scolding and affection. He longed to hear his mother's nagging once more, to feel his father's slap across his face again. Each person's expression darkened as they recalled the blissful lives they had led before the apocalypse. No one could muster any joy, just as they wallowed in nostalgia. A sudden uproar outside the building jolted everyone back to reality. What is happening? Lu Lei was the first to inquire, stepping towards the exit. Li Yi, equally perplexed, noted that since the outbreak of the apocalypse, everyone had agreed to keep their voices down, fearing that loud sounds might attract mutated rats. Yet now, a multitude of students were shouting excitedly. Did they not fear the mutated rats? As he moved toward the commotion, the others followed suit, bewildered by the sudden outburst. The mutated rats still lurked nearby. While some may not fear death, they ought not to draw the creatures to themselves. Many sought to understand what had provoked such a raucous response. Everyone, hurry to Liuzhou Island. The government of Mountain City has established a survivor base there. This proclamation echoed repeatedly, with nearly every student rushing outside shouting the same message. Mountain City, where Li Yi resided, was aptly named for its mountainous terrain. Liuzhou Island, located near Liuzhou Road, was a semi-artificial island, adjacent to the first high school. Originally developed by the Mountain City government as a recreational area, it had been crafted from the river, transforming it into an island surrounded by water. Due to its recent establishment and lack of operational activities, the island harbors few life forms, leaving no room for mutated creatures. Surrounded by water, there is no need to fear mutated rodents or cats. The only means to access the island, apart from crossing the river, is via the suspension bridge. In this mountain city, news of Liuzhou Island is ubiquitous. Upon hearing the announcement, everyone momentarily stood in astonishment, only to be illuminated by a glimmer of hope, their faces radiant, with Long Hanshuang exhibiting the greatest joy. Li Yi noticed many of his classmates rushing downstairs, his mind filled with doubts. Is this news genuine? Suddenly, Chen Meng ran against the tide of people towards him. Li Yi. Upon spotting him, Chen Meng called out urgently. As she approached, she continued, We must hurry. The government has established a survivor base on Liuzhou Island. The apocalypse has truly arrived. breathing heavily. Her fragrance enveloped Li Yi, mingling with his own breath. Li Yi, having no time to savor the moment, immediately inquired, "Are you certain this information is accurate? This is critical. If it's a hoax, those rushing out may never return." "It is true, it is true," Ming affirmed, repeating herself for emphasis. Seeing that the crowd remained skeptical, she insisted, "Someone received a broadcast from the mountain city's government on their phone. It was mentioned in the announcement." "But isn't there a lack of signal?" Lu Tao scratched his head and asked. "It's a broadcast. It doesn't require mobile network signals." Ming shot back with indignation. Li Yi quickly retrieved his phone and tuned into the radio. Indeed, several broadcasts were relaying messages about the impending apocalypse, urging everyone to remain calm and strive for survival, along with locations of established survivor bases across various regions, inviting all to make their way there. Before long, Li found the channel for the mountain city, confirming that a survivor base had indeed been established on Liuzhou Island, urging survivors from the mountain city to converge there. "Wonderful! We have news from the government. Let us hasten to Liuzhou Island," someone from the sports class exclaimed, joining the throng of people. Looking down from the balcony, the multitude appeared as a dark river flowing below. Astonishingly, half of the surviving students from the second high school had escaped the classroom, rushing towards Liuzhou Island. On the fifth-floor corridor, Lu Lei observed the crowd below, his heart urging him to intervene. Yet amidst the clamor, he realized his voice would be but a whisper. He did not wish to refrain from joining them. He simply understood the dangers that lay ahead. Long Hanswang had also intended to run but was firmly held back by her dear friend. "Jing, why are you pulling me back?" she exclaimed in frustration, exhilarated by the news from the government. "Hanswang, calm down," Lu Jing urged. "There are countless mutated rodents along the way. You won't make it. I possess special abilities. I can defeat the mutated rodents." Long Hanswang was on the verge of madness. Had her friend not been restraining her, she might have unleashed her ice spear attack. "Long Hanswang," Li Yi shouted sternly, "do you even comprehend how many mutated rodents are on that path? How many can your abilities truly vanquish? And do you realize how many mutated cats exist besides the rodents? How many can you defeat?" Amidst the chaos, there were also mutated dogs and other aberrant creatures. Li nearly shouted, causing several individuals, including some from his class, who were about to rush out, to halt in their tracks. "But my father is out there. I must find my father," Cold Han Shuang exclaimed, her voice breaking into tears. The sudden revelation of her family's plight left her overwhelmed with emotion. How could she not be stirred? How could she not act impulsively? Upon hearing her words, Li Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that such a beautiful girl would come from such a formidable background. It seemed her father held a prominent position within the government. Otherwise, how could she be so certain that he was there, having received news from the authorities? Li Yi's thoughts drifted as he turned his gaze towards the throng of people surging below. For their reckless fervor, he could only mourn silently. As nearly 1,000 souls embarked on a journey where the outcome remained uncertain, Li felt neither the inclination nor the ability to intervene. Remaining here would lead to a certain demise, albeit by starvation, provided the mutated rats did not ascend the building. Venturing out also meant death. But at least it offered a glimmer of hope against being slaughtered by the mutated creatures. There was a joke once shared about two individuals being pursued by a tiger. The one behind wished to run faster, while the one in front believed his pace was sufficient, convinced he had outstripped his companion. This sentiment echoed now. Thousands would suffice to sate the mutated being's hunger, provided one could keep pace. If one could reach Liuzhou Island before the creatures finished their carnage, safety awaited. Li Yi remained oblivious to the fact that as these individuals fled, the original group of over 2,800 survivors had dwindled to mere hundreds. Most were rational, acutely aware of the perils ahead, with a minority paralyzed by fear. "What shall we do now?" Wang Yang inquired. Lu Lei remained silent, his expression heavy as he watched the crowd disperse. "While the mutated rats are diverted, we should seize the cafeteria," Yuping interjected, startling everyone. After a brief moment of astonishment, all nodded in agreement. Grasping their weapons, they descended the stairs. By the time Li Yi reached the ground floor, the mutated rats were in hot pursuit of the fleeing crowd. Once the creatures had retreated, the group quickly made their way toward the cafeteria. They opted for a shortcut, traversing an open expanse without any cover. The astute students remaining above monitored the situation closely and soon grasped Li Yi's intentions. Without hesitation, they rushed down, and soon a considerable number followed Li Yi's group. The route to the cafeteria was not long. It took merely 3 or 4 minutes to sprint there. Li and his entourage of around 20 burst into the food storage room, this time intent on securing provisions rather than snacks. They gathered kitchen supplies and ascended to the second floor. Lu Lei then instructed the group to barricade the stairs with tables and chairs, effectively sealing off 2 of the 3 staircases. They closed the heavy wooden door, leaving only one staircase for entry and exit. At this moment, that staircase was packed with people, as nearly all remaining students from the second high school had joined Li and his comrades. However, the staircase was ultimately limited in capacity. After a frantic 5 or 6 minutes of jostling, a sudden commotion erupted from the direction of the teaching building. "Run for your lives. Help!" Li's eyes widened in alarm. "They have returned." He knew that behind them, a horde of mutated rats was in hot pursuit. "Quickly, increase your pace," Li urged anxiously. The others, fully aware that the fleeing individuals had inadvertently led the mutated rats back, were gripped with even greater trepidation. Yet, this very panic resulted in a chaotic scramble, causing their already sluggish progress to slow even further. The sounds drew nearer, and Li estimated that they were closing in on the cafeteria. In truth, those who had reached the teaching building had rushed into a classroom and immediately slammed the doors shut, fearing the mutated rats would follow. However, right behind them were their fellow humans. As 1 or 2 individuals entered each classroom, the doors were resolutely barred, leaving others to seek alternative refuge. Some attempted to ascend to the upper floors, others dashed toward the administrative building, while the remainder made their way to the cafeteria. Just as that group passed the administrative building and caught sight of the cafeteria, Li shouted, "Close the door," for at that moment, all the individuals on the staircase had entered. Yet, Wang Yang wished to mention that there were still classmates rushing from the administrative building. "Hurry, or it will be too late," Li shouted, for he faintly heard the sound of barking. This brought to mind the mutated dog at the school gate when the apocalypse began, with over 300 health points. Even if Li unleashed all 3 of his beads upon it, he could not hope to vanquish it. Though Wang Yang had more to say, upon seeing the 3 mutated rats hot on their heels, he simply sighed and then forcefully shut the door. The heavy wooden door was secured as the group hastily moved 3 tables to reinforce it. Each table weighed at least 100 pounds, and now with 3 of them, coupled with the sturdy door, they felt quite safe. Yet, Li remained uneasy, positioning himself by the door, one hand gripping a shovel while the other was poised to retrieve beads from his system backpack at any moment. Li's apprehension was mirrored by the others, including Wang Yang and Lu Tao, who stood guard by the door, weapons at the ready for battle. The group that had sprinted toward the cafeteria did not reach their destination, as they were all bitten to death by the mutated rats. Strangely, these mutated rats did not consume their prey on the spot but instead dragged the corpses back. After the first batch of individuals had been taken away, 2 of the fallen bodies suddenly sprang to life and desperately raced toward the cafeteria. Li, leaning against the window, witnessed this scene and, seeing no immediate danger behind them, quickly instructed, "Open the door." Minutes later, the 2 individuals staggered in, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air. They had narrowly escaped death. Had the mutated rats not dragged the bodies away, they would surely have perished. It must be said, they were fortunate to have evaded such a grim fate. Once their breathing steadied, Li inquired, "What brought you back?" "We encountered mutated beings at the traffic light, a mutated dog and a horde of mutated rats. They ambushed us, forcing those at the front to flee, while we at the back could only retreat," one of them recounted. Li was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. To encounter both mutated dogs and mutated rats simultaneously was indeed a stroke of fortune to still be alive. He surmised that the vitality displayed on the heads of the mutated beasts was indicative of their combat prowess. The previous mutated cat, with a mere 2 points of vitality, had outpaced the mutated rat significantly, not to mention its superior resilience and defensive capabilities. Thus, the 30 points of vitality possessed by the mutated dog instilled considerable fear in Li, even if he disregarded other factors. The mere vitality of the mutated dog was daunting. Li relied solely on the power of 3 types of orbs. Yet even if he unleashed all 3 on the mutated dog, he could only manage to diminish its vitality by 15 points, with an additional 5 seconds of sluggishness. He could at most inflict 5 points of damage. However, that would leave the mutated dog with 1 point of vitality remaining, leaving Li in a dire predicament. At that juncture, he would have to confront the enraged mutated dog head-on. Yet he felt uncertain about even challenging the mutated rat alone, let alone the mutated dog. Knowing that the mutated dog was currently in the school, Li was filled with trepidation and did not inquire how the two had come to feign death. However, Lu Tao did ask, and they soon learned that it was not an act. Rather, they had been startled into unconsciousness by the mutated rat's pounce. Despite the thick clothing they wore, the mutated rat had managed to inflict some superficial bites. Upon waking, they had fortuitously witnessed the mutated rat dragging away a corpse, which delayed their escape. After some exchange, they became acquainted. The taller, leaner one was named Yu Ming, while the shorter, sturdier one was Zheng Wei. Although they were strangers prior to this ordeal, their shared experience would undoubtedly forge a strong bond between them moving forward. However, the fact that Yu Ming and Zheng Wei had escaped a grim fate did not guarantee the same for others. In the ensuing hours, the air was filled with relentless screams. The classrooms, which could have been fortified, were easily breached under the leadership of the mutated dog when the door was inaccessible. The mutated dog simply smashed through the windows, though Li and his companions could not see the chaos. The continuous screams provided a grim indication of the situation in the teaching building. The night fell swiftly, with the water and electricity still functioning. And having procured rice from the cafeteria's reserves, Lu Lei instructed the others to boil a large pot of porridge. Though the porridge was quite thin, the students, having gone 2 days without food, expressed their profound gratitude. In truth, the porridge could have been thicker, or even rice could have been cooked. But Lu Lei opted for porridge with a long-term strategy in mind. After all, no one knew how long the apocalypse would last or when the mutated creatures would depart. To ensure their survival for a longer duration, Lu Lei naturally had to consider their food supply. Those present were either astute or timid. Hence no objections were raised against Lu Lei's approach. This night was colder than the previous one, and in such an open space. Even a large gathering of people could not generate warmth. Li remained in a corner, reassured by the presence of the sports class guarding the entrance. Yet his worries persisted as he gazed at the system. The system remained at level 1, with 1 gold coin, 5 points, and task points displayed. The task of eliminating mutated creatures showed a progress of 1 out of 3, indicating that the task point had yet to be acquired. Once accomplished, Li could attain a substantial 100 points. Furthermore, when combined with the mutated rats he had previously defeated and his current balance, he would amass a total of 13 gold coins. Indeed, the task game has revealed the swiftest of existences. Chen Ming and Yi Ping remain by his side. For Chen Ming, Li, her male confidant before the apocalypse, has now become her pillar of support. Yi Peng still perceives Li as formidable, believing that by staying close to him, they can endure. The cafeteria is bustling with nearly 800 individuals. Yet an eerie silence envelopes the space, not out of fear of attracting mutated rodents, but rather due to the chill that renders conversation futile. As the night deepens, the clusters of people gradually converge, instinctively seeking warmth. All distinctions of gender and personality fade away, leaving only the shared struggle. Li, too, has distanced himself from the wall, accompanied by an unfamiliar girl behind him, while Yi Peng stands to his left and Chen Ming has unknowingly nestled into his embrace. Lu Tao, being with Wang Yang, remains a mystery to Li's awareness. Throughout this night, the cries of humanity remain unheard. It is uncertain whether the corpses consumed during the day have satiated the hunger of the creatures or if other factors are at play. When the sun finally ascends the horizon the next day, an overwhelming sense of relief washes over almost everyone. Another day has been endured. As the sun gradually rises, the once quiet cafeteria begins to stir with sounds. In truth, Li had awakened long before. In fact, many others, like him, had only managed a few hours of sleep. For the cold made it perilous to slumber deeply. Who could find medicine for a cold in such dire times? Upon waking, Li found Chen Ming still asleep and chose not to disturb her, allowing her to rest in his arms. His intentions were purely platonic. He harbored only friendship for her. With idle time on his hands, Li began to ponder the system. The poison pearl system has 1 in the backpack and 1 in my pocket. 3 heavy pearls are safely stored in the backpack, and 3 blast pearls remain untouched. He mused, feeling a pang of regret over the heavy pearl lost when the administrative building was emptied, a loss of 10 gold coins. It was that he had forgotten to retrieve it. Rather, time had been too pressing to allow for such a venture. As the sounds grew louder, Chen Ming stirred awake. Upon realizing she had been resting in Li's embrace, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, a natural reaction rather than ignorance of the situation. With her awakening, Li exhaled a sigh of relief, knowing that maintaining a single position for an extended period is indeed exhausting, especially while squatting. The moment he stood, He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, prompting him to shake his head vigorously to dispel the sensation. At this juncture, the others began to awaken as well. Given the frigid temperature, most had only managed 3 to 4 hours of sleep to alleviate fatigue, making a full night's rest an unattainable luxury. At 8 o'clock, Lu Lei prepared another batch of porridge, a strategic choice to conserve food resources and ensure sustenance does not deplete too swiftly. However, porridge alone is insufficient to quell hunger. Having consumed porridge and various snacks the previous day, Li found himself sustained. After all, students from the sports class were accustomed to rigorous training and ample meals before the apocalypse, making the sudden shift to a meager diet quite unbearable. Fortunately, they had all secured provisions for the morning. Lu Lei found himself in a state of helplessness. It remained uncertain whether the mutated rats and dogs still lingered within the school premises. The cafeteria's provisions were limited, and yesterday's supply had merely consisted of a few bags of rice. If it were only a handful of them, even a monotonous diet of plain rice could sustain them for a fortnight or more. However, with the sudden influx of hundreds, even a continuous porridge diet would scarcely last 2 or 3 days. After breakfast, Li Yi had already formulated a plan. He promptly armed himself and declared his intention to venture out, not only to fulfill his mission but also to forage for food on the return journey. Aware of Li Yi's descent, Wang Yang insisted on accompanying him, transforming what was initially Li Yi's solitary decision into a substantial entourage. This group consisted of members from Lu Lei's self-rescue team, while the students and teachers who had escaped alongside them remained oblivious to the existence of this team, as there had been neither time nor opportunity to inform them the previous day. Ultimately, within the cafeteria, aside from Lu Lei, Lan Xian, and Chen Ming, who did not join the expedition, everyone else set out. Let us first retrieve some blankets from the dormitory, Wang Yang suggested. Li Yi recognized this as Lu Lei's request. In truth, the food was conveniently located downstairs, making retrieval straightforward and swift. However, with nearly 40 individuals in the group, all of whom were part of the previous team, their presence was primarily due to the need to transport supplies. Given the demand for blankets among hundreds, they would require at least 200 or 300. Thus, despite the large number of people, this manpower was still woefully insufficient, especially when it came to moving food. The dormitory was situated merely a few meters from the cafeteria. However, the heavy iron gate was locked. When the apocalypse struck, students were in class, and the dormitory had been secured to prevent unauthorized entry. Now, it had become an impediment for the self-rescue team. At the entrance of the cafeteria, they cautiously assessed the situation while strategizing. There were virtually no mutated rats nearby. Even if one were to appear, it would only occasionally wander near the administrative building, rendering the area relatively safe, at least within the confines of the cafeteria. Once outside, however, they would be exposed to an open expanse, where any lurking mutated rats could easily detect them. Thus, caution was imperative. Yi Peng proposed identifying the patterns of the rats' movements. Li Yi contemplated voicing his skepticism about the existence of any discernible pattern for a singular mutated rat, yet he ultimately refrained, perhaps out of pride. After nearly half an hour of observation, they indeed discerned a slight pattern, approximately every 5 minutes. A mutated rat would emerge at the corner of the administrative building on the left side, subsequently departing from the right, a process that took 2 minutes. This meant that for Li Yi and his companions, they enjoyed a 5-minute window of safety every 2 minutes. 5 minutes was ample time to make 10 round trips from the cafeteria to the female dormitory. Nevertheless, with the main gate locked, scaling the iron gate alone would consume 2 to 3 minutes, leaving insufficient time to ascend and retrieve the blankets. Although they had uncovered the pattern, everyone remained anxious about the unknown situation within the female dormitory. Li aimed to locate a solitary mutated rat, considering the one that appeared at intervals to be the most suitable target. In his contemplation, Li deemed it most prudent to lure the mutated rat towards them, dispatching it before entering the female dormitory. However, such a perilous approach would undoubtedly face dissent, as there existed safer avenues to explore. Why venture down a dangerous path when alternatives lay before them? Consequently, he chose to withhold his thoughts, fearing that they might provoke unnecessary speculation among his companions. With their plans solidified, the group readied themselves for action, awaiting the next appearance of the mutated rat before proceeding. At this moment, Wang Yang felt the most at ease. Reassured by the presence of formidable allies like Li Yi and the awakened cold Hans Wang, how could he not feel secure? Indeed, Wang Yang believed that even if a mutated dog were to appear, they would have little to fear. Li Yi, eager to complete the task at hand, understood the necessity of acting in concert with the group. Unless the mutated rat chose to provoke them, it would be challenging to eliminate it. Yet, he also harbored concerns about the dangers of straying from the group. Throughout his encounters with mutated creatures, he had always relied on teamwork and ambush tactics to succeed. The dilemma of prioritizing safety over swift completion of the mission weighed heavily on his mind. On the surface, safety was paramount. However, the urgency of returning home, intertwined with his father's reassurances, made the choice exceedingly complex. Ultimately, Li resolved to accompany the group. Given that the mutated rat exhibited predictable behavior, there would be ample opportunity to claim its life. Moreover, the situation within the dormitory remained uncertain. There could be other mutated beings lurking within. With so many members in the party, dispatching the mutated rat would pose little challenge, especially with Wang Yang wielding Lu Lei's fire axe, a formidable weapon indeed. Thus, aligning with the group presented a more favorable prospect for accruing rewards, contingent upon Li's successful engagement with the mutated rat. As soon as the mutated rat vanished from sight, the team sprang into action. Each member dashed forward with remarkable speed, yet the movement was orderly, as they diligently followed one another without jostling or competing for position. Leading the charge, Wang Yang deftly scaled the iron gate, though the clattering noise it produced caused everyone to momentarily halt in trepidation. "Be quieter, everyone. Take your time." Cold Hans Huang, despite being a female, held significant standing within the group and promptly urged caution. Wang Yang entered first, followed by a group of 5, climbing the iron gate in a single file. Those behind grasped the gate tightly, striving to minimize noise. Although some sound inevitably escaped, no mutated creatures emerged. Yet the tension of the moment caused beads of sweat to form on their brows. While most believed they could defeat the mutated rat should it appear, the distinction between capability and fear was stark. The apprehension lay primarily with those outside the gate. Those within remained relatively calm, perhaps comforted by the barrier of iron shielding them. Having navigated the gate without incident, the team fell silent once more, with Wang Yang at the forefront. Li and Cold Hans Huang flanked him as they advanced towards the 4th female dormitory building. Upon ascending the stairs, they encountered an unexpectedly pristine environment. The floor gleamed like a mirror, and delightful fragrances wafted through the corridor, rendering it difficult to reconcile this scene with the apocalyptic reality outside. The dormitory matched the idealized image they had all conjured in their minds. After a brief moment of disorientation, the group surged forward as if an imperial army had entered a village. With a frantic rush, they burst into the room, the boys diving onto the beds, eager to seize the blankets, some of which still carried a lingering fragrance, stirring an array of emotions. In the dormitory, 8 beds were neatly arranged, given the winter season. Each was adorned with 2 blankets and an additional throw. While it would have been a strenuous task for one person to carry them all at that moment, each individual was able to lift the burdens effortlessly. With a swift embrace, a bed was left bare, accompanied by a mat. Long Hans Wang rummaged through a password box and, once emptied, began to search the dormitory quietly, discreetly stowing items away. Li noticed that she was collecting various essentials, sanitary napkins, toilet paper, and even toothpaste. To his astonishment, she even included undergarments. He was rendered speechless. In a world teetering on the brink of collapse, what purpose did these items serve? Merely surviving was a triumph in itself. As the group swept through each room, Li also gathered a few items, emerging with a backpack. He quietly tucked away a packet of sanitary napkins and toilet paper, intended for Chun Meng, recognizing their necessity for women, especially the former. With Lu Tao and Yi Peng taking care of the blankets, he felt no need to burden himself, as both he and Long Hans Huang were the primary fighters. However, she had suddenly decided to pull out a box. Having cleared the 2nd floor, they ascended to the 3rd. There, in one room, lay the corpses of several mutated rats, presumably left behind by the mutated cat. He could not help but ponder, had animals begun to anticipate food shortages? Once each person was equipped with a blanket, they prepared for their return journey. Climbing back over the iron gate was not an option, so they opted for the small door on the right side of the dormitory, which served as an entrance when the main gate was locked. After a thorough scavenging, spirits were high, and the group momentarily forgot the threat of the mutated rats. Laughter and chatter filled the air, as if the apocalypse were merely a distant dream. Yet, reality would soon unveil its harsh truths. Upon reaching the small door, Li and his companions were met with the shocking sight of 3 mutated rats just outside. The corpse of the mutated cat had vanished, leaving only a pool of blood as testament to the previous day's events. They spotted the mutated rats, who, in turn, recognized their presence. The creatures erupted into frenzied cries, charging toward them, and the glass offered no obstacle. With a single collision, it shattered into a myriad of shards. Those still clutching blankets, oblivious to the approaching danger, were suddenly alerted. In an instant, they discarded their belongings, drew their weapons, and assumed defensive stances. Among them, Wang Yang displayed remarkable courage. Showing no fear in the face of the oncoming mutated rats, he advanced, swinging his axe at the fastest of the creatures. Long Han's Wang, equally formidable, conjured an ice spear that materialized from thin air, launching it toward the rat trailing behind. Then it was Li Yi's turn. He unleashed 2 explosive beads in quick succession. Times had changed. They were no longer novices in battle. With the ordinary mutated rats and their numbers bolstered by their collective strength, along with Long Han's Wang's abilities, Li Yi deemed it prudent to opt for explosive beads. Naturally, in that fleeting moment before he threw them, he remembered how economical these beads were. In the narrow corridor, as the mutated rats were besieged, they remained oblivious to Li Yi's subtle movements, and one after another, 2 mutated rats collided with his explosive beads. The mutated rat that was confronted by Wang Yang let out a painful cry. Initially evading Wang Yang's attack, it was ultimately struck in the chest, resulting in its immediate demise. Long Han's Wang, unable to launch a swift counterattack, hastily retreated, while her classmates from the sports team stepped in to shield her from the mutated rat. At this moment, the creature was left with only 4 points of life. Its speed diminished. Having inexplicably lost 5 life points, the mutated rat, after its anguished cry, became enraged and sought to tear apart its prey before it. Unbeknownst to Li Yi, who had launched his attack, he charged towards a third mutated rat. Inspired by his teammates' fervor, Li Yi's bravado surged, disregarding any potential danger. Today marked the celebration of his 20th birthday, and after a day filled with festivities, he had no time to write. Thus today's chapter was merely a pre-prepared manuscript. This also implied that tomorrow's chapter remained unwritten, and he hoped for the reader's understanding should it not be released. With a fierce determination, he lunged at the third mutated rat, swinging his shovel with precision. Strangely, while Li Yi usually felt strained wielding the shovel with one hand, it felt remarkably effortless now, as if it were perfectly suited for him. It was akin to the moment when Sun Wukong selected the Rui Jingu Bang with the right weapon in hand. Li Yi's combat prowess surged to a new height. The mutated rat, which could have evaded him, was now locked in his sights, even if it attempted to dodge. The descending shovel followed closely, ultimately landing a solid blow upon its head. Although the impact was spectacular, it only inflicted 2 points of damage on the creature, insignificant compared to Wang Yang's decisive blow that had slain the rat. Li Yi's strike momentarily stunned the mutated rat, leaving it in a daze. Regardless of its state, he followed up with another sweep of the shovel across its head. The diminutive creature was sent flying, albeit a mere half-meter, yet the visual spectacle was as awe-inspiring as Wang Yang's earlier feat. At this juncture, Wang Yang approached to assist. A group of individuals was already defending against the mutated rat for Long Han's Wang, allowing her to safely launch arrows from a distance. The rat had lost another 2 life points and was further slowed. Recognizing that the situation was under control, Wang Yang made his way towards Li Yi. With the mutated rat sent airborne, Li Yi's spirit remained undeterred. He spun the shovel a quarter turn and prepared to deliver a vertical strike aimed at inflicting a fatal blow. The disoriented mutated rat finally regained its senses, realizing that the sharp edge of the shovel was about to descend upon it. With a terrified scream, it attempted to evade to the side. Even without understanding the rat's language, Li Yi perceived the essence of its fear. Just as he relished the moment, the previously evaded rat let out another anguished cry. Echoing pitifully, Li turned to see that Wang Yang had hastily arrived and struck the mutated rat with an axe. The blow severed one of the rat's forelimbs, leaving it no choice but to scream in agony. Its life points had now dwindled to 4. Li Yi's earlier strike had only taken 1 point, while Wang Yang's assault had claimed 3. Having lost a limb, the mutated rat first glared at Li Yi with fury, then turned its attention to Wang Yang, its beady eyes burning with malice, as if it wished to inflict 1,000 wounds upon him. Li Wang felt an unsettling chill at the sight of that gaze. He found it arduous to contend with an ordinary mutated rat, let alone one that was on the brink of madness. At that moment, the thought of fleeing began to take root in his mind. Had it not been for the ongoing battle fought by the girl, Long Han's Wang, and his good friend, Lu Tao, he would have already taken to his heels. The notions of martial ethics and team spirit were inconsequential to him. All he knew was that his own life was of utmost importance, and the lives of his brothers held significant value. The fates of unfamiliar individuals mattered little to him. Wang Yang, too, was gripped by fear, for the eyes of the mutated rat were filled with hatred, and it emitted a chilling, grinding sound from its teeth, sending shivers down one's spine. The three of them, a boy and a rat, stood in a tense standoff while the battle raged on in another corner. The mutated rat, under attack from Long Han's Wang, still retained 6 points of health. Having endured 2 strikes, it had grown wiser. Recognizing that her ice spikes were its primary threat, and thus disregarding the blows from the others, which were inconsequential, the skirmish was not intense. As Long Hanchuang's 2 attacks missed, the rat's speed finally returned to normal. However, the exertion from using her abilities had left her considerably weakened, and her ice spikes were becoming slower. Coupled with Wang Yang's recent success in slaying a mutated rat, her competitive spirit turned anxious. Yet, the more anxious she became, the more prone to error she was. Her third attack ultimately missed its mark. Meanwhile, the standoff among the 3 parties reached a breaking point as the enraged mutated rat suddenly lunged forward, shattering the silence. It crouched low and pounced towards Wang Yang, its mouth agape, seemingly intent on swallowing him whole. Wang Yang, anticipating the attack, did not flinch. Instead, he swung his axe horizontally, aiming to cleave the rat in 2. Bolstered by his recent victory, his confidence surged. The airborne rat, unable to evade, seemed driven by its fury rather than instinct. As the axe sliced across its belly, it merely shed a tuft of fur, a trickle of crimson seeping forth. At that moment, Li Yiguang truly comprehended the mutated rat's defensive capabilities. Though a horizontal strike lacked the force of a vertical chop, the axe was still formidable, yet it had only inflicted superficial damage. This revelation left him deeply astonished, for he had previously caused substantial harm to the rat. The meager injury inflicted upon the rat did not diminish its health in the slightest. Its counterattack was imminent. With its remaining right claw swiping outwards, Wang Yang had yet to recover from his stupor when he sensed the looming danger. Reacting instinctively, he attempted to retreat. However, he could not evade entirely. The front of his down jacket was torn open, and the insulation spilled out in disarray. A cold sweat broke out on Wang Yang's brow. Had he hesitated a moment longer, he would have faced a grievous wound. Seemingly dissatisfied with its failure to inflict harm upon Wang Yang, the mutated rat let out a shrill cry and launched another attack. The distance between Wang Yang and the rat was minimal, allowing the creature to close the gap with just 2 strides before it bared its teeth, intent on tearing into him. Still in shock from the furious counterattack of the mutated rat, Wang Yang was gripped by lingering fear, unable to evade the imminent assault. Just as the rat's jaws were about to close in on him, Li Yi, who had been hesitating, finally sprang into action. With the shovel poised like a sword, he thrust it forward, perfectly positioning it between Wang Yang and the mutated rat. In the past, such a maneuver would have been beyond Li Yi's capabilities. The rat's attack was inevitably interrupted. If it continued its bite, it would not only risk missing its target but would also incur Li Yi's retaliation. Wang Yang, momentarily stunned by Li Yi's swift action, instinctively retreated without a moment to contemplate. With a decisive thrust, Li Yi applied more force, sweeping the shovel towards the mutated rat. Being so close, the rat had no chance to evade and was struck directly. However, the blow lacked sufficient force. Although it made contact, the rat sustained no real damage. At that moment, the rat's vitality was reduced to a mere 2 points. Though Li Yi's strike did not inflict harm, Wang Yang had managed to sever one of its forelimbs, resulting in a significant wound that bled profusely, thus further diminishing its health. The mutated rat, aware of its precarious condition, did not linger. With a keen focus on Wang Yang, it launched another attack, evidently intent on avenging its lost limb. Suddenly, a blue-eye spear shot through the air, arriving with startling swiftness. The rat, even if it had seen it, would have struggled to evade. Li Yi, witnessing the impending strike, observed as the ice spear struck the rat. He saw its remaining vitality obliterated in an instant, causing the creature to collapse to the ground. Devoid of support, Wang Yang felt a surge of panic. Despite preparing for defense, he had narrowly escaped death twice at the hands of the rat. Relieved that the creature had finally fallen, he exhaled deeply. Just as everyone was drawn to the sound of the rat's collapse, another rat, previously attacked by the cold frost, let out a piercing scream. In a sudden turn, it darted away, shaking off its pursuers and fleeing into the distance. Li Yi was astonished, and the crowd was left in disbelief. They had witnessed frenzied and desperate mutated rats, but never one that chose to flee mid-battle. A thought arose in everyone's minds. Had it succumbed to fear? Li stood there, mouth agape, reflecting on the situation with mixed emotions. There was also a sense of regret. After all, a single mutated rat was worth 10 gold coins. To Li, that fleeing rat, with just 1 point of vitality left, represented a lost opportunity of 10 gold coins. Though filled with regret, he accepted the situation with equanimity. For he was the type to let go of such matters easily. With the mutated rat now slain, the others, influenced by Yi Peng's enthusiasm, eagerly trampled on the creature's head, hoping to uncover a pale green crystal within. However, the outcome was disheartening, as they found nothing but a mix of red and white, leaving everyone profoundly disappointed. The scene did not strike anyone as particularly gruesome or brutal. Rather, it was the only woman in the group, Lunghan Huang, who, unmindful of her graceful image, indulged in a rather dramatic display of retching. This episode consumed an additional 10 minutes. Once everything was settled, the group resumed their journey, clutching their blankets. Fortunately, they encountered no further mutated rats along the way. However, due to the unexpected incident in the female dormitory, everyone proceeded with utmost caution, resulting in a significantly slower pace. It was not until they reached the entrance of the cafeteria that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the 3 mutated rats posed no immediate danger, save for Wang Yang, who bore the brunt of the threat, the psychological impact on the group was considerable. Nevertheless, upon returning to the cafeteria, their tension dissipated, and laughter soon filled the air. With the blankets now secured, they no longer had to endure the cold. While not everyone had their own, sharing among 3 or 4 individuals ensured that no one would suffer from the chill. Even if the supply was insufficient, those who had exerted themselves would certainly not be left wanting. Thus, it was no wonder they were all smiles. Li Yi, too, felt a surge of happiness. He seized a moment to check his system, noting that he had completed a task, and a task point had been credited to him. His current assets were as follows: coins, 30 points, 5 task points. 1. If he were to convert everything into coins, he would possess a remarkable total of 180 coins, a wealth he had never before encountered. Moreover, he also had a poison bead, 3 heavy beads, and 1 explosive bead, with a poison bead nestled in his pocket. Only 2 of the 10 slots in his system backpack were occupied. Upon reaching the ground floor of the cafeteria, the group collected some snacks before ascending the stairs in a grand procession. At the wooden door on the 2nd floor, Li Yi knocked in accordance with the coded signal, but received no response from within. He attempted several more times, yet the silence persisted, as if the space were devoid of life. A wave of unease washed over him. "Open the door," he shouted, disregarding the possibility of attracting mutated creatures. However, the stillness continued, reinforcing his disbelief that no one was present inside. After all, it was no simple feat to relocate hundreds of people, and it was inconceivable that Chun Ming and Lu Lei could have left. Without further hesitation, Li kicked the door in a desperate attempt to force it open, his growing anxiety hinting at something amiss within. Yet, this wooden door was not easily breached. It was designed to withstand the onslaught of mutated rats. Therefore, his kick merely produced a loud noise without budging the door an inch. At that moment, the rest of the group began to sense the gravity of the situation. They set down their blankets and approached to assist. The space was limited, and even with over 40 individuals present, only 5 or 6 could muster their strength to push against the door. Inside, however, there were about 10 people bracing themselves against a table, preventing the door from moving even slightly. Lu Lei, bound by a length of grass rope, bore the marks of numerous footprints on his body, his face displaying a mottled array of bruises. Not far from him lay several other students crumpled on the ground, followed by hundreds more crouching, their heads cradled in their hands. Surrounding them were a dozen students wielding wooden sticks, their eyes glinting with menace. Just moments ago, their faces bore smiles, but now they were etched with tension. In the cafeteria on the 2nd floor, a room once reserved for the school leadership's dining, Qin Ming and Lan Xian retreated, trembling as they faced the 2 young men before them. "You don't come any closer," they stammered. "Haha, even at such a time. You still wish to resist?" The taller of the students sneered. "The apocalypse has arrived, and the fate of humanity hangs in the balance. We must strive for the continuation of our kind. Surrender to our plan for procreation," cackled the other, leering with a lascivious grin. You. Qin Ming struggled to articulate her fear. "Don't do anything reckless. If you do, when Wang Yang and the others return, they won't spare you." Lan Xian, ever the rational one, threatened. "Haha them." The taller one chuckled mockingly. "They've brought this upon themselves by running out. Who knows if they're even alive?" You still expect them to rescue you? Even if they return, what then? We have over 30 of us, and do you think they can get through? We could always lure some mutated rats here, haha. The other one guffawed. In mere moments, Qinming and Lan Xin found themselves cornered against the wall. The two assailants, driven by impatience, lunged at them, disregarding any sense of chivalry, intent on tearing off their clothes. Qinming and Lan Xin clutched their collars desperately. The thick winter coats provided some protection, allowing them to resist further violation. The assailants, realizing this, attempted to pry their hands away, pulling the zippers down from top to bottom, and swiftly stripped off the heavy coats. The girls' screams echoed, almost in unison, as they began to fight back fervently. Beasts. Lu Lei lay incapacitated on the floor, helplessly cursing under his breath. Hearing the commotion within, Li Yi's anxiety surged. Seizing Wang Yang's axe, he struck the wooden door with a tremendous force, cleaving a deep crack into it. Though the fissure had not breached through, it ignited a glimmer of hope within Li Yi. With another fierce blow, he managed to create a significant opening in the sturdy wood. Removing the axe, Li glimpsed inside, where a table was being braced against the door by a dozen people. At that moment, those inside caught sight of Li Yi and his companions, fear creeping into their hearts, causing their grip to weaken. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yi and his allies pushed, and the door opened slightly. More individuals outside witnessed the unfolding scene, and sensed that their fellow classmates had secured them outside after they had toiled to fetch blankets. As the door cracked open, the morale of those within revived, and they pushed back with renewed strength, firmly wedging the door shut once more. Inside were a dozen individuals, while only 6 outside were able to muster any force. Listening to Qinming's cries, Li Yi's desperation grew, yet he felt powerless. Amidst the chaos, they heard the sound of the table being dragged, followed by Wang Yang's urgent call, "Quick, come in." Amidst the chaos, Li Yi seized the moment, exerting considerable force to finally push open the door. Without a moment to spare, he grasped his axe and rushed towards the source of the commotion. A few individuals attempted to obstruct his path, but Li Yi, fueled by wrath, swung his axe with merciless precision. Their wooden clubs proved futile against his strike. And while some escaped with their lives, blood streamed from their wounds, others were not so fortunate, succumbing instantly to his fury. Upon reaching the threshold, Li Yi delivered a powerful kick that sent the security door flying open. Before him lay 2 young men pinning down Qinming and Lan Xin, viciously tearing away the remnants of their clothing. Enraged beyond measure, Li Yi advanced with purpose. The assailants, startled by the door's sudden opening, turned to face him. Before they could react, he was upon them, effortlessly tossing one aside with a tug and delivering a swift kick to the other, both collapsing in unison. Li leaped forward, bringing his axe down upon the first attacker, whose eyes widened in terror as the blade met his skull. With a swift pivot, he hurled the axe at the second assailant, who had no time to plead for mercy as the sharp edge embedded itself in his chest. After dispatching the two, Li hurried to support Qinming, reassuring her, "It's all right. It's all right." Still in shock, she alternated between screams and sobs. Lan Xin, though shaken, managed to gather herself. Tears streamed down her face as she draped a torn cotton coat over her shoulders, concealing the remnants of her clothing. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Yi offered Qinming his own jacket. Despite having slain 2 men, fear did not grip him. His rage remained unabated. Lan Xin quickly relayed the dire circumstances to Li Yi. After their departure, a group of about 30 individuals had conspired to seize their provisions and power. Although Lu Lei had recruited a few allies, they were utterly overmatched and fell within moments, incapacitated on the ground. Qinming and Lan Xin, due to their beauty, had caught the attention of the ringleaders, leading to the horrific scene they had just witnessed. "This is now in your hands," Li declared, his expression stern as he rose. Wang Yang and the others had anticipated the situation, fearing the sight of what they should not see, and thus refrained from intervening, placing their faith in Li Yi's strength. Outside, a throng of accomplices had been apprehended, with several sprawled on the ground and others surrendering in defeat. Li approached with a dark countenance, an aura of menace surrounding him that even the usually indifferent Long Hans Wang dared not challenge, wary of inciting his wrath. As he drew near, he passed a writhing accomplice on the ground. Without shifting his gaze, he lowered his body and swung the axe. To the astonishment of onlookers, the previously writhing student was now severed in 2. Blood gushed from the severed neck like a crimson fountain. For a few stunned seconds, the cafeteria's 2nd floor erupted into a cacophony of screams, fear surging through the hearts of all present. Many young women trembled, paralyzed by terror. unwilling to utter a sound or make a move. In that moment, it seemed as though time itself had frozen, silence enveloping the room. Save for the relentless movements of Li. His strides continued, yet each step brought him before a fallen individual, triggering a veritable fountain of blood. With the demise of 5 or 6 souls in quick succession, those who had initially laid prostrate rose abruptly, some in defiance, others in flight. However, how could they hope to escape? Even if their wounds were not grievous, they could not outrun Li. Thus, without exception, they all succumbed to the ground as lifeless corpses. Ultimately, only those who had surrendered remained, and Li, with bloodshot eyes, approached them step by step. They recoiled in fear, casting desperate glances around for salvation. Some fixated on the weapons wielded by the members of the sports team, contemplating seizing them for their own survival. Lulei, having snapped out of his stupor, was still grappling with shock when he saw Li advancing towards the remaining accomplices. He hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Having already been liberated, the ropes binding him now undone. Li, let it go. They are merely accomplices, he intended to say. Yet, in his fury, Li was deaf to reason. Coldly, he replied, "Those who obstruct me shall perish." The final word nearly erupted from between his clenched teeth, silencing any further protests from Lulei. The accomplices, realizing their pleas for mercy were in vain, steeled themselves. A few, desperate for survival, lunged for the weapons still held by the astonished members of the sports team, charging at Li. With one taking the lead, the others soon followed suit. Emboldened to rise and resist, no one wished to await their doom. In the face of certain death, anyone would strive for a flicker of hope. In a confrontation of 1 against a dozen, Li, if in a sound mind, would never have engaged so recklessly. Yet now, blinded by rage, he paid little heed to the consequences. As the assailants closed in, Li neither dodged nor evaded. He swung his axe with ferocity. Armed with the advantage of weaponry and an imposing presence, he continued to dispatch 3 more adversaries. The remaining onlookers, witnessing the carnage, were finally stirred by their own bloodlust and instinct for survival, no longer paralyzed by fear, and they too launched themselves at Li with reckless abandon. But what did it matter? Li wielded a fire axe, while their makeshift weapons were mere steel pipes. The outcome was evident. While Li endured several blows, he claimed the lives of several more. Ultimately, after sustaining over a dozen strikes, he eliminated 7 or 8 foes. The remaining 4, bereft of morale, suddenly sank to their knees. "Please, please, do not kill me. Do not kill me." Though terror gripped their hearts, their pleas were surprisingly steady. "Do not kill me. I merely pushed a table." Another whimpered. "Do not kill me." Sob, "Do not kill me." The 4 spoke in unison, abandoning all semblance of dignity and pride before the hundreds watching, for the instinct to survive far outweighed all else. The author's commentary on the chapter's title, Tang Ju once remarked that a commoner, in a fit of rage, could bring down 2 corpses and spill blood for 5 paces. Here, let 2 months be regarded as the blood of 2 individuals, flowing for 5 paces. As for those minions, they are not counted. The title is merely for aesthetic appeal. At this moment, Li had calmed down somewhat, recollecting his previous frenzied demeanor, along with the dozens he had slain. A shiver coursed through him. He was no murderer, nor had he ever taken a life. Yet, in that instant, he had embodied the essence of a ruthless killer, instilling fear in others. Even though he was aware that this was the apocalypse, the thought of having killed weighed heavily on his conscience, causing his knuckles to whiten as he gripped the axe. Though the constraints of law and morality had disintegrated in this cataclysmic era, Li found it impossible to dismiss the gravity of his actions with indifference. Nonetheless, when faced with the 4 pleading for mercy, he remained resolute. Their past rebellion indicated a potential for ambition that could lead to future retaliation. In this lawless and moral vacuum, he was unwilling to leave any potential adversaries alive. Under the gaze of hundreds, he mercilessly executed the 4 who had begged for their lives. Indeed, in the apocalypse, human life was as insignificant as chaff. After dispatching them, Li surveyed the hundreds of students in the cafeteria before returning alone to his room. The axe clattered to the ground, stained with the blood of sacrifice, marking its first encounter with human life. Inside the room, Chen Ming had managed to stabilize her emotions, although Lan Xian and she had not witnessed the events outside. The sounds had hinted at the grim reality. After all, Li's actions were far from silent. When he entered, his cold and stern visage evoked fear in the children. Yet, this apprehension was fleeting. Li's actions were entirely motivated by his concern for them. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the cafeteria, an oppressive silence prevailed. 30 or so corpses lay strewn about, several with severed heads rolling to the side. Blood gushed from the wounds, pooling on the floor and staining it crimson. Lu Tao was the first to break this silence. Regaining his senses, he immediately rushed towards the room. Li Yi was his brother. Even if he had become a murderer, Lu Tao's loyalty remained unwavering. What mattered more to him was that the one harmed was the object of his long-standing affection. He found Li Yi's actions not only justified but entirely natural. Next to act was Yi Peng, who had already resolved to follow Li Yi, undeterred by the horror unfolding around him. As these two moved, it was as if cracks had formed in tempered glass, causing the entire second floor of the cafeteria to erupt in chaos. Some were crying in terror, while others screamed. Li Yi's gaze fell upon Chen Meng's face, and his icy demeanor began to thaw, resembling melting ice. Yet, the room remained silent. Li Yi was the first to speak. Let's change rooms. The two leaders, now mere headless corpses with eyes wide in terror, lay on the ground, their blood continuing to spread. The two girls huddled together, fearful of being tainted by the blood. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, they immediately tiptoed to follow him out the door. As Li Yi stepped out, the previously chaotic cafeteria fell into an eerie stillness, with hundreds of eyes fixed upon him, apprehensive that he might unleash another wave of violence. Li Yi appeared detached, opening the door to the adjacent room and stepping inside. The room contained a large round table and 12 chairs. Yi Peng brought a blanket and laid it across two benches that formed makeshift beds. Though compact, they were infinitely more comfortable than the cold, hard ground. Lu Tao and Yi Peng ventured next door to fetch more benches and prepare another bed. The absence of a bloodstained scene allowed the group's hearts to settle. Li Yi turned to Chen Meng and declared, I shall not allow such events to transpire again. I am fine now. Thank you. Chen Meng replied softly, recalling the moment when Li Yi, like a prince, had rescued her from peril. At this moment, she felt an involuntary blush creep across her cheeks. In the time that followed, the group refrained from discussing the grim topic of murder. They either engaged in conversation or sat in contemplative silence, while Li Yi occupied himself with the system. Lu Lei organized the cleanup, ensuring that all traces of the deceased were removed and the bloodstains wiped away, leaving only faint remnants of crimson and the lingering scent of iron in the air. Once everything was in order, Wang Yang knocked on the door. Brother, when shall we have lunch? He inquired from the threshold. You decide. Li replied without opening the door. After Wang Yang departed, Li gathered everyone together and expressed, I wish to leave this place. What are your intentions? Although he posed the question to the group, his true desire was for them to accompany him. The day's harrowing events had deepened his understanding of human nature in the apocalypse. The ethics and laws of the pre-apocalyptic world had become mere relics, easily trampled upon, leaving him concerned for their safety, especially Chen Meng, whose beauty could attract danger in such chaotic times. While he did not expect all to follow him, his gaze was particularly fixed on Chen Meng and Lu Tao, the only two he considered true friends. I will leave with you, unexpectedly declared Yi Peng, catching Li Yi and Lu Tao off guard. Li Yi pondered Yi Peng's motives. Here, there was food, warmth, and safety. Why venture out into uncertainty? I will also accompany you. Chen Meng chimed in, her heart stirred by the rescue she had received from Li Yi. The age-old trope of a hero saving a damsel was undeniably poignant. And at that moment, her heart fluttered, though her countenance remained composed. With two affirmations already given, Li Yi turned his gaze to Lu Tao, hoping for his support. In this desolate world, he desired a trustworthy companion to fight alongside him, and Lu Tao embodied that trust. Though he possessed a system that could potentially save many, he felt confident in the survival of this small group. I think I want to stay here, Lu Tao finally spoke, his words eliciting neither surprise nor emotion from Li Yi, who merely nodded in understanding, as if he had anticipated this outcome. As for the final member, Lan Xian, Li Yi was indifferent to her response, yet out of courtesy, he directed his attention to her, awaiting her decision. I will go with you, Lan Xian stated. In this apocalyptic era, the destination holds little significance. What truly matters is survival. However, for women, survival comes with the imperative of preserving their purity. Merely ensuring safety from the mutated rats while being reduced to a mere object is an unbearable fate. At the dawn of this apocalypse, many found themselves incapable of such a choice. The reason Lan Xian chose to accompany Li Yi was the sense of justice she perceived in him, recognizing that there exists respect beyond mere existence. In a room with 4 individuals, 3 expressed their desire to follow Li Yi. With the decision made, Li Yi ceased to speak further. Although Lu Tao chose not to join, as a close friend, He understood Li Yi's aspirations and ambitions. He recognized that he should not impede Li Yi. In chaotic times, a man must venture forth to forge his path, having made his choice. Li Yi felt it necessary to inform Lu Lei and the others, for Lan Xian and Yi Peng were still members of the school's self-rescue team. Upon opening the door, Li Yi was taken aback by the scene outside. The porridge had long been prepared and now steamed invitingly on the table. Lu Lei and the others sat nearby, while hundreds of students stretched their heads towards the pot. Though they were all hungry, none dared to eat, as if waiting for something. When Wang Yang saw Li Yi emerge, he hurried over, exclaiming, "Brother, let us eat." "You haven't eaten yet?" Li Yi asked, surprised. Earlier, he and Lu Tao had already consumed some bread in their room, completely unaware that the crowd awaited him to partake in the meal. Clearly, the porridge had been ready long before. "Go ahead and eat. I have already had my fill," Li Yi declared. At his words, the crowd began to move. Despite their hunger, the line for food remained orderly, perhaps due to the presence of Li Yi, who seemed to have a calming effect. Li Yi paid little mind to this, making his way toward Lu Lei. While his message was similar to what he had conveyed to Wang Yang, Lu Lei was the nominal leader and responsible figure. Thus Li Yi deemed it more appropriate to speak with him. "Teacher Lu," Li Yi addressed Lu Lei with habitual respect. "I have something to discuss with you." Lu Lei paused his meal, forcing a smile as he inquired, "What is it?" Clearly, Li Yi's previous actions had instilled a profound fear within him. Li Yi, however, remained unfazed. After all, the act of killing is difficult for those accustomed to peace. Even now, reflecting on it sent chills down his spine. "I intend to leave." He shook his head to dispel the unsettling feelings. "You're leaving?" Lu Lei exclaimed in surprise. "Is it because of this incident?" In that moment, his fear dissipated, replaced by a desire to keep Li Yi, for his prowess was undeniable. "No, as I mentioned before, I am returning to find my father," Li clarified. Though it was undeniable that his decision to leave was indeed influenced by the recent events. "When do you plan to leave?" Lu Lei asked. "Tomorrow," Li replied after some contemplation. "Accompanying me will be Lan Xian, Ming, and Yi Peng." "Little Xian is going with you?" Lu Lei's astonishment grew. Knowing Lan Xian was his goddaughter. "If you are concerned, you may let her stay," Li Yi suggested, genuinely considering this option. "Since she has made her choice, allow her to accompany you. Moreover, I trust you." Lu Lei, however, did not acquiesce to Li Yi's proposal. Naturally, Li could not directly express his reluctance to accept them, and thus he had no choice but to take them in. Subsequently, the news of Li Yi's impending departure spread throughout the cafeteria, prompting him to seek out Zheng Wei and his companion. Had they not daringly moved the table aside previously, Li Yi might not have made his entrance so swiftly. Thus, they could be considered half-saviors of Ming, though she remained oblivious to this. At that moment, Li reflected upon their assistance with gratitude, and he was equally surprised by their willingness to help him at that time. Amidst the throng of the sports class members, he located them, albeit injured and battered. Although their wounds were superficial, requiring a few days to heal, Li Yi made a special purchase of basic life potions, distributing half to each of them. "What is this?" Zheng Wei inquired, gazing curiously at the pale pink liquid in the test tube. The author's note: February has returned to pin words. As previously mentioned, updates will be sporadic. I hope for your understanding. This is a beverage. Li replied after a brief pause, reassuring them, "You need not worry. Would I ever wish you harm?" Unable to provide a clearer explanation, Li resorted to jest. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei felt a bit embarrassed and promptly tilted his head back to consume half of it. Li, uncertain of the potion's effects on them, felt a wave of anxiety as he watched Zhang Wei drink it, given that it cost 2 points. Zhang Wei drank half, and then passed the remaining portion to Ming, who saw no issue with it, setting aside their lack of enmity with Li. Acquiring poison at this juncture would be quite challenging. After they both drank, a warm and pleasant sensation enveloped them, prompting an involuntary expression of delight. Meanwhile, Li felt dissatisfied. Could it be that a potion worth 2 points was merely palatable? Of course, such thoughts were merely playful musings. After all, the system was formidable. Li speculated that the potion required time to manifest its effects, unlike in a game where immediate results would occur upon consumption. Thereafter, Li made a promise. "I must sincerely thank you for today's events. Should you require anything within my capacity in the future, I shall assist you." Ming and Zheng Wei were elated to hear this, for in the eyes of all, Li was immensely powerful. Yet, Li could only manage a wry smile inwardly. In his view, his promise was but verbal gratitude, as he was set to depart the following day. And who could foresee when they might meet again? It was not that Li Yi was ungrateful. Rather, he found himself at an impasse. The only valuable items he possessed were those from the system, having exchanged for a life potion he could scarcely bear to use, yet they were unaware of its worth. The only other items he could offer were 3 types of beads, but those were tied to the secrets of the system, which he could not possibly part with. Thus, he could only make a promise. If the opportunity arose in the future, he would undoubtedly strive to aid them. Setting aside the matter of repayment, Li Yi returned to his room to organize his belongings. Speaking of belongings, he had but a single backpack, containing only food, as Yiping's bag was already empty. Thus, this meager supply would barely suffice to feed the 4 of them for long. However, Li Yi's home was not too distant. It would take merely 20 to 30 minutes to reach by electric bike. If one were to walk, it would likely take around an hour and a half. Considering any additional time spent on the journey, it would not exceed 5 hours, making the provisions he had sufficient for his return home. Nevertheless, Li Yi evidently did not intend to proceed in such a manner, as food was of utmost importance in the apocalypse. In the afternoon, he planned to venture down to the nearby convenience store to fill his backpack. Qin Ming shyly cast a glance at Lan Xian, and under Lan Xian's encouraging gaze, she gradually moved towards Li Yi. "What is the matter?" Li inquired upon noticing Qin Ming's demeanor. "Li Yi, could you possibly fetch us 2 pieces of undergarments?" Qin Ming, already timid, felt compelled to voice her request when Li Yi prompted her. After all, asking Li Yi to retrieve such personal items was undoubtedly awkward for her. At that moment, Li Yi recalled that the girls' undergarments had been torn. Apart from their intact outerwear, their inner clothing was in tatters. Wearing such garments would be uncomfortable, especially in the frigid weather. Understanding the situation, Li Yi promptly sought out Long Han's Wang. He remembered that upon his return in the morning, she had been dragging a large suitcase. He was well aware of its contents, which were likely items intended for girls, including clothing. The canteen's 2nd floor housed 3 small compartments. One was associated with a death, another occupied by Li Yi, leaving the last for the only girl in the group, Long Han's Wang, and her close friend. Knock, knock, knock. Li Yi rapped on her door, calling out, "Long Han's Wang." Upon hearing his voice, a tremor of instinctive fear coursed through her, and with a hint of trepidation, she asked, "What's the matter? Could you please open the door?" Li Yi urged softly, unwilling to raise his voice under the scrutiny of others. After a brief moment, Long Han's Wang opened the door but positioned herself in the doorway, showing no intention of allowing him entry. Li had no choice but to speak quietly. "Do you have any spare clothes? Qin Ming and the others' clothing is ruined." It was well known that Qin Ming and her companions had not suffered any physical harm. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Long Han's Wang turned and fetched her suitcase, bringing it to Li Yi's room. Meanwhile, Yi Peng and Lu Tao had already left when Li Yi emerged, leaving 3 girls inside, engaged in changing clothes, which sparked the imagination of many boys. However, in light of Li Yi's previous violent outburst, no one dared to act upon such thoughts. The canteen returned to its tranquil state as Li Yi descended to gather 2 backpacks filled primarily with food, including bread and water. Due to the escape of a mutated rat, he was cautious not to linger downstairs. After securing his supplies, he quickly ascended with Yi Peng. Although the wooden door had sustained a breach, it remained functional, so Lu Lei and the others had not taken additional protective measures. Li made his preparations, awaiting his departure the following morning. He had already contemplated his exit route. The main gate of the school was unequivocally not an option, leaving only the back gate or the possibility of scaling the wall. The back gate was adjacent to the canteen, yet the iron gate stood over 2 meters tall with no footholds, making it exceedingly difficult to surmount. While the boys might have a chance of scaling it, the girls could only look on helplessly. Thus, Li opted to scale the wall. The only alternative was to climb over the barriers, which consisted of 2 sides, one with iron railings and the other a concrete wall. Comparatively, the iron railings were far easier to surmount. Beyond the railings lay a concrete road, significantly preferable to the grassy mound adjacent to the concrete wall. The iron railings formed part of the school's eastern perimeter, standing no taller than 2 meters and featuring gaps and crossbars that made it possible to vault over in merely 3 strides. Consequently, regardless of gender, anyone could manage the leap. It was merely a matter of speed. That evening, Lu Lei prepared a relatively sumptuous dinner, complete with several side dishes. This marked the first instance in 3 days of the apocalypse that Li Yi beheld cooked vegetables, albeit they were already wilted and lacking moisture. It was likely that Wang Yang had ventured downstairs specifically to procure them. The table also boasted beverages, readily available from the convenience store, which demonstrated some thoughtful effort. Seated at the table were Wang Yang, Lu Lei, Yi Peng, Lu Tao, Leng Hanshuang, Li Yi, and Shen Meng, a gathering of 7. Lu Jing, a close friend of Leng Hanshuang, unfortunately did not have a place at the table. In addition to the dishes, their meal was further complemented by rice. Such a lavish dinner left the hundreds of students and teachers outside straining their necks, yet they were unable to catch even a glimpse. Li found himself unable to lift his chopsticks in front of the array of dishes. Lu Lei, noticing Li Yi's hesitance, assumed he found the food unappetizing and hurried to clarify that this was indeed the best available, given the poor quality of food previously sourced by the cafeteria. That's not what I meant, Li Yi thought, realizing Lu Lei had misunderstood. He simply felt a poignant nostalgia at the sight of fresh vegetables amidst the apocalypse. Who among them did not share this sentiment? At this juncture, even a hearty meal felt like an indulgence, making the notion of delicacies seem absurd. Reflecting on the food he had squandered before the cataclysm, each person felt a pang of regret. How blissful it would be to have just one more plate of food at this moment. Li took a bite. The taste was certainly not as delightful as before the apocalypse, yet in this current context, it was a culinary delight, especially after days of consuming only porridge. Everyone found the flavors bland. At this moment, being able to savor oil and salt was akin to experiencing a gourmet feast. It was reminiscent of someone who had gone days without food. Even a simple school biscuit would taste exquisite to them. In the end, a full pot of white rice was consumed entirely by the 7. The pristine bottom of the pot made it hard to believe it had previously held food. Naturally, no one would mock another. After all, when the meal commenced, no one paid heed to appearances, not even the girls, who devoured their food with great enthusiasm. Having satisfied their hunger, they were met with the stillness of the night. Thanks to their blankets, they felt secure. The cafeteria lights had long been extinguished, leaving only a few lamps for illumination. The previously elusive mutated rats finally enlightened the group. These aberrant creatures were not merely mindless killers, but possessed a form of intelligence, albeit inferior to that of humans. Wang Yang and the others feared that the lights would attract the mutated rats. While it was common knowledge that pre-mutated rats shunned bright areas, their leader was indifferent to such concerns. It was said that dogs do not fear light. Thus, to mitigate any potential threats, they endeavored to avoid and prevent as much as possible. In Li Yi's room, a small lamp cast a dim glow. With the curtains tightly drawn, 2 girls lay on their beds, while Li Yi, Yi Peng, and Lu Tao huddled together in a corner. They lay a cotton quilt on the ground, covering themselves with 2, a luxury that perhaps only they could afford in the entire cafeteria. In the chill of winter, the insects were nearly absent, so in such a tranquil night, the only sounds that could be heard, aside from their breaths, were the rhythmic beating of their hearts. In such an atmosphere, who could possibly find sleep? Li had no choice but to immerse himself in the system, even if it was merely for a glance. It would at least serve to divert his attention. The power and speed talismans intrigued and yet disheartened him with his current income. It was uncertain how long it would take to acquire them. Furthermore, both talismans were single-use items that could not be stacked, and he was not entirely clear about the effects described for an ordinary person. Within the system, Li Yi found his greatest pleasure in browsing the myriad of everyday items available in the marketplace. The selection was truly dazzling. Aside from food, one could find everything from toothpicks to beds. Any common item needed in daily life was abundantly available. However, the exorbitant prices for bulk purchases left him speechless. It was one thing to buy 100 toothpicks at once, but beds were sold in lots of 100 as well, and at that price. He could hardly complain. 10 gold coins for a mere 100 toothpicks? Was this a robbery in broad daylight? Li speculated that the items in this section were merely for show. After all, what use was it to slay a mutated rat with great difficulty only to purchase 100 toothpicks for dental hygiene? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he eventually drifted into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned himself slaying many foes, as well as numerous mutated creatures. Blood dripped from him, but none of it was his own. Behind him lay a sea of corpses, both human and animal. Meanwhile, as Li Yi was plagued by nightmares, a multitude of mutated rats began to approach the cafeteria, a veritable swarm of over 100. At the farthest point, a mutated dog raised its head, observing the moving mass of rats, and beside it stood a mutated rat with a health value of 15 points. With a low growl, the mutated dog issued a sound audible only to the nearest rat. The rat understood and rushed toward the swarm, conveying its leader's command to the underlings. As this rat joined the throng, the cacophony of squeaks erupted, a sound that resonated piercingly in the nighttime stillness. Yet, it was already deep into the night, and the night watchman in the cafeteria had unknowingly succumbed to slumber, oblivious to the unfolding situation outside. As the mutated rat relayed the mutated dog's orders to the swarm, the once chaotic mass of rats began to split into two groups, encircling the entire cafeteria. Were anyone to witness this, they would surely be astonished by their intelligence. The trap was set, yet at that moment, over 100 mutated rats laid down to rest. The mutated dog also arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria, crouching down, closing its eyes, and entering a state of canine slumber. As dawn broke, a loud cry erupted from the second floor of the cafeteria. This scream jolted many awake, including Wang Yang, who exclaimed, "What is all the noise? If you attract the mutated rats, you'll be the one thrown to feed them." Someone pointed outside. Mutated rats. All of them, mutated rats. What mutated rats? Wang Yang asked in confusion, moving closer to the window. Upon seeing a large swarm of mutated rats below, Wang Yang stifled an urge to scream, fearing that a single cry would awaken them. At that moment, Li also stirred from his slumber, uncertain whether it was the commotion or a disturbing dream that roused him. In his dream, he was a butcher in a hellish realm, hands stained with blood. Surrounded by a sea of corpses, he envisioned himself slaying anyone in his path, hacking at anything until he reached the vast expanse of the ocean ahead. With lifeless bodies strewn behind him, blood flowed like a river, staining the shoreline crimson. Then Li Yi awoke, drenched in sweat, his complexion pale, yet at that moment, everyone was captivated by the commotion outside, oblivious to his condition. Outside, people were increasingly alarmed as they discovered the situation below, and the crowd began to grow restless. An unsettling sense of chaos brewing. Wang Yang immediately sought out Li Yi and Lung Hanshuang, the two individuals with the highest combat prowess at present. "Brother, come out. There's an emergency." Wang Yang called urgently, his voice barely above a whisper. He knocked on Lung Hanshuang's door with the same message. Ding. System task. Eliminate the mutated dogs to disperse the swarm of rats they command, or withstand the attacks led by the mutated dogs. Task duration, 2 days. Task rewards, 1 task point, 10 points, and 500 gold coins. Do you accept? Once again, it was a task devoid of penalties, with generous rewards. However, Li felt no joy. The mere mention of a rat swarm led by mutated dogs was enough to instill fear within him. Encountering either the mutated dogs or the rats would be terrifying, let alone facing both simultaneously. Li Yi regretted not leaving yesterday. Now it seemed escape was no longer an option. Before the apocalypse, he could evade dogs. After the apocalypse, he doubted his ability to outrun them. Of course, had Li Yi been aware of the mutated rats surrounding him, he would not have pondered such thoughts. With circumstances as they were, Li Yi had no choice but to brace himself and accept the task. Did he think that if he refused, the mutated creatures would simply refrain from attacking? Thus, this task, though seemingly at Li Yi's discretion, offered no real choice. As he stepped out of his room, the cafeteria was already bustling, though the noise was somewhat restrained. Otherwise, it would have been far louder. Yet, even so, the mutated rats below remained motionless, as if heedless of the chaos. Upon seeing Li Yi emerge, the second floor fell eerily silent, as if a pin dropping could be heard. After all, everyone had witnessed Li Yi's ferocity, and no one wished for his axe to turn against them before he had dealt with the mutated rats. What is going on? Li approached Lu Lei and Wang Yang, inquiring directly. Although he was aware of the situation through the system, he still felt compelled to ask. Lu Lei remained silent, merely pointing towards the window with a troubled expression, as if contemplating the fragility of their newly resumed lives. Following Lu Lei's gesture, Li Yi glanced outside and beheld a line of mutated rats gathered below, estimating there were around 20. Just then, a scream erupted from the right window. "Ah, there are some over here." Following that, cries arose from the left window as well. Sensing trouble, Li swiftly turned and retreated to his room. He pulled back the curtains, and indeed, behind the cafeteria, a horde of mutated rats lay sprawled, their numbers astonishingly swelling to 40. The sight of a veritable swarm, exceeding 100 mutated rats, sent a shiver down Li Yi's spine. Furthermore, a formidable mutated dog was present, leading Li Yi to believe that death was imminent. As time passed, the crowd gradually fell into silence. Li Yi and his companions, who had initially joined Wang Yang for food, now included Yu Ming, Zheng Wei, and Shen Ming. What should we do now? Lu Tao asked, his expression grave, voicing the question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Over 40 people stood in silence, unable to respond, and Lu Lei, as a teacher, was experiencing the same helplessness that students often feel when faced with unanswerable questions. Let us charge out and confront them, Wang Yang impulsively suggested, eager to tackle the problem head-on. The response to Wang Yang's proposal was a collective silence. Few had the courage to venture out onto the second floor in the face of so many mutated rats. What are you all waiting for? Speak up. Once the mutated rats awaken, it will be too late, Wang Yang urged anxiously. Have you seen the mutated dog? Amidst the growing tension regarding the horde of mutated rats, Li Yi posed a seemingly unrelated question. Mutated dog? Confusion washed over many faces. I saw it, Yu Ming exclaimed, pointing to a large tree. Indeed, beneath the tree lay a shadow nearly 2 meters long. What had once been mere blades of grass had inexplicably grown to 30 centimeters. Now flattened under the weight of the mutated dog, Li Yi stood by the window, observing as the mutated dog tilted its head to regard him in return. Clearly, the sound had already alerted it to their presence, he mused. Although the mutated dog lay down, its size was indeterminate, yet the blood gauge on its head read 35. Li Yi was astonished. Just 2 days prior, the mutated dog's health had been merely 30, yet now it had inexplicably risen to 35. While he could not ascertain whether the two mutated dogs were the same, it was reasonable to conclude that they shared a baseline health of 30, as this was the norm established at the onset of the apocalypse. The sudden increase of 5 health points led Li Yi to believe that the mutated dog was insurmountable. At this moment, the meeting had effectively come to a halt. Several leaders stood in a daze, staring at the mutated dog beneath the tree, their hearts heavy with bitterness. They had initially assumed they were merely dealing with a swarm of mutated rats, only to discover the presence of a mutated dog as well. Although no one knew the true strength of the mutated dog, having only heard from Yu Ming and others that it was the leader of the mutated rats, the sight of its pig-like bulk made them wary of its destructive potential. Woof! The mutated dog let out a soft bark. The previously dormant mutated rats sprang to their feet, over 20 of them rising in unison to form an imposing wall of flesh. Li Yi and his companions, unaccustomed to such a display, were left speechless. The mutated dog lazily stood up, towering at an impressive height of 1.5 meters, its length rendering it akin to a moving shipping container. As Li approached the mutated rat, the previously cacophonous swarm fell into an eerie silence. He observed a mutated rat, marked with 15 health points, scurrying up to him, chattering excitedly while occasionally gesturing towards Wang Yang. Li was astonished, sensing an inkling of understanding, yet hesitant to draw any conclusions. The others, witnessing this remarkably anthropomorphic behavior from the mutated rat, felt no joy. Rather, the increasing intelligence of these mutated creatures signified a more perilous existence for humanity. Li harbored doubts. After millennia of evolution, humans had attained such advanced wisdom. Could these mutated beings truly catch up merely through mutation? If that were the case, humanity's extinction would seem inevitable, and even with the system he possessed, he remained no different from the average person, constrained by its limitations and lacking resources. The intellect of mutated beings could not possibly rival that of humans. Even these nearly bipedal mutated rats could not undermine the significance of natural evolution. Yet, despite their inferiority, they exhibited nascent intelligence, evident in their tactical encirclement of the cafeteria. At that moment, the mutated dog, having listened to the rat's words, fixed its gaze upon Wang Yang, its body tensed and emitting a series of low growls. The surrounding mutated rats, sensing impending doom, hastily flattened themselves, producing frantic squeaks. The onlookers in the city were bewildered by this display of intimidation. Some feared an imminent attack from the mutated rats, their faces paling with terror. Wang Yang's fear was even more profound, for it was the mutated dog that was barking directly at him. All he wished was to flee, yet his legs felt as if encased in cement, rendering him immobile. While the others were perplexed, Li Yi possessed a semblance of understanding. In rural settings, when two dogs were on the verge of a fight, they would emit such sounds. Though not an animal expert, Li Yi recognized it as a challenge. Much like wolves, who do not engage in mass, but rather send forth their leaders to duel, the mutated dog was issuing a challenge to Wang Yang. Li Yi's suspicions were confirmed. That mutated rat with 15 health points was indeed the one that had escaped from the girls' dormitory. Yet, how had it regained health? It had only possessed a mere 1 health point while fleeing, and now it had inexplicably gained 14. How could one not be astonished? Could the mutated dog possess a survival system that provided the rat with a health potion? As the mutated dog continued to growl, a sense of delight surged within Li Yi. The prospect of a one-on-one confrontation was advantageous for him. It simplified his task, which required either the elimination of the mutated dog or simply withstanding its onslaught. A duel was far more manageable than battling amidst the swarm of rats. If they succeeded in defeating the mutated dog, the rat horde would disperse, thus sparing the second floor of the cafeteria from peril. However, was it truly feasible to slay the mutated dog? With 35 health points, even if Li Yi unleashed all 3 of his beads upon it, he would only deplete 20 health points. What's more, Wang Yang had no means of support. At that moment, the crowd was electrified. The impact of the mutated dog was far beyond what a mere handful of mutated rats could compare. Only Li Yi, endowed with the advantage of the system, remained unfazed amidst the turmoil. "Brother?" Wang Yang implored Li Yi, his voice trembling. The gaze of the mutated dog fixated upon him, an invisible pressure threatening to crush him. "Li Yi, do you understand what the mutated dog intends to do?" Many remained oblivious to the actions of the mutated dog. It was challenging Wang Yang. Li Yi's expression darkened. Although an opportunity to evade danger lay before them, engaging the mutated dog in combat was a formidable task. Even with both Wang Yang and Li Yi combined, success was uncertain. What? A challenge? Gasps of disbelief echoed from the onlookers, with Wang Yang's voice rising above the rest. "That mutated rat beside the mutated dog is the one that fled from the dormitory," Li asserted. The mutated dog must perceive Wang Yang as a worthy opponent. Desiring a duel. This is an instinctual behavior. I suspect that last night's inaction stemmed from its wish to confront you one-on-one. Li Yi directed his words towards Wang Yang, who, having lost his previous bravado, felt a surge of dread at the prospect of facing the creature alone. "What if Wang Yang refuses to fight?" Lu Lei inquired, his brow furrowed. "I do not know," Li admitted. Though he feared the outcome would likely involve a forceful attack from the mutated rat, he refrained from voicing this concern, not wanting to incite further panic. All right. With no other choice, Wang Yang resolved to confront his fate, taking a deep breath and declaring, "Let us do this." Gripping his axe, he descended the stairs. Ready to fight. A commanding aura emanated from him, earning the admiration of the crowd, who collectively turned their gaze towards Wang Yang. As the heavy wooden door swung open, Wang Yang stepped out with deliberate strides, his axe poised. His silhouette resembled that of a farewell, and all understood that this departure might be final. When the door closed again, the windows brimmed with onlookers, particularly the members of the sports class. Li Yi stood beside Lung Han's Huang, leaning close to her ear. His breath caused her to involuntarily shudder, igniting a spark of annoyance within her. How could Li Yi be so audacious at such a moment? As if he were a boy driven by primal instincts? Just as Lung Han's Huang prepared to express her fury, Li Yi spoke abruptly. "When Wang Yang engages the mutated dog, be ready to unleash your powers at the opportune moment." Suppressing his own agitation, he quickly turned away, the alluring fragrance from Lung Han's Huang awakening a response within him. Wang Yang had already assumed a fighting stance and swiftly reacted. The aggression within him flared, and as the mutated dog lunged fiercely, he did not evade. Instead, he gripped the axe tightly, delivering a powerful chop. Both sides were committed to the fray, and the axe embedded deeply into the mutated dog's right foreleg. The creature howled in pain, instinctively retracting its injured leg, yet simultaneously, its left paw reached out towards Wang Yang. In a furious swipe, the mutated dog attempted to toss Wang Yang aside. Its thick claws tore through his heavy coat, ripping through the layers beneath, and a splash of crimson stained his white sweater. Wang Yang was injured. Upon arriving on the first floor, Li Yi could not help but furrow his brows as several students from the sports class rushed out. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. However, given the circumstances, it was impossible for Wang Yang to withstand the situation alone, prompting him to follow suit. Cold Han Shuang's second assault finally materialized, striking the mutated dog directly on its head. Its health points immediately decreased by 2, a sight that Li Yi found somewhat reassuring, though the mutated dog's health bar now stood at 2935. The mutated dog remained oblivious to Cold Han Shuang's attack, its axe still lodged in its arm, with blood seeping from the wound and trickling down its leg. Nearby, the mutated rats, upon spotting the group from the sports class, began to shriek, seemingly intent on offering assistance. Yet, the enraged mutated dog would not permit such interference. It barked ferociously 3 times, silencing the distant horde of rats instantly. When his gaze fell once more upon Wang Yang, a chilling sensation swept over him. At that moment, Wang Yang was clutching his wound, seated on the ground in despair. The fierce gaze of the mutated dog rendered him incapable of even contemplating escape. Despite his four friends standing protectively in front of him, he felt devoid of hope for survival. Li hurriedly approached, wielding his iron shovel. Seeing Wang Yang lost in a daze on the ground ignited his frustration, and he shouted, "What are you doing just sitting there? Hurry and help him." The others quickly assisted Wang Yang to his feet, intending to carry him away. In their eyes, Wang Yang had the capability to injure the mutated dog, and they believed that Li could also dispatch it. Even if that proved impossible, self-preservation seemed assured. Thus, many felt little concern about leaving Li behind. The mutated dog, however, would not allow the assailant to escape. With a furious growl, it lunged at Wang Yang. In a moment of desperation, Li swung his shovel with all his might, catching the mutated dog off guard. Though it received the blow directly, the attack seemed to inflict no damage. Despite bleeding from its right forelimb, the creature's health points remained unchanged. One could not deny the mutated dog's formidable strength. Had it been a mutated rat, Li Yi's strike would have surely deducted at least one health point. With Wang Yang unharmed, the mutated dog redirected its wrath towards Li Yi. Wang Yang had already assumed a defensive stance and reacted swiftly. His aggression had been ignited, and thus, when faced with the mutated dog's fierce charge, he neither dodged nor evaded. Gripping the axe tightly, he brought it down with all his strength. Both parties were unable to evade the assault. The axe sank deeply into the mutated dog's right foreleg. The creature yelped in pain, instinctively retracting its injured limb, yet simultaneously, its left foreleg reached for Wang Yang. In a fit of rage, the mutated dog swiped its claw sideways, attempting to throw Wang Yang off balance. The thick outer coat was deeply slashed, and the inner garments were torn as well, a vivid crimson staining the once white sweater. Wang Yang was injured. The second strike from the cold frost finally landed, directly striking the mutated dog's head. Its health points immediately decreased by 2. And Li observed closely as the blood gauge above the mutated dog now stood at 2935. The mutated dog remained oblivious to the attack from the cold frost. At that moment, the axe still hung from its arm, blood oozing from the wound and trickling down its leg. Nearby, the mutated rats, upon seeing the group from the physical education class, began to squeak loudly, as if intending to come to the rescue. However, the enraged mutated dog would not permit such interference. With 3 fierce barks, the distant swarm of rats fell silent. When its gaze fell once more upon Wang Yang, a chilling sensation coursed through him. He was now clutching his wound, collapsed on the ground. Faced with the furious stare of the mutated dog, the thought of escape did not even cross his mind. Although 4 dear friends stood before him, he still felt devoid of hope for survival. Li rushed over, wielding his iron shovel. Seeing Wang Yang sitting on the ground in a daze ignited his anger, and he shouted, "What are you waiting for? Help him up and let us go." The group immediately assisted Wang Yang to his feet, eager to carry him away. In their eyes, since Wang Yang had managed to injure the mutated dog, Li Yi should also be capable of dealing with it. Even if he could not defeat it, surely he could ensure his own safety. Thus, many felt little concern about leaving Li Yi behind. However, the mutated dog would not allow the perpetrator to escape and, with a furious roar, lunged at Wang Yang. In a moment of desperation, Li Yi swung his shovel fiercely at it. The mutated dog, taken by surprise at the sudden assault, was struck directly. Although it sustained the blow, it felt no damage whatsoever. Its right foreleg bled, yet its health points remained unchanged. One had to admit that the mutated dog was indeed formidable. If it had been a mutated rat, such an attack would have at least deducted 1 health point, if not 2. Yet the mutated dog seemed unaffected, and such bleeding effects would have surely diminished the health of a mutated rat, unable to harm Wang Yang. The mutated dog directed its wrath towards Li Yi. Watching Wang Yang being assisted away ignited the mutated dog's fury, as if its anger had been doused in gasoline. Its gaze toward Li Yi growing ever more menacing. Li Yi was taken aback to realize that none of the 30-odd members from the physical education class had stayed behind to assist, internally cursing their shamelessness. He found himself powerless at this critical moment. In contrast to the others' uncertainty regarding the mutated dog, Li Yi could still gauge its condition from its health points. With 29 health points remaining, Li Yi dared not underestimate it. If 3 beads struck simultaneously, its health would plummet to 14. Li Yi surmised that at that juncture, its strength would also diminish. However, facing such severe damage, the mutated dog might well flee, which posed a risk. Thus, Li Yi hesitated to use the beads recklessly. For a fleeing mutated dog would undoubtedly find a way to regain its health, akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Henceforth, Li Yi might never again inflict damage upon it with the beads. These thoughts had been lingering prior, but at this moment, Li dared not dwell on them. His gaze remained fixed on the mutated dog, vigilant against any sudden aggression. With a subtle twist of the wooden handle of the iron shovel, his heartbeat gradually transitioned from rapid to steady. The stalemate could not persist, as the enraged mutated dog clearly exhibited less patience than before and now initiated the attack. With one leg injured, the creature struggled to maintain its balance, rendering it incapable of pouncing. It could only hasten towards Li Yi, intent on ripping apart his flesh with its teeth. Anticipating this, Li Yi promptly mounted a counterattack. His combat skills honed over the past few days allowing him to make a swift judgment. Retreating would only plunge him into a passive state under the mutated dog's assault, which would be exceedingly detrimental to him. Thus, he swung the shovel in a swift arc, bringing it down with the force of gravity, amplifying its impact significantly. Yet, the furious mutated dog cared little for such minor injuries, its tough hide rendering such damage negligible. The blow landed squarely on the creature's head, causing it to stumble and lose a fraction of its vitality. Nevertheless, it still lunged towards Li Yi. Having taken a hit, its head bowed low, preventing it from biting Li Yi, who could only brace himself against the creature's massive body as it collided with him. The impact of the dog's head against Li Yi's chest hurled him backwards, his body arcing through the air like a released basketball. In that moment, Li Yi's thoughts became a haze. He was completely dazed, the breath he had just inhaled forcibly expelled. As he fell to the ground, he felt no pain. His mind dulled as though he were in a stupor. It was akin to standing before an oncoming vehicle. Although he saw it, there was no way to evade. His nerves seemed disconnected from his body, rendering him incapable of any resistance beyond a blank expression. Li Yi stared dumbfounded as the mutated dog lunged at him, only reacting when the creature's jaws gaped wide, mere half a meter from his head. In a sudden burst of instinct, he thrust the handle of the shovel horizontally in front of him, gripping the other end with his right hand. Almost instantaneously, the dog's massive mouth was thwarted by the wooden handle. Its jaws remained agape, the rod pressing against the root of its mouth, narrowly avoiding its teeth. Without such a barrier, how could he have held it back? The mutated dog loomed above Li Yi. Its posture bizarre yet devoid of any salacious thoughts, only anxiety filled the air. Summoning all his strength, Li Yi braced against the creature's relentless downward thrust. The dog's mouth, wide enough to encompass a plate, posed a grave threat. A single bite would not merely warrant a rabies shot, but would undoubtedly result in the loss of a significant chunk of flesh. Should he relax his grip, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. He dared not to waver, yet the foul, dripping saliva from the dog reeked horrifically, almost landing on his face, prompting him to turn away. As he struggled to conserve his energy while enduring the nauseating stench, Li Yi was wholly consumed by the battle, his mind taut with tension. However, he was acutely aware of the consequences of this sustained struggle. A deep sense of helplessness filled him, even if he wished to use his beads. He could not free his hands. Was he truly destined to perish here? In a moment of despair, he lamented his reckless bravado, questioning why he had descended when it had led him to such a perilous predicament. If he did not save Wang Yang, how could he, relying on the system, meet such a tragic demise? Yet, there are no ifs. Even if the events were to unfold anew, Li Yi would still rescue Wang Yang. He would still descend the stairs, for he could not bear to watch a comrade who had fought alongside him perish. He would not wait for the mutated dog to ascend before retaliating. Regardless of the multitude of thoughts swirling in Li Yi's mind, they were but fleeting notions. However, even in that brief moment, Li Yi was nearing his limits. His arm began to bend slowly, the veins on the back of his hand protruding. Li Yi understood that he could not surrender. To do so would be tantamount to death. Yet, he was utterly drained, engaged in the final struggle for life. Many witnessed Li Yi's plight. Lu Tao's eyes were bloodshot, and he immediately turned to race downstairs, fervently praying, "Li Yi, you rascal. How could you go down without calling for me? If something happens to you, I shall not forgive you. Li Yi, you must not come to harm." Chun Ming beseeched heaven with her eyes shut, a tear cascading down her cheek. Cold Hans Huang was equally anxious, striving to hasten her abilities. Finally, just as Li Yi was on the verge of collapse, a shard of ice shot forth with remarkable speed. The mutated dog, unable to evade, was struck by the ice spear. The previously impenetrable shard now found its mark in the creature's eye, eliciting a wretched howl the instant it was hit. The creature recoiled, its left eye drenched in crimson, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. The mutated dog continued to scream, as if maddened, violently shaking its head. Li felt the grip on his hand loosen, a sense of relief washing over him, yet he had no time to savor this escape. He immediately scrambled to his feet and dashed toward the cafeteria. This was a race against death. Even as he neared exhaustion, he fought to persist. With its left eye blinded, the mutated dog would not allow Li Yi to flee unscathed. Ignoring the pain of its wounds, it surged toward him with reckless abandon. Despite its injured front limb, its speed remained formidable, and it pursued Li Yi with fervor. Li Yi did not need to look back to know the mutated dog was hot on his heels. At this moment, he had barely taken 2 steps. With over 3 meters still separating him from the cafeteria entrance, was escape truly impossible? This thought flashed through his mind in an instant. Yet Li Yi refused to succumb to despair. Driven by the instinct for survival, he found the strength to accelerate. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Fully aware that the mutated dog was right behind him, Li Yi was resolute in his aim toward the cafeteria, charging forward without a backward glance. 3 meters was not an insurmountable distance. He could reach it in a mere 2 seconds. However, the mutated dog was quick, nearly catching up to him halfway through his sprint. With a sudden burst of momentum, the mutated dog collided forcefully with Li Yi. His body was flung uncontrollably, a wave of nausea surging through him, as if he might expel the remnants of yesterday's meal. Yet, despite the attack, Li Yi felt a surge of joy, for the force of the mutated dog's impact had propelled him directly to the entrance of the cafeteria. In the fleeting moment before collapsing to the ground, Li Yi swiftly regained his footing, scrambling to dash into the cafeteria. The mutated dog, evidently taken aback by Li Yi's rapid recovery from the impact, was momentarily caught off guard by his quick escape. Yet, what did it matter? The creature had already resolved to bring about the demise of every living being in the vicinity, exacting revenge for the injury inflicted upon its eye. Thus, even if Li Yi fled inside, it remained unconcerned. Its minions surrounded the area, ensuring there was no chance of his escape. This situation mirrored a cat toying with a mouse, relishing the torment before the inevitable end. The mutated dog lacked profound intelligence, yet it reveled in its cruel game. Within the cafeteria's ground floor, nearly all members of the sports class were present, having placed their unwavering trust in Li Yi's strength. Upon witnessing his desperate flight from the dog, several rushed to his aid. "Run," Li Yi urged as he entered, only to be met by a group of sports class students. Those who approached to support him recoiled upon seeing the limping, monstrous dog, instinctively retreating with him. 40 or so individuals encircled Li Yi and Wang Yang, their weapons raised in a collective defense, each feeling an unprecedented pressure. If even someone as formidable as Li Yi could not secure an advantage against this beast, what hope did they possess? The battle had not yet commenced, yet the morale had already dissipated. How could their formation withstand the onslaught of the mutated dog? Li Yi hastily purchased a basic life potion from the store and consumed it, uncertain of its efficacy but aware that without it, his exhaustion would lead to his demise. What value did points hold if his life was at stake? Thus, he chose to wager 2 points, hoping the potion would restore his strength. Indeed, as the life potion coursed through him, the debilitating fatigue gradually vanished, replaced by a surge of vitality that reawakened his will to survive. "I am the master of the system. I cannot perish at the dawn of the apocalypse." If he could not confront the creature alone, then he would rally others to his side. Li transformed his intent from solitary combat to a collective strategy against the mutated dog. As Lu Tao descended from the upper floor, he finally reached the ground level and spotted Li Yi, shielded by his companions, alongside the advancing mutated dog. In a fit of rage, he hurled a kitchen knife at the creature before rushing toward the throng. "Taozi?" Li called out. The mutated dog was caught off guard by Lu Tao's sudden attack, and despite its injured leg, it was struck by the blade. However, even as the sharp edge of the knife grazed its side, it sustained no injury. Li was astonished by the beast's formidable defense, his heart sinking with dread. Yet, the clash with the mutated dog was unavoidable. Even if its skin was as hard as stone, they had no choice but to engage in battle. "Draw it in." Li took charge, disregarding how Lu Tao had managed to descend so swiftly. As he spoke, the group found renewed purpose, their actions gaining direction. The 40 or so individuals retreated in unison, clearing the tables behind them. In no time, they found themselves deep within the cafeteria, with the mutated dog being drawn into the very heart of the establishment. "I will hold it off. You all quickly surround it. Once we are ready, we shall strike together," Li whispered to those beside him. Without awaiting their response, he squeezed through the crowd, deftly snatching an iron rod from a nearby individual. Brandishing the rod, He pointed it boldly at the mutated dog's snout and declared, "Let us have another go." In his mind, since the mutated dog desired a duel, it would undoubtedly accept his challenge. However, it seemed Li Yi had not considered whether the creature comprehended his words. Fortunately, its body language conveyed enough meaning. Although the mutated dog may not have understood, Li Yi's provocative gestures ignited its fury, prompting it to leap toward him. Undeterred, Li Yi had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation with the mutated dog. As it charged, he swiftly retreated, while the over 40 students behind him scattered to the sides, intent on encircling the beast. The mutated dog's gaze was fixed on Li Yi, the very creature that had once fled in fear, now daring to shout before it. It yearned to tear him apart. The distance between them was minimal, and Li Yi could not delay the complete encirclement any longer. He quickly issued commands. And at that moment, 3 orbs coalesced and shot toward the mutated dog. Author's note: previously, in February, I owed everyone a chapter from the first day of school. And today I am making good on that promise. February has noticed a decline in viewership compared to before. Is there something I am not doing right? Your feedback is welcome, and I will strive to meet your expectations. Furthermore, I hope that those who enjoy this will offer their support. Your encouragement is the driving force behind my efforts. The mutated dog, noticing the orb hurled at it, paid no heed, dismissing the perceived threat of such projectiles. It did not even flinch, opening its mouth to consume the 3 orbs. Li Yi was taken aback by this unexpected action, astonished with a sense of joy. Had the mutated dog chosen to evade, it could have easily done so given its speed. If that had occurred, Li Yi and his companions would have faced certain annihilation. Yet, the fact that the mutated dog had willingly devoured the orbs filled him with a mixture of surprise and delight. As soon as the mutated dog swallowed the orbs, they merged within its body, inflicting damage. Its health plummeted by 15 points, reducing it to 11 points. Note: cold frost struck the mutated dog's eyes, causing 3 points of damage. The pain inflicted was unmistakable, penetrating even the creature's tough skin and dense fur. The howl that erupted from its throat, drawn out and mournful, might have misled onlookers into thinking it was merely howling, but only Li Yi understood that the mutated dog was experiencing unprecedented agony, far worse than when Wang Yang had struck its foreleg. Yet, Li Yi had no time to ponder the creature's suffering. The effect of the heavy orbs lasted only 5 seconds. He had to inflict 6 points of damage within that brief window, or it would spell doom for them all. Strike its head, Li Yi urged, oblivious to the potential injuries or fatalities that close combat might inflict upon his companions. Li Yi took the lead. While the sluggish mutated dog moved as if mired in mud, its injuries rendering its speed comparable to that of an ordinary person, Li Yi hurled his steel pipe, striking the creature squarely on the forehead. Seizing the opportunity, he crouched low, his body gliding past the mutated dog, and with one hand grasped the axe handle, managing to dislodge the weapon that hung from the creature's leg. At that moment, his classmates swarmed around, indiscriminately swinging their weapons at the beast. Although the mutated dog was slowed, it was far from immobile. Having sustained severe internal injuries and now being besieged, how could it not be enraged? With a thunderous howl, the dog raised its head, its tail stiff like a wooden rod, and with a sweeping motion, it sent several students sprawling to the ground. 2 were struck in the chest, resulting in blood erupting from their mouths, while others fared no better, suffering fractures or temporarily losing their combat effectiveness. The mutated dog's assault did not cease there. It lunged forward, knocking one student down. With a gaping maw, it aimed for the person's head. And the horrific scene that had befallen Li Yi now unfolded anew. A sickening crack echoed as the skull shattered like a watermelon, blood and gore splattering in all directions. Li Yi was astonished to see the mutated dog's health unexpectedly increase from 10 to 11 points. Note: the lost point was due to the effect of the poison bead. In disbelief, Li Yi realized that their collective onslaught had not inflicted any damage on the mutated dog. Fearing to watch further, he grasped the axe and approached the creature once more, understanding that weapons like the steel pipe were no longer effective against it. "Get back," he bellowed, and his comrades hastily retreated. Using the momentum, Li Yi swung the axe at the creature's neck, thinking that regardless of its health, a blow to the head would surely be fatal. However, Li Yi's assumptions proved misguided. Although his strike connected, the axe did not sever the head. Instead, the blade sank deeply into the dog's neck, inflicting a loss of 5 health points. The neck was a vital area, and the mutated dog let out a piercing scream, violently shaking its head in an attempt to dislodge the axe. Li Yi clung tightly to the weapon, only to be flung backward, rolling 2 meters before finally halting. Yet, the axe remained lodged in the dog's neck, too tightly ensnared to allow blood to flow. Dazed from the impact, Li struggled to rise. Without his weapon, he could not charge back into the fray and sprinted towards the cafeteria, hoping to retrieve a shovel. As Li dashed away, others surged forward once more. Embodying the spirit of fearless warriors, driven by the primal instinct to survive, heedless of the bloodshed. Though many were sent flying by the mutated dog, others relentlessly charged ahead. Undeterred, more than 40 students, the number of those able to stand dwindled, and the injuries of those who fell grew increasingly severe. Yet, as long as they could rise, they yearned to do so. Many were rendered motionless forever, yet smiles lingered on their lips. They had no regrets, for they fought for survival, for their friends. Their deaths served to ensure the lives of their brothers. The camaraderie among the sports class was unwavering. Wang Yang, witnessing his comrades falling one after another, had already shed a torrent of tears. These were not merely classmates. They were brothers who had shared life and death, sisters who fought alongside him, and comrades who had smiled together just yesterday. He grasped a kitchen knife and once more struggled to his feet, his unsteady form seemingly on the brink of collapse. However, for the hope of the hundreds above and the unfulfilled wishes of the fallen, Wang Yang gritted his teeth and charged at the mutated dog. Before him, the mutated dog writhed incessantly, sending individuals flying with each assault. Yet, new fighters continuously joined the fray, and before Wang Yang could reach the mutated dog, he was knocked down by a comrade sent spiraling through the air. Li finally returned, but he was not alone. Behind him trailed a frenzied horde of mutated rats. The mutated rats had finally launched their attack. Aware that he could not withstand the onslaught, Li seized a weapon and retreated. He understood that once the mutated dog was slain, the mutated rats would be far easier to manage. The mutated dog had prompted the rat's assault, and the effects of the beads had worn off. The mutated dog should have had only 2 points of life remaining, yet it stood at 3. Li Yi intended to urge everyone to swiftly eliminate the mutated rats, but upon witnessing the multitude lying on the ground, words failed him. As he observed others rising again to confront the mutated dog, his own spirit momentarily waned. Who said they feared death? They were indeed the fearless guardians of life. Who claimed they abandoned their comrades? They were willing to perish first for the sake of their friends. Li Yi was not cold-hearted. Seeing those who were already coughing up blood still struggling to rise and grasp their weapons, tears cascaded down his cheeks. Turning, he swung a shovel, blocking the entry of more than 20 mutated rats. Do not worry. As long as I remain standing, not a single one of these rats shall enter. At that moment, the stairway erupted like a flooded torrent, cheers cascading down. Leading the charge was Lu Lei, followed closely by Yu Ming and Zheng Wei, wielding benches and table legs, with countless students trailing behind them. Kill! Someone shouted, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Kill, kill, kill. Each cry grew louder and more fervent. Assist the injured warriors. Do not strike them by mistake. Lu Lei called out, bestowing a new title upon the sports class. Li Yi, witnessing this, felt a surge of comfort and smiled. Striking down with his shovel and unexpectedly dealing 5 points of damage to a mutated rat. Kill! He growled, rallying his own spirit. He plunged into the swarm of rats. As more individuals descended from above to join the fray, the ranks of combatants swelled, while, spurred on by the mutated dogs, an increasing number of mutated rats surged forth. The glass doors on both sides of the cafeteria had shattered completely. The battle grew increasingly fierce, with casualties mounting. Yet, no one fled. To remain passive until the end was to embrace death, while engaging in combat offered a glimmer of hope. The mutated dog, seeing its brethren arrive, was filled with exhilaration and leapt over 2 meters high, breaking free from the encirclement. Li happened to turn back and caught sight of the fleeing mutated dog. Sensing impending doom, he immediately abandoned the mutated rats and rushed toward the dog. However, he was not alone in holding the line, so even if he left, the mutated rats could not penetrate their defenses. Although the mutated dog had escaped the surrounding throng, it now found itself amidst a sea of people, entering another circle of confinement. Yet, did the influx of humans diminish the number of mutated rats? With no one guarding the side doors, the mutated rats easily infiltrated. And though the 70 or so rats were fewer in number, who could withstand their combat prowess? A resounding shout rang out as Li Yi quickened his pace. More and more individuals converged upon the mutated dog, with nearly everyone instinctively believing that defeating the dog would lead to liberation. Seizing the moment when the mutated dog repelled the attackers, Li leapt forward, bringing his weapon down with force. Cold Han Shuang's face had drained of color, her entire being wavering, yet she was determined not to fall. The mutated dog still lived, the danger was not yet averted, and the bodies of their fallen comrades remained unclaimed. Another ice spear shot forth from her hand, and she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her as she saw the spear hurtling toward the mutated dog. At last, she could no longer maintain her balance and fell backward. Lu Jing hurriedly caught her, preventing her from collapsing to the ground. Crack! Li struck the mutated dog's head, causing a slight reduction in its health. At that moment, Cold Han Shuang's attack followed closely behind. The ice spear pierced the dog's forehead, inflicting even greater damage than Li Yi's blow, causing the mutated dog to lose 2 additional health points. Was it dead? Li Yi felt an indescribable joy. Ding! The mutated creature has perished, and you have gained 30 gold coins. The mutated dog had not yet collapsed, but the system notification had already sounded. Ding! Task accomplished. You have earned 1 task point, 1 score, and 5 gold coins. As the system's notifications echoed in his ears, Li Yi released a long breath, finally bringing the ordeal to a close. At last, the once supportive body of the mutated dog crashed to the ground, its eyes wide with disbelief. As the mutated dog's form fell, the previously orderly swarm of rats descended into chaos. Some of the terrified mutated rats turned tail and fled, fearing that remaining would seal their fate. Among them, a rat with 15 health points was the swiftest, glancing back in terror as it ran, anxious that someone might pursue. Yet, who would chase it? Everyone was eager for all the mutated rats to escape. Conversely, some mutated rats, driven mad, charged recklessly into the fray, perhaps spurred by the death of their kin or the abundance of food surrounding them. Regardless, they confronted the onslaught of 10 individuals without a hint of fear. Nearly 100 mutated rats have now divided into 2 groups, resulting in an instant reduction by half. Consequently, the pressure on the students has significantly diminished. Li Yi relentlessly attacks the mutated rats, yet he lingers only briefly at each encounter, inflicting damage before retreating. Others, unaware of Li Yi's intentions, mistakenly believe he is aiding his classmates out of concern that they might struggle against the mutated rats. Little do they know, Li Yi's actions are solely motivated by the desire to accumulate gold coins. Such an opportunity is too precious to pass up. However, the students, inspired by Li Yi's apparent compassion, fervently charge towards the mutated rats. Observing this, Li Yi wishes to slow their progress, hoping to gain some experience himself. Yet, could he voice this sentiment? Clearly not. Moreover, with so many students sustaining injuries, the dire circumstances do not permit any delays. Thus, the battle must conclude as swiftly as possible. Li feels guilty for harboring thoughts of gaining experience amidst the chaos. Yet his shovel continues to strike the mutated rats unceasingly. After a fierce battle lasting over 10 minutes, the conflict finally subsides. The first floor of the cafeteria is stained with splattered blood, shattered furniture, and the bodies of both students and mutated rats. It resembles a hellish battleground, the stench of blood permeating the air. Many clutch their wounds, staring blankly at the carnage around them. A mix of relief and overwhelming sorrow fills their hearts. Yes, they have triumphed over the mutated beasts, but this victory has come at the cost of countless lives. Indeed, they are alive, but who can assure them that they will not be among the fallen in the near future? The tears flow freely. Some weep beside the lifeless bodies of their loved ones, be it friends or brothers, anguished cries echoing throughout the scene. Others sob uncontrollably in solitude, mourning limbs lost or faces irrevocably altered. In this brutal skirmish, the casualties among the students far surpass those of the mutated rats, with their numbers almost double. Lu Lei organizes individuals to clear the battlefield, ensuring that the bodies of the fallen students are respectfully gathered. The mutated creatures regard humans as sustenance, and Lu Lei will not allow these brave souls to vanish without a trace. After 3 hours of meticulous work, the bodies are arranged before the entrance of the cafeteria. A total of 132 corpses lie before them, including 23 students from the physical education class. Aside from a few whose heads were mangled by the mutated dogs, the others are intact. The 132 bodies are lined up neatly, their eyes peacefully closed, as if in slumber. Before these remains stand 376 survivors of the battle, comprising both teachers and students. Wang Yang, Li Yi, and other key figures occupy the foremost positions. At the most conspicuous spot lie the 23 earliest casualties from the physical education class. Wang Yang gazes upon these former friends, unable to contain his tears once more. His legs buckle, and he kneels down, exclaiming, "Brothers, may you rest in peace. I hope you find happiness in the afterlife." As his voice resonates, Lu Tao solemnly pours gasoline over the remains, and under the watchful eyes of over 3 individuals, he tosses a lit lighter onto the pile. Thick smoke billows forth as those present shed tears in farewell. They are well aware that their existence is built upon the corpses of others. Li had never stood so upright, nor looked so earnestly and solemnly. In the crowd, apart from the sounds of weeping, no other noise was heard. This continued for an hour until all 132 bodies were reduced to ashes, and the hundreds of survivors returned to the cafeteria in a solemn procession. The wooden door on the second floor was firmly shut once again. Li Yi was filled with uncontainable rage. He harbored a deep disdain for such individuals who were so eager to eat yet were reluctant to confront the mutated creatures. Originally, there had been over 80 survivors on the second floor, but only about 4 had rushed down, leaving over 400 still upstairs. It was clear that they were the ones who had closed the door, and Li held no kindness towards them. Especially since 23 members of the sports class he had spent so much time with had perished, how could he possibly be in a good mood? How could he treat them with any semblance of kindness? "Open the door," he bellowed, kicking the door with force. Even those inside who were reluctant to open it dared not refuse. Li Yi's fearsome reputation had long been established, after all. He had killed more than 3 right before their very eyes. Now, who would dare to obstruct him? The wooden door creaked open, and those inside came forth to congratulate him on their victory. "Let us celebrate this afternoon. We shall welcome you with a feast," a teacher said with a beaming smile. Yet, Li Yi offered no grace. "Certainly, but what do you have to celebrate with?" His cold words drew a stark line between you and me. Li Ping initially thought to suggest the food they had brought previously, but just as he was about to speak, Li Yi had already turned toward the room. As Li Yi strode away, those behind him disregarded the others entirely, treating them as if they were invisible, either stepping aside or pushing past them. The faces of those who had approached turned pale, a mixture of blue and white washing over them. The others felt relieved. Thankfully, they had not gone to seek their favor. Even Lu Lei, who was usually amiable, passed by them with a face full of disdain. By now it was nearly noon, and the sky outside was overcast, mirroring the mood of the crowd. Nevertheless, regardless of their spirits, they could not forego their meal, especially since no one had eaten breakfast since waking that morning, and after such a vigorous ordeal, hunger had set in. "Yi Ping, inform Wang Yang to prepare a meal for today, to properly reward our 372 brothers and sisters." Li Yi suddenly addressed Yi Peng, emphasizing the number 372. Yi Peng immediately understood the implication. Their brotherhood had dwindled to just 372, and the provisions prepared must suffice for exactly 372 portions. Without raising any questions, Yi Peng nodded and exited the room. Inside, Chun Ming sat on a stool. Her arm bore a fresh cut, a result of her efforts to save others amidst the chaos. Though she lacked the strength to confront the mutated rats, she could still serve as a medic. As Lan Xian diligently bandaged her wounds nearby, she found herself tirelessly occupied throughout the day. Among the throngs of people, she alone possessed some medical knowledge, which led to her being entrusted with the task of treatment. Yet, her capabilities were limited to basic disinfection and wound dressing, as the sheer number of injured individuals was overwhelming. Many young women followed her lead, learning on the spot. Thus she bore the dual burdens of being both a nurse and a teacher, which was undeniably exhausting. In this room, Lu Tao bore the most severe injuries, with multiple wounds and a significant portion of flesh missing from his arm. Despite his dire condition, Lu Tao remained silent, eyes closed, enduring the pain in solitude. Conversely, Li Yi's external injuries were minimal. However, he suffered from serious internal injuries after being struck by the mutated dog twice, resulting in persistent chest pain. Even after consuming a basic life potion, he found little relief, indicating that such potions were effective only for external wounds and stamina recovery. Fortunately, although his chest was uncomfortable, it was not life-threatening, and he would recover with a few days of rest. Li Yi and Lu Tao's external injuries had been tended to. However, Li Yi's wounds had merely been rinsed with water, while Lu Tao was wrapped in strips of cloth. The supply of gauze was limited, hastily acquired from the infirmary, and only the more severely injured were afforded such care. Lu Tao's injuries were not severe enough to justify the use of gauze, which would naturally breed resentment among others. Li Yi would not demand it, and Lu Tao himself would not agree to it. Li Yi retrieved a green crystal from his pocket, resembling the ones previously extracted from the mutated cat, albeit with a notable difference in color. The former was dull and barely visible, while this one glistened with a vibrant green hue. Ding. Level 1 energy crystal detected. Would you like to exchange it? Exchanging will yield 2 points. Ding. Energy detected for system upgrade. Would you like to absorb it? The familiar chimes echoed once again, and Li Yi, now accustomed to them, recalled that they had sounded when he previously extracted the crystal from the mutated dog. The main interface of the system had undergone slight changes as well. A blank progress bar appeared next to the system level, indicating a value of 5. Li Yi surmised that this represented the experience needed for a system upgrade, but he was uncertain how many points a level 1 crystal would provide. What astonished him further was the realization that the crystal from the mutated dog was indeed a level 1 crystal, while the previous one had failed to reach even that standard. If he intended to upgrade the system, did that mean he would have to keep hunting mutated dogs? Given the difficulty he faced in defeating even one, wouldn't the challenges only escalate with each upgrade? Especially considering the mutated creatures with level 2 crystals, would humanity stand a chance against them? Li Yi had never contemplated that their struggles were primarily due to the inadequacy of their weaponry. If everyone possessed an axe, would slaying mutated rats not be as simple as chopping vegetables? Engaging mutated dogs would surely become effortless. With handguns in everyone's possession, it was likely that they could achieve their current results with minimal casualties. At this moment, Li Yi was torn between whether to exchange the crystal he held or to absorb it. Author's note: witnessing the steadily declining viewership, February feels a profound sense of desolation. Having nearly lost the will to write, February resolves to continue her craft, for the support of even a single individual serves as her motivation to persevere. The promising news is that there may be 2 updates tomorrow. Everyone, do lend your support. Should the absorption lead to a system upgrade, it would indeed be splendid. However, if an upgrade is unattainable, redeeming 20 points would prove more pragmatic, as those 20 points equate to 200 gold coins. This sum could procure 10 basic life potions, particularly vital given the current surge in injuries, making the need for life potions most urgent. As it stands, Li Yi's financial status is as follows: gold, 610 points, 11 task points, 2. If he were to redeem the green crystal core, his visible points would rise to 31. Should he convert his task points into additional points, he would achieve an unprecedented total of 51. Nevertheless, Li Yi is reluctant to expend those 2 task points, as he perceives this tangible currency as better saved for future needs. After all, he can always redeem them when truly necessary, relying solely on his own resolve. After much deliberation, Li Yi ultimately concludes that converting to points is the wiser choice. The crystal core, in theory, does not rightfully belong to him alone, but to everyone, and he has no justification to hoard it. Moreover, given the pressing need for basic life potions, he is compelled to distribute them in whatever manner possible to ensure the well-being of all. Ding. Redemption successful. He gains 20 points. With this announcement, Li Yi's points surge to 31, yet within less than a minute, they plummet to 9. He purchases a total of 11 life potions before shutting down the system, pondering how to ensure everyone receives their share. At that moment, Yi Peng returns from delivering messages, his injuries mere scrapes. One must concede that while Yi Peng's combat prowess may be lacking, he excels in self-preservation. Li Yi harbors no ill will towards him. It is commendable to safeguard one's life. If one does not cherish their own existence, how could they possibly respect the lives of others? As for those who refrained from offering assistance during the crisis, he bears them no resentment, yet he understands the principle of reward and punishment. If he were to treat all equally, how could the departed find peace? How could the living remain unburdened by grievances? Brothery, do you have any further instructions? Yuping inquires, having returned with a message. He has consistently downplayed his own status, aware that his relationship with Li Yi pales in comparison to that of Lu Tao and Chen Ming. Thus, among the 4, he positions himself as a mere lackey, striving to curry favor with the trio. Li Yi, interrupted from his thoughts by Yi Peng's servile demeanor, finds himself both amused and bewildered. From the very onset of the apocalypse, he recognized Yi Peng's inclination to please him, yet he had always been puzzled by the motivation behind such obsequiousness. Did he somehow know of Li Yi's system? That seemed implausible. Uncertain of Yi Peng's true intentions, Li Yi has maintained a degree of vigilance, yet today, Yi Peng has evoked a new perception within him. Chen Ming had been repeatedly attacked by the mutated rats, and it was he who valiantly defended himself. Otherwise, even the paramedics would not have merely sustained a scratch on their arms. During these days, Yiping had garnered the goodwill of Lu Tao and Qin Ming, transforming what were once four unfamiliar individuals into a cohesive unit. Li harbored the desire to forge a genuine friendship with Yiping. Had Yiping been privy to Li Yi's intentions, he would undoubtedly have been overwhelmed with joy, for his persistent efforts had finally borne fruit, leaving him unable to contain his happiness. Take care of your injuries. Once you recover, we shall depart together. Li Yi expressed his concern. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Yiping felt a surge of emotion, believing that all his endeavors today had not been in vain. Following Li Yi's lead had been his goal since the onset of the apocalypse, and deep within, a voice continually reassured him that aligning with Li Yi was the wisest choice. Li Yi, are we truly leaving? Qin Ming interjected upon hearing Li Yi's statement. Li Yi met her gaze and nodded emphatically. Indeed. However, with the world outside fraught with peril and an abundance of mutated creatures, Qin Ming had remained unaware of the true threat posed by these entities until today. Fortunately, they were not in the early days of the apocalypse. The mindset of each individual had shifted to some extent, allowing Qin Ming to recover more swiftly than expected. But I must return. Li Yi was acutely aware of the dangers posed by the mutated beings, yet he had compelling reasons to go back. While others might forsake their loved ones in a desperate bid for survival, he, having experienced the loss of family, understood the profound value of kinship. Furthermore, possessing a system set him apart, he could not reconcile himself to remaining passive like others who lacked capability and hope. Thus, returning home was imperative, and the sooner the better, especially after witnessing the mutated dogs today. His sense of urgency intensified. Father, please wait for me. I will surely return. Qin Ming refrained from speaking further, for she too yearned to return home in search of her loved ones. Yet, she was acutely aware of her own limitations. Recklessly charging forth without regard for the consequences would not only be irresponsible towards herself but also towards her parents. Li Yi's decision to go home was unchangeable, even if he were the only one to leave in the end. With the topic exhausted, Li turned his thoughts to the next challenge. There were a total of 11 vials of medicine to distribute among over 300 individuals, which was undoubtedly impossible. Would each person receive merely a drop? That would be akin to not having taken any at all. Thus, only those with severe injuries could be administered the medicine. Yet, even among them, there were only about 100 individuals in dire straits, which still fell short. One vial was approximately equivalent to a cup, meaning 11 vials would yield 11 cups, still insufficient. Li contemplated diluting the medicine with water, though he was uncertain whether this would maintain its efficacy. He set off to procure a bottle of mineral water, consuming half before mixing in the primary life potion. The originally pale red liquid was instantly diluted in the mineral water, swiftly losing its hue until the entire cup appeared colorless. Li took a sip of the life elixir himself. Originally, the potion possessed a sweet flavor, and upon consumption, it imparted a refreshing sensation, bringing the body to its optimal state. Any wounds would also evoke a tingling itch. However, at present, the sweet taste was barely discernible without careful savoring, and the invigorating feeling was absent. Instead, Li found that his fatigue had lessened, while the injuries inflicted by the mutated rat remained unchanged. Yet, given the first two conditions, Li concluded that the potion's effects were still present, albeit significantly diminished. Once more, he discreetly retrieved another vial of the life elixir from the system and approached Lu Tao. Here, drink half of this. Li instructed as he extended the potion towards Lu Tao. What is this, brothery? And where did you get this test tube? Lu Tao inquired upon receiving it. Never mind that. Pingzi, go fetch Wang Yang. Li responded, offering no further explanation. After Lu Tao consumed the elixir, he immediately felt a wave of invigoration, his fatigue vanishing in an instant. Brothery, what is this? It makes me feel so energized. Lu Tao exclaimed in astonishment. Nothing much, just a good thing. Li maintained his air of mystery. The revelation of the life elixir was inevitable, for such a substance could not be withheld from use. Thus, Li felt no need to conceal it, although he had no intention of disclosing its origins, especially in the presence of those he did not trust. When Wang Yang arrived, Li instructed him to finish the remaining half of the potion. Previously, Yu Ming and Zheng Wei had been curious as to why Li had given them the elixir, but now they understood. As time passed, both men noticed a faint itch in their wounds, sporadic but unmistakable, signaling the healing process. Such results were astonishing, and Li smiled as he remarked, "You are all aware of the effects. As for its origins, I cannot elaborate. I trust you wouldn't want me to deceive you, would you? Moreover, I hope you refrain from sharing this with others." In times like these, possessing something precious can be a double-edged sword. Lu Tao and Wang Yang nodded gravely, while Yiping began to grasp the implications, especially considering that Yiming and Zheng Wei's injuries were healing remarkably quickly, as suggested by the current conversation. As for Chen Ming and Lan Xian, their expressions remained unchanged, leaving one to wonder whether they were oblivious or simply indifferent. Brother Yi, is there any more of this? Wang Yang ventured to ask, summoning courage. Such a rare treasure being shared with him was already a tremendous blessing, yet he dared to inquire if more was available. Many outside have suffered severe injuries they truly needed, Wang Yang thought, fearing that Li Yi might misinterpret his inquiry as greed. I am aware. But there is truly not much left. I prepared 10 doses, and after using one for experimentation, I diluted it with mineral water, which still retains some efficacy. Albeit greatly diminished, Li Yi explained. All right. Wang Yang could hardly contain his delight. If they consumed it, their injuries would undoubtedly heal more swiftly. Clearly, Wang Yang had not considered the extent to which the potion's potency might be reduced, and Li Yi chose to say no more. From this point onward, matters became considerably easier. Wang Yang, in his capacity as the second in command, served a cup of water to each of the gravely injured individuals, only ceasing his efforts once he witnessed them drink. At that moment, lunch was ready. The sight of several large buckets of rice astonished everyone present. It had been 3 long days since they had last laid eyes on such a staple. Tears of joy welled up in the eyes of those who had survived the battle. They had never dared to hope they would once again behold white rice. Happiness streamed down their cheeks. Those who had not participated in the combat were even more exhilarated, having subsisted solely on thin rice porridge until now. And their eyes sparkled at the sight of the rice. They eagerly gathered around. However, what had once been 2 divided groups now felt unified as one. Just as they were about to encircle the buckets of rice, Li Yi suddenly bellowed, "What are you all doing?" Instantly, everyone froze, turning their gaze toward him. Today, all those who fought in the battle will come forward. Those who did not should seek their own food. This pronouncement shattered the previously hushed crowd. Why? On what grounds? Are you trying to starve us? Have you no conscience, Li Yi? We are fellow humans. How can you treat us this way? What is wrong with my actions? Am I in the wrong? When we were fighting for our lives below, where were you? Where were our fellow humans? Li Yi's fury erupted. On what grounds do we owe you protection? What gives you the right to share in our food? The questions he posed rendered them speechless, ignoring their stunned silence. Li Yi and his companions moved to a clear area. Each received a bowl of white rice, though devoid of any side dishes. The moment many held the rice in their hands, tears streamed down their faces once more. Only in the absence of something do we truly grasp its value. Among the onlookers, someone finally succumbed to temptation and rushed forward, attempting to seize the rice. As the others hesitated, Li Yi, who had been keeping a watchful eye, sprang into action, wielding his distinctive iron shovel and striking at the would-be thief. Before he could even reach the bucket of rice, he was sent flying by Li Yi's blow. Blood spurted forth from the impact, but fortunately it did not land on his head. Otherwise, with the hardness of his skull, he might have ended up resembling a mutated creature. Li Yi's swift action quelled any lingering desires among the crowd. The memory of him having slain 30 individuals just the previous day left no one doubting his willingness to kill. They lacked the courage to provoke his wrath. The silence among the crowd did not last long before a girl stepped forward. It was someone Li Yi recognized, Wu Jia. She approached, saying, Li Yi, must you be so ruthless? After all, we are all surviving humans. Must we perish not at the hands of those mutated creatures, but at the hands of our own kind? Faced with a familiar face, Li found it difficult to respond harshly. However, the rice had only been prepared for a little over 300 people, and it would be inappropriate to provide it solely to Wu Jia. A clear path was indicated. The small shop downstairs still had plenty of food. Upon hearing this, Wu Jia immediately turned and dashed downstairs, her decisiveness surprising Li Yi. As a few quick-witted individuals followed her down, others began to catch on. However, the staircase was narrow, and the number of those descending was limited. The pushing and shoving could lead to disastrous consequences if someone were to fall. Li Yi and the others paid no mind to these concerns, each savoring their meal while engaging in light conversation, the atmosphere shifting from its previous gloom to one of levity. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, rest naturally ensued. As there was little else to be done at this moment, excessive movement would only deplete their precious energy, which was already in short supply. Xiaoyi, are you still determined to leave? Lu Lei inquired of Li Yi. Yes, Li Yi replied with unwavering certainty, almost without hesitation. Lu Lei was momentarily at a loss for words. Today's events had confirmed that without Li Yi, survival in the base would be exceedingly difficult. When do you plan to depart? Yet, he understood that Li Yi's direct response stemmed from long-held intentions. Such a decision would be arduous to alter. We will leave once Yi Peng's injuries improve. Though Yi Peng's wounds were not severe, they did impede his mobility. Lu Lei nodded in understanding, secretly wishing for Yi Peng's recovery to be delayed. It was not out of malice, but rather concern for the group. Without Li Yi, their formidable strength would be lost, and should danger arise, the entire camp would be doomed. Outside, beside Wang Yang, he exclaimed, "Yangzi, our food is running out. How much is left?" Wang Yang's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated that today's indulgence would lead to such dire straits. "We can stretch it for 2 more bowls of porridge." "All right, I understand," Wang Yang replied, though he felt at a loss for a solution. He could handle hunting mutated beasts, but coming up with a plan was a different challenge altogether, as his mind was not inclined towards strategy. "Teacher Lu." Wang Yang approached Lu Lei. "We are nearly out of food." "What?" Lu Lei exclaimed, taken aback. "How much longer can we last?" "Until tomorrow morning," Wang Yang stated. "It seems we must venture outside to find food," Lu Lei concluded. "But where can we look? The cafeteria has already been completely emptied," Wang Yang responded. Lu Lei furrowed his brow, feeling helpless. The school was situated on the outskirts of the city, far removed from the bustling areas, with the nearest supermarket a kilometer away. Attempting to procure food from a supermarket would be akin to courting death. Their only option would be to seek assistance from nearby households. As the small mountain city housed many families in the suburbs, while it was certain that ordinary homes would have some food supplies, they also likely kept animals, with cats and dogs being particularly common. "Let us consult Li and see what he plans to do," Lu Lei suggested. In this critical moment, Li Yi's significance became evident. Although he was not the leader of their group and had not been well known before the apocalypse, he had now become the core of the entire base. In his room, Li was taken aback. No food left? He had never imagined that providing everyone with a hearty meal would lead to such repercussions. He mistakenly believed that the cafeteria's provisions were abundant. Especially with over 1,000 boarding students at the second high school, surely the stored food would suffice for such a multitude for several days, right? However, Li Yi was quite mistaken. The cafeteria procured food daily and could not possibly stockpile such quantities. If they did not consume it all, it would spoil. Indeed, the food from the cafeteria had already been exhausted. Lu Lei remarked with a wry smile. "Then we must venture out to seek sustenance," Li Yi declared. Yet, who among them was unaware of this? The crux of the matter lay in the mutated creatures lurking outside. Li Yi was well aware that Lu Lei and Wang Yang sought him not merely to inform him of the dwindling food supply, but rather hoped he would lead them in the search for provisions. However, deep down, he recognized that aside from possessing a few miraculous beads, he was no more capable than the rest. His ability to perceive the life force of mutated creatures and deliver a fatal blow at critical moments merely fostered an illusion of strength. From his perspective, if the members of the physical education class were unafraid of the mutated beings, each of them would possess combat prowess equal to his own, assuming, of course, that their weapons were adequate. Li Yi was not particularly heroic, yet he was undeniably loyal. They were comrades who had endured hardships together, surviving beneath the claws of mutated dogs. He could not abandon them, especially with Lu Tao and Wang Yang among them. "Gather the team. We are preparing to venture out for food," Li Yi announced, rising to his feet. "All right." Wang Yang and Lu Lei responded in unison, promptly heading out to prepare. 20 minutes later, 23 students stood in neat rows before Li Yi, their postures erect as if they were soldiers being inspected by a commanding officer. Each held a steel rod, sharpened at one end, measuring 1.2 meters in length. This equipment had been discovered by Wang Yang on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, remnants from its construction. Wang Yang stood at the far left of the front row, resembling a squad leader. Observing this, Li Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. In the distance, many watched, aware that these brave souls were about to leave the cafeteria in search of food. The 23 participants bore no injuries, representing the most intact students available. "Wang Yang, you need not accompany us," Li Yi told him, fully aware that Wang Yang's injuries had not healed, even with half a vial of basic healing potion. It was impossible for him to recover so swiftly. Though reluctant, Wang Yang understood that his condition would only hinder the group, becoming a liability instead of an asset. He surrendered his axe to Li Yi and stepped away from the formation. With Li Yi included, The group totaled 24. Among them, Li did not recognize a single individual, survivors from the physical education class, each bearing wounds. Although Yiping's injuries were minor, Li preferred he remain behind to protect those nearby. Having ventured outside twice, only to be trapped each time, Li could not rest easy. This time, even though Wang Yang remained behind, the remaining students were all in a weakened state. If half of them were to rise in rebellion, how could Wang Yang and the others possibly assist Chen Ming and her group? Thus, Li felt reassured only by the presence of someone he knew by his side. Opposite the secondary school lies a quaint village, which Li has visited before. While he is uncertain of its exact size, he estimates it to be home to around 100 households. To the east of the secondary school, there exists another small hamlet, where the houses are more dispersed. However, this village is considerably larger, encompassing the entire rear of the school from the east. On this occasion, Li is not venturing towards that area, but rather to the opposite side of the school. In the countryside, it is customary for every household to keep animals, with dogs being the most prevalent. Prior to the cataclysm, Li often heard the barking of dogs from across the school. Therefore, although he is familiar with the terrain, he remains exceedingly cautious, perpetually wary of the potential emergence of mutated dogs. As he crosses the road, he and his companions crouch down, appearing quite comical. Nevertheless, this careful demeanor is justified. Even though the area lacks any form of cover, despite their efforts, their silhouettes remain conspicuous. Fortunately, there are no mutated creatures in the vicinity. Perhaps due to the time of day, it seems all mutated beings have satisfied their hunger and retired for a nap. In any case, the group safely crosses the road, encountering neither the shadow of a mutated rat nor, more notably, any mutated dogs or cats. As they approach a turn into the village, the dense bamboo grove appears even more robust than before the apocalypse, while several towering camphor trees effectively conceal the state of the village. Time and sound seem to be suspended. The vibrant colors around them are juxtaposed with the eerie silence, leaving only the sound of their own heartbeats audible. The atmosphere is unsettlingly quiet, and their pace gradually slows. Li finds the surrounding stillness unnerving, yet he understands that if there were any sounds, he would likely be even more fearful. After all, silence suggests the absence of mutated creatures, while noises imply a hidden peril that no one dares to contemplate. After advancing a few dozen steps, they find themselves behind the bamboo grove. A residential house comes into view, belonging to a well-known private restaurant opposite the school. Many students frequent this establishment for meals. Although it lacks a business license, the food is vastly superior to that offered at school, and the students hardly concern themselves with such formalities. The house faces away from their direction, with the main entrance situated on the opposite side. By crossing the concrete yard adjacent to the bamboo grove, they can see an aged dwelling. This old house stands in front of the restaurant, directly across from its main entrance, both properties belonging to the same family. Li's purpose for visiting this location is clear. The restaurant surely possesses rice, along with a variety of vegetables. Securing food here would render this expedition a resounding success. As the group crosses the concrete yard, they are met with a grim sight at the entrance of the old house. Two bodies, grotesquely disfigured, likely belonging to the restaurant owner's parents. Both houses have their doors wide open, and no mutated beings are in sight. Li refrains from recklessly allowing the others to scatter in search of food. First, they must ensure the area is safe before scavenging for supplies. Li's mind is already racing with plans. Finally, in a hurried manner, this chapter has been completed. Entering the restaurant, which boasts 3 floors, each level containing 2 rooms, Li and his companions immediately notice the disarray within the hall. The floor is stained with several patches of blood, leaving them uncertain whether it belongs to humans or mutated beasts. Li, being human himself, recognized that in this establishment there were only 2 males, the proprietor and his father. With only 1 male remaining, how could they possibly contend with the mutated creatures? The 2 rooms on the ground floor stood with their doors wide open, the contents strewn across the floor, and the bedding on the bed was torn apart. Yet there was nothing of value to be found. After inspecting the first floor, Li led his companions upstairs. As he ascended the staircase to the second floor, Li moved slowly, his axe at the ready, straining to listen for any sounds from above. The staircase was barely wide enough for 2 to walk side by side. And accompanying Li was Hidong, an ordinary student from before the apocalypse. Hidong gripped a steel rod tightly, having rushed down in the morning, propelled more by impulsive fervor than calculated bravery. Fortunately, as they stepped onto the second floor, they were relieved to find no sign of mutated animals. Li Yi was not particularly fearful of mutated rats. With his current courage, he felt confident in facing them, especially with the aid of his beads. Even alone, wielding his axe against a mutated rat, he was certain of his ability to prevail. However, he harbored a genuine dread for mutated dogs and cats. Yet, during his previous visit for a meal, he had not encountered any cats or dogs in this establishment, which was a key reason for his choice to return. The second-floor hall was quite empty, the door to the room on the right still ajar, its pink decor indicating it belonged to a female. Li surmised it must be the room of the boss's sister, as the boss had a child still in his arms and indeed had a sister. The open door suggested that the room was also unoccupied. Conversely, the door on the left was closed, leaving the presence of occupants uncertain. Li Yi first approached the room on the right, where everything was neatly arranged, the bed covers folded just as they had been before the apocalypse. On the writing desk, a laptop caught Li Yi's eye, and he promptly stowed it in his backpack. As he reached the doorway of the left room, just as he was about to knock, he faintly heard a soft sound emanating from within. Pressing his ear close, the sounds became clearer. "Oh, hurry. Faster. Faster. I want it. I want it." To his astonishment, the voices were those of two women. Li Yi was taken aback. Could there be a pair of lovers inside? As his thoughts wandered, a sense of discomfort arose within him, a stirring that was unmistakable. At 18, he was well aware of matters between men and women, having indulged in countless films from the islands, and thus he could easily surmise the activities occurring within the room. Just as Li Yi entertained the notion of a romantic encounter between two women, a deep growl pierced the air, a man's voice. Could it be that there was a man present as well? Li Yi was greatly astonished. Was it possible that such a scandalous scene was unfolding, akin to something only witnessed in movies? The prospect of witnessing such a spectacle in reality ignited his curiosity. He donged, too, pressed against the door, eager to hear every sound within, his impatience palpable. Yet, amidst all this intrigue, Li found himself questioning the identities of those inside. The man is undoubtedly the boss, and one of the two must be his wife. But who could the other person be? His sister? In an instant, Li arrived at a startling conclusion. He was profoundly shocked that such morally transcendent desires were unfolding in reality. Li found it difficult to accept. While such scenarios might be palatable in films, witnessing them in real life was beyond his capacity for acceptance. The moral traditions of Huaxia, which have endured for millennia, do not permit such occurrences. With this thought, Li's desires began to wane, and the subordinate beneath him seemed to have suffered a defeat, immediately lowering his head. Li refrained from knocking again, instead gesturing to the others to depart. Although the individuals behind him were perplexed, they complied with Li's command, cautious not to make excessive noise as they descended the stairs, fearful of attracting mutated creatures. In the room above, Wu Hua was panning over Wulan, his hands incessantly kneading her bosom. "It's my turn. It's my turn," Sun Qing urged, her excitement evident as she moved between his legs, which were already quivering with anticipation. Wu Hua, however, was at his limit. After 3 days of relentless exertion, even his youthful vigor could not withstand the pressure. Just as he had barely caught his breath from one release, his wife was impatiently urging him on. Life must be savored to the fullest. Once dead, one can no longer enjoy such pleasures. Wu Hua resumed his fervent endeavors. Meanwhile, Li Yi and his companions explored the old house once more, yet again failing to catch sight of any mutated creatures, as if all life had vanished. Li speculated that the mutated dog from the school had likely rounded up the nearby mutated rats, leading to their extinction in the vicinity. However, the absence of such creatures was perhaps a blessing in disguise for them. At Wu Hua's home, they discovered 7 bags of rice, a sack of potatoes, and various vegetables, along with 20 pounds of frozen pork in the refrigerator. A bountiful harvest indeed. On their way back, the group was in high spirits. Not only did they have 7 full bags of rice, but also an abundance of vegetables, allowing them to finally savor the taste of fresh produce. It was no wonder they were elated. They walked with their backs straight and their steps loud, fortunate that no mutated creatures approached. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether they would abandon their loot and flee in panic. Just as the group entered the school, a cat suddenly leaped down from the large camphor tree at the intersection. It measured nearly 1 meter in length and half a meter in height, its eyes glowing with a faint red hue. As it observed Li Yi and his companions departing, a glint of amusement flickered in its gaze. Following its appearance, mutated cats began to emerge from the nearby bushes and trees, their sizes remarkably similar. gathering in numbers that exceeded a dozen. Had Li Yi witnessed this, he would undoubtedly have felt a shiver run down his spine, prompting him to hastily leave with Chen Meng and forcibly drag Lu Tao along as well. These were merely conjectures. Upon returning to the school, the mutated rats that had fled in the morning were still nowhere to be seen. As if they had evaporated from existence. The ground was stained with crimson, the sin of blood permeating the air and saturating the entire world. At the entrance security room, Li Yi and his companions dared only to cast a fleeting glance, their courage faltering immediately. The once modest security room was now a grim tableau, filled with lifeless bodies. Dismembered limbs scattered about. The most harrowing sight was a cluster of severed heads lying to one side, their mouths agape, as if perpetually frozen in a scream. Eyes wide open in terror, resembling grotesque orbs. Had Li Yi known that the mutated dogs treated these severed heads as mere playthings, rolling them about like balls, he might have succumbed to nausea. Yet, considering his experiences, having long since shed the innocence of a newcomer in this apocalyptic world, and having taken lives himself, he remained unfazed. As he passed the administrative building, Li took a moment to search for the explosive orb that had missed its target, the mutated rat. With only 2 hefty orbs remaining, he felt the weight of scarcity. However, while the orbs were few, his gold coins were plentiful. Yet, he had no intention of redeeming them. Given his current prowess, he held no fear in facing the mutated rats alone. If he were to encounter a mutated cat or dog, he would need to use all 3 orbs simultaneously, with the poison orb being the most effective. He had nearly resolved to discard the explosive orb altogether. He contemplated purchasing strength and speed talismans, yet their cost of 500 gold coins made him hesitant. Moreover, with a mere 5 minutes of efficacy, what could such talismans truly achieve? Could they help him kill mutated rats without incurring a loss? Furthermore, apart from curiosity, he did not perceive these items as particularly formidable, given that they merely promised to enhance the strength and speed of an ordinary individual. As expected, he found no trace of the elusive orb. It was hardly a surprise that such a small item would be difficult to locate. It was entirely possible that a curious mutated rat had consumed it. Seizing the opportunity, Li glanced into the infirmary, the door ajar, revealing scattered medical supplies. Wudong and his companions must have followed the student cohort out of the school. Without concern for their fates, Li collected nearly all the medical supplies, indifferent to their utility, insisting that every member of their group of 23 take something before proceeding to the cafeteria. Their return was met with envy from the group of students they had previously looked down upon, who now watched with green-eyed jealousy. Damn it. Why aren't they being torn apart by the mutated dogs? Not everyone who received assistance felt a sense of gratitude, nor did everyone consider it a given that Wang Yang and his group would provide food. Among the crowd, resentment brewed, had they not feared Li Yi and Wang Yang. A rebellion might have erupted. Yet, even in their apprehension, curses escaped their lips. Wu Jia, overhearing, wore an expression of disdain and condescension. It was one thing for a girl to fear mutated creatures, but for these boys to cower and complain was truly beneath her. If danger were to strike, who among them would stand in defense? Since they had managed to procure food safely, it seemed plausible that the outside world was devoid of mutated creatures. Why don't we send someone else to gather food? A voice of reason emerged from the crowd, articulating a shared thought. Yes, yes. Let us send someone out for food. The chorus of agreement surged, as if they had all come to this conclusion simultaneously. But who would they send? Upon observing the countenances of those around her, Wu Jia's expression of disdain deepened as she highlighted the focal point of their discussion. Do not let my robust physique deceive you. I have been frail and ailing since childhood. A student, possessing a large frame and powerful limbs, hastily exclaimed under the scrutiny of his peers. And do not mistake me for someone capable. I became a teacher precisely for the ease of the work. My physical strength is insufficient for lifting anything substantial. If you send me, I assure you, I shall return empty-handed, uttered another individual who had been a teacher prior to the apocalypse. Almost everyone was in outright refusal, or they diverted their gaze elsewhere. Ultimately, no one was willing to venture out in search of food, a scene that ignited concern among many. Goodness, Wu Jia could hardly contain her frustration. She regretted not descending earlier. Even if she could not combat the mutated rats, she could have hidden away, alleviating her worries about sustenance. What a bunch of cowards, she lamented, addressing the now silent assembly. Are you really going to leave me to face this alone? Her piercing gaze fell upon the few strong students, her meaning unmistakable. Even these timid individuals could not refuse in the presence of a girl willing to take action, faced with the inevitability of venturing outside. They were reluctant to risk their own safety while clinging to a sense of moral obligation, compelling others to join their endeavor. Thus, the party in search of food swelled to 86 individuals, with Wu Jia standing as the sole female among them. Yet, the typically bold and open Wu Jia felt no embarrassment in her singularity. Rather, she exuded an essence reminiscent of a female leader. An assembly of over 80 individuals, if lined up, resembled a colossal dragon. Such a vast cohort could not escape Wang Yang's notice, who, despite his indifference, could not help but be astonished by the girl's ability to rally so many. However, this admiration was akin to a shared camaraderie among heroes. Beyond his surprise, Wang Yang felt no concern for their fate once they departed the cafeteria. As long as they did not attract the mutated beasts, their outcomes were of little consequence to him. Having arranged for vigilance regarding the situation outside to prevent a recurrence of being encircled by mutated creatures, Wang Yang took his leave. The events of the morning made the guards wary, compelling them to maintain a state of alertness. Fortunately, with so many present, shifts changed swiftly. Otherwise, their endurance would surely wane. Meanwhile, Li reveled in his room, having retrieved his laptop. Though devoid of internet access, he had downloaded several single-player games, providing a means to pass the time in this idle period. Engrossed in red alert, Li Yi played while Lu Tao slumbered in a corner, and Yi Peng engaged in a game of landlord with two girls. The deck of cards, brought back from their earlier excursion, consisted of 4 or 5 sets, which Li Yi appropriated to entertain the girls and lift their spirits. At this moment, Li Yi was thoroughly engrossed in the game, while Wang Yang and his companions outside were equally engaged, with 3 groups gathered to play cards. A crowd had formed around them, as watching others play cards was a delightful pastime in these times. From a distance, Wu Jia and his group watched with envy, silently hoping they too could return with something valuable. After playing 2 rounds of red alert, the sky had darkened, yet Wu Jia's group had not returned, causing Lu Lei to feel a profound unease. Although the 2 factions had divided into camps, in his heart, they were all students from the second high school, survivors of the mutant rat ordeal. How could he not worry after such a long absence? However, what good was his concern? Even if he wished to send someone to search for them, his influence here paled in comparison to Li Yi and Wang Yang's. And considering the earlier behavior of the group, no one would volunteer to venture out. He had contemplated searching alone, but reason reminded him that even if he found them, it would be futile. If they were in danger, he could not save them. If they were safe, his efforts would be in vain. Li Yi and the others had returned to the era of porridge, savoring the thick broth that eased their hunger as the night truly descended. The sun, which had hidden behind the clouds all day, finally set, ushering in another dark night. At that moment, figures began to emerge from the direction of the administrative building. Dozens of people hurried toward them, their frantic movements illuminated by the dim streetlights, their belongings dropping from their hands, yet no one turned back to retrieve them. As if something terrifying pursued them, Li Yi, initially gazing out the window, spotted Wu Jia and his group returning. Having heard from Wang Yang that there were supposedly over 80 individuals, why were there so few? He looked at them with confusion, his mind racing with speculation, though he was not entirely certain. After all, he had seen no mutated creatures during his own excursion, so why had they encountered such peril? In the realm of human existence, coincidences abound, and Li wondered if it was only after their departure that the mutated animals appeared. Regardless, that was his inclination. Time passed, and Wu Jia and his group finally arrived at the cafeteria. Upon seeing their injuries, Li Yi thought to himself, as expected, where are the others? Lu Lei asked, frowning, already formulating a theory in his mind. A horde of mutated cats. A large group of them. One of the members exclaimed, still shaken, nearly screaming. What happened? Lu Lei inquired. Li furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications. If a large horde of mutated rats was challenging enough, then a swarm of mutated cats, given the weaponry and the injuries sustained by the individuals from the second high school, would render them virtually defenseless. If their claims were true, Li might have to prepare to leave immediately. Even with Yi Peng still injured, and the night fraught with unknown dangers, it was far better to attempt an escape than to remain here, waiting for the mutated cats. After all, leaving offered a glimmer of hope. While staying assured a grim fate, Wu Jia took a breath and began to recount the events that had transpired. Upon acquiring sustenance, some individuals were reluctant to return, leading to discord among the group. At that moment, several mutated cats emerged from the vicinity. Initially, emboldened by their numbers, they felt no fear towards the mutated felines. However, the speed of these creatures was astonishing, Within mere moments, casualties began to mount, prompting a shift from offense to retreat. Ideally, with everyone taking turns to fend off the attackers, they might have fared better. Yet, as they progressed along their escape route, more mutated cats appeared, culminating in a total of 7. At this point, the spirit of resistance faded, and they all recklessly fled in a panic. Those ensnared by the mutated cats did not submit quietly. They fought desperately to escape, albeit with little success. Nevertheless, their struggles afforded the others precious moments to flee. Even so, their reprieve was short-lived, as they were pursued by the mutated cats twice before finally reaching the sanctuary of the school, where the creatures ceased their chase. Li felt a chill of fear at the implications of their account. The mutated cats had likely been lying in wait all along. It was also possible that they had just arrived shortly after he departed. Regardless, Li was immensely relieved that he was not among those who encountered the mutated cats. Contemplating why the creatures did not pursue them into the school, he could only marvel at their fortunate escape. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. With the mutated cats no longer in pursuit, Wang Yang's group withdrew. Meanwhile, those who remained, including Wu Jia and her companions, swiftly encircled the returnees. And Li found himself pushed to the periphery. "Hurry, give me the food. I'm starving," exclaimed some impatiently, even reaching out to seize the provisions. Wu Jia and her group were unwilling to comply. While they may have been timid in the face of mutated beasts, they were resolute against these individuals, who, aside from Wu Jia, were all robust students. Having painstakingly brought back the food, they were certainly not inclined to distribute it freely, especially in these times of scarcity. At that moment, over 30 individuals seemed to find themselves in perfect accord. "Step aside. If you want food, go find it yourself. Let go, or I will resort to violence. How dare you touch my belongings?" The scene devolved into chaos, despite the throng surrounding them. Few were bold enough to actually fight for the food. Coupled with Wu Jia's imposing group, united in strength, those attempting to seize the provisions stood little chance. Lu Lei, witnessing the imminent outbreak of internal conflict, felt a surge of anxiety. Li observed the unfolding chaos with a cold smile. Those who sought to reap rewards without effort would ultimately meet their demise in this apocalyptic era. The distinction lay solely in whether they would perish from hunger or at the hands of mutated creatures, or perhaps even by fellow humans. Li had no intention of intervening. Even if they ended up bloodied, so be it. In the pre-apocalyptic world, he had been kind, but that kindness was merely a formality, not indicative of a selfless nature. Moreover, his resentment toward these individuals was considerable. Why should he intercede? It would be a feat to refrain from delivering them a sound beating. Suddenly, a voice cried out from the encircled crowd. At the sound of it, everyone present fell silent. It was not the resonance of the voice itself that commanded attention, nor the stature of the speaker, but rather the name she uttered that instilled a sense of caution. Li, taken aback by the call, was uncertain as to why Wu Jia was summoning him. Nevertheless, as classmates, he had fostered amicable relations with everyone in their class before the apocalypse, and at this moment, he could not ignore her call. His curiosity piqued as to her intentions. "What is it?" The simplicity of these 3 words prompted the crowd to part, allowing Li to catch sight of Wu Jia once more. She, with a backpack slung over her shoulder, squeezed her way through her teammates and approached him. "I am willing to contribute my food. I only hope to join you," Wu Jia declared upon reaching Li. Before the apocalypse, Wu Jia was an exceedingly proud girl. Her academic prowess, placing her among the top 10 in their class. Hailing from a middle-class family, she was regarded as a princess in her parents' eyes, and her beauty, while slightly eclipsed by Chen Ming, still earned her admiration. Some had remarked that if Class 18 had no Chen Ming, Wu Jia would undoubtedly be the cherished princess of their class. Li was taken aback by Wu Jia's request. To be candid, he harbored no ill will towards his classmates from before the apocalypse. After all, they had shared some degree of camaraderie. However, he found it difficult to overlook Wu Jia's lack of assistance earlier that morning. No one wished to toil tirelessly while others basked in comfort. "Li, please forgive their actions from this morning." Lu Lei interjected at an opportune moment, seizing the chance to speak. With Lu Lei, the nominal leader, voicing his support, Li felt reluctant to refuse. Yet, he was averse to harboring such parasites, even though he was on the brink of departure. His good friends Lu Tao and Wang Yang remained, along with several students from the sports class. Thus, he established a new set of rules. You are welcome to rejoin, but you can no longer enjoy free food as before. Compensation will be based on labor. Only those who contribute may partake in meals. Li proclaimed to the assembly. Upon hearing this, Lu Lei subtly nodded in agreement. It had indeed been inappropriate to allow everyone to feast without charge. It was clear that some regulations were in order. Though Li Yi was not well versed in the intricacies of rulemaking, especially with such a large group, he was resolute in establishing two essential principles. First, all members must arm themselves and engage in battle when the camp is threatened. Second, each person must labor to contribute to the camp's welfare. With these two mandates in place, anyone wishing to ally with Li Yi and his companions would be obliged to adhere to them, thus marking the official inception of the survivor camp. Will the original group of individuals also receive fair distribution of labor? Will we be subjected to unjust treatment? Someone on the opposite side inquired. The notions of democracy and fairness resonate deeply within the hearts of the people, which is why this question arose. Reflecting the hesitance of the majority. After all, they are undoubtedly dissatisfied with their morning actions, and it is inevitable that they may feel unjust towards their peers. Rest assured, anyone who joins our camp will be treated equally. We are all of the same kind, united against our common foe, the mutated creatures, Li asserted. Teacher Lu will be our leader, guiding us. The character of Teacher Lu is well known to you, so you need not worry on that front. Li publicly established Lu Lei's position within the camp, expressing his profound respect for a teacher who remains concerned for his students even amidst the apocalypse. Not only Li Yi, but also Wang Yang and Lu Tao, along with nearly every member of the original team, share this sentiment. Thus, there would be no opposition to Lu Lei serving as the campus administrator. He had already been appointed as the team leader, yet despite his high esteem, he lacked authority. Consequently, it was always Li Yi and Wang Yang who issued commands, rendering him somewhat ineffectual. Moreover, Li Yi understood that apart from Lu Lei, no one else was suitable for the role of manager. Lu Tao harbored grand ambitions, a fact Li Yi was aware of from their previous idle chit-chats during classes. He longed for battle and the thrill of vengeance, often lamenting his ill-timed existence. In these chaotic times, Lu Tao could finally fulfill his dreams. Yet he was still too young and inexperienced to wield such power. Furthermore, his charisma paled in comparison to Wang Yang's. Should he be placed in charge, dissent would surely arise. As for Wang Yang, he harbored dreams and talents befitting a general. To elevate him to the status of emperor would likely lead to ruin. Thus, Lu Lei's ascension to leadership was both fitting and inevitable. Two essential principles were established, alongside other details. In his capacity as camp leader, Lu Lei convened the inaugural meeting. Concurrently, personnel registration was underway. Anyone who agreed to the two essential principles and the forthcoming regulations, wishing to join the second high school survivor camp, would be registered. Lu Jing was responsible for this task, assisted by Yi Ping, Chen Meng, and Lan Xin. Only core members were permitted to attend this meeting. The room, once the site of death, had been transformed into a conference room. Lu Lei occupied the foremost position, flanked by Wang Yang and Li Yi, with Leng Hanshuang seated beside Li Yi. In addition to these individuals, 3 students from the physical education class were present, along with 2 representatives from the 300 students previously aligned with Wang Yang, Yu Ming, and Zheng Wei. Representing another group of students were 3 individuals, including Wu Jia, a male student named Chen Fei, and a teacher, Gu Kai. The meeting comprised 11 individuals in total. Initially, Li Yi hesitated to attend, believing it unnecessary given his brief stay. He felt no obligation to partake in such a significant assembly. However, Lu Lei and Wang Yang persistently urged him to join, and even the typically aloof Leng Hanshuang encouraged his participation. The meeting lasted for over an hour, primarily focusing on the safety issues of the camp, the necessary actions for the students, and the arrangement of reserve members for the rescue team. Aside from these crucial matters, there were naturally other details discussed. Li Yi, throughout the meeting, remained largely silent, absorbing the information. By the time he collapsed onto his bed to rest, it was already past 8 in the evening. Li felt prepared to set off the next day, having purchased an elixir of life specifically to expedite the healing of Yi Ping and Chen Meng's injuries. This indulgent expenditure was aimed at facilitating an early return home. Originally, the plan was to depart today, but the incident with the mutated dog had postponed their journey by a day. In this apocalyptic era, every additional day harbored further dangers. Although Li Yi was uncertain, his anxiety regarding his father's safety grew increasingly intense, especially after today's encounter with the mutated dog, which starkly highlighted the disparity between mutated rats and mutated dogs. Despite the absence of any pets in his household, the other families in the village did have them, and Li Yi could not shake the feeling that his home might not be as safe as he had once believed. it was entirely possible that mutated creatures lurked nearby. Knowing he was to leave the next day, Li meticulously prepared, ensuring to procure 3 types of beads for in critical moments. Accessing the system to make purchases would be far too late. With 610 gold coins at his disposal, he had no worries regarding currency. He bought 5 poison beads in one go, increased his stock of heavy beads to 5, and even splurged on 5 explosion beads, which he had previously deemed unnecessary. Thus, he now possessed 5 of each type: poison beads, heavy beads, and explosion beads, all conveniently stored in his system backpack. This shopping spree cost him 130 gold coins, leaving him with a balance of 480 gold coins, 7 points, and 2 task points. With a stockpile of weapons in his backpack, a sense of calm washed over Li, and he soon drifted into a deep slumber. As nightfall descended, 16 mutated cats congregated in a small village across from the school, their gaze fixed on the location of the second middle school. Almost in unison, they extended their tongues to lick their lips, as if recalling some delectable treat. A large, dark-furred cat emitted a low, mournful sound, akin to a sigh. The remaining felines echoed this with soft meows, seemingly sharing their thoughts. Yet, a flicker of fear crossed the expressions of the mutated cats. And under the call of the large black cat, the smaller brown kitten scattered, leaving only the dark cat and a mottled white one behind. The white cat slowly approached the black cat, and to the surprise of onlookers, they nestled together affectionately. The remaining scene, naturally, was not suitable for children, but thankfully, only a crescent moon illuminated the night, ensuring that no young minds were corrupted. The air gradually turned colder as night deepened, and the observant might notice that since the onset of the apocalypse, temperatures had been steadily declining. At this rate, snowfall was inevitable. Snow before the apocalypse was undoubtedly a beautiful sight, cherished by many, whether they were young lovers or innocent children, their hearts filled with joy. However, in the present day, it seems that no one would still harbor such affections. Who knows how many lives might be lost with the fall of a single snowflake? Although the weather has turned frigid, the atmosphere within the second high school survival camp feels relatively warm. Clad in thick down jackets and woolen sweaters, wrapped in blankets for additional warmth, and huddled closely together, the cold is no longer a concern. Particularly in the conference room, where Wang Yang and his companions temporarily reside. The presence of over 20 individuals, with doors and windows tightly shut, even creates a sense of warmth. As dawn's light breaks upon the horizon, the students gradually awaken, marking the commencement of yet another day, the 5th since the apocalypse began. Once preparations are finalized, on this 5th day after the cataclysm, Li finally sets forth on his journey home. At the grand entrance of the cafeteria, Li and his 3 companions stand ready, one of them shouldering a backpack brimming with provisions. Are we truly departing? The first to speak is Lung Han Shuang, who previously clamored to venture to Liuzhou Island upon awakening her powers, yet now she refrains from mentioning it altogether, even subtly urging Li to remain during these trying times. Li merely smiles in response, his silence conveying a clear message. Take care, Lu Lei solemnly advises. Fully aware of the dangers lurking outside, yet understanding that this path is fraught with peril, where death could come unexpectedly. Brother Yi, if you cannot make it, just return. Wang Yang adds, I know my limits. Li responds lightly, though internally he has resolved that, regardless of the dangers ahead, he shall not abandon his quest until he reaches home. Are you truly not coming with us? He asks, addressing Yi Peng, Chen Ming, and Lan Xian, who stand behind him. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Yi Peng is the first to affirm. Chen Ming remains silent, yet her stance betrays her unwavering intent to stay by his side. Only Lan Xian hesitates, shifting slightly but ultimately remaining stationary, leaving Li feeling somewhat helpless. Among the 4, only he and Yi Peng possess any combat prowess. If they were to encounter mutated creatures, Li would be unable to safeguard the 2 girls. Yet they insist on joining him, a testament to their trust, making it difficult for Li to suggest that they stay behind. Moreover, he harbors reservations about the current camp. Human nature in these apocalyptic times can be exceedingly cruel, and he cannot fully trust those he does not know well. Thus, Li resolves to tread cautiously, opting for a relatively safe route. The 4, backpacks in tow, finally embark on their journey, leaving behind a crowd of onlookers who send them off with lingering gazes. After taking several steps, Li turns to wave at the group behind him, signaling them to return. There, among them, are the companions with whom he has shared life and death, friends who have survived the jaws of mutated beasts. Indeed, There is no banquet that does not eventually come to an end, and this separation leaves an uncertain future for their next meeting. Tears glisten in Lu Tao's eyes. A desire to join Li is surging within him, yet his injuries prevent him from doing so, leaving him to silently regret his choices. He laments the decision that led him to pursue his dreams at the expense of parting ways with his brothers in this dire time. When will they meet again? Perhaps this farewell will indeed be eternal. They remain oblivious to the horrors that lurk in the outside world. Yet they are acutely aware of the formidable strength of the mutated canines. Among the 4 of them, including 2 young women, what chance do they have of survival if they were to encounter such beasts? This thought remained unspoken, as they feared that voicing it might invoke a curse upon themselves. Thus, they confined their worries to the recesses of their minds, silently offering prayers for their safety. Across the globe, many embark on the journey home. Home is a significant sanctuary, a place where parents, spouses, and children reside. It embodies all that one strives for. Without a home, what purpose does one serve in this world? What is there to fight for? Of course, this sentiment resonates with the majority, after all. Not everyone would forsake their own safety for the sake of another's life. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, yet in times of peril, self-preservation often prevails. Thus, in this apocalyptic era, many seek only their own safety, hesitant to venture into the outside world. Li and his companions traversed the vast street, a newly constructed thoroughfare that connected the eastern and western parts of the mountain city, although their segment was freshly built, leading directly to the entrance of the second middle school. Being on the outskirts of the city, vehicles were seldom seen even under normal circumstances at this moment. The road lay desolate, the eerie silence compelling the 4 to tread lightly, wary of attracting the mutated creatures. After a few minutes, their courage gradually swelled, and they walked upright, no longer hunched over. During a lull in their journey, Li took the opportunity to inquire about their home addresses, hoping to visit along the way. Upon learning that Yiping's residence was on Luzhou Road near Luzhou Island, a full 8 kilometers away, Li regrettably informed him, "I'm sorry, that is too far, and it's in the opposite direction of my path." He left the rest unsaid. Yet Yiping understood the implication. He responded, "I understand. I believe they will be safe. Isn't the survivor base in the mountain city located on Luzhou Island? My parents must have fled there." Li and the others perceived Yiping's words as mere excuses, a way to soothe Li's heart. Little did they know that Yiping genuinely believed this, as an inner voice consistently reassured him that his parents would survive. Therefore, he resolved to live well, awaiting the day they would reunite. Perhaps this was merely a form of psychological suggestion, or perhaps it was something more profound. Next came Lan Xin, revealing at this moment that she was not a local, but merely an intern in the area. Shunming's home was situated nearby in a newly developed community known as Wisteria Residence. Wisteria Residence was a freshly constructed housing project, located just 300 meters past the traffic lights leading from the second middle school. Initially, Li intended to turn right, but given the proximity, they decided to pay a visit. Strangely, perhaps due to its secluded location, not a single mutated rat was encountered along the 600-meter stretch. However, upon reaching the entrance of Wisteria Residence, they were startled to see a mutated rat idly lingering in the security booth, an unexpected sight that sent a chill through them. It was merely an insignificant mutated rat. Li was startled but soon regained his composure and felt no fear. He rushed forward, intent on confronting the creature in the security room. The mutated rat, having spotted a human, was initially pleased but was taken aback when Li charged at it, squeaking in agitation. With a swift motion, he brought down a shovel, a signature move of his, marking the commencement of each encounter. In the confined space, the mutated rat had no chance to evade, and even in an open area, Li's physical prowess had greatly improved over the past few days since the apocalypse. Thus, evading such a strike was utterly impossible for the rat. Even if it attempted to dodge, Li's strength and reflexes allowed him to angle the shovel effectively. The shovel struck solidly against the rat's forehead, instantly reducing its health by 2 points from an initial 10. Despite this, the mutated rat was undeterred and charged again. This time, Li lost his advantage at a distance, finding himself at the rat's mercy rather than in a position to attack. The shovel was advantageous only in open spaces, and now, with the rat closing in, Li could not leverage its benefits. However, seasoned from many battles, he retreated, discarding the shovel. Though it was not an optimal weapon, it effectively obstructed the rat's advance. Seizing the moment, Li exited the security room just as Yiping arrived, swiftly passing by him and lunging at the mutated rat wielding a fire axe. The rat, enraged and ready to pursue Li Yi, redirected its fury towards Yi Peng. It underestimated the axe's threat, and in a moment of carelessness, failed to evade Yi Peng's strike, resulting in a deep gash on its body. The wound, a full centimeter deep, caused the rat to squeal in pain. In that critical moment, Li Yi finally received a steel rod from Qin Ming. The sharp tip pierced through the rat's mouth and exited through the back of its skull. Regardless of the rod's minimal damage, such a penetrating blow was fatal. After all, while health points were merely a system's definition, the mutated rat remained a living being, bound by the principles of life. Ding. Mutated creature deceased. Earn 10 coins. Upon hearing the announcement, Li Yi's spirits soared with the prospect of newfound wealth, eliciting a wave of joy. After dispatching the rat at the entrance, the four continued deeper into the premises. As they ventured further, they encountered an increasing number of mutated rats, most of which were congregated near the residential building. From a distance, Li Yi spotted 12 of them and promptly signaled for the others to take cover. Although many units in the Wisteria residence had yet to be sold, a significant number of residents remained, and some noticed Li Yi and his companions, shouting, "Brothers, hurry upstairs. There are many large rats down here." The individual, albeit well-intentioned, inadvertently caused more trouble than good. Li found himself at a loss, unsure whether to curse at him or express gratitude. At that moment, the sound of the man's voice stirred the mutated rats into a frenzy, drawing them ominously closer to Li Yi. Remaining hidden in this place could very well result in being encircled by the creatures. Without hesitation, Li Yi instructed the others to retreat toward the outskirts of the community. As they moved, their presence was instantly detected by the mutated rats, who, starved and eager for a meal, charged excitedly towards them. What was there left to hide from? Li Yi rose and shouted, "Run to the stairwell." The four of them sprinted desperately, but the girls lagged behind the boys. Although Li Yi and Yi Peng were slightly slower than the mutated rats, Qin Ming and Lan Xian's speed fell significantly short, making escape improbable. If Li Yi had chosen to flee for himself, he certainly could have reached the stairwell, as he was the fastest among the four. Yet, could he abandon the others? Seeing Qin Ming and the others falling behind filled him with helplessness. With a resolute heart, he turned back, calling out loudly, "Hurry, I'll hold them off." Qin Ming and Lan Xian nodded and followed Yi Peng, their urgency leaving no time for further discussion. Otherwise, Qin Ming would not have allowed Li Yi to remain behind alone. Ultimately, Li Yi did not stop, but instead followed closely behind Qin Ming, running forward. Should any mutated rats catch up, he would wield a shovel to fend them off, regardless of whether he struck true, his feet never ceasing their flight. A distance of a dozen meters is neither particularly short nor long, requiring a deliberate few moments to traverse. Yet, this time was ample for the mutated rats to close in. Thanks to Li Yi's intervention, only 2 rats reached the entrance of the stairwell at the same time. Thus, Li found himself unable to repel them. Fortunately, having arrived at the stairwell, he paid them little heed and dashed inside. Navigating the narrow passage, Li Yi sought to inflict harm on the pursuing mutated rats. Caught off guard, the creatures bore the brunt of his attack. He hurled a heavy bead, and seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a barrage upon the severely injured rat. The stairwell was so constricted that only 2 could squeeze through at a time, and the rats, unfamiliar with maneuvering, were blocked from advancing by those behind. The rat struck by the heavy bead was powerless to resist and ultimately succumbed. After slaying the mutated rat, Li Yi turned to flee, but by then, other rats had already infiltrated the stairwell, filling the confined space. Li Yi ascended, pursued closely by the mutated rats, who had finally breached the stairwell after being held back at the entrance. Qin Ming and her companions were not running swiftly. They were merely on the same floor as Li Yi. The girl's physical limitations became glaringly apparent once more. After ascending 3 flights of stairs, exhaustion overtook the 2 girls, and their pace faltered. Noticing this, Li sensed impending doom. He urgently called out, "Yi Ping, go knock on the door. Let us find a place to hide." Yi Ping responded with a determined nod and rushed up to the 4th floor, fervently pounding on the security door, hoping those inside would hear him. However, at such a critical moment, even if someone were present, they would likely refrain from opening the door. After all, the mutated rats lurked just outside, unseen but audible. It remained uncertain whether the interior was unoccupied or if the occupants chose to remain silent. Yi Peng's heart raced with anxiety, yet urgency proved futile. At that moment, Qin Ming and her companions had also ascended, panting heavily from exertion. "Brother, the door won't open." Yi Peng called out helplessly to Li Yi below. Li Yi spat in frustration and shouted back, Then why are you still running up? With that, he swung his shovel with ferocity, startling the approaching mutated rats away. However, this reprieve was fleeting. As soon as Li Yi's shovel struck the ground, the rats surged forward once more. In a moment of desperation, Li Yi retrieved 2 poison orbs from his system and flung them simultaneously. This sequence of actions transpired in the blink of an eye. Although the poison orbs inflicted considerable damage, they required a 5-second delay to take effect, rendering them ineffective in the immediate crisis. Li wasted no time, swiftly distancing himself from the encroaching rats. Just then, a notification chimed. System task: escape the rat horde. Reward: 1 task point. Li Yi heard this and accepted it without hesitation. Considering the dire situation, whether he accepted the task or not made little difference. Was he expected to stay and not flee? As he reached the 4th floor, the 2 mutated rats that had been hot on his heels lay dead behind him. Their demise, however, did not deter the remaining rats from pursuing him. Barely had he caught his breath when the horde followed him up the stairs. Li Yi understood clearly that escape was futile, regardless of his stamina. Even if he reached the rooftop, the mutated rats would still be on his tail. With his shovel poised, he resolved to confront the rats head-on. Ding! Purchase successful. In a moment of heightened awareness, Li managed to purchase 10 poison orbs within a second, as the system interface remained nearly transparent, allowing him to see the real world. Without this clarity, he would not have dared to make a purchase at such a perilous time. With 10 poison orbs added to his inventory, he now possessed 13 poison orbs, 5 heavy orbs, and 5 explosive orbs. Although he had spent 150 coins in one go, it paled in comparison to the value of his life. Armed with his newfound arsenal, Li Yi felt emboldened. He hurled a handful of orbs without aiming, relying on chance. 6 poison orbs flew toward the mutated rats. Even in chaos, they were bound to hit, and even if one struck the same rat, the second orb would ricochet, impacting nearby companions. If he could stall them for 5 seconds, he could eliminate a significant portion of the rat horde. Encouraging himself inwardly, Li Yi launched 2 heavy orbs at the foremost rats. The corridor, which could accommodate 3 people in a tight squeeze, became congested as the 2 mutated rats obstructed their comrades behind them. Now, under the influence of Li Yi's heavy orbs, their bodies sank as if they had fallen into a quagmire. Chasing after Li Yi but failing to catch up, the mutated rats found themselves ensnared. This, in turn, emboldened Li Yi, who wielded a shovel with confidence, engaging in a long-range assault against the creatures. As 5 seconds elapsed, 8 mutated rats perished, granting Li Yi an additional 80 gold coins. At that moment, only 6 mutated rats remained, and some, momentarily stunned by the sudden loss of their companions, were unable to ponder the situation further as their primal instincts drove them forward to pursue Li Yi. With the precious orbs in his possession, Li Yi felt no trepidation. He hurled another orb towards the oncoming rats, this time 4 in total. However, only 3 of the mutated rats suffered a loss of 5 health points, indicating that 1 orb had missed its mark. This was an unavoidable consequence of having fewer rats to target, making it easy for a misroll. With no time to lament the loss of 15 coins, Li produced 2 hefty orbs and directed them towards the foremost rat. Coincidentally, 3 rats were in the vicinity, but one had already been struck by a poison orb. Consequently, it met its demise upon being hit by the heavy orb. Yet, another unscathed mutated rat charged at Li Yi with fervor. Fortunately, he still had 1 heavy orb left, which he threw with determination, causing the previously swift rat to slow its pace. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yi counterattacked with a decisive strike of his shovel, reveling in the moment as he thought, "Let this be a lesson to those who dare to pursue me." In his moment of triumph, Li Yi failed to notice a healthy mutated rat inching towards him, squeezing past its fallen companions. Just as he dispatched the closest rat and prepared to target another sluggish one, a dark shadow approached rapidly. Acting on instinct, Li Yi rolled to evade, but even so, he was unable to outpace the mutated rat. His arm was slashed, leaving a 5-centimeter long, 1-centimeter wide gash, and his head collided with the wall, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Despite the pain, Li Yi was unaware of the wound's severity. He simply recognized the need to escape and rushed upstairs, desperate to flee. However, the mutated rats, having pursued him for so long and lost so many of their kin, were not inclined to let him escape. Faced with yet another assault, Li Yi grasped his shovel, ready to retaliate in a fit of fury. Certain that even with 10 health points remaining, he could send the rat flying. Yet, as he raised the shovel, a searing pain shot through his shoulder. and it was only then that he realized the extent of his injury. Turning to inspect the damage, he saw his clothing stained crimson with blood. In that moment of distraction, the mutated rat closed the distance between them. In such dire circumstances, Li Yi launched 2 orbs, one poison and one explosive, simultaneously at the rat, illustrating the depth of his hatred. The unfortunate creature had no time to react, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Now, only one mutated rat remained. The one previously hit by the heavy orb, but spared from Li Yi's wrath. With 510 health points, it stood bewildered, seemingly unsure of what had transpired. In its mind, it must have wondered, should I still attempt to feast on that human? But he appears so formidable. Li directed his gaze towards it, managing to draw the attention of the mutated rat solely through his eyes. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Li Yi's gaze, the mutated rat let out a piercing shriek and attempted to flee. Yet, how could Li Yi permit such an escape? A crimson orb surged forth in pursuit, and before the mutated rat could descend the stairs, it was struck. As its body tumbled down the staircase, the confrontation came to a close. Li Yi surveyed the ground strewn with the corpses of the rats and, once again, activated the system to exchange for a basic life potion, which he consumed. The moment it touched his lips, the fatigue that had weighed upon him vanished, and the pain from his wounds dissipated. He grasped his iron shovel and ascended the stairs. In merely 2 or 3 minutes, Li Yi reached the top floor. Yiping stood vigil at the entrance, and upon seeing Li Yi enter, he erupted with joy. "Brother, have all the mutated rats been slain?" Li nodded. In the brief time it took to traverse the staircase, the bleeding had ceased. He was astonished by the system's potion, which, despite not fully healing the wound, had managed to stop the blood flow. "Li Yi, are you injured?" Yiping was oblivious to Li Yi's wound, as his attention was elsewhere. Qinming immediately called out upon noticing. "It's nothing, just a slight injury." Li Yi waved his hand dismissively. What happened to the pain just now? Though Li Yi claimed to be fine, Qinming was insistent and demanded to see the wound. Using scissors, she cut open his clothing, revealing a shocking gash that startled not only the others but also Li Yi himself. Had it not been for the life potion, such an injury would have necessitated a day or 2 of rest before he could wield his weapon again. Yet now, he could move normally, though he wondered if vigorous activity might cause the bleeding to resume. Qinming, unaware of the potion's effects, believed it merely hastened recovery. She firmly wrapped several layers of bandages around Li Yi's injury. As the 4 descended, they found no trace of the mutated rats near the flower bed. Clearly, those slain by Li Yi were the entirety of the mutated rats in that vicinity. Upon passing the pile of rat corpses, the group was astounded. The sheer number of mutated rats had been single-handedly dispatched by Li Yi. How many would believe such a tale? Li Yi's prowess further solidified Lan Xian's resolve to follow him. It remained uncertain whether Li Yi would feel joy or pride upon learning this. Next, they headed directly to Qinming's home. Fortunately, her residence did not require deeper exploration, for who knew how many mutated creatures lurked within. Qinming led the way through the adjacent building, with Li Yi by her side, prepared to counter any sudden attacks from mutated rats. A gentle smile graced Qinming's face, and upon witnessing it, Li Yi felt a surge of happiness, believing she was returning home. This was the first time since the apocalypse that he had seen her smile, and it naturally brought a smile to his own face, his eyes shimmering with joy, revealing the faintest dimples. It was unpretentious and enchanting, reminiscent of a fresh, sweet lily. Li Yi found himself unable to resist smiling in response to her radiance. Upon reaching the door to the 5th floor, they realized they had no keys. Li Yi, feeling helpless, knocked on the door and called out loudly, "Is anyone inside? Please open the door. Mom, Dad, are you in there? Hurry and open the door." Qinming joined in the plea, for as Qinming called out, a voice finally emerged from within. "Xiaoming, is that you? Is that you?" The security door creaked open, revealing a face etched with exhaustion. "Mom." Upon seeing the woman open the door, Qinming's long-suppressed longing surged forth like a tidal wave, accompanied by tears. She flung herself into Sun Mei's embrace. "Xiaoming, it truly is you. I'm so relieved you're safe." Sun Mei, recognizing her daughter, was instantly overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her cheeks as she gently patted Qinming's back. Yi Peng and Lan Xian watched this tender scene, their eyes glistening with moisture. How precious it was to reunite amidst the apocalypse. They couldn't help but wonder when they would see their own parents again. The mother and daughter remained nestled at the doorway for a full 5 minutes before Sun Mei noticed Li Yi and the others. "Xiaoming, these are your friends," she said quietly, subtly pulling Qinming behind her. "Mom, they are my good friends." They brought me back. Qinming cheerfully introduced them to her mother, oblivious to Sun Mei's gesture. When she mentioned Li Yi, a slight blush crept onto her cheeks, as though her excitement had left her breathless. Auntie, it's a pleasure to meet you. All the introduced individuals politely responded. As the five entered the house, Qinming suddenly realized her father Qinbing was absent. Mom, where's Dad? She asked, her heart tightening with anxiety, fearing her mother might deliver unwelcome news. Your father, what happened to him? Qinming pressed, increasingly anxious. Your dad went out yesterday to gather information and hasn't returned since. Sun Mei's words were heavy with sorrow. He's gone out. Qinming could hardly fathom this reality. Why would he venture outside when it was so perilous? She murmured to herself, her earlier joy at returning home swiftly drowned in despair. Please, do not weep just yet. I believe Uncle is still safe. Yuping suddenly offered comfort. Yes, Auntie, Xiaoming, let us not be overly pessimistic. Though the mutated creatures are formidable, they are not invincible. Li Yi chimed in, attempting to reassure them, though he harbored little hope himself. Before they arrived, they had encountered over a dozen mutated rats downstairs. It seemed implausible that Qinming's father could have escaped. Even if he had, facing so many mutated rats alone was an impossible feat thus. His absence suggested that the chances of survival were exceedingly slim. However, such grim thoughts could not be voiced, prompting him to echo Yi Peng's well-intentioned falsehoods. Li Yi perceived that Yi Peng shared his sentiments. When did Uncle leave? Was he alone? Yi Peng continued to inquire, a hint of urgency in his tone. As if time were the essence. Xiaoming's father left yesterday afternoon, not alone, but with other survivors from this building. Previously, we heard that the government had established a base on Liuzhou Island, and everyone was eager to go there, so the men decided to venture out for reconnaissance. Sun Mei explained, clarifying the situation. Only then did Li Yi and Yi Peng grasp the full context. There are others? Li Yi sensed something amiss. For if only one person had ventured out, it was conceivable that he could have been slain by the mutated rats, leaving no trace behind. However, a group of individuals had summoned a dozen mutated rats to feast, and no matter how they devoured, it would be inconceivable for not even the remnants of bones to be found. Were there no mutated rats in the neighborhood yesterday? Li inquired. Mutated rats? Sun Mei responded, perplexed. The term mutated rats was a designation coined by Li Yi and his companions, lacking any formal consensus. Those are the oversized rats. Oh, no. There were no mutated rats here yesterday. It was precisely because they left that the commotion grew, attracting them. Sun Mei explained. By the way, how did you all come up? Have the mutated rats departed? After Li Yi and Yi Peng comforted her, both Sun Mei and Qinming felt significantly better, particularly since they were now discussing serious matters. Sun Mei's demeanor had returned to normal. Mom, the mutated rats are all dead. They were killed by Li Yi. Qinming elucidated. With Li Yi's reassurance, Qinming felt assured that her father was likely unharmed. Are the mutated rats truly formidable? 100 of them cannot overpower a group of people. Qinming assumed that the group that had ventured out must have been substantial. Hence they would have scattered the mutated rats as they did at school. All dead? Sun Mei exclaimed in astonishment. A single mutated rat could claim several lives. Yet this young man had managed to slay an entire horde. Feeling underestimated was disheartening for Li Yi, who awkwardly rubbed his nose. However, this was not a time for embarrassment. After hearing Sun Mei recount the preceding events, he genuinely believed that Qinming's father was safe. Perhaps he had intended to return, but had hidden away due to the mutated rats downstairs. If that were the case, he should have returned by now. It was worth noting that Li Yi had been there for a while. Even if they were slow to realize, they would have noticed the absence of the mutated rats and would have returned, unless they were entirely outside the neighborhood, oblivious to the situation. Thus, pondering this, Li concluded that perhaps they had not yet returned, or they had come back but were deterred from re-entering by the mutated rats. Once Li had completed his analysis, everyone was nearly certain that those men who had gone out were still alive. Let us search for them, Sun Mei proposed eagerly. Do you know the route they took? There are many paths to Liuzhou Island, major roads and narrow alleys. Searching for them might lead us to miss each other entirely. Sister Feng upstairs must know. This operation was proposed by her husband. Sun Mei exclaimed excitedly. Li Yi, let us go and inquire. The five of them immediately set off. At that moment, Lan Xian had remained silent, nearly forgotten by the others, and it was only as they moved that Li Yi noticed her. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed, but there was no response from within. Li Yi furrowed his brow, uncertain of what to do. Sister Feng, are you in there? It's me, Xiao Mei from downstairs. Sun Mei called out. Yes, just a moment. Upon hearing a familiar voice, there was finally a response from inside. Li Yi exhaled in relief, having feared that the entire family had left together. Moments later, the door opened, revealing a woman named Sister Feng. Although she appeared considerably haggard, her beauty remained striking. Perhaps due to being at home, her attire was quite casual, a loosely buttoned shirt on top and comfortable trousers below. Through the collar, Li could discern a hint of beauty. Such a captivating woman would be hard to come by, especially one of the mature, alluring type, a figure of legend that a student like him had only heard about but never encountered. Zhao Meifeng, evidently unaware of the strangers outside, casually buttoned the two top buttons of her collar. She was acutely aware that her appearance could easily drive men to madness, particularly in these apocalyptic times. Even though she stood before merely two young boys, she felt the need to be cautious. She was not an innocent youth. She was all too familiar with the darkness of society. Before the end, she had been a white-collar worker, with her boss often attempting to seduce her, all due to her exceptional capabilities that the company could not afford to lose. Nevertheless, she could not dismiss a familiar face like Sun Mei simply because of two unfamiliar boys. Come in, she urged, but Sun Mei interjected. Do you know the route that Wang Gu and Archendong took? Zhao Meifeng's eyes widened in surprise. You intend to find them? She shared the concern for her husband, as women often rely on the men in their lives during dire times. The fact that he had not returned all night was a cause for worry. Upon hearing someone intended to search for them, her emotions surged. Yes, do you know? Sun Mei confirmed. Wait, I will go with you. Without waiting for anyone's consent, she dashed into her room. Minutes later, Zhao Meifeng emerged. Impeccably dressed in formal attire, her ensemble featured knee-high boots paired with snug, fleece-lined trousers, a long top that extended to her thighs, cinched at the waist to accentuate her curves. She wore a high-neck white sweater that seemed to constrict her ample bosom, making her appear almost as if she could burst forth. Li Yi was mesmerized by her beauty. He had seen attractive women before, such as Chun Meng, whom he encountered daily. Yet, a mature woman of such elegance and poise was incomparable to the youthful innocence of a girl. Should we call others? Zhao Meifeng inquired. Yes, it might be beneficial to have more people, Sun Mei replied, believing that strength lies in numbers. However, she pondered whether these women could truly offer any assistance in the face of danger. Li, still entranced, found himself unable to voice any objections. The two elder women had already made their decision. By the time Li regained his senses, it was too late. He silently lamented the adage that beauty often brings trouble. As their group swelled to 14 individuals, Li could only pray for their safety along the way. For even if he had chosen not to include them, these women, concerned for their husbands or sons, would have followed regardless. Zhao Meifeng had clearly assumed the role of leader, guiding the way ahead. Among the younger members of the group, including Li Yi and Yi Ping, many perceived them as mere followers of Sun Mei seeking to escape. While such thoughts lingered unspoken, it was a consensus that, aside from Sun Mei, the others tacitly shared this belief. Downstairs, the absence of mutated rats brought a sigh of relief from a group of women wielding kitchen knives as their weapons. In comparison to the axe in Yi Peng's hand, their armaments seemed rather feeble. Even Li Yi's iron shovel appeared far superior. Li Yi found himself pondering whether, when faced with mutated rats, these women would be so frightened as to flee in terror. With Zhao Meifeng leading the way, the party followed nearly the same route traversed by Wang Song and his companions. If Wang Song and his group had not altered their path, they were destined to cross paths somewhere along the way or meet at their destination. Li Yi trailed behind the group back to the traffic light they had previously passed. This intersection formed a crossroads. The east-west route allowed direct access through the city center, while the north-south road served as the outer ring road of the mountain city. Previously, Li had intended to head north, as the northern route would lead him along the ring road to his home. However, the group was now bound for the south. For Li Yi's residence lay almost directly opposite to Liuzhou Island. If one were to consider Li Yi's home as situated in the northern part of the mountain city, then Liuzhou Island was located to the south. Despite this, Li Yi felt compelled to accompany them. Sending an all-female party out to seek their husbands would be akin to releasing a flock of sheep into a den of tigers. Furthermore, Chun Meng was among the group. Would she choose to leave him at this moment? How could Li Yi disregard her safety? Fortunately, the mountain city was not vast, merely a small county. And even before the apocalypse, one could traverse the ring road on an electric bike in just 2 or 3 hours. Thus, although the journey had lengthened, As long as he could return home by nightfall, it aligned with Li Yi's plans. As expected, the road was eerily silent. Not a single mutated rat was in sight. Nor were there any other mutated creatures. Beneath the gently rising sun, the atmosphere felt almost reminiscent of a time of peace and prosperity. As they walked, Li Yi admired this formidable contingent of women. Among them, Zhao Meifeng stood out as the most striking and captivating, perhaps due to her pre-apocalyptic status. She led the group with poise and authority. Her commands were precise, roles were clearly defined, and despite their safety thus far, they remained vigilant of their surroundings. If time permitted, he would upload another chapter of 2,000 words tonight. This week was a grand holiday, granting him an extra day off. Besides Zhao Meifeng, there was another woman in the group, barely in her 20s, presumably unmarried and likely out searching for her boyfriend. While her beauty did not quite match Zhao Meifeng's, she was still among the more attractive women in the ensemble. Beyond these two, the other women varied in appearance considerably. Yet the majority of the group consisted of females in their 20s to 30s, which brought Li Yi some comfort, at least in their flight. They would not be hindered by those of advanced age. Although their quality may have been lacking, they certainly held numerical superiority, creating an alluring sight from a distance. Reminiscent of a flurry of songbirds. In such dire times, the presence of so many women inevitably stirred the imaginations of unscrupulous men. Wudong, stationed at a partially constructed building, observed the scene with a calculating mind, contemplating the prospect of capturing these women. With such a multitude at his disposal, he mused, one could hardly go a day without finding a new face each week. With this thought, a smile crept across Wudong's face. A few days ago, he departed from the school alongside the throng of students, believing he would safely reach Liuzhou Island. However, little did he anticipate that the massive crowd would prove so vulnerable. The sudden appearance of a mutated dog sent everyone scattering in terror. Ultimately, he could only lead a group of over 100 towards Liuzhou Island. But in an effort to take a shortcut, they recklessly ventured into the city, only to be ambushed by a horde of mutated rats. Fortunately, Wudong acted decisively, urging the group to retreat. Luckily, among the group were several female students who, unable to outrun the males, inadvertently delayed the mutated rats, allowing Wudong and his companions to survive. Subsequently, he and the remaining students took refuge in a dilapidated building. Since reaching Liuzhou Island was no longer an option, Wudong resolved to establish a base of his own. For those few students who defied him, he resorted to ruthless measures. For he was never one to shy away from brutality. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hold the position of director of the teaching office. Consequently, only 37 individuals remained in the group, 12 of whom were his loyal subordinates, teachers from the school who had earned his trust. The remaining 25 students had either been coerced or reluctantly submitted to his authority. These constituted the core members. In addition, there were 8 individuals captured the previous day, who had intended to circumvent to Liuzhou Island, but were forced to turn back upon encountering mutated creatures, fortuitously falling into his grasp. Wudong urgently needed to augment the population of his base. Otherwise, they would be powerless against the mutated beasts. Gather! Wudong shouted, summoning everyone. The 45 individuals swiftly arranged themselves into formation. Regardless of their genuine allegiance, under the threat of starvation and survival, they could only yield. However, Wang Song had discovered an opportunity for escape. After a night of observation, he realized that while the 37 individuals were united, many of the students harbored discontent and were resistant to Wudong's authority. By exploiting this discontent, he and his companions could seize the chance to flee. I am delighted to announce that our Dawn base has welcomed new members. Let us extend a warm round of applause to them. Wudong proclaimed from the elevated platform. Applause erupted. Whether sincere or forced, none dared to exhibit dissent in Wudong's presence. He paid little mind to their true feelings. As long as he held their lives in his grasp, what did it matter if they were begrudgingly compliant? A base requires growth. Merely possessing men is insufficient. We must consider the propagation of humanity. Today, I hope to see female members join our ranks. Wudong declared grandly. Chief, where shall we find women? Chen Liang, Wudong's foremost subordinate, inquired at that moment. He was acutely aware of Wudong's intentions, clearly. He had not encountered a woman in days, and was eager to seek justification for his desires. Yet, the prospect of new female arrivals stirred his own excitement. I just spotted a group of women outside. As you all know, it's perilous out there. We must rescue them at once. While the pretext was appealing, how many truly believed Wudong's words? Upon finishing his statement, aside from his staunch loyalists, the others, students and Wang Song alike, remained unmoved. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Liang immediately shouted, "Do you still wish to have lunch? If so, we must set off at once." The mere mention of food caused the crowd to unconsciously swallow hard. Given the current circumstances, they were not accustomed to the luxury of 3 meals a day. Since rising this morning, everyone had yet to eat. Using food as leverage, some students began to grasp their makeshift weapons. As one individual took action, others swiftly followed suit, arming themselves with whatever they could find. These weapons were nothing more than wooden clubs, adequate for fending off a person but woefully insufficient against mutated rats. Originally, Wang Song and his companions possessed excellent tools, a fire axe and several iron shovels. Unfortunately, in the ensuing chaos when confronted by the mutated rats, many of these weapons were discarded, and the only remaining fire axe was confiscated by Wu Dong. Once all had armed themselves, Wu Dong gestured with his hand and bellowed, "Let us move." The team finally commenced their journey, albeit with dishearteningly inadequate armaments. Aside from Wu Dong, who held iron implements, the others were mostly wielding wooden sticks, with some even clutching 2 bricks, a rather glaring sight. Meanwhile, the ES group continued forward, oblivious to the exposure of their whereabouts. The 2 groups, moving towards each other, were soon within visible range, despite being over 200 meters apart. Just as Wu Dong and his team had not traversed 50 meters, Zhao Meifeng spotted a group ahead of them. Thankfully, they were not mutated rats. Zhao Meifeng felt a sense of relief. As most individuals still regarded mutated animals as humanity's true adversaries, being fellow humans, mutual assistance was perhaps unlikely, but they would undoubtedly not turn against one another. As they approached within 100 meters, Li clearly recognized the leader of the opposing group, none other than Wu Dong. This revelation astonished him. The last time he had seen Wu Dong, he had been paralyzed with fear, too terrified to even leave the infirmary. How had he become so audacious? Did he no longer fear the mutated rats outside? Zhao Meifeng could see the opposing group as well, and naturally, Wu Dong and his companions could see them too. To their surprise, they encountered students from their rival school, including a considerable number of women. Wu Dong, particularly fixated on Chun Ming, a young girl he presumed to be innocent, thought with a smirk that she would surely be an exhilarating challenge. With such thoughts, a lascivious grin spread across his face. Wang Song, upon spotting his wife and the others, sensed impending danger. He was well aware of Wu Dong's intentions. While he might have remained indifferent if it were someone else's wife, he could not ignore that Wu Dong had set his sights on his own. Even if it meant a bloody confrontation, Wang Song was determined to secure an opportunity for his wife to escape. Before long, Wang Song had made up his mind. Zhao Meifeng and the others, evidently unaware of their precarious situation, were overjoyed to see their men among the crowd. They rushed towards them, entirely unconcerned about the looming threat of rats. What is happening? Could it be that these women are drawn to my handsome figure? Wu Dong pondered, momentarily taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. "Run!" Wang Song suddenly bellowed, forcefully pushing aside a student who was restraining him. His abrupt outburst startled everyone, and Zhao Meifeng and the others halted in their tracks. "You must flee," Wang Song shouted once more, swinging the wooden stick with all his might towards the nearby students. With his sudden aggression, several companions joined him in the fray. Before Wu Dong could engage in battle, chaos erupted within his own ranks. In an instant, Wu Dong deduced the cause. Damn it! How could it be so coincidental? He cursed silently, but it was too late to turn back now. He commanded, "Everyone, charge. Eliminate them. Once we deal with these men, the women on the other side will be easy prey." Zhao Meifeng, now acutely aware of the situation, realized that her men had been captured by the opposing side, and these assailants intended to harm her. Her men were fighting desperately to allow her and the others to escape. Yet, despite her understanding, Zhao Meifeng had no intention of fleeing. She had shared a profound bond with her husband before the apocalypse. How could she abandon him now? Rather than surviving in solitude, she would rather face death together. "Husband, I am coming to help you," she cried, charging towards the enemy. With Zhao Meifeng's rallying cry, the other women surged forward like flames ignited. Though their combat prowess was lacking, their weapons were far superior, each brandishing either cleavers or frying pans, all made of iron, far better than the wooden implements of their foes. From a distance, Chen Liang spotted Zhao Meifeng wielding a gleaming cleaver, and he was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the long stick in his own hands. He quickly turned and ran towards Wu Dong. What good would his stick do against the enemy? A strike from them could very well be fatal. It was safer by Wu Dong's side. At least he had an axe. Chen Liang's thoughts mirrored those of many others. Yet Wu Dong would not allow anyone to retreat. What are you doing? Charge forward. Are you afraid of a mere kitchen knife? Your sticks are much longer than theirs. They can't reach you, Wudong shouted before continuing to encourage them. Upon hearing this, Chunliang and the others realized, indeed, their sticks were significantly longer than the cleavers. They then surged into the fray, aiming to thrust their sticks into the women. Li Yi and Yi Peng followed suit, armed with the best weapons in their group, slipping into the midst of the women, clearly trying not to be seen by the enemy. Move quickly, a man shouted. In that brief moment, a student struck him on the right shoulder with a brick, causing him to cry out in pain. Husband! The woman who had been by Zhao Meifeng's side yelled, clearly distressed as she recognized that it was her husband who had just been injured. You bastards! Wang Song roared, swinging his stick forcefully at a student. The blow landed harshly on the student's arm, shattering the stick into 2 pieces. The student screamed, clutching his arm. Yet no one paid him any mind. Though Li Yi and his companions were not particularly fast, they were not slow either. Finally, after several breaths, the 2 groups collided, and a fierce battle ensued. This marks Li Yi's inaugural encounter in combat against humans. Previously, his ability to slay 32 individuals in one swift moment within the cafeteria stemmed from the shock and intimidation wielded by the advantage of their own weapons. Now, although Li Yi fails to instill the same terror, he still possesses the upper hand in armament, coupled with the disunity of his adversaries. The scene ahead is engulfed in chaos. Had it not been for the fact that most of the opponents were women, identifying targets might have posed a challenge, leading to a fray. Li Yi, however, enjoys the privilege of being largely left undisturbed, as he too is a student, making it difficult for others to discern. He refrains from delivering fatal blows, for each strike aimed at an opponent's head would surely result in death. As the turmoil unfolded for a minute, the outcome became glaringly apparent, yet Wudong's faction continued to struggle in vain. Shen Liang, along with a few loyal subordinates, recognizing the tide had turned, hastily retreated to Wudong's side. Chief, what shall we do? Shen Liang inquired, though internally he pondered. If Wudong chose to remain, he would make his own escape. Run. Wudong, suppressing his anguish, turned to flee. With his men lost, what would become of him when faced with mutated beasts in the future? Though the pain was profound, he understood that remaining would be even more detrimental. As Wudong and his group departed, the resisting students began to surrender. We played a game yesterday, so you understand. Here is a chapter for today. Brother Song, how shall we handle these individuals? Questioned a flamboyantly dressed young man. What other course is there but to execute them? Are we to let them go? Replied a burly man in his 40s, his face contorted in anger. His words garnered widespread agreement. It was likely that once Wang Song voiced his consent, the execution would commence. I believe we ought to release them, Li interjected, advocating for their clemency. After all, surviving amidst the larger group was no small feat, and they had inflicted no substantial harm. Who are you? What right do you have to speak here? The burly man retorted, cursing. Quick, bind him. After his outburst, he further insisted that Li Yi be captured as well. The burly man standing in the group was only second to Wang Song, and immediately someone approached to confiscate Li Yi's weapon. Who dares? Yi Peng suddenly sprang forth, brandishing an axe to shield Li Yi. Throughout the ordeal, Li Yi remained motionless, confident that Zhao Meifeng would come forth to clarify the situation. Should there be no explanation forthcoming, he had contingencies. Although the system's orbs could not inflict harm upon others, the items within the system could certainly be employed. While uncertain of how much strength could be bestowed upon a single individual, Li Yi firmly believed that the system's offerings would not disappoint. If 2 talismans could not subdue 7 or 8 opponents, then the cost of 500 gold coins would be exorbitant. However, Li Yi neither awaited Zhao Meifeng's explanation nor procured any talismans. Instead, Yi Peng's intervention took him by surprise, filling him with profound gratitude. Damn it, there's another? The burly man exclaimed upon seeing Yi Peng emerge. Hold on, everyone, let me explain. Zhao Meifeng finally stepped forward, asserting, he is with us, searching for you. Indeed. We are not affiliated with them. Lan Xian added in clarification. Yes, yes. The other women chimed in, addressing their partners. It turns out we are all allies. Wang Song finally spoke. Let them go. After all, they are human beings, and there is no need for such a life-or-death struggle. Li Yi continued. Yes, I understand. They were also coerced by Wudong. Their intentions were not malicious. Release them. Wang Song finally acquiesced to Li Yi's request, likely influenced by Zhao Meifeng's whispered words in his ear. Get lost. Go as far away as you can. The burly man, upon hearing Wang Song's words, could only express his displeasure by cursing at the group of students. Li Yi, Li Yi. Suddenly, someone among the students called out. Li Yi was taken aback to discover that there was someone among them who recognized him. As the person stood up, he realized it was his classmate, Zheng Long. Zheng Long? What brings you here? Li Yi exclaimed with delight. Encountering a familiar face in the apocalypse was indeed a joyous event. Are you the only one left? Li Yi, having a good rapport with his classmates, inquired about the well-being of others. Yes, I'm the sole survivor now. Everyone else perished. Zheng Long replied, sorrow evident in his voice. Did you encounter mutated rats? Li Yi asked. It was clear that after separating from the military, they had faced mutated creatures. Yes. Initially, there were a few survivors from our class, Zheng Long explained. Li sensed there were other underlying reasons and quickly pressed on. What do you mean? Guo Ping and the others were killed by Wu Dong, Zheng Long lamented, sharing his woes with Li Yi. Hoping to strengthen their bond and wishing that Li Yi would take him along, considering the prowess of Li Yi's group. How despicable. Although Li Yi was aware of the dangers of the apocalypse, stemming not only from the threats of mutated species but also from humanity itself, he was taken aback by how quickly such treachery had surfaced. Yet, even if the truth was unveiled, he remained unfazed. The real concern was the harm inflicted upon his classmates. In this world, there are 3 unbreakable bonds: those who have fought together, shared the same roof, and indulged in debauchery together. Li Yi, having shared a classroom with them, felt a surge of anger upon hearing of their plight. Li Yi, please don't cast me aside. If I encounter them, I certainly won't survive. Zheng Long believed that surrendering would be seen as betraying Wu Dong. Should they cross paths with him again, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Now, seeing Li Yi, he hastened to express his heartfelt request, hoping for the sake of their shared past. Such a plea was not unreasonable. Having Zheng Long would bolster their strength. However, Li Yi's priority was to return home, and the journey posed risks that could rival encountering Wu Dong. The other students shared similar sentiments. Realizing they had a mutual acquaintance among them, they eagerly chimed in. Take me with you. I can be of help. Please take me. Though Li Yi was unable to bring them along, he was equally reluctant to abandon them to their fate. Before the apocalypse, they were the pillars of the nation. In the aftermath, they represented invaluable resources. Even if he did not fully comprehend, many novels had made this abundantly clear. Li Yi possessed a kind heart. He was neither a murderer nor a cold-blooded demon. The individuals he had slain at school, in his view, had long transcended the bounds of humanity, committing heinous acts, while those who aided them, though not guilty of the same, surely harbored similar thoughts. Moreover, while we toil tirelessly outside, they inflict harm upon those close to him, and naturally, Li Yi, in his fury, eliminated them. However, these individuals are different. Whether coerced, subdued, or for other reasons, they did not confront Li Yi directly. Thus, he contemplated allowing them to survive, for they are all human beings. Feng Jie, I wonder what plans you have moving forward? Instead of directly asking Wang Song, Li Yi posed the question to Zhao Meifeng, indicating his discontent with the actions of the Han. Li Yi could not take them along. Yet if Wang Song and the others intended to venture to Liuzhou Island, their company could provide additional security. With her man beside her, Zhao Meifeng evidently deferred the decision to her, turning her head towards Wang Song. The passage to Liuzhou Island was obstructed by numerous large beasts. Therefore, I wish to return and guard the Zitong Villa, as it is our home and we are familiar with the environment, Wang Song stated. He understood Li Yi's intentions, frankly. He did not oppose bringing these students along, but he lacked provisions to share with them. Thus, before Li Yi could speak, Wang Song continued. If you want them to accompany us, I have no objections, but food is a concern. Upon hearing this, Li comprehended the other party's stance. He could allow them to follow, but they must bring their own provisions. How could Zheng Long and the others provide food? Their supplies were with Wu Dong, and they had not brought any when they escaped. Undoubtedly, Wu Dong had taken it all. Li found himself at an impasse. Without food, survival was impossible anywhere. He could not deplete his own supplies either, and even if he did, it would not suffice for everyone. Big brother, let them return to school. Yiping suddenly interjected. His words instantly illuminated Li Yi's thoughts. Indeed, survivor camps were not solely located on Liuzhou Island. The newly liberated Tu Middle School was another option. Yes, you should return to school. Li joyfully urged the group. Return to school? Zheng Long and the others were perplexed by Li Yi's suggestion. They had risked so much to escape, only to be told to go back? Indeed, Li Yi nodded affirmatively. We just fled from number 2 middle school a few days ago. Rest assured, it is quite safe now. Li Yi and his companions had eradicated all the mutated rats within the school, and a mutated dog had also been slain. Furthermore, over 700 students remained there, ensuring safety. Not to mention, there was food available, overseen by teacher Lu Lei, so they need not fear encountering individuals like Wu Dong again. Yiping elaborated, and his words dispelled all their lingering doubts. Nevertheless, Zheng Long remained reluctant to go. After all, he did not know anyone there, and development would be easier in the company of a familiar face like Li Yi. Yiping, determined to become Li Yi's foremost ally, noticed Zheng Long's hesitation and revealed something that astonished him. Lu Tao is also there, a core figure in the camp. Lu Tao is there. Zheng Long was taken aback, but his surprise quickly transformed into joy. If Lu Tao was thriving there, he surely would not have forgotten his classmate. In his view, although Li Yi and his companions were commendable, they were merely a group of 20, with over half being women. How could they compare to a camp of several hundred in terms of safety? Thus, without hesitation, he returned to the school. Zheng Long and his group headed towards the school, influenced by Li Yi's presence. At this moment, Zheng Long subtly assumed the role of the leader, which inadvertently benefited him. Chen Meng, now that your uncle and aunt have found you, I must take my leave, Li Yi declared, with Chen Meng having reunited with her parents. It was evident that she could no longer depart with him. Chen Meng was taken aback, clearly unaware that finding her parents meant she had to part ways with Li Yi. However, she did not want to separate from him. What should she do? Yesterday, when they were caught playing cards, it was fortunate that the homeroom teacher was absent. Otherwise, she would have had to return home. The uncertainty of her fate weighed heavily on her mind, causing her considerable anxiety. Thus, this chapter is shorter. I hope you understand. Xiaoming, what nonsense are you talking? If we follow them, wouldn't we just be a burden? Chen Dong interjected. What if we encounter danger on the way? Little E would have to look after us. It would be better for our family not to complicate matters for them. Chen Dong made a valid point. Yet it was evident to all that he had no intention of accompanying Li Yi. Xiaoyi, the world outside is fraught with peril. Why not come to our home? Sun Mei proposed. Yet, as soon as she spoke, Chen Dong's expression shifted dramatically. Their household barely had enough provisions as it was, and adding 3 more mouths to feed was unthinkable. He hurried to object, but Li spoke first. Andy, I appreciate your kindness, but I must return home to find my father. With Li Yi's words, Sun Mei felt it futile to persuade him further. Could she really impede someone from seeking their loved ones? Such an act would surely breed resentment. Li Yi's eloquence stirred emotions, even in Shindong. Initially worried that Li Yi might share the malevolent disposition of Wu Dong, he found it entirely reasonable to harbor such suspicions in a world where trust among individuals had diminished to its lowest ebb. However, hearing Li Yi's sentiments, Chen Dong couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. In such dire times, how could one who remained concerned for their family be deemed a villain? Sun Mei, moved by her thoughts, reflected. In the early days of the apocalypse, we believed it was confined to certain areas, which is why we did not seek out Xiaoming at school. When we finally realized the gravity of the situation, a throng of people suddenly emerged from the second middle school. We hoped Xiaoming was among them, which was one reason we sought refuge on Liuzhou Island. Xiaoyi, given how long the apocalypse has persisted, is your father still at home? Could he be on Liuzhou Island? Her words, laden with lamentation, also served to explain to Chun Meng that no parent willingly forsakes their child. Circumstances had merely prevented them from embarking on the same quest as Li Yi. Yet, across the world, many shared Li Yi's plight, some having set out even earlier. My home is in the countryside. During the outbreak, it was nearly impossible for my father to reach Liuzhou Island, Li Yi replied, as their conversation drew to a close, despite Chen Ming's reluctance. She faced a choice between her parents and a dear friend. Ultimately, she could not abandon her parents, who she had finally found. Farewell. As Li Yi began his farewell at the intersection marked by traffic lights, he, along with Yi Peng and Lan Xian, waved goodbye to Chun Jia and her companions. Will you return? Chen Ming suddenly inquired. Taken aback by her question, Li hesitated for a moment before responding. If I find stability on my side, I will certainly come back to fetch you. Yet, deep within, he felt an overwhelming uncertainty about his future. The word "if" echoed the doubt that lingered in his heart. Should stability be attained, he would undoubtedly return for them. Conversely, if stability eluded him, this parting might well be a final farewell. I will wait for you here. Chun Ming exclaimed loudly, reminiscent of a wife bidding farewell to her husband embarking on a journey, shedding the modesty typical of her previous demeanor. Li offered no reply. Upon hearing her words, he turned away. The distance of mere meters made it impossible for him to have not heard her, yet he chose to feign ignorance. Such a promise was beyond his capacity to affirm, leaving him with no choice but to respond in silence. However, Chunming regarded her declaration as a vow, a promise to him. Prior to the apocalypse, their relationship had been confined to friendship, but the incident in the cafeteria had ignited other feelings within her for Li. The trope of a hero rescuing a damsel, though cliché, resides in every young girl's dreams. At that moment, Chunming realized that she had indeed developed feelings for Li. Li, on the other hand, was uncertain of his own feelings towards Chunming. Perhaps he was attracted to her beauty, perhaps not, as he merely regarded her as his closest female friend. If she were a male, he would consider her a brother. These distinctions eluded him, as he had not contemplated romantic relationships since graduating from middle school. Perhaps he had not loved since then. As Li traversed the road, he briefly pondered these chaotic thoughts before casting them aside. Regardless of his feelings for Chunming, as long as he drew breath, he would surely return for her. Not for any other reason, but out of a desire for those he cared for to survive in safety and happiness amidst the apocalypse. The journey north remained desolate, save for a few structures still under construction and the distant homes of farmers. Upon reaching the northern terminus of the Eastern Ring Road, the trio had yet to encounter any mutated creatures. The winds appeared uncharacteristically calm. However, the path ahead promised to be fraught with challenges. The new bus station in the mountain city was an unavoidable waypoint for Li and his companions. Such places are invariably chaotic, situated in bustling areas with dense populations, complemented by hotels and restaurants. Consequently, vermin and domestic animals thrived, now transformed into mutated beasts. The throngs of people would undoubtedly attract nearby mutated creatures. Li was oblivious to the deeper implications of his thoughts. He merely recognized that the bus station was a hub of activity where many initially sought to flee by vehicle, and now even more were present. With the surge in numbers, the chaos escalated, and the scarcity of food led to a dire situation where individuals were both hungry and wary of each other while simultaneously evading mutated animals. On the Northern Ring Road, after merely a few minutes of walking, Li and his companions encountered their first mutated rat since their journey commenced. This rat lingered at the entrance of a nearby residential complex, separated from them by a street. Li did not intend to chase after the mutated rat to eliminate it. Firstly, the street posed an obstacle, making the pursuit cumbersome. Secondly, what he saw was merely one mutated rat, yet it was evident that there were others lurking within the community. If their numbers were substantial, Li would find himself overwhelmed, especially in such an open area where the strategies employed in the wisteria residence would prove ineffective. The three individuals concealed themselves among the flower bushes by the roadside, observing the mutated rat until, 5 minutes later, it ventured into the community. They immediately crouched and hastened forward. Although they could have done so earlier, Li feared that the mutated rat's heightened senses would detect any sound they might make. The thought of it potentially summoning its companions filled him with dread. However, the distance they needed to cover was neither long nor short, approximately 500 meters. Moving in a crouched manner, their speed was significantly reduced. Just a short distance later, the mutated rat reappeared at the entrance, prompting the trio to halt. Once the rat entered again, they resumed their cautious advance. This stop-and-go pursuit took an entire hour. The trio was drenched in sweat, not due to physical exertion, but rather from the strain on their spirits. The acute tension and taut nerves could exhaust a person even in the absence of physical activity. Having navigated such a perilous path, the subsequent journey was relatively smooth. While they occasionally encountered mutated rats, these creatures quickly departed. Even if one or two reckless ones charged at them, Li and Yi Peng managed to eliminate them with combined effort. Li even pondered whether the rats were deliberately presenting themselves for the sake of his rewards, as it seemed audacious for a single rat to approach. His gold coins had risen to 530, yet his points dwindled to just 1, while he had amassed 3 task points, achieving a record high. Upon reaching the roundabout traffic lights, they were met with a scene of chaos. The roundabout, once the heart of old Huaxia, had been a bustling hub. However, with the rapid development of Huaxia, the mountain city had expanded significantly, rendering the roundabout a peripheral area of the city. Despite this, its former vibrancy could not be concealed. This was precisely why the new bus station had been established in this vicinity. At that moment, the streets were littered with crashed vehicles, and dismembered bodies were strewn across the ground. The once pristine oil-paved road now resembled a canvas splattered with paint, and the air was thick with the lingering stench of blood. Beneath the cover of the vehicles, Li caught sight of several wandering mutated rats. He felt that ahead lay the abyss of despair, and they stood on its precipice. Hundreds of vehicles lay haphazardly on the road, creating a striking spectacle. Following his gaze, he observed the north-south thoroughfare of the roundabout, also cluttered with vehicles, some having collided and remained abandoned. Why is it so chaotic? Lon Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Compared to the cleanliness of their journey thus far, this was an utter disarray. Let us circumvent through the community, Li suggested for the first time. Although the community harbored mutated rats, their presence was limited. If necessary, they could seek refuge in the stairwells. Allowing Li Yi to eliminate the mutated rats from a distance using his abilities. This method was inspired by the Zitong residents. However, despite its merits, each use of the poison orb signifies that Li Yi is sacrificing gold coins to defeat the mutated mice. A single mutated mouse yields only 10 gold coins, while a poison orb costs 15. Thus, it is not a matter of choice. Li Yi is truly reluctant to employ such a method to eliminate the mutated mice. Yet, at this moment, he finds it necessary to enter the community. The chaos at the traffic light is such that even from a distance, he cannot discern a viable path. Moreover, the mutated mice are concealed within the crevices of the cars. Should they launch a sudden attack, Li Yi would be unable to protect both ends. The exact number of mutated mice lurking among the vehicles is unknown, and if there are many, it would be akin to walking into a tiger's den. Rather than pressing forward, Li Yi believes it wiser to take a safer route. Although he may still encounter mutated mice, at least he would be able to see them. Humans are inherently inclined to fear the unknown far more than what is visible. Despite his decision, Li Yi understands that he is not alone in this venture. This choice, which pertains to life and death, must be communicated to Yi Peng and Lon Xian to gauge their preferences. Unsurprisingly, both readily agreed with Li Yi's suggestion. Lon Xian was indifferent, as any direction seemed the same to her. They were all struggling at the gates of death. Since they relied on Li Yi, whatever path he chose was acceptable. Yi Peng, on the other hand, supported Li Yi's viewpoint, as his intuition suggested that the likelihood of safely navigating through the vehicles was nearly non-existent. With their opinions aligned, the trio promptly set forth towards the Xiangyang community. The entrance to Xiangyang community lay directly across the street, the open electronic gate resembling the gaping maw of a primordial beast. An arch plaque above the entrance bore the name of the community. However, at this moment, it appeared to wear the smile of a devil as they drew nearer. Its grin seemed to widen. The Xiangyang community is modest in size, stretching approximately 200 meters from north to south, yet it is situated in a bustling area. With nearly every unit occupied, 16 residential buildings stand in close proximity, transforming the originally straight thoroughfare into a winding path. As they stepped into the community, Yi Peng felt a sudden throb at his temple, an instinctive realization that entering Xiangyang community had been a miscalculation. Nevertheless, his admiration and respect for Li Yi prevented him from voicing his concerns. To Li Yi, Xiangyang community bore no distinction from any other. The ground was strewn with blood and corpses, the only difference being the presence of the mutated mice's remains alongside those of humans. This was of little consequence. While the mutated mice were formidable, they were merely slightly stronger than an ordinary person, and that was only in terms of physical prowess. Even an ordinary individual, overcoming their fears and armed with human ingenuity and superior weaponry, could vanquish a mutated mouse. If one were not an ordinary person, the task would be even easier. Thus, the few mutated mice corpses on the ground elicited no particular reaction from Li Yi, merely an indication that the residents of Xiangyang community possessed a greater fortitude. Unbeknownst to the departing trio, the lifeless bodies of the mutated mice bore not a single mark of injury. After traversing 50 meters and passing 4 apartment buildings, the number of corpses continued to increase, and Li Yi even encountered the remains of a mutated cat. Filled with an overwhelming sense of joy, Li Yi had yet to encounter a crystal core despite having dispatched numerous mutated rats. However, both the mutated cats and dogs yielded such treasures, leading him to surmise that only animals of a higher order than the mutated rats possessed crystal cores. Indeed, the lifeless mutated cat before him did not disappoint. The faintly glowing crystal core exhibited barely a hint of green. The system merely classified it as an energy entity rather than an energy crystal core, rendering it incapable of converting into experience for system upgrades. Although Li Yi had only a single point remaining, He had no intention of exchanging this secondary crystal core, defined by him as such, for points at this moment due to the presence of task points. After dismissing the system page, Li placed the secondary crystal core into his backpack. Curiously, this core, originating from the head of a mutated creature, was completely free of the blood that pooled around it. In apocalyptic literature, such cores derived from mutated animals are often depicted as possessing immense utility, so for Li, who was not in need of points at present, it seemed prudent to retain the core, lest its value become apparent later, leaving him regretting its absence. As they ventured deeper, Li's astonishment grew, for the mutated rats were no longer scattered individuals but rather lay in droves upon the ground. After traversing a distance of 80 meters, only the carcasses of mutated beasts remained. There was no sign of human bodies whatsoever. Strangely, however, not a single crystal core had been overlooked among the mutated cats on their path. Li had effortlessly collected 5 secondary cores. Additionally, he had acquired a primary crystal core from a mutated dog, further solidifying his belief that only higher-order mutated beasts bore such cores. It was evident that the mutated cats and dogs ranked significantly above the mutated rats, and the mutated dogs likely exceeded the cats in terms of combat prowess, defense, and core quality. Despite his unexpected fortune, Li's primary desire was to exit this place swiftly. The demise of mutated rats was inconsequential, and he could accept the death of mutated cats, but the slaughter of mutated dogs, coupled with the absence of human remains, filled him with an increasing sense of unease. As he continued deeper, the unsettling atmosphere only intensified. He began to grasp the underlying issue. The entire area was unnaturally quiet, a silence that bred a palpable fear. As if some monstrous entity lurked nearby, silencing all living creatures. "Let us leave this place at once," Li urged, urgency lacing his voice. While he still wished to search for signs of the mutated dogs, the value of those crystals paled in comparison to the sanctity of life. Upon hearing Li's words, Yuping wholeheartedly agreed. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had become increasingly aware of his unerringly accurate instincts, and he now sensed that a profoundly dangerous presence resided within the Xiangyang community. Thus, at Li's urging, Yipeng instinctively quickened his pace, eager to escape. Though Lan Xian lacked Yipeng's acute intuition and did not possess Li's keen observational and analytical skills, a woman's sixth sense is not without merit. At that moment, she too felt an unsettling anxiety, echoing the desire to depart post-haste. The trio hastened their pace, advancing for approximately 10 meters, when they stumbled upon yet another corpse of a mutated dog on the ground. Ultimately, Li could not resist the allure of the crystal core and paused to retrieve it. A Grade 1 crystal core provides a slight boost to system experience for upgrades. However, as Li commanded the system to absorb this crystal core, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. From the seemingly inconspicuous flower bed, tendrils suddenly emerged, as if endowed with sight, reaching out towards Li and his companions. Startled by the noise, they turned to witness the astonishing sight. Though it is often said that plants possess life, none had ever witnessed moving tendrils before. To encounter such a scene, akin to something out of a film, was utterly bewildering. Yet, in a moment of critical urgency, being transfixed was tantamount to awaiting death. Having experienced the world, the existence of the system was even more shocking. Li quickly regained his composure. He shook his companions awake and shouted, "Run!" Without hesitation, the three fled in the direction from whence they came. The tendrils, initially no thicker than 2 fingers, gradually thickened as they extended, now resembling the girth of an infant's wrist. "Damn it," Li muttered under his breath. He had assumed that by keeping a safe distance, these tendrils would not reach them. Who could have anticipated their continued elongation? At this moment, the tendrils had stretched nearly 7 to 8 meters, and fortunately, there were only 4 of them. Had their numbers been greater, escape would have been unlikely. After running over 10 meters, the tendrils ceased their pursuit. Yet they had extended nearly 13 meters in total. Li gazed in astonishment at the flailing tendrils ahead, his face a mask of disbelief. Though he had accepted the reality, comprehension eluded him. Such thick and lengthy tendrils had not been seen before, and Li had previously examined the flower bed to ensure no mutated creatures were lurking therein. Thus, he was baffled as to why these tendrils had remained concealed. The tendrils writhed in place, seemingly at their limit, unable to advance any further. The thrashing tips appeared to beckon Li to depart immediately. Otherwise, the corpses on the ground would be their fate. What now? "This path is impassable," Lan Xian inquired. It was clear that traversing through the nearby community was no longer an option. Were they to venture out onto the congested road instead? "Brother," Shall we wait for the traffic lights? Yi Peng asked. No, I intend to investigate further. Surprisingly, Li Yi declared, leaving both of them astounded. However, a bitter pang coursed through Li Yi as the system suddenly chimed with a notification. Ding. System task. Locate the source of the tendrils. Task duration, 2 hours. Task reward, 1 obedience pill, 1 task point. Task penalty, system level reduced by 1. Note, if the system level drops to 0, the host will be annihilated. Ding. This task cannot be refused. Just as Li contemplated rejecting it, the system chimed again. Annihilation. A task of annihilation. There truly exists a task of annihilation. Li Yi nearly roared internally, as his apprehension of the annihilation task had finally manifested, and it was to impose a nearly fatal task upon him. Compulsory acceptance loomed overhead. Despite the multitude of frustrations racing through his mind, Li Yi was overwhelmed with sorrow. Yet, one must confront the reality. If the system were to advance to level 2 at this moment, Li Yi would have no reason to concern himself with this task. However, the system remains at level 1, and the penalty is one he cannot bear. Unless he can eliminate 3 mutated dogs within 2 hours, the challenge he faces is likely to be even more formidable than the task itself. You all wait for me at the entrance of the community. If I have not returned after 2 hours, you may return to school, Li Yi instructed Yi Peng and the others. While bringing Yi Peng along might bolster their combat strength, after spending so many days together, Li Yi had come to regard them as companions. He was unwilling to involve them in what he perceived as a suicidal endeavor. No one desires to accompany their friends to their demise. Yi Peng and the others were oblivious to Li Yi's intentions. In their eyes, Li Yi's combat capability was substantial, and his decision to leave them behind stemmed from a desire to prevent them from becoming a burden. They nodded in agreement to his proposal without further discussion. Once they departed, Li Yi promptly exchanged 3 secondary crystal nuclei for points, elevating his total to a commendable 31. He then purchased 3 primary life potions, leaving his balance at 25. With the assurance of the life potions, Li Yi felt a surge of confidence. Grasping Yi Peng's fire axe, free from the encumbrance of a backpack and fortified by the life potions, Li Yi's resolve intensified as he advanced towards the vine, which lay just 5 meters ahead. Sensing Li Yi's approach, the vine writhed violently, seemingly enraged, intent on tearing him to shreds. Although fear coursed through Li Yi, he reminded himself that it was merely a plant. Compared to the annihilation threatened by the system, this fear paled in significance. As he neared the vine, Li Yi swung the axe, aiming to sever it. In truth, he harbored little confidence in his strike. The vine's ability to pursue him suggested it could see, and thus, he presumed it would evade his blow. Yet, his assumptions were entirely misguided. Despite the vine's ferocity, it appeared oblivious to Li Yi's axe, which struck true, severing its tendril with ease. Li Yi was taken aback by the vine's fragility. This seemingly formidable foe was utterly ineffectual. His fear dissipated entirely as he continued to swing the axe, dispatching the remaining tendrils with relative ease. The remaining branches lashed out even more fiercely. Yet as Li Yi pressed forward, the vine began to retreat. With each step he took, the vine recoiled further. A surge of delight filled Li Yi. What was there to fear from such a trivial vine? Fear not, my trusty potions, I am here. He dismissed any thoughts as to why the system had assigned him such a simple task, while offering bountiful rewards, quickening his pace as if he were in a race. As he delved deeper, Li Yi arrived at the site of the previous incident. The vine, seemingly petrified with fear, retreated into the flower bed, disappearing from sight. Rushing over to investigate, he found no trace of the vine, apart from the ornamental plants that had been cultivated prior to the apocalypse. Only a few flowers and grasses remained. Such a place could hardly conceal the tendrils of vines, yet Li Yi was unable to discern them, truly an odd occurrence. With his axe, he stirred the flower bed, turning over the soil, yet still could not uncover the body of the vine. Suddenly, Li Yi comprehended why the rewards from the system were so generous. The vine was indeed not easily found. Without locating the essence of the vine, Li Yi could not complete his task. To evade obliteration, he had but 2 options. One was to venture deeper into the community, where he might glimpse the true form of the vine. The other was to acquire the crystalline core of a mutated dog, thereby elevating the system by 2 levels. Regardless of which path he chose, Li Yi had to proceed into the community. Perhaps having witnessed the power of the vine, he felt less fear towards the area, and the memories of the deceased mutated creatures and humans had momentarily faded from his mind. As Li Yi delved further, he indeed beheld the carcass of a mutated dog. and his experience for system upgrade had reached 35. He was merely 2 level 1 energy cores away from disregarding the system's task. However, he found himself at the very center of the community, where an open circular plaza lay. Surrounding the plaza were ornamental flower beds, and at the heart of it stood a grand tree. What puzzled Lee was the complete absence of any mutated animal corpses in the plaza, as if it were a sanctuary, detached from the world beyond. From a distance, he observed the tree, which he could not name. Yet it was unlike any he had ever seen. Its trunk was as robust as that of a camphor tree, while its crown bore branches that drooped like willow fronds. The concrete ground was cracked by the tree's roots, resembling a spider's web of fissures. The tree's diameter approached 2 meters, with a height of 10 meters. Such a feat would have been impossible before the apocalypse. Not only would the community be incapable of transplanting such a colossal tree, but the cost of such a sturdy specimen would be exorbitant. Lee quickly deduced that this was a tree mutated by the apocalypse, and he was astounded. It was his first encounter with a mutated plant. If this were indeed the case, the world would become even more terrifying. While mutated animals were formidable, they were not insurmountable at present. However, if plants were to mutate, the emergence of bizarre species would proliferate, and humanity's very survival would be jeopardized without plants. After all, weren't all human sustenance derived from plants? And didn't humanity rely on plants for oxygen? The more he pondered, the more astonished and fearful he became. If one day all plants in the world were to mutate, would humanity still have hope for survival? Was this apocalypse truly destined to extinguish humankind? Such thoughts arose unbidden in Li's mind, yet he refused to accept them. If the world had truly forsaken humanity, how could his system possibly exist? Nevertheless, should all living beings undergo mutation, humanity, in its current state, would stand no chance against them. Though myriad thoughts swirled within him, they were but fleeting moments. Just as Li beheld the grand tree, the system unexpectedly chimed. Ding! Task complete. The essence of the vine has been found. Before he could be surprised, Li was startled by the sudden movement of the great tree. Vines, thick as a man's arm, erupted from the flower bed surrounding it, swiftly reaching out toward him. The nearest flower bed was merely 6 meters away, and Li barely managed to evade the encroaching tendrils by rolling and scrambling to safety. The earlier elation of victory had vanished, replaced by a desperate instinct to flee. With no system tasks imposing penalties, his sole focus was on survival. The reasons behind the plant's mutation or its consequences were of no concern to him. Such matters paled in comparison to life itself. However, the vine seemed almost sentient, pursuing him with relentless determination. If Li continued on his original path, he would undoubtedly be ensnared. No novice, he quickly executed a lazy roll, narrowly avoiding another entanglement. This maneuver allowed him to pivot and face the vines head-on. Rising swiftly, he swung his axe towards them. The vine's defenses were surprisingly feeble, perhaps a trade-off for their agility. Li felt no resistance as the tendrils succumbed to the axe's descent, restoring a measure of confidence within him. How many branches do you have? I shall sever them all, he declared, emboldened by newfound bravado. He lunged at the nearby vines, intent on cleaving them into fragments. Yet, the vines were not so naive. The tendril he had targeted retracted towards the trunk, while others encircled him from behind, attempting to ensnare him. It was undeniable that the tree had acquired a form of intelligence far beyond that of mutated rodents or dogs. Li realized he could no longer pursue the retreating vines. To do so would mean certain entrapment. He quickly turned to defend himself. However, as the ancient adage states, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, and Li now faced an entire mass of branches. The vines from the distant flower bed were advancing as well. Counting them would only bring despair, as there were at least 35 tendrils surrounding him. In an instant, Li found himself enveloped in a tight circle of vines. What to do? Continuing this way would surely lead to his capture. Panic surged within him, and his axe swings became increasingly frantic. Seizing the opportunity, one of the vines snaked around him from behind. Startled, Li attempted to turn and sever it, but in that fleeting moment, 2 other vines sprang forth, binding his arm securely. Before he could react, more vines joined the fray, and within moments, Li was cocooned, resembling a rice dumpling. Except for the hand gripping the axe and his head, every other part of his body was tightly wrapped. The urgency intensified as the vines constricted further, threatening to choke the life out of him. What to do? The sense of impending death enveloped him, and regret washed over him for not fleeing sooner. For not purchasing a speed talisman at the outset. In desperation, he struggled fiercely, having resolved to acquire a strength talisman, which he had previously neglected to obtain. At that moment, a sudden roar erupted from the side opposite to Li Yi. Though he could not see it, the sound was unmistakable. A pig? Could it be a mutated pig? As the roar echoed, the vines ceased their relentless pressure on Li Yi. He finally felt a semblance of relief. But what brought him greater joy was the fact that the vines entwined around him began to retract, leaving just 5 tendrils to bind his limbs and torso, restricting his movements. Turning to glance at the situation behind him, he was instantly struck with terror. A mutated pig, the size of a small car, was bellowing at the large tree in the little square. Behind it loomed a throng of mutated creatures, a sight all too familiar to Li Yi. Among them were countless mutated rats, and surprisingly, mutated dogs as well. The sheer number of these creatures widened Li Yi's eyes. Should they decide to assault the second high school, even the most advanced systems would be rendered futile. The mutated pig bore a staggering 5,050 health points. With just a cursory glance, Li Yi estimated that this swarm of mutated animals numbered in the hundreds, with mutated cats and dogs comprising at least a third of the group. A chilling realization dawned upon him. He would likely meet his demise not at the hands of the mutated tree, but rather, he would be torn to pieces by this marauding horde. The thought was profoundly disheartening. While others might contend with only a few mutated animals, he was destined to be dismembered by this vast multitude. Was this the true advantage of the system? The mutated tree retracted its vines, standing defiantly before the mutated pig. Thick branches struck the ground repeatedly with a resounding crack, as if issuing a warning to the approaching beasts. The mutated pig, seemingly undeterred, responded with a few low growls. Dismissing the tree's admonition, Li Yi found himself bewildered by the unspoken language of the mutated beings. It was evident that they, too, were oblivious to each other's intentions. Yet the atmosphere foretold of an impending clash between these two formidable entities. Little did Li Yi know that this mutated pig had returned seeking revenge. Not long after the apocalypse began, it had undergone mutation, wandering nearby until it stumbled upon this place, hoping to settle down. Unbeknownst to it, a mutated sycamore tree lay in wait, catching it off guard. Many of its minions had perished, and it itself had sustained injuries, escaping by sheer luck. Naturally, it was unwilling to accept defeat. Once its wounds healed and its followers were replenished, it returned to exact vengeance. The standoff was unsustainable. At a certain moment, the mutated pig let out a thunderous roar, and the mutated creatures behind it surged forward toward the tree as if summoned by a battle cry. The mutated tree, enraged, struck the ground twice, yet the mutated beasts remained unfazed, igniting its fury. Having long been the unrivaled sovereign of the community, it had driven away all who dared approach, be they mutated creatures or humans. It had even allowed its old acquaintances to depart in safety, only to be met with audacity upon their return. This was a provocation too great for the tree to bear. Suddenly, Li Yi heard the rustling of leaves. Turning his head, he witnessed the towering canopy tremble, and from the dense foliage, a flurry of fluffy orbs shot forth. The small ball struck the body of the mutated creature, seemingly causing no harm. Yet the aberrant beasts cried out in pain. Li Yi gazed in astonishment as the blood gauge on the mutated beast's head steadily decreased, though it diminished only incrementally. The total life of the mutated rat was merely 10 points. It was not a gradual loss, but rather a single point deducted with each hit. Remarkably, this barrage of small balls resulted in the demise of more than half of the mutated beasts, including mutated cats, while mutated dogs seemed to withstand the assault. Perhaps due to their thicker blood. What were these fruits of the plant? They were indeed more formidable than the system's orbs. Li Yi's mouth fell agape in disbelief. The mutated tree's attack finally stunned the mutated rats, cats, and dogs, causing them to halt in their tracks, too fearful to advance further. Witnessing this, a mutated pig let out a furious roar, swiftly biting the nearest mutated rat to death, as if to declare, "Charge forth, those who falter shall perish." The pig's display of dominance had its intended effect. The other mutated beasts paused for only a few seconds before once again launching an assault on the mutated wudong tree. Perhaps fearing another barrage of those fruit balls, their charge was noticeably swifter this time. Li anticipated the scattering of fruit balls, yet it did not occur. He was unaware that these fruit balls were not something the mutated tree could unleash at will. They were accumulated over the past few days, and having released them all at once, it had exhausted its supply. To produce more, it would require at least 2 to 3 days. However, the mutated tree was not inclined to wait. As the mutated beast surged forward, it extended its vines with great effort. Within moments, Dozens of vines wove together into a massive net, ensnaring the fastest of the mutated cats. The net tightened, effectively capturing them, and soon after, blood began to seep through the vines. Lee could hardly believe that the mutated cats were being crushed to death in such a manner. Had the mutated tree previously shown mercy? He did not know, but the reality was clear. Should the tree treat him with such severity, Lee would have no hope of survival. The tree's attack had commenced, and the mutated beasts also officially launched their offensive. Unlike animals, plants lack a head and heart. Thus, while the mutated beasts attacked, their efforts were futile against the vines, as none dared approach the tree itself. The tree's vines, under siege, felt a surge of urgency. These vines were an integral part of it, its very lifeline. Without them, it would merely be an ordinary wudong with intelligence. No longer holding back, it withdrew the vines controlling Li Yi, casting him aside. 36 vines, including those slightly severed by Li Yi, regrouped in sets of 6 around the central body in the small plaza. The agility of the vines surpassed even the speed of the mutated cats, each extending over 30 meters in length. The robust tendrils, reminiscent of a human stout thigh, lashed out fiercely at the horde of beasts. Leveraging their long reach and formidable strength, the mutated creatures contemplated an assault, yet 5 tendrils stood guard, supported by nearby groups of tendrils that offered mutual assistance. Regardless of whether the aberrant animals attacked in unison or dispersed, they found no advantage. Observing this situation, the mutated boar could no longer remain a mere spectator. With a thunderous roar, it charged at the trunk of the mutated tree, sending the nearby mutated rats flying as they could not evade its path. As the sound of the boar's hooves echoed, its companions ceased their harassment of the mutated phoenix tree. The mutated phoenix tree, recognizing the imminent threat, swiftly summoned 10 tendrils to form a wall towering 4 to 5 meters high. In mere seconds, the boar, undeterred, surged forward, refusing to circumvent or leap over the tendril barrier. Instead, it accelerated towards the woven wall of tendrils. A resounding thud reverberated, akin to a heavy stone crashing onto the ground. The mutated boar collided with the tendril wall, causing a deep indentation. Yet, the tendrils remained steadfast in their blockade. The deformed wall, now resembling a net, reached its elastic limit, akin to a slingshot, flinging the boar back. Its uncontrolled body was propelled directly into its companions. The mutated dog reacted swiftly, leaping aside, while the mutated cat followed suit. Only the mutated rat suffered, as several were once again sent flying by the boar. Faced with this predicament, the boar's fury intensified. These companions were gathered through great effort, and now, due to the mutated tree's influence, they had met their demise at its own hands. How could it not seethe with rage? Old grudges were rekindled with fresh animosity. At this moment, the battle reached its pinnacle, a fierce confrontation. Although the spectacle was undoubtedly captivating, Li dared not linger. He scrambled to his feet, casting a brief glance at the small square before hastily retreating along the path he came from. Li's frantic movements did not go unnoticed. Many of the mutated beasts observed him amidst their ranks. However, in the heat of battle, no one cared about trivial sustenance. Victory over the mutated tree promised ample rewards from their leader. As Li fled in desperation, the horde, under the boar's command, launched another assault. Li paid no heed to whose advantage was greater. He hoped for mutual destruction, wishing for them all to perish. The return journey, which had taken over 20 minutes, was completed in a mere 3 or 4. At the southern entrance of Xiangyang Community, Yiping and Lan Xian hid in the security room. Through the glass window, they spotted Li rushing towards them and quickly stepped outside to greet him. Seeing Yiping and the others, Li urged, "Run." Lan Xian was momentarily taken aback, but Yiping instantly grasped Li's urgency. He did not run towards Li. Instead, he swiftly pulled Lan Xian up and dashed outside. Li's expression was one of desperation, and his voice bore the weight of terror, leading Yipeng to surmise that he must have encountered something horrifying, for Li, with his strength, would not have acted in such a manner otherwise. It must be acknowledged that Yipeng's reaction was sufficiently swift. Li accelerated his pace, drawing closer to the disc, towards the circular platform. Although Li's performance prior to the apocalypse was subpar, he had met the standards in physical education, albeit not matching the prowess of those in the sports class. Conversely, Yipeng, a bookworm by nature, lagged slightly behind Li in speed. However, Li's decision was not born of panic. During the 3 to 4 minutes of fleeing, his mind continuously churned with thoughts. If the mutated pig could usher in its minions from another side, it was likely that the nearby mutated creatures had been summoned to assault the mutated tree. With this in mind, what could Li Yi possibly fear? In reality, Li Yi was overthinking. Several large hotels and numerous small restaurants populated the vicinity, ensuring a significant presence of rodents in those establishments. Moreover, the dense population meant that while not every household owned a pet, there were still hundreds of them around. No matter how formidable the mutated pig might be, it could not possibly recruit every animal as its subordinate or eliminate them all. Yet, the streets surrounding Shenyang community indeed appeared devoid of mutated creatures. Those animals either hit upon sensing the mutated pig or barely survived under its dominion, or had only just arrived. As Li Yi had surmised, not a single mutated creature was in sight near the traffic lights. The trio struggled to sprint southward along the sidewalk. Traversing the distance from Shenyang community to their current location was no less than 1,000 meters. Their exertions were considerable, yet they had not reached their limits. Just as they neared the entrance of the Red Rose Leisure Club, a roar suddenly erupted from the direction of Shenyang community. Upon hearing the familiar growl, Li felt a jolt of fear course through him. The mutated pig had evidently spotted them, its hooves pounding the ground as it rushed towards Li. "Run!" Li shouted urgently, propelling himself forward as he spoke. Yiping reacted, as always, with remarkable speed, even as his mind remained in shock from the sight of the mutated pig. Of course, he did not forget to pull along Lan Xian, but this slowed their pace. When Li glanced back, he was alarmed to see that Yiping and Lan Xian were now 3 to 4 meters behind him. If this continued, the distance between them would only increase. Should he flee or attempt to shield them from the mutated pig? Li grappled with these two choices. Yet he was reluctant to embrace either. Abandoning them would stir a sense of unease and guilt within him. While confronting the mutated pig was a prospect he dreaded even more. Not only did he doubt his ability to withstand it, but he also questioned whether he would even survive to return home. Li placed great value on his own life, yet he also cherished the bonds of loyalty. Were he alone at this moment, he would possess the confidence to escape. Or rather, he had faith in the system, although he had yet to utilize his speed charm. He believed its effects would be nothing short of remarkable. If only he had a sufficiently sharp weapon, what could the mutated pig possibly do? Li mused silently, his feet never faltering. At this moment, the distance between him and Lan Xian had grown to 6 meters. Weapons. The system's weapons. A sudden realization struck Li Yi. He possessed the system's orbs. Although his axe was gone, the orb remained nestled in his backpack. Li inwardly scolded himself for his foolishness. His axe had been flung away by the mutated tree, and he had lost track of its whereabouts. Consequently, he instinctively felt defenseless, forgetting that in this apocalypse, he commonly relied on beads as his weapon. Li could hardly believe the mutated pig still possessed 50 points of health. If the mutated pig could be driven away, in his view, it was the mutated tree that had scared it off. Then its health must have certainly diminished. With the advantage of the system, inflicting a single blow that deducted 15 health points restored Li Yi's confidence, and he turned to race toward Yi Peng and the others. Bai Xian had nearly succumbed to despair. Seeing Li Yi dash ahead, she feared he intended to abandon them and flee alone. After all, in this apocalyptic world, one's own life surely held more value than that of others. Bai Xian bitterly reflected on her previous naivety in believing that Li Yi would safeguard their safety. However, Yiping had a different perspective. His instincts assured him that they would not perish, especially as the mutated pig drew ever closer, amplifying his sense of urgency. Finally, Li Yi turned back. To Bai Xian, it was as if she had glimpsed the dawn after a long night. Her nearly exhausted body was suddenly invigorated, and she sprinted toward Li Yi, filled with hope. He had not forsaken them. He was returning to their side. This sensation felt akin to resurrection, akin to being fully revived. Yi Peng also smiled, a joyful grin spreading across his face. Instincts aside, in that moment, how could he entertain the notion that Li Yi meant to flee alone? One must look after oneself. Otherwise, calamity would ensue. Even if Li Yi truly did choose to escape alone, Yi Peng could not harbor resentment, for the blame lay solely with himself, his poor judgment in choosing to follow. Yet at this moment, Li Yi had returned, returning to rescue them. His beaming smile radiated hope. He must possess a way to resolve their current predicament. For he was the unparalleled champion, the greatest of all. Can you still run? Li Yi urgently inquired, as he too felt on the brink of exhaustion. Let alone Bai Xian. To his astonishment, she nodded, indicating her readiness to continue, while Yiping, panting heavily and leaning on his knees, could barely muster a reply. You two go ahead. I will hold it off. Li knew he could not guarantee the demise of the mutated pig. If Yipeng and Bai Xian remained, they would become a burden during their escape. Though Yipeng could no longer run, he refrained from uttering any words of shared fate. Not wanting to become a liability to Li, he nodded and, with Bai Xian as support, continued to press forward. Not long after Yipeng had departed, the mutated pig finally caught up. From a distance, Li spotted the number 2350 emblazoned on the beast's head, causing his heart to skip a beat. The explosive beads, heavy beads, and poison beads combined could only inflict a maximum of 20 points of damage on the mutated pig. The remaining 3 health points must be deducted under the effects of the heavy beads. Otherwise, given the mutated pig's speed and resilience, coupled with Li's lack of an axe, the outcome could prove dire. Li cursed the mutated tree for its inadequacy, lamenting the additional 3 health points it had inadvertently granted the mutated pig. Regret surged within him, and he had resolved that upon hitting the creature with 3 beads, he would attempt to strike its head with the iron shovel. If the damage proved insufficient, he would promptly flee. It was reasonable to assume that the mutated pig, already on the brink of death, would likewise retreat, as evidenced by its earlier escape from the Yangsun community. He hurled the 3 beads in unison. Perhaps intimidated by the fruit projectiles of the mutated trees, the pig did not react as the mutated dog had, opting instead to evade the incoming beads. Fortunately, Li had not anticipated such folly from the creature, so after the trio of beads was launched, he swiftly retrieved another 3 from the system and aimed them toward the direction in which the mutated pig was dodging, with both intent and precision. Even the pig's swiftness could not save it. This was the moment of exchange, and regardless of the pig's awareness, it was powerless to escape. Li finally struck true, and the mutated pig's health plummeted by 15 points. The creature let out a piercing cry, thrashing its body in a desperate attempt to shake off the pain, a torment that penetrated to its very marrow, with no visible wounds to alleviate. Time was of the essence, and Li could not afford to linger. He approached with the shovel, delivering a familiar blow to its head, which reverberated painfully through his own hands, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the weapon. Fortunately, he wielded it with both hands, preventing the loss of his final means of defense. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to flee in that moment. Although the weapon remained in his grasp, the pig's resilience astonished him. Such a strike would have diminished the life of a mutated dog, yet the pig remained unscathed. Was this disparity a result of their differing species? Li pondered, but now was not the time for idle speculation. He quickly refocused, executing a series of actions to access the system and procure a talisman within half a second. Without hesitation, he extracted a strength talisman. Strength talisman, upon use, grants the strength of an ordinary human, not stackable. Price, 500 gold coins. Li was unsure of the exact measure of a human's strength. Yet the moment left no room for doubt, though he could have chosen a speed talisman to escape. Witnessing a mutated beast with just 3 health points, a creature superior even to the mutated dog, made it difficult for him to abandon the pursuit. Such is human nature. When faced with peril, survival is paramount, yet when survival seems assured, ambition rekindles. At that moment, the mutated pig was momentarily hindered. Had he opted for the speed talisman, fleeing would have posed no challenge, but the prospect of the pig's core was far too enticing to dismiss. With resolve, he pressed the strength talisman against himself, and it adhered as if bonded by powerful glue. Instantly, Li felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him, compelling him to strike again at the mutated pig. In scarcely 2 seconds, the pig had just begun to recover from the anguish inflicted by the beads when it beheld Li advancing with the shovel raised high. Although he wished to evade, his speed was halved, preventing him from completely escaping. Nevertheless, the mutated boar managed to dodge the vital points, its hefty body crashing into Li with a resounding thud, akin to a blow against the ground. This time, it was far beyond mere numbness in his arms. Had he not been prepared, he might have truly been sent flying. While the iron shovel remained in his grasp, Li could no longer wield it for an attack. His hands trembled uncontrollably, not from fear, but from the impact. Despite enduring such a blow, the mutated boar suffered no discernible harm and continued to lumber towards Li with alarming speed. With his trump cards exhausted and his gold reduced to 0, he could no longer purchase speed talismans. Cursing the system for its cruelty, he nonetheless clung to the hope of survival. Faced with insurmountable odds, he resolved to flee. Seizing the moment while the boar was still slowed, Li swiftly turned to escape. However, after covering a mere 7 or 8 meters, the boar shed its sluggishness and surged forward, doubling its speed in pursuit. Li Yi, acutely aware of the creature's newfound freedom, felt a surge of anxiety. He had experienced the boar's swiftness firsthand, and it far surpassed that of the mutated dogs. Before he could devise a strategy to evade, Li Yi felt a violent shove against his backside, launching him forward. He rolled several meters, the friction tearing not only his clothes, but also his skin. The searing pain jolted him back to reality, and the iron shovel slipped from his grip. Without pausing to collect himself, he rolled aside, enduring the agony. Just as he anticipated, the mutated boar lunged after him. Cursing his luck, he dared not linger, scrambling to his feet and sprinting forward without regard for direction. All that mattered was distancing himself from the beast. Without the slowing effect and lacking a speed talisman, his escape was nothing but a futile dream. Sensing the mutated boar gaining on him, Li glanced back, only to see the creature's gaping maw mere half a meter away. Startled, he quickly rolled to the side. Though every impact sent pain coursing through him, he narrowly avoided yet another crisis. The relentless onslaught of the boar's attacks fueled his anger. It raised its head and roared defiantly, its furious cries conveying a clear intent to kill. This was no mere hunger, it was a quest for vengeance. The boar, driven by a desire for retribution, could very well seek out mutated trees to regain its strength, revealing it as a creature that harbored grudges. With Li Yi having reduced its life to a mere 3 points, the boar, acutely aware of its peril, would not let him escape. Realizing the intensity of the boar's animosity, Li Yi regretted his earlier greed. Had he seized the opportunity to purchase a speed talisman while the creature was slowed, he might have fled successfully. Yet, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret, and he could not buy such a talisman now, as all within his purchasing capability had already been displayed. Nevertheless, even in this dire moment, Li Yi refused to abandon his will to survive. As Li Yi sprinted, he hastily retrieved various items from his system. He hurled the heavy beads and poisonous pearls toward the pursuing mutated pig, regardless of their efficacy. Upon recognizing the familiar beads, the mutated pig hesitated, instinctively retreating to a safer distance, fearful of being caught unaware. Suddenly, Li Yi produced a white pill, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. The obedient pill, when fed to a mutated creature, it held a chance of making the creature acknowledge the feeder as its master. The obedient pill, how exhilarating! Li exclaimed with joy. Just when he felt cornered, the appearance of the obedient pill instilled within him a sense of rebirth. After consuming a vial of life elixir, Li Yi turned to face the mutated pig directly. He ceased his flight, leaving the mutated pig momentarily bewildered. The prey, once pursued, now exuded an aura of fearlessness, leaving the creature perplexed. Had the prey come to terms with its fate? Did it intend to sacrifice itself? The mutated pig, observing Li Yi's audacious demeanor, hesitated to initiate the attack, still wary of the peculiar beads that had initially instilled fear within it, reluctant to provoke any further unusual attacks from Li Yi. While the mutated pig dared not act recklessly, Li Yi remained undaunted. He understood that the pig's speed was formidable. If he remained too far, he would have no chance of delivering the pill into its mouth, let alone aim accurately. Gradually, he inched closer to the mutated pig, contemplating strategies to entice it into consuming the obedient pill. Unlike the weapon beads, which were effective upon impact, this pill required ingestion, a task fraught with challenge. The mutated pig watched as Li approached, its pride wounded by the audacity of being regarded as mere food. No longer hesitating, it began to close the distance towards Li Yi. At that moment, Li Yi recalled a post-apocalyptic novel he had once read, where the protagonist managed to mount a mutated beast. He pondered the feasibility of this approach, but was unsure how to ascend. Before long, the man and the pig stood merely a meter apart. Ultimately, it was the mutated pig that took the initiative to attack. Perhaps unable to resist the allure of human flesh at such close proximity, or fearing that prolonged waiting might lead to unexpected harm from Li Yi. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yi deftly sidestepped and grasped the pig's ear. The effect of the strength talisman had not yet waned. At that moment, he possessed the strength of 2 men, allowing him to hoist himself onto the back of the mutated pig. The pig, initially mistaking Li Yi's movement for an incoming projectile, attempted to retreat. But this provided Li Yi with the perfect opportunity to climb onto its back. The mutated pig could not endure the intrusion, thrashing wildly in an attempt to dislodge Li Yi. Yet, Li Yi clung tightly to the pig's neck, determined not to fall. With the obedient pill firmly in hand, he gradually maneuvered it toward the pig's mouth. Just as he felt himself slipping, he successfully guided the obedient pill into the pig's mouth, where it dissolved instantly, leaving the creature no chance to spit it out. At this moment, Li Yi finally tumbled off the back of the mutated pig, his body feeling as though it had been shattered, rendered immobile. Uncertain of whether the book written by February would be well received, he mused that if it were, perhaps some flowers or collections would be bestowed, entirely free of charge. Li lay on the ground, gazing at the mutated pig. If the obedient pill had failed, he would have to resign himself to fate. At present, he found himself devoid of strength in his hands, lacking any weapons, items, or gold. With only 2 life potions remaining, which were of no immediate use. Suddenly, the mutated pig ceased its movements after consuming the obedient pill, leaving Li Yi in doubt as to whether it had truly worked. He found himself unable to utter a sound or issue commands to verify if the pig had genuinely become obedient. Although his certainty wavered, he felt an answer stirring within him. The pig, once frenzied, was now as tranquil as a rabbit. If the obedient pill had not taken effect, what else could explain this transformation? All that remained was the need for verification. After a brief respite, Li regained the ability to move and consumed one of the life potions to restore his strength and heal his wounds. With renewed vigor, he commanded the mutated pig, "Retreat." To his astonishment, the pig actually complied, stepping back several paces without showing any signs of stopping. "Stop. Come here. To my side," he urged. Li Yi articulated his commands with clarity, and this time, the mutated pig halted in front of him. A wave of elation washed over Li Yi. With the mutated pig by his side, he no longer had to fear the mutated mice or cats. Perhaps he could even use the pig to control a horde of mutated mice, thus realizing his dream of an army of mutated rodents. In fact, he was already devising a plan. Noticing that the pig's health had dwindled to a mere 3 points, Li felt a pang of concern, fearing for its life. He promptly administered the last of his life potions. Upon consumption, the pig's health immediately rose by 2 points, reaching 5. With this reassurance, he felt a sense of relief. He could not fathom the despair he might feel if the pig, having consumed all his possessions, were to perish. With 5 points of health as a safeguard, Li no longer worried about the pig's safety and began to search for system orbs. He tossed these orbs haphazardly toward the pig, knowing they would not harm it, yet finding them scattered on the ground made them difficult to locate. Ultimately, he only found a poisonous orb and decided to abandon the search. After all, it was merely a matter of a few coins. With the mutated pig at his disposal, did he truly need to fret over such trivial currency? Li Yi considered generously. If gold was needed, he could simply send the mutated pig to fetch a few mutated mice for him to slay. At that point, acquiring gold would be a matter of desire rather than necessity. Grasping a shovel, he mounted the mutated pig, tearing off the strength symbol he had acquired. This item had disappointed him greatly. While it increased his strength, his physical capacity could not keep pace, rendering the enhancement futile. Previously, despite his newfound strength, he had been unable to withstand the recoil it produced. Given the enormous size of the mutated pig, Li Yi instinctively resolved to utilize it as his steed. In this apocalyptic era, transportation has become exceedingly inconvenient. Even with a vehicle, one must grapple with concerns over fuel. The scarcity of reliable means of transport is disheartening. However, the prospect of finding a more accessible mode of travel fills Li Yi with an indescribable joy. He pursues the direction taken by Yi Peng and Lan Xian. Riding upon a mutated pig, Yi Peng and Lan Xian have not ventured far, yet the multitude of abandoned vehicles on the road has compelled them to conceal themselves. As they witness Li Yi atop the mutated pig, they can hardly believe their eyes. The two sides that had been at odds are now displaying such camaraderie. Hidden within the vehicle, they hesitate, pondering whether to emerge. From his vantage point on the back of the mutated pig, Li Yi scans the area ahead. But he detects no sign of Yi Peng and Lan Xian, knowing they must be lurking nearby. However, the abundance of discarded cars and the maze-like alleys, coupled with the towering shops, make the task of locating them quite daunting. "Yi Peng, Lan Xian, where are you?" Li calls out, disregarding the risk of attracting mutated rats, eager to share his elation. Even if mutated rats were to appear, he would welcome it, as he currently frets over his lack of gold coins. Despite the vehicle's commendable soundproofing, the eerie silence of the surroundings allows Yi Peng and Lan Xian to hear Li Yi's call. Upon hearing him summon them, they no longer hesitate and promptly exit the vehicle. "Brother, what on earth is going on?" Yi Peng inquires before they approach, while Lan Xian remains at a distance, wary of the mutated pig's unpredictable behavior. "Fear not. I have tamed this mutated pig," Li exclaims jubilantly, the delight on his face palpable. Yi Ping, unable to contain his astonishment, responds, "You can tame mutated animals?" Yi Ping's surprise is understandable. If mutated beasts can indeed be domesticated, what fear would humanity have? By diligently taming these creatures and employing them to combat one another, the apocalypse could swiftly come to an end. Even if it does not, humanity's survival would be assured. Li Yi, oblivious to Yi Ping's contemplations and disinterested in the political implications, is solely focused on the well-being of himself, his friends, and his family. Nevertheless, he replies to Yi Ping, "Of course they can be tamed. Look at this." With this assertion, he silently adds, "But only I possess the ability to do so." Yi Ping is overjoyed. Although he is unaware of the mutated pig's true capabilities, its imposing presence is enough to inspire awe. Now that it has become Li Yi's companion, it signifies their alliance, and this fills him with happiness. Lan Xian, too, is elated, astounded by Li Yi's prowess in taming mutated beasts. Surely, he must be the foremost individual in this world, or at the very least, the most formidable in the mountain city. Determined to follow Li Yi, she is motivated solely by the desire to survive in this harsh new reality. "Stop dawdling, you two. Climb aboard, and let us continue our journey." Li Yi, while basking in his joy, remains focused on their ultimate goal, returning home. Upon hearing this, Yi Ping eagerly climbed onto the back of the mutant pig. The creature, startled by his sudden movement, attempted to bite him, but Li Yi swiftly intervened to halt its aggression. Nonetheless, Yi Ping struggled to mount the beast, and without the aid of the power talisman, he would have found it nearly impossible. It was at this moment he recognized the challenge, prompting him to command the mutant pig to crouch down, making it considerably easier for him to ascend. With Li Yi's assistance, Lan Xian also managed to climb atop the pig, feeling the warmth of its body beneath her. To her surprise, she experienced an unprecedented sense of security, which left her feeling somewhat embarrassed, not only for straddling the pig, but also for discovering solace in such an unusual companion. Li positioned himself at the front, with his feet nearly straddling the pig's neck, while Lan Xian sat behind him, perhaps adhering to the decorum of maintaining distance between the sexes. Yi Ping occupied the space behind Lan Xian, creating enough room for two more individuals to sit comfortably. Li pointed the way, allowing the mutant pig to navigate on its own. With a trusty steed now at their disposal, the burden of their journey felt significantly lighter. Li took a moment to assess his financial situation. His system level remained at level 1, yet his experience points had risen to 25. He had no gold coins, 25 points, and a commendable 4 task points. In addition, he possessed 2 secondary crystal cores, 1 poison bead, and, of course, the mutant pig as his pet. Though he had no gold to his name, Li Yi felt an immense sense of joy. If a mutant pig could be purchased with coins, he would gladly exchange 500 gold and 10 beads, even at double the price, for another. The trio, along with their porcine companion, continued towards Li Yi's home, each heart brimming with elation. With the mutant pig as their ally, their confidence surged, akin to having a safeguard in a world fraught with peril. As they traveled under the protection of the mutant pig, the mutant rats, cats, and dogs in the vicinity of the traffic lights scurried away, having either been intimidated or having witnessed the pig's formidable presence. Although Li Yi longed for gold, he refrained from recklessly rushing in to collect it. The mutant pig's health had increased to 7 points, a result he attributed to the effects of the vitality potion. 7 points of health was ample for the creature. Given its defensive capabilities, it was unlikely to sustain serious damage, which reassured Li Yi. Before long, they approached the new bus station, an essential waypoint for Li Yi and the northernmost exit from the urban area of Shanxing County. Riding the mutant pig accelerated their progress. As they passed the front of the bus station, Li Yi gasped at the sight before him. An entire area stained crimson with blood, littered with wrecked cars and buses, one of which had been crushed beneath a large bus, its occupants likely reduced to mere pulp. From every direction, he observed numerous mutant creatures, but they dared not approach, intimidated by the imposing presence of the mutant pig. As they traversed this dimly lit Hell's Cape, Li noticed figures moving within the bus station's hall, suggesting the presence of survivors. With the mutated pig as his mode of transport, the journey was both effortless and enjoyable. Even when encountering a mutated dog, it dared not approach, only growling softly from a distance. Li initially intended for the mutated pig to summon the mutated dog, yet the latter showed no interest, instead growling at him. Li Yi began to suspect that the presence of humans had led these mutated animals to exclude the mutated beasts from their ranks. Otherwise, why wouldn't they accept the pig as a subordinate? Such thoughts were mere conjectures, but indeed, The mutated pig had not attracted any followers along the way. Even the most common mutated rats ignored it. The small fishing village, Li's hometown, lay approximately 17 or 18 kilometers from the mountain city, taking about an hour and a half to walk and roughly 20 minutes by electric scooter. Although it was the apocalypse, the mutated pig provided a mode of transport that, while slower than an electric scooter, exceeded Li's expectations. He had anticipated encountering mutated animals that might delay his progress, yet even when they appeared, they merely observed from afar, too timid to approach. This saved considerable time. Moreover, the mutated pig, brimming with energy, moved at a pace that outstripped theirs significantly. If it were to sprint, it could likely go even faster. In just over 10 minutes, they traversed the segment leading to the highway and turned onto the road towards the small fishing village. Contrary to Li's expectations of chaos, the highway was surprisingly orderly, resembling the clean and desolate state of the ordinary ring road. It seemed that anyone who had driven here had long since made their way into the city. Turning into the village opposite the gas station, they finally entered the settlement. This village did not belong to the small fishing village itself, but was a neighboring one known as Huangtu, named after the earliest settlers. A few families with the surname Huang. Huangtu consisted of 200 to 300 households. And Li and his companions had to traverse the road through Huangtu to reach the small fishing village. Otherwise, they would not arrive at all. However, the countryside posed more dangers than the city, especially for those who kept animals. Many households in the village raised pigs and cattle, which were the most perilous creatures at this time. Li was unafraid of the mutated rats, mutated cats, or even the mutated dogs. His primary concern lay with the mutated pigs and mutated cattle. The mutated pig beneath him had regained 13 points of health, a recovery that had occurred quite some time ago. Thus, Li speculated that the primary life potion could only restore 10 points of health to mutated beasts. If that were the case, then the corresponding health value for a human would also equate to 10 points. Aside from the immediate restoration after consumption, the mutated pig had quickly regained 5 points of health, and thereafter, it took nearly a minute for each subsequent point of recovery. This systematic understanding of the primary life potion dawned upon Li. A single potion restores 10 points of health, an initial recovery of 5 points, followed by 1 point per minute. Such calculations bore a resemblance to the poison beads, prompting Li to reflect on their shared origin in the same system. Now, with 13 points of health, the mutated pig had unwittingly inflated Li's confidence. Fortunately, reason remained intact, allowing the mutated pig to advance cautiously, avoiding attracting the attention of other mutated pigs or mutated cattle. Li suspected that should they encounter a mutated pig, it might not show them any mercy, regardless of their shared condition. With only 13 points of life, a confrontation would surely put them at a severe disadvantage. Thus, Li remained vigilant. Thankfully, there were not many pig farms in this era, so livestock such as pigs and cattle were relatively scarce in the countryside, making it unlikely to encounter them in such a vast village. The main road stretched through Huangtu for approximately 300 meters, naturally not in a straight line. Riding the mutated pig to guide their way, Li felt a sense of relief as they neared the end of Huangtu. The upcoming path was built along the foothills. Although there were routes leading to other villages, Li's sole desire was to return home, indifferent to the circumstances in the neighboring villages. After progressing for about 10 minutes, a bridge appeared before them. This bridge had stood for many years, its appearance unchanged since Li's birth. To the north of the bridge lay the temple of the small fishing village, while beneath it, a river connected to the lake surrounding the village. The locals referred to this lake as the fish pond, which spanned a considerable 7 hectares, equivalent to 10 standard football fields. The residential area of the fishing village occupied 4 to 5 hectares, and beyond the fish pond lay the agricultural fields. Though the villagers traditionally relied on fishing for their livelihood, using the fields merely for cultivating vegetables for their own consumption, the bridge, though not wide, measured about 10 meters in length. Li brought the mutated pig to a halt upon the bridge, his excitement barely contained, yet a wave of homesickness washed over him, akin to a child returning home after a long absence but hesitating at the doorstep. "Brother, let us head back soon." Yi Peng roused Li from his reverie. Understanding his companion's emotions, if one remained unaware, there was room for hope. However, knowing the grim outcome only led to despair. In this moment, Yi Peng could offer no comforting words, merely suggesting they return swiftly to learn the truth. With a determined urge, Li urged the mutated pig onward. The population of the fishing village was small, and few kept pigs or cattle, which provided him some reassurance. However, cats and dogs were abundant, along with ducks and other fowl. In this apocalyptic era, mutated animals posed a real threat, a concern that weighed heavily on Li's mind. Fortunately, his home lacked such creatures, and it was situated not far from the village entrance. Approaching the temple, he could see his home in the distance. A 3-story building stood proudly about 100 meters away, though he could not discern the first floor, only a towering 2-meter-high wall. "Quick, over there!" Li urgently instructed the mutated pig, pointing in the direction and squeezing its neck to hasten its pace. The mutated pig sensed its master's urgency and let out a grunt before charging forward. Li continued to urge it on, for he spotted a large white dog lurking beneath the wall. Although the size of the large dog had increased, its appearance remained unchanged. It was the local mutt, Xiaobai, from the neighboring house, who often roamed among the nearby residences, and naturally, Li was familiar with it. A sense of foreboding washed over Li, for he had always believed that his home contained only a few mutated rats, having forgotten about this mutated dog. The prowess of a mutated dog far surpassed that of a mutated rat. A 2-meter-high wall could deter the latter, but would prove futile against the former. How could Li remain composed at this moment? Neither Lan Xin nor Yiping anticipated that the mutated dog would suddenly accelerate, and they were unceremoniously thrown off the back of the mutated pig. Standing at a staggering height of 2 meters, the mutated pig caused them considerable pain upon landing. Yet Li paid no heed to their suffering. His thoughts solely focused on returning swiftly. The mutated Xiaobai, having observed Li and the mutated pig, perhaps due to its enhanced hearing or other factors, felt a surge of anger upon seeing intruders in its territory. It charged towards Li and his companions, resolutely refusing to allow them to trespass, for how would the nearby mutated dogs perceive it otherwise? Where would its dignity reside? "Take it down," Li commanded the mutated pig. Although he recognized this dog, its transformation placed it on the opposing side of humanity, unless there existed a means to subdue it. However, in his current urgency, Li would unhesitatingly issue the order to eliminate not just the mutated dog, but even the mutated pig without a second thought. Upon receiving the command, the mutated pig let out an excited scream and charged madly towards the mutated dog. It had gone without sustenance for a while, having longed for a meal, especially with 3 humans on its back. The tantalizing thought of flesh filled its mind, and had it not been for the neural control, it would have devoured the 2 people, excluding Li, long ago. Now, seeing the mutated dog approach, its excitement surged. Though the flavor of the mutated dog paled in comparison to that of humans, any sustenance was better than none. And the mutated pig was too weary to be discerning about such details. The mutated dog, hearing the call of the mutated pig, felt an inexplicable fear. Yet in the face of its dignity, it pressed on towards Li and his group. Perhaps it had once known the nature of pigs before the apocalypse, but it had never encountered a mutated pig. Thus, it could not comprehend the terror it embodied, only sensing the pressure of its own kind. However, in the presence of human flesh, such fear was trivial. As they charged towards one another, the distance of about 100 meters seemed negligible, nearly bridged within mere breaths. Soon, they were less than 10 meters apart. Li had already grasped the poisonous orb in his hand. Aware that the mutated dog possessed 30 points of life, double that of the mutated pig, concerned that the mutated pig might not withstand the confrontation, he intended to lend it support with the poison. The opportunity was singular. This poisonous orb was his only system weapon at present. Should it miss, the outcome of the battle between the mutated pig and the mutated dog remained uncertain. Given the strength of the mutated dog, it could certainly breach the defenses of the mutated pig. If the pig's life points were sufficient, Li would not worry. Yet the disparity in their health made a battle of attrition untenable. Reluctant to entertain such uncertainties, Li was resolute. The situation did not permit risks, nor was he willing to gamble on the mutated pig. If time permitted, Li would have purchased a few more beads. Alas, the present moment afforded him no such luxury. As both parties drew nearer, Li felt a pang of trepidation, fully aware of the mutated dog's swiftness. Should he throw the bead now, it would undoubtedly evade capture. Patience, he admonished himself, as he observed the ever-approaching mutated dog. It was impossible for him not to feel fear. He gripped the iron shovel tightly, bracing himself for any impending threat. Finally, as the mutated dog and pig believed they were close enough to strike each other, they both leapt into the air, seemingly intent on bringing the other down. Seizing the opportunity, Li hurled the poison bead. In an instant, the bead vanished, leaving the mutated dog with a loss of 5 vitality points. Before it could emit a cry of pain, it collided with the mutated pig. Given its stature, it stood no chance against the formidable pig and was sent hurtling backwards. As Li cast the bead, the force of the mutated pig's advance propelled him backwards as well, mirroring the mutated dog's trajectory. To his astonishment, he had not anticipated such an outcome. With the mutated dog closing in, Li Yi's mind froze, rendering him incapable of any reaction. Fortunately, the loyalty of the mutated pig was unwavering. Upon perceiving Li Yi's peril, it immediately galloped towards him. Products of the system were renowned for their efficacy, and thus the loyalty of the mutated pig was unquestionable. Even if Li Yi commanded it to perish, it would find no grounds for refusal. Its massive form barreled toward the mutated dog like a tank. Initially, the mutated dog had been gleeful, intending to eliminate Li Yi to bolster its own morale. But upon witnessing the pig charge toward it, its confidence faltered. Despite its ignorance of the opponent's strength, the stark disparity in size was undeniable. The mutated pig was nearly twice its size, and the dog dared not confront it head-on. Almost intimidated, the mutated dog retreated. If it were to be struck again, it might never rise again. Li Yi fell to the ground, racked with pain, but he bore the agony and scrambled to his feet, fearing an ambush from the mutated dog. To his relief, he saw the mutated dog retreating and the mutated pig nearing his side, bringing him a moment of clarity. He marveled at the efficacy of the system's obedient pills. He no longer had to worry about the pig's potential rebellion. Glancing back at the mutated dog, he noted its vitality had dwindled to 20 points. Approximately 2 seconds had passed, suggesting that the pig's collision had cost the dog 3 points of life. Truly terrifying. Considering that Li Yi, wielding the iron shovel with all his might, had only inflicted 2 points of damage on the dog. With newfound confidence in the pig's ability to engage the dog, he resolved to leave the battle in its capable hands and return home post-haste. However, the mutated dog stood in his path, preventing Li Yi from advancing. He had no choice but to command the mutated pig to strike first, thereby holding the dog at bay. The obedient pig responded with fervent cries as it charged toward the mutated dog, which barked ferociously in return, lunging at the pig. The struggle between the animals devolved into a primal clash of biting and tearing, a stark contrast to their previous playful skirmishes. This time, it was a bloody affair. With claws aimed at vulnerable flesh, the mutated dog, with its tough hide and resilient flesh, shows no fear in the face of the mutated pig's assault. Although the mutated dog's teeth are sharp and often aimed at the pig's neck, the pig frequently manages to evade its attacks, and when it cannot, it simply has to endure. The agility of the mutated dog surpasses that of the mutated pig significantly, yet such a genetic disadvantage cannot be compensated for by mere nimbleness. Thus, the only strategy left is to engage in guerrilla tactics, for otherwise, it would surely meet with a brutal defeat. As the two mutated beasts engaged fiercely, Li maneuvered around them, intending to pass through. Perhaps the mutated dog had been keeping a close watch on him. Upon noticing his intent to invade its territory, it abandoned its struggle with the pig and charged towards Li Yi. This sudden turn of events caught Li Yi off guard, yet he did not freeze in place. Instead, he immediately sprinted in the direction of home. The mutated pig, witnessing its adversary's abrupt retreat towards its master, was filled with rage. With powerful strides, it pursued the mutated dog, for its limited intelligence told it that if the man perished, so too would it. This was one of the reasons it fought to protect him. Li Yi's speed could not match that of the mutated dog, even if the pig were slightly faster. There was no way Li Yi could wait for it to come to his rescue over such a short distance. As the mutated dog closed in, Li resolved to strike back. In the moment the mutated dog leaped high, he swiftly turned, almost as if he had eyes in the back of his head. As the dog lunged at him, he instinctively ducked down. The mutated dog soared over his head, leaving him drenched in cold sweat, as he caught a whiff of its pungent, metallic scent. With the mutated dog missing its mark, the mutated pig soon arrived. Li Yi, realizing that the dog would not allow him to pass, felt an intense urgency, yet found himself powerless. Without eliminating the mutated dog, he could not advance. Therefore, he resolved to first eliminate it. Without overthinking, he acknowledged that the dog must die. He had no desire to contemplate alternative strategies. The sooner he dispatched the mutated dog, the sooner he could return home. The mutated dog's life force had dwindled to a mere 17 points. Seizing the opportunity during the standoff, Li promptly exchanged 10 points for 100 gold coins, then purchased a burst orb and a heavy orb. Though the process was intricate, he completed it in mere seconds. Equipped with these two orbs, Li Yi could inflict a total of 10 points of damage to the mutated dog. And with the added effects of slowing it down and the combined efforts of himself and the mutated pig, the remaining 7 points of life could be easily dispatched. Go! Li shouted, and the mutated pig charged forward, while he sought an opportunity to ambush the mutated dog. Upon seeing the pig rush at it again, the dog resumed its battle with renewed fervor. In close-quarters combat, brute strength is paramount. Once the mutated dog went all out, the pig found itself struggling. This was akin to the proverb about a cornered dog. In that moment, the mutated dog seemed almost frenzied, biting indiscriminately at the pig's neck, head, and ears, targeting any vulnerable spot it could find. The mutated pig did not exhibit the same ferocity. After all, the mutated dog was merely one of its subordinates, incapable of matching its intensity. Thus, in the face of the mutated dog's reckless approach, the mutated pig hesitated. Li observed their back-and-forth exchanges. Yet he could not seize an opportunity to strike. The mutated dog constantly shifted its position, eluding Li's aim, compelling him to command the mutated pig, "Hold it down. Do not let it move." With Li's directive, the mutated pig, despite its instinct for self-preservation, was forced into a fierce confrontation with the mutated dog. Seizing the moment, the mutated pig sank its teeth into the dog's leg, causing the creature to howl in pain, yet it retaliated fiercely, aiming for the pig's neck. With its leg ensnared, the mutated dog found itself unable to escape, prompting Li to swiftly launch 2 orbs from his hand. The orbs struck the mutated dog and vanished instantly, deducting 10 points from its life. At that moment, the mutated dog let out a pained cry. Freed from the grip, the mutated pig recoiled, its neck bearing 4 bleeding wounds, resulting in a 2-point decrease in its life. Infuriated by such severe injury, the mutated pig disregarded Li's orders and charged at the mutated dog, seeking vengeance. The mutated dog, feeling the sting of Li's attack and the peril it posed to its life, sensed the threat and chose to flee, prioritizing its survival over pride or the allure of food. However, while the instinct to escape was correct, its execution faltered. The sudden deceleration caught the mutated dog off guard as the mutated pig closed in, colliding with it like a freight train. Li, wielding a shovel, rushed over, and as the mutated dog staggered to its feet, he and the pig launched another assault. Li's attack bore no novelty, yet the mutated pig altered its approach, springing high on its forelegs and crashing down upon the downed mutated dog. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the dog's ribs shattered under the weight. This excruciating pain elicited an involuntary wail from the mutated dog, but the mutated pig was relentless, lowering its head to bite the dog once more. Recognizing the battle was settled, Li dashed toward the road. Not long after he departed, the mutated dog's cries faded, replaced by the horrific sounds of the mutated pig devouring its prey. Blood-soaked flesh was torn away, chewed, and swallowed, staining the ground crimson, a gruesome sight that even after 5 days of surviving the apocalypse, Lan Xian could not endure, prompting her to vomit. Yiping and his companions stood at a distance, wary of the mutated pig that obstructed their path, too intimidated to approach. With each bite the pig took, it glanced at them, its maw dripping with blood, causing the two to feel an urge to flee. Yet, with Li inside, they dared not advance, questioning the purpose of their journey if they turned back. Thus, despite their inability to proceed, they remained, enduring the revulsion while remaining vigilant of the mutated pig. In the absence of Li, they dared not regard the mutated pig as a companion, particularly given the naked longing reflected in its gaze. Meanwhile, Li was in a frantic rush to return home. The towering walls remained unscathed, instantly alleviating much of his anxiety. Upon sighting the heavy iron gate, he hurriedly began to knock. "Dad, Father." In the tranquil fishing village, his voice resonated distinctly. Hearing that familiar sound, Li Changshan was overwhelmed with joy and rushed out. "Dad, are you in there?" Li called out urgently. I'm fine, came the response from within, laced with uncontainable delight. "Father." Upon hearing this voice, Li was filled with immense joy. With a click, the iron gate's latch was released. Creaking open, Li Changshan enveloped Li in a fierce embrace. And in that moment, the man broke down in tears. To see his son again, the preciousness of this reunion caused him to cast aside his masculine pride. Tears flowed freely, for he had not yet reached the depths of sorrow. When emotions truly stirred the heart, a man's tears could be more heart-wrenching than a woman's. Li finally reverted to being a child, weeping profusely in his father's embrace. These were tears of joy as the two clung tightly to one another, fearful that loosening their grasp might cause this precious bond to vanish. After a long while, Li Changshan suddenly pushed Li Yi away and struck him sharply across the face. The crisp sound left Li Yi stunned, uncertain as to why his father had struck him. "Why did you come back?" Li Changshan exclaimed angrily, his hand still raised as if to strike again. "Dad, don't call me Dad. Do you have any idea how dangerous the journey was? If anything were to happen to you, how would I face your deceased mother?" Li Changshan scolded, his expression a mixture of anger and disappointment. "Father, don't you realize that it's the end of the world?" Li shouted, interrupting his father's tirade. "Precisely because I understand. I know all too well the dangers of the road," Li Changshan replied. "But I care about your safety even more." Li nearly roared, frustrated that despite his reckless return, his father could not appreciate his good intentions. Li Changshan fell silent, unable to articulate a response. His son cared deeply for his safety. Yet he too was plagued by worry for his son's life. However, Xiao Bai had been guarding outside, making it impossible for him to venture out. "What about Xiao Bai?" Li Changshan suddenly asked, awakening from his reverie. "I killed him," Li Yi replied. "You killed him?" Li Changshan exclaimed, incredulous. "Yes, so rest assured, while the journey was perilous. For your son, it posed no difficulty at all." Li Yi was acutely aware that his father's lack of appreciation stemmed from concern for his safety, and at that moment, he offered words of reassurance. Indeed, there was no danger on the road, particularly after they had subdued the mutated pig. However, Li Changshan remained skeptical. He was all too aware of the formidable power of the mutated dog. Several neighbors had attempted to slay the creature, only to meet their demise in the process. He was even more cognizant of the strength of the mutated rat, having single-handedly dispatched one himself, an accomplishment that had been more a stroke of luck than skill. Noticing his father's disbelief, Li smiled enigmatically before raising his voice and calling out Beiji. This was the name he had given to the mutated pig, a name that sounded both formidable and easily comprehensible. The mutated pig, which had been voraciously devouring its food, suddenly heard its name being called from afar. Without hesitation, it abandoned its meal and sprinted toward the source of the voice. It wasn't that its hearing was particularly acute. The distance was merely 200 meters. And Li Yi's loud call was clearly audible even to Yi Ping and the others. From a distance, they spotted a middle-aged man beside Li Yi, presumably his father. With the mutated pig now on the move, Yi Peng and his companions felt it was safe to approach. Although the corpse of the mutated dog lay nearby, the absence of the mutated pig's presence made it bearable for the two to cross over, despite any lingering feelings of nausea. Li Changshan, however, was taken aback by Li Yi's loud shout. Did he not realize that such a volume might attract mutated animals? He intended to reprimand his son, but was interrupted when he saw a pig the size of a car charging toward them along the concrete road. "Quick! A mutated creature is coming. Get inside," he urged. Seeing his father's alarm, Li Yi couldn't help but chuckle and quickly explained, "Dad, that mutated pig is my pet. It won't harm us." "What? Your pet?" Li Changshan thought his son had lost his mind. Few people had considered pigs as pets before the apocalypse, and now, in this dire time, he wanted to adopt one? Was this not madness? He knew well that this was a mutated pig, one capable of devouring humans. Indeed. Li nodded with satisfaction, feeling a surge of joy that obliterated his previous frustrations. "Don't be foolish, child. That is a mutated animal. It will eat us." As he spoke, he attempted to pull Li Yi inside. Although he doubted the iron gate would provide much protection, he figured that if they remained unseen, they might avoid a confrontation. Li Yi, however, resisted his father's attempts to pull him in, asserting, "Dad, you needn't worry. It won't harm us." Li Changshan was about to protest further when he noticed the mutated pig heading directly toward them, realizing it must have caught sight of them. In that moment, even retreating indoors would be futile. If that were the case, they might as well confront it. Surely, a father and son duo could contend with a single mutated pig. Li Changshan steeled himself for a fight, resolved to carve out a path for Li Yi if necessary. As the mutated pig drew nearer, he gripped the axe he had retrieved from behind the door with increasing intensity. When the creature was merely 10 meters away, Li Changshan stepped forward and commanded, "Son, step back." Feeling his father stand protectively before him, Li Yi felt a warmth surge within, a wave of emotion washing over him. In this moment, how could one allow the mutated pig to draw closer? If it were to halt too late, would it not endanger its father? Thus, without hesitation, I commanded, "Stop. Do not move." At the sound of Li Yi's voice, the mutated pig immediately came to a halt, though it advanced a few more steps due to inertia, leaving it still about 10 meters away from Li Changshan. As the mutated pig ceased its advance, Li Changshan perceived an opportunity and rushed forward with a chopping knife, eager to strike first. The mutated pig, perceiving that a human intended to harm it, instinctively prepared to attack. How could it tolerate the presence of what it regarded merely as food attempting to inflict harm upon it? Li Yi, taken aback by the unfolding events, saw the mutated pig poised to pounce on Li Changshan and urgently intervened. Beiji, do not move. With Li Yi's command, even Beiji, despite its displeasure, dared not resist. Subsequently, Li Changshan's knife struck fiercely against its body. No matter how formidable its defenses were, it could not withstand such a sharp weapon, and a gash appeared on its face, diminishing its life force slightly. Li Yi was astonished to discover that Beiji's life points had risen to 17. Li Changshan ceased his assault, for he was no fool. If Li Yi instructed Beiji to remain still, it would remain so, allowing him to strike. Was it not foolish to continue attacking? Xiao Yi, does it truly heed your commands? Li Changshan asked, stepping back to seek clarification from Li Yi, still filled with disbelief. Indeed, it was hard to fathom that a man-eating mutated pig would suddenly obey a human. Li Yi did not directly address Li Changshan's inquiry, but instead instructed Beiji, sit. Naturally, Beiji complied without hesitation, squatting down obediently. If it were to wag its tail and stick out its tongue, it might resemble a dog. Roll over. Li Yi continued with his commands. Beiji immediately executed the roll, adhering meticulously to every detail of Li Yi's instruction. At this juncture, even Li Changshan could not help but believe, though he still struggled to comprehend the reality before him. The evidence was undeniable. Once he accepted this truth, he could hardly contain his excitement. The ability to control a mutated beast, what could that signify? It meant they would no longer need to fear the attacks of mutated animals. Such a tremendous advantage in a post-apocalyptic world was invaluable. Li Changshan did not harbor grand aspirations. His thoughts were simply that with this mutated pig and Li Yi's abilities, they could indeed survive well in this new world. So, father, you need not worry about me, Li proclaimed with pride, reminiscent of a child boasting about acing an exam. Yes, yes, yes. Li Changshan could utter no other words, repeatedly affirming, his joy evident upon his face. Part of his elation stemmed from pride in his son's prowess, while another part was fueled by hope for the future. Let us proceed inside, a composed Li Changshan suggested, aware that despite having the mutated pig, it was best to avoid provoking other mutated creatures. Wait a moment, I have two friends who are coming. Indeed. Glancing down the road, two figures were approaching. One was a girl, utterly demure, while the other boy exuded an air of scholarly refinement. Clearly, they were both learned individuals. After a brief wait, Yi Peng and Lan Xian finally arrived, their faces pale as snow. Li Yi hurriedly inquired about their predicament. Through Yi Peng's recounting, Li Yi learned that the mutated pig had devoured the mutated dog. This prompted Li Yi to recall the matter concerning the mutated dog. My crystal core. Li Yi urgently called for the mutated pig and rushed towards the corpse of the dog. This was a first-level energy crystal core, vital for Li Yi's system upgrade. Naturally, he was anxious. However, upon arrival, he found the mutated dog's body in a state of utter disarray. Not only was it a bloody mess, but chunks of flesh were missing from various parts of its body. Its head was trampled beyond recognition, and the crystal core was nowhere to be found. Beiji, where is its crystal core? Li asked urgently, naturally questioning the involved party. Yet, the mutated pig remained fixated on the mutated dog's body. Ignoring Li Yi's inquiry, after all, it was a pig and could not speak human language. In a state of desperation, Li assumed the mutated pig did not comprehend him. He retrieved the crystal core of the mutated cat from his pocket and explained, "This is the item." Where did the one from its head go? The pig, previously engrossed in the dog's body, immediately shifted its attention to the object in Li Yi's hand. Disregarding Li Yi's consent and thrusting its head forward to ensnare the crystal with its tongue, before Li Yi could react, the secondary crystal core was whisked away by the mutated pig, leaving him in shock as he shouted, "Get away! What are you doing? Spit it out! Spit it out!" However, this time the pig ignored Li Yi's commands and unceremoniously swallowed the delectable morsel. Li Yi was frantic, realizing that this was worth 10 points. How could he not be anxious? Just as he was preparing to scold the creature, he noticed that the mutated pig's health, initially at 17, had inexplicably risen to 19. He paused in astonishment, then suddenly exclaimed, "You thick-headed pig, return my crystal core, return my experience." Perceiving its master's anger, the mutated pig dared not linger and quickly scampered away. Li pursued relentlessly, shouting all the while, "Thick-headed pig, scoundrel! His voice echoed far, and Li Changshan, having heard the commotion, initially felt concerned. But recalling the mutated pig's formidable size, he felt reassured. After all, the mutated dog, the strongest he had seen, had still fallen to the mutated pig. Naturally, Li could not catch up to the mutated pig, and after a while of pursuit, it ended when Li grew weary. Fortunately, they found a nearby open space ample enough for their antics. Otherwise, their ruckus might have led them far astray. Though Li felt a pang of heartache, the event had transpired, and there was no recourse but to accept it. Nonetheless, the fury in his eyes revealed that he was still deeply perturbed by the incident. The mutated pig, seemingly aware of its wrongdoing, lowered its head and stood silently before Li, afraid to make a sound. Upon returning home, Beiji was left in the yard. The house was in a state of disarray, and Li Changshan had not bothered to tidy up, considering it a blessing to have a refuge in such apocalyptic times. However, Li intended to reside there long-term, and neglecting to organize the space was not an option. Acting promptly, the four individuals collaborated seamlessly, and given the initial orderliness, they swiftly accomplished their task. Li resolved to leave the first floor vacant, providing a buffer should any mutated creatures intrude. The second floor accommodated all the males, Li Yiping, and Li Changshan, while granting the sole female, Lan Xin, exclusive access to the third floor, which was intended to offer her a measure of convenience. Acknowledging the inherent challenges faced by women, each floor contained merely 2 rooms. Nevertheless, during such times, a little crowding was insignificant, especially since Yiping and Li were of similar age and could engage in conversation within the same room. Subsequently, Li conducted an inventory of the provisions. The household possessed a substantial sack of rice weighing 5 kilograms, ample sustenance for the 4 of them for quite some time. The yard offered additional space, and with seeds on hand, they could cultivate their own crops if necessary, suggesting the possibility of prolonged residence. Furthermore, the household's water supply came from a private well, alleviating concerns about water shortages. Even in the absence of electricity, a manual pump was available outside. Dinner once again consisted of rice, satisfying both Yiping and Lan Xin, while Li indulged to his heart's content. After the meal, Li turned on the television, only to find that no channels were accessible, thus rendering television an ineffective form of entertainment. Fortunately, he had brought back his laptop along with another from his home, providing them with 2 devices suitable for single-player games. Among his favored games, he cherished an older title, Command Conquer, Red Alert, which also allowed for multiplayer engagement, thereby becoming a favored pastime for both Li and Yipeng. Meanwhile, Li Changshan occupied himself in his room, indulging in the DVDs he had purchased prior to the apocalypse, which had amassed into several large boxes, more than enough for his viewing pleasure. Lan Xin resorted to her mobile phone, grateful that Li had previously downloaded numerous single-player games onto it, which now served as her source of entertainment. Lan Xin remained on the 2nd floor, hesitant to venture alone to the 3rd, as the current circumstances rendered concerns about reputation trivial. Besides, one with a virtuous character has no need to fear shadows. Li had simply arranged for her to be on the 3rd floor for her convenience when changing clothes. Staying on the 2nd floor posed no issue either, as the tiled flooring could be easily cleaned, making it suitable for sleeping on. Moreover, having endured several days of squalor at school, such details seemed inconsequential. That night, the group experienced a profound sense of security and comfort, reclining on soft beds. With a mutated pig standing guard downstairs, they felt reassured and at ease. Li was finally reunited with his father, free from other concerns and able to relax wholly. On this rare night, Li dreamed vividly. He envisioned himself in a beautiful realm, alive with vibrant flora, where flowers bloomed abundantly and greenery flourished. He also dreamed of a gathering of people, their faces devoid of apocalyptic dread or despair, all smiling joyfully, radiating contentment. In his dream, numerous mutated creatures roamed. Yet they were gentle and posed no threat to humanity. The setting here resembles a paradise, devoid of any hint of impending doom. As the sun rose and the day brightened, Li Changshan roused the 3 children from their slumber, sipping on a bowl of rice porridge and nibbling on pickled vegetables. Such a scene would have been quite ordinary before the apocalypse, yet at this moment, it felt extraordinarily blissful. As Lan Xin continued to eat, tears began to stream down her cheeks. "Child, what troubles you?" Li Changshan inquired, perplexed by Lan Xin's sudden weeping. "It's nothing." Lan Xin shook her head, explaining that the warmth of the moment had reminded her of her parents at home, stirring a wave of sorrow within her. Yipeng, who shared a profound empathy for Xin's feelings, understood her thoughts all too well, yet he found himself powerless to assist her. He, too, was surviving under the protection of Li. Li could no longer endure the somber atmosphere after days of shared hardships. He had come to regard them as his closest friends. He could not bear to see their sadness, but his capabilities were limited, leaving him apprehensive that he might inadvertently suggest they search for their parents. It wasn't that he was unwilling, rather, he felt inadequate. Stepping into the courtyard, he glanced at the mutated pig nestled in the corner, and at that moment, he noticed its transformation. The pig's health points remained at 19, yet its maximum health had astonishingly increased to 53. Li clearly observed the 1953 health bar, recalling that just yesterday, the mutated pig had a maximum health of only 5. What could be the explanation for this? Li pondered, filled with curiosity. Suddenly, he recalled that the mutated pig had consumed a crystal core the previous day, leading him to suspect, could the crystal core facilitate the evolution of mutated creatures? Naturally, he also considered the possibility that it was the meat of the mutated dog that had contributed, but he leaned more towards believing in the significance of the crystal core. After all, the crystal core was a product of mutated animals, and if it could enhance their strength, it was not entirely surprising. Returning to his senses from his astonishment, Li could hardly contain his excitement. The increase in the mutated pig's health cap signified what? It indicated an elevation in the pig's power and a thickening of its vitality. Li even envisioned transforming the mutated pig into a formidable tank within their game-like reality, instilling him with confidence against any adversary. With sufficient health, he need not fear even a horde of mutated rats. Lost in this daydream, he imagined riding the mutated pig with 1,000 health points, charging through swarms of rats while coins poured in. Yet, he soon returned to reality. Transforming the mutated pig into a robust creature would require a significant expenditure of crystal cores, and his yearning for them was substantial. Not only did he need cores for system upgrades, but they could also be exchanged for points, which could in turn be converted into gold. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, the adage that money is essential remained ever so true. Then, Li found himself troubled by the mutated pig's empty health bar. Although it boasted a maximum health of 53, it currently only possessed 19. Would he have to spend points to purchase health potions for it? While that was indeed an option, the thought of having to exchange points every time the pig lost health pained him. Suddenly, he recalled the mutated rat that had escaped from the girl's dormitory. At that moment, it had indeed been severely injured, yet it encountered its challenges once more with renewed vigor, even boasting a greater vitality than before. Li pondered the possibility that mutated creatures might possess alternative means of rejuvenation. After all, how else could that mutated rat have achieved such recovery? Beiji, do you have any means to restore your vitality? Li mused, unable to comprehend the situation, and thus sought counsel from Beiji, who was, after all, a mutant creature. Upon hearing this, the mutated pig let out a series of urgent squeals, though it was unclear whether it understood the query. However, Li interpreted its response as a sign of potential. He promptly commanded, "Then go and restore yourself to your optimal state." Upon opening the door, Li released the mutated pig, allowing it to seek its own recovery. He reminded it to flee from any danger and warned against bringing threats back to their sanctuary. Clearly, the survival of his small group was paramount compared to that of the mutated pig. The pig, albeit unaware of the true essence of life, understood the imperative to replenish itself in accordance with Li's directive. With only 2 points of vitality, Li felt a sense of reassurance regarding the mutated pig's safety. In the small fishing village, no creature was more formidable than it. Should it face a horde of mutated beasts, escaping with its slightly superior speed compared to the mutated dogs would pose no challenge. Having completed these thoughts, Li felt a profound sense of ease wash over him. In truth, he had done little more than engage his mind. Suddenly, he realized something he had overlooked. With a sudden clap of his thigh, he exclaimed, "Darn it. I forgot to instruct Beiji to bring back the crystal core." It was all too easy to surmise that Beiji had likely consumed it. Yet, at that moment, Li felt no inclination to summon it back. If it has eaten it, so be it. After all, it was its own acquisition. Contemplating thus, he felt much more at ease. Turning back towards the house, he noticed that the weather was worsening. The temperature had been steadily declining over the past few days, and today the sky was overcast, hinting at an impending storm. The post-apocalyptic environment was bound to deteriorate further, a notion Li had speculated upon previously. Since that ominous red rain, he had sensed a gradual drop in temperature, and if this trend continued, snowfall was inevitable. Once the temperature plummeted to the point of snow, He could only imagine the tragic scenes that would unfold on Liuzhou Island, likely filled with lifeless bodies buried beneath the white drifts. Setting aside his altruistic inclinations, Li was reluctant to assume the role of a savior in a time where humanity's essence was uncertain. As long as he could survive, he reasoned, he need not concern himself with others. Upon returning indoors, his melancholic sentiments had dissipated. He approached his father and said, "Dad, we cannot afford to squander our resources. While we still have provisions, we must cultivate some food, lest we find ourselves without sustenance. My son, I take great solace in your foresight. Please, retrieve the seeds from the back room on the first floor, and I shall prepare to plant them," replied Li Changshan as he set about finding a hoe. "Given the current weather, will anything even thrive?" Yuping inquired. "Let us plant some hardy vegetables. If they fail to survive, there is little we can do, and we shall have to seek alternative paths," Li Yi responded. As Li Yi spoke, he made his way from the living room to the back room on the first floor. He was well aware of where the seeds were stored. There were various types, all purchased by Li Changshan before the apocalypse, as seeds held little value prior to the end of the world. Consequently, he bought them in large quantities. And since their family did not farm extensively, merely cultivating a small plot for their own consumption, they had an abundance of seeds. Among the cold-resistant vegetables, cabbage was the most familiar. Moreover, it had a short maturation period, typically ready for harvest in about 2 months. Thus perfectly suited to replace the food supply for Li Yi and his family. He intended to plant cabbage, although it meant a singular harvest in this post-apocalyptic world. Many struggled to find anything to eat. What could they afford to be choosy about? Having food at all was a blessing. Furthermore, as Li Yi was unsure of his ability to cultivate successfully, he deemed it prudent to experiment with a quick-growing vegetable. If he failed, he could devise alternative solutions sooner rather than later. The back room on the first floor had served as a storage area for Li Yi's family before the apocalypse, not a mere junk room, but a place for long-lasting food items like rice or tools that were seldom used yet necessary at any moment. Li Yi quickly located the seeds and was about to head outside to plant them when suddenly a familiar notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Seeds acquired. Planting space will soon be activated. Before Li Yi could comprehend the meaning of the sound, the system chimed again. Ding. System level insufficient. Planting space cannot be activated at this time. Please upgrade the system promptly. After a moment of confusion, Li Yi regained his composure. Planting space? Could the system facilitate the cultivation of food? A wave of excitement washed over him. Until now, the system had not presented any food-related items. And even the seed section in the shop was entirely empty. To suddenly hear this notification left him in a state of disbelief. Despite his tumultuous thoughts, his body was driven by urgency as Li Yi hastily opened the system. He noticed a new planting button among the function keys, yet it remained dimmed, unresponsive to his attempts at control. The notification bar displayed bold, crimson letters urging, "Please upgrade the system promptly." Upon focusing on the notification bar, Li discovered that a task had been generated. Ding. System upgrade task. Please elevate the system by 2 levels within 2 days. Task reward. Activation of planting space. Task penalty. System level will remain unchanged indefinitely. Li Yi had not initially caught this notification, likely overshadowed by the previous alert. Upon reading it, he was taken aback. Was the system incapable of further upgrades upon failure? This was the first time he encountered such a penalty, and he struggled to comprehend it. Wasn't the purpose of system tasks to encourage the host to upgrade? Why impose such a daunting challenge? If he failed, would the system effectively limit its own progression? Confounded, he clicked on the task interface, only to find that the task had already been accepted. A sand timer was visibly dripping grains of sand, indicating that the countdown had already begun. Li hurriedly returned to the homepage to assess his current status. System level 1. Upgrade experience 25 coins, 115 points, 15 task points, 4. After reviewing these details, Li Yi felt a slight calmness wash over him. He was merely 3 experience points away from leveling up. And with the assistance of the mutated pig, the mutated dogs no longer posed a significant threat. Coupled with the formidable power of the system orb, defeating them would be a matter of mere minutes, provided Li Yi and the mutated pig teamed up. Over the course of 2 days, he had managed to slay 3 mutated dogs. This was something he would have never dared to imagine previously, yet now it seemed entirely natural to him. "Xiaoyi, have you found the seeds?" Outside, Li Changshan called out, noting that Li Yi was taking an unusually long time to locate them. All right. Li Yi responded repeatedly. After a flurry of activity, Li Changshan had plowed the ground in the northeast corner of the yard and planted the seeds for cabbage. I truly hope they grow quickly, Li Changshan lamented. Before Li Yi and the others returned, he had been too afraid to cook, surviving only on dry food such as biscuits. Having enjoyed a hearty meal yesterday and now having planted vegetables, he was naturally eager for them to thrive. Li Yi refrained from voicing any discouraging thoughts. With the weather turning colder, there was a real risk that the cabbages could freeze. Furthermore, in this transformed world, it was uncertain whether these vegetables might mutate. Li Yi was acutely aware that the mutations extended beyond animals. Among humans, there were those who had evolved, and plants could also undergo changes. Perhaps these vegetables would mutate as well, though such notions remained speculative, and Li Yi could only brace himself for the unknown. Should he refrain from planning for future sustenance out of fear of vegetable mutations? If one feared death, should they cease to live altogether? Once Li Changshan completed his tasks, he naturally returned upstairs to watch television. With his son becoming increasingly formidable, Li Changshan felt no apprehension about potential dangers, especially with a mutated pig as a companion. Besides, with Li Yi in the yard, he could easily respond to any threats. Li Yi, however, had already activated the system to explore any additional changes. This time, he was startled by the system's silence. There had been no prompt for the latest task. Had he not checked, he might have overlooked it entirely, leading to a possible failure that would leave him in despair. The system was Li Yi's source of confidence, his golden key. If the system remained stagnant, his advantages would be minimal, thus completing this task was imperative for upgrading it. Fortunately, after reviewing each interface without discovering any changes, Li Yi let out a sigh of relief. This was, after all, within his expectations. The emergence of tasks was understandable, and the absence of notifications could be explained. If there had been changes in other pages, however, it would have been far more perplexing. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yi purchased 4 poison orbs and 4 heavy orbs, leading to a deduction of 100 coins. He then exchanged the remaining secondary crystal core for points, elevating his total to 25. Consequently, he now possessed 25 points and 15 coins. With his axe prepared, Li Yi was ready to venture out and hunt the mutated dogs. However, he still needed to wait for Beiji to return. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to confront the mutated dogs alone. He waited until after 10 in the morning when the mutated pig finally sauntered back, head held high. Li Yi focused his gaze and noticed that its life points had increased to 25, while its maximum life points remained at 53. Li Yi pondered how the mutated pig had managed to recover its vitality. Could it be from consuming the flesh of mutated beasts? This was the only explanation he could conceive. Li Yi was rather indifferent to the methods of mutated animals. As noon approached, he decided to postpone his actions until the afternoon to avoid the inconvenience of having to rush back immediately after venturing out. After spending some time upstairs, he found the mutated pig resting with its eyes closed below. It wasn't until an hour after Li Yi had eaten lunch that he prepared to set off. "Brother, are you heading out?" Yiping asked eagerly upon seeing Li Yi ready to leave. "Yes, I have some matters to attend to," Li Yi replied with a nod. The system upgrade was imperative. Li Yi was not one to procrastinate, and since he had the time, he intended to accomplish it at once. "I'll go with you," Yi Peng declared as he moved to retrieve his weapon. Li Yi contemplated refusing. After all, this expedition was specifically to hunt mutated dogs for the purpose of obtaining crystals for the system, and he was reluctant to bring along an outsider. "Shall we? You should go together," Li Changshan interjected, suggesting that having 2 people would provide mutual support. Aware of his son's strength, Li Changshan was disinclined to be a burden. As for Yi Ping, could his strength truly be inadequate to traverse the distance to Xiaoyu village? Unbeknownst to him, Li Changshan had overestimated Yi Ping's capabilities. In Li Changshan's mind, both his son and Yi Peng must have acquired unique abilities in the face of the apocalypse, akin to Li Yi, whose power lay in controlling mutated animals. Hence, it was only natural to assume that Yi Peng possessed considerable strength as well. Li reflected on this and decided to take Yi Peng along. After all, they were in the midst of an apocalypse, though he could protect Yi Peng and the others. This was merely a temporary measure. Ultimately, they needed to learn to fend for themselves. Thus, bringing Yi Peng along could serve as a valuable experience for him as well. As for Lan Xin, being a girl, she naturally did not join them, resulting in a party consisting of Li Yi, Yi Peng, and the mutated pig. Together, they rode the mutated pig towards the neighboring houses. Their first targets were the residences closest to Li Yi's home, where the doors stood ajar, suggesting that no survivors remained within, for prior to Li Yi's arrival, This area had been under the dominion of Xiaobai, as Li had anticipated. There were no signs of life in the nearby homes. Not a single mutated rat was in sight. Once he confirmed that the vicinity within a 20-meter radius was secure, Li directed the mutated pig to broaden its search range. From what Li knew, there was a household 50 meters from his own that kept dogs. They had maintained a good relationship with Xiaobai and often played together. Li had seen them before, and they were slightly larger than Xiaobai, likely having grown even bigger after the apocalypse. At this moment, they proceeded to that very house. Although it appeared somewhat formidable, the presence of the mutated pig rendered Li unperturbed. Coupled with the assurance provided by the system orb, he felt not just a lack of fear, but also a profound confidence in his ability to vanquish his foes. Riding atop the mutated pig, they swiftly arrived at their destination. This household also had a courtyard, its ground meticulously leveled with cement, lacking the enclosing walls characteristic of Li's home. From a distance, Li observed the skeletal remains strewn across the yard. The size suggested they belonged to humans, indicating that this family had perished. One could only wonder if they had experienced regret in their final moments. Had they not kept dogs, perhaps their demise would not have been so premature. The mutated pig, with its heavy hooves, ambled toward the target at a leisurely pace, soon reaching the courtyard. Standing within, Li wasted no time and entered the house in search of the mutated dog. Before he could even begin his search, a massive figure descended the stairs, startling Li. Its sleek black fur shone with a lustrous sheen, reflecting light, and its size dwarfed even the mutated dogs he had encountered at school. What astonished him even more was its life force, an astounding 38 points. In that moment, Li's confidence waned. His prior reliance on the robust nature of the mutated pig, which had a lower life value compared to the mutated dog after being struck by the orb, was shattered. Faced with this mutated dog boasting 38 points of life, he found himself at a loss. Without hesitation, he turned and fled outside. The presence of the mutated pig gave him a semblance of confidence to confront the mutated dog. Alone, he and Yi Ping would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with the mutated dog, which Li suspected could easily dispatch them. The 38 points of life exceeded the mutated dog's usual value by 8 points, nearly a third more, suggesting a corresponding increase in its strength. As Li and Yi Ping made their escape, the mutated dog, as anticipated, sprang into action the moment they moved. With a leap, it closed the 4 to 5 meters between them as they barely managed to turn around. Its speed was indeed remarkable, seemingly rivaling that of the mutated pig. Li and Yi Ping remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the mutated dog's movements. Witnessing such a leap only spurred them to run faster. Gripping the heavy orb tightly, Li was reluctant to use it unless absolutely necessary. Employing it now would mean they could not subsequently hinder the mutated dog's speed, making it impossible for them to inflict any harm when the time came, as the mutated dog could effortlessly evade their attacks. However, should danger truly arise, he would have no choice but to resort to it, though this would make the mutated dog far more formidable, even potentially unkillable. The value of their lives outweighed all else. Li readied himself to shoot at a moment's notice, yet his pace of escape never faltered. After failing to pounce on Li and Yi Ping, the mutated dog did not immediately pursue them. Instead, it fixed its piercing gaze on the mutated pig outside, sensing an aura of intimidation emanating from it. Seizing this opportunity, Li and Yi Ping made their escape from the house. Standing beside the mutated pig, Li finally felt a glimmer of confidence. With the mutated pig's 25 points of life and the system's poison and heavy beads, the advantages of the mutated dog no longer seemed formidable. The mutated dog hesitated to attack first, hoping to intimidate the mutated pig with its fierce gaze, even if it meant losing the delectable meal. The mutated dog sensed the looming threat of death stemming from the mutated pig's prior slaughter of Xiaobai. As long as the mutated dog refrained from attacking, Li decided to strike first. Beiji, go. Take it down, Li commanded. Believing in the adage that the early bird catches the worm, Beiji, possessing 25 points of life, though inferior to the mutated dog, was still sufficiently resilient to withstand a confrontation. Li merely needed to seize the opportunity to strike with the poison and heavy beads at that moment. The mutated dog would be at their mercy. Upon receiving the order, Beiji charged swiftly at the mutated dog. The mutated dog, although gripped by fear, mustered the courage to confront Beiji. Dogs and wolves share similarities, particularly in their instinct to face danger, even when aware of the potential for death. This instinct remained unchanged despite their mutations. Animals may evolve, yet their essence remains intact. Although the mutated dog was smaller than Beiji, it fearlessly dashed towards him, seemingly intent on colliding with Beiji head-on. Excitement flickered in Beiji's eyes. A collision would be akin to inviting demise. The mutated pig's tough hide far surpassed the mutated dog's defenses, exploiting its strengths against the opponent's weaknesses. Even Li Yi, observing from the sidelines, deemed the mutated dog somewhat foolish. However, just as Li Yi believed the mutated dog would foolishly collide with Beiji, it suddenly evaded, narrowly escaping the impact. Not only did the mutated dog dodge Beiji's assault, but in that fleeting moment, it opened its gaping maw, aiming to sever Beiji's neck. The mutated dog clamped down on Beiji's neck with tremendous force, refusing to relent and instead increasing the pressure. Initially, Beiji felt only anger as the bite deepened. Despite its thick skin, it could not withstand the full force of the mutated dog's savage grip, and blood began to flow profusely. In its desperate struggle to shake off the mutated dog, Beiji's thrashing only drove the dog's teeth deeper into its flesh, amplifying the pain. In that instant, Beiji lost 2 points of life. Li could no longer contain himself. He recognized an opportune moment. With the mutated dog preoccupied in its grip on Beiji, it was the perfect time for Li Yi to launch his beads. Both beads flew forth simultaneously, and Li Yi's attack, though seemingly insignificant, went unnoticed by the mutated dog, which did not even attempt to dodge. However, upon impact, the beads inflicted 10 points of damage, causing the mutated dog to howl in pain. A sound of regret echoing in the air. As the mutated dog released its grip, Beiji finally broke free, pivoting to pounce fiercely back at it, seeking vengeance. The mutated dog's speed had been compromised, rendering it incapable of evading entirely, and it was swiftly pinned to the ground by Beiji's assault. Now, it was the mutated dog's turn to struggle, emitting a howl reminiscent of its wolf ancestry. Li Yi was taken aback. Although dogs and wolves belong to the same species, they have been distinct for a considerable time. As the wolf's howl echoed, Li suddenly heard a cacophony of squeaking sounds from all around. Were these the sounds of mutated rats? Being most familiar with these creatures, Li instantly recognized the noise. It dawned on him that animals like mutated dogs tend to gather followers. Previously perplexed by the mutated dog's cries when it was knocked down by Zhu Beiji, he now understood. It was calling for reinforcements. Realizing that there was no time to waste, he knew the battle must be resolved swiftly. Otherwise, as the mutated rats multiplied, their pressure would only increase. Furthermore, the ongoing commotion would surely attract more mutated creatures from afar. At that point, even a fully recovered mutated pig would be of little use, while the mutated pig might remain unscathed. Li and Yiping lacked its formidable hide to withstand the onslaught of mutated rats. Seizing the opportunity while the mutated dog was subdued, Li Yi and Yiping charged forward, each wielding a machete, tools they typically used for chopping wood, now turned against the mutated dog. With a single stroke, Li severed the front leg of the mutated dog, and crimson blood gushed forth, instantly staining the ground. As Li Yi's blade fell, Yipo followed suit. His strike was evidently more calculated. Rather than targeting the leg, he aimed straight for the creature's head, a far more decisive maneuver. Observing Yiping's approach, Li Yi was convinced that the battle was nearing its conclusion. However, surprises often arise when one is most confident. Yiping's machete nearly reached its target just as Li Yi's blow landed. No matter how resilient the mutated dog, it could not withstand the blow to its head. The blade embedded itself deeply into the creature's skull, inflicting a loss of 5 health points. Yet, to their astonishment, it did not succumb immediately. The machete became lodged in its head, unyielding. Yiping, lacking physical strength due to years of inactivity, found himself unable to extricate the weapon. With a frantic struggle, the mutated dog, sensing its life was in jeopardy, thrashed wildly, managing to break free from Zhu Beiji's grasp. Now, emboldened by its escape, the mutated dog had no intention of lingering. It attempted to flee. Yet, with one leg incapacitated, its speed was severely diminished. Zhu Beiji, already displeased at being shaken off, swiftly tackled the creature once more, jaws agape, intent on biting it. The mutated dog was restrained, but it would not perish immediately. Meanwhile, the surrounding mutated animals had arrived, converging from all directions, with the mutated rats being the most numerous, followed closely by mutated cats. Fortunately, there were no mutated dogs among them, which relieved Li Yi greatly. If several mutated dogs had joined the fray, Li Yi would have faced certain doom. While the mutated pig was formidable, it could only suppress one mutated dog at a time. Quickly dispatch it, Li Yi urged Zhu Beiji to eliminate the mutated dog swiftly. Without the aid of the mutated pig, they could not contend with the multitude of mutated creatures that had gathered. In the blink of an eye, Mutated rats rushed to Li Yi's side. Perhaps emboldened by their numerous companions, they charged forward even in the presence of mutated pigs. Li Yi and Yi Ping stood back to back, wielding their chopping knives and sweeping arcs, successfully repelling several of the advancing mutated rats, leaving them wounded. However, such minor injuries were insufficient to deter their relentless assault. With a dozen mutated rats attacking, accompanied by 3 mutated cats, the situation was dire enough to spell doom for Li Yi 1,000 times over. If not for the presence of the mutated pigs, he might have resigned himself to fate. The severely injured mutated dog succumbed in mere seconds to the jaws of Zhu Beiji, who rushed in to provide assistance. Its hefty form barreled through, sending several mutated rats flying. While the damage inflicted was minimal, it effectively alleviated the siege surrounding Li Yi. The mutated pig, however, did not possess the intelligence to devise such a strategy. It merely acted on instinct as a means of attack, with Zhu Beiji showcasing its prowess. Li felt an immediate reduction in pressure. He quickly urged, Yi Ping, climb aboard. Upon hearing this, Yi Ping promptly ascended the pig's back, while Li dashed to the spot where the mutated dog lay. With a powerful charge from Zhu Beiji, the mutated creatures were either sent sprawling or forced to retreat, allowing Li to reach the side of the mutated dog with ease. He swiftly acted, breaking open its skull to retrieve the energy crystal core. As the mutated animals closed in again, Li darted back to Zhu Beiji's side, and with a tacit understanding, Yi Peng extended his hand to assist him. Before Li could fully mount, he commanded, Zhu Beiji, charge out. At the command, Zhu Beiji exerted all its strength to burst forth, colliding with the pursuing mutated rats along the way. Li dared not direct Zhu Beiji toward home, as the mutated cats continued their relentless chase. Instead, he maneuvered the mutated pig erratically, attempting to shake them off. Perhaps because the previously encountered mutated creatures were local, they did not encounter any others while scurrying about. It was only when a single mutated cat remained in pursuit that Li turned and dispatched it. As for Eryu, upon seeing the readership of survival system soar to 3,000, she felt a profound joy. The recognition of her work by others was a source of great happiness, and she expressed her gratitude to the supportive brothers and sisters. Among them, she was particularly thankful to the user 358857031. Each additional flower brought her immense delight. The encouraging words from the bored bombardier in the comments section served as a wellspring of motivation for her relentless efforts. As a token of appreciation, she vowed to present another chapter that afternoon, hoping all would enjoy it. Upon returning home, Li and Yi Ping sighed in relief. The perilous battle they had just endured required no elaboration. Without the mutated pigs, escape would have been impossible. In a moment of respite, Li tallied their spoils. 1 poison orb and 1 heavy orb had been expended, valued at 25 gold coins. And they had slain 1 mutated dog and 1 mutated cat, earning an additional 50 gold coins. This battle had enriched Li Yi's treasury, leaving him with a balance of 65 gold coins. The first-level crystal core obtained from the mutated dog was absorbed directly by the system, while the secondary crystal core from the mutated cat was stowed away for future use. Currently, the system upgrade is still 2 crystal cores short. In this battle, the mutated pig has lost 7 points of health. Li offered encouragement and provided it with a vial of life potion, restoring its health to 28 points. The afternoon's endeavors have come to a close, and both Li and Yi Peng require rest, as their confrontation with the mutated mice was far from easy. Moreover, with the death of the mutated dog, nearby mutated creatures have been summoned and are now in a state of excitement, necessitating a cautious retreat. Additionally, Li must meticulously plan for the next day's operations, as the system upgrade is imminent and cannot be delayed. However, today's actions were somewhat chaotic. For instance, he and Yi Peng should not have rushed into the house. Had the mutated dog charged at them during that moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Therefore, Li is determined to formulate a sound plan for the morrow. The following day, shortly after 8 o'clock, Li ventured out again with Ba Jie and Yi Peng, this time purchasing a total of 10 explosive beads. This precaution was necessary, although their damage is less than that of heavy and toxic beads. They are still quite effective against a horde of mutated mice. Coupled with Ba Jie's 2 charges, the mutated mice would largely meet their demise. Thus, on this excursion, Li equipped himself with 10 explosive beads, 3 heavy beads, and 3 toxic beads. With a plan in place, although it may not be flawless, he would avoid the blunders of the previous day. Consequently, the hunt for mutated dogs was both effortless and enjoyable, resulting in the acquisition of the 2 crystal cores required by the system within just a morning's time. Furthermore, Li systematically eliminated or drove away the nearby mutated creatures. If the small fishing village were divided into 5 sectors, northeast, southeast, southwest, northwest, and central, Li has successfully liberated the entire eastern sector. While there may still be mutated animals lurking in the shadows, those encountered by Li were either slain or frightened away. As a result, his coin count has reached 305, and he now possesses 4 secondary crystal cores. All 3 types of beads have been expended. Li finally discerned how the mutated pig regenerates its health. It consumes the corpses of mutated creatures. By consuming the flesh of mutated beasts, lost health can be restored, with higher quality meat yielding superior effects. This was evidenced by the difference observed in Bajia between consuming the flesh of mutated dogs and mutated mice. Li speculated that consuming more mutated mice meat could yield results comparable to that of mutated dog meat. Such a revelation did not astonish Li in the slightest. Previously, within the administrative building, he had encountered a mutated mouse with 11 health points, which had achieved such vitality by consuming the flesh of its companions. Now, understanding that mutated mice lack crystal cores, it follows that consuming the flesh of their own kind could yield the effects of a crystal core, making the concept of meat consumption for health restoration quite straightforward. Upon returning home to his room, Li accessed the system interface, which displayed an experience level of 35. This was due to his failure to absorb the crystal core from today's hunt of the mutated dog. At that moment, as he held the crystal core, a thought of absorption crossed his mind, and instantly a prompt appeared. Ding, would you like to absorb a level 1 energy crystal core? Without hesitation, Li clicked yes, and the system's experience instantly increased by 2 points. Ding, congratulations, host, for elevating the system to level 2. Ding, task completed. Ding, planting space activated. Ding, the system has upgraded to level 2 and is about to undergo an update. The update duration is 2 hours, during which the system will be temporarily disabled. As the final notification appeared, the system interface abruptly closed, and no matter how hard Li tried, he could not reopen it. Such an unexpected turn of events left him utterly unprepared. Nevertheless, the reassuring sound of the system's prompts brought him some comfort. Descending to the lower floor, he found Bajia still lounging in the corner, but this time, the blood gauge atop its head had vanished. A slight discomfort stirred within him. Yet there was little he could do about it. The waiting period was excruciating. Thoughts of the system consumed him, rendering even his attempts at playing Red Alert lackluster, resulting in several humiliating defeats at the hands of Yipeng. Ding, the system update is complete. After enduring 2 long hours, the familiar sound of the system's notification rang out. Li eagerly climbed onto his bed, appearing to others as if he were merely seeking rest. In a state of half-sleep, he swiftly opened the system, and upon seeing the familiar interface, his heart lifted significantly. Those 2 hours without the system had felt like losing everything. Now, with its return, Li experienced a sensation akin to rebirth. The system homepage had not undergone much change, save for the illuminated planting button, and the system level now displayed as 2, with the experience bar empty, currently showing 0-10. Without lingering on the main page, Li was impatient to access the planting space. Ding. Accessing the planting space requires 3 task points. Would you like to proceed? Ding. Warning. 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 Once the planting space is activated, the entry point will become fixed and may only be accessed within a designated range. Please choose your entry point cautiously. Host. Ding. If the host wishes to alter the entry point, task points may be expended for a new selection. Li found the system's prompts endearing and clear. Following the last notification, a new button appeared on the right side of the system, beneath the blood gauge and sound toggle, labeled Change Entry Point. Li tentatively clicked it, only to have a box pop up stating, "You have not yet activated the planting space. Please do so first." Eager to commence, Li first opened his eyes to survey the room. Yipeng had left, presumably to assist with dinner preparations, concerned that activating the planting space might provoke unforeseen disturbances. Li locked the door. He would not allow anyone to discover the system's secret, no matter how close their relationship. With the door securely locked, Li still felt uneasy, drawing the curtains and turning on the light. With these precautions in place, any anomalies within would remain unseen from the outside. After completing his preparations, Li lay back on the bed. As he expended the 3 task points, he felt a sudden shift in his consciousness, transporting him to another realm. Here, blossoms flourished in vibrant colors, reminiscent of spring. Above him, the sun hung high in the sky, a stark contrast to the night that had just begun to envelop reality. Li currently finds himself in a courtyard where lush green grass carpets the ground. At the center of the yard, a substantial patch of raised turf is delineated into 33 sections. In one corner, a wooden sign is planted, inscribed with the word cultivation. This scene evokes a sense of familiarity in Li. Is this not reminiscent of a game from the pre-apocalypse era featuring the Penguin Company? The system space resembles this as well, yet upon comparison, Li feels that the Penguin Company's offering is markedly more sophisticated. They possess pastures and fish ponds. Perhaps those features have yet to be unlocked. Li reassures himself, yet remains dissatisfied with the spatial dimensions. The entire courtyard spans merely a few dozen square meters, encircled by a fence. Although the surroundings boast a picturesque view, when Li attempts to scale the fence, an invisible barrier halts him. 9 plots of land are rather scarce, far fewer than the 24 plots available at a typical farm. Moreover, each plot measures only 1 square meter, which raises concerns about potential yields. Eager to commence planting, Li rushes over to remove the cultivation sign, but despite his efforts, it remains firmly in place. As he contemplates how to begin cultivation, a sudden voice resonates in the air. Ding! Would you like to cultivate the first plot of land? Cultivating the first plot requires 1 task point. Without hesitation, Li affirms his choice, readily expending all 3 task points. It would be illogical to hesitate over a single point when not cultivating would render the 3 task points wasted. Upon spending 1 task point, the plot transforms instantaneously. The sign shifting to the next section, and the once verdant expanse morphs into furrows. Following this, another voice chimes. Ding! Congratulations, host, on cultivating the first plot of land. The planting space is officially activated. Immediately, a large screen materializes at the edge of the formerly empty field. But that is not all. The system continues. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a carnivorous plant seed. It is then that Li recalls he possesses no seeds, silently admiring the thoroughness of the system's design. Curiosity piqued regarding the purpose of the large screen, he approaches and discovers it resembles a system interface. It features 3 buttons: Store, Backpack, and Warehouse. Li experiments with each in turn. The store connects directly to the system's marketplace, revealing a seed interface that is no longer empty but showcases 2 cards. Radish seed. Price 5 points, expected yield 20, maturation time 24 hours. Rice seed. Price 5 points, expected yield 100, maturation time 24 hours. The yield of grains calculated by individual units? Li is taken aback, utterly unprepared for such an absurdity. What could 100 grains of rice possibly achieve? It wouldn't suffice even for a snack. Disheartened, Li exits the store and opens his backpack. The backpack connects to the system's inventory, revealing all contained items, with the last item being the carnivorous plant seed gifted by the system. The third button, representing the warehouse, remains dark, indicating that the conditions for access have not yet been met. Returning to the store, Li purchases the radish seeds, resolute in avoiding any waste of his precious points on the rice seeds. After Li procured the radish seeds, the card displaying the radish seed information inexplicably vanished, leaving only a card for rice seeds on the entire seed interface. He was once again grateful for the amusing typo pointed out by the boredom bomber. February felt quite pleased. The space where the radish card once was now displayed a bright red countdown, indicating a refresh time of 24 hours, which left Li momentarily stunned. Initially, he had presumed that this seed was akin to other items, capable of being purchased repeatedly, only to discover it refreshed according to a time schedule. The thought crossed his mind. What if both positions were refreshed to rice seeds? Would he then be compelled to waste points? Otherwise, he would be unable to procure any other seeds. Li could only hope that such a scenario would not unfold, for ultimately what was produced depended solely on the system, leaving him powerless against it. Upon returning to his space, Li found himself hesitating over what to plant first. Considering the choice between the carnivorous plant and the radish from a purely human perspective, he leaned towards the radish. For the past 7 days, he had not consumed any fresh vegetables, and even the little he had eaten was scant. Before the apocalypse, he had primarily adhered to a vegetarian diet, and now he naturally craved fresh vegetables. As for the carnivorous plant, one could hardly consider it edible. Its very name indicated that it not only was inedible, but also posed a threat to humans. However, he couldn't shake his curiosity about it. The carnivorous plant had always been a mythical entity, with no evidence to affirm its existence. Now that he possessed its seeds, he was eager to witness it firsthand. Ultimately, his desire for food prevailed. No matter how curious he was, health took precedence. Vegetables are rich in essential vitamins, and although it was merely radish, it would at least provide some nourishment. This was his rationale for choosing, and it was indeed the truth. Having made up his mind, Li knew he had to act. Although there were no tools in the space, he realized he need not exert himself physically. Through experimentation, he discovered that this planting space functioned similarly to the system. He could accomplish tasks simply by focusing his thoughts. For instance, he envisioned planting the radish. As he concentrated on sowing the radish seeds, the seeds flew from his hand, landing on the freshly plowed ground. Then, rain fell from the sky, but curiously, it only drenched that specific plot of land, leaving no trace elsewhere. What baffled Li was that there was only one radish seed, a small black sphere the size of a jujube. Were it not for the system's display in his backpack indicating it was indeed a radish seed, he would scarcely have believed it. Could such a singular seed yield 20 radishes? Doubt lingered in his mind, yet out of trust in the system, he suppressed his skepticism. What else could he do? However, it seemed he had forgotten about the prior mishap with the power talisman. The issue with the power talisman could not entirely be deemed a fault of the system, for it had genuinely augmented his strength. It was merely that Li Yi's physical form was too frail to handle such power. This situation was akin to a bowl with limited capacity attempting to hold the contents of 2 bowls of water simultaneously. February elucidates once more. Li Yi planted the radishes and attempted to cultivate a second plot of land. Ding. Do you wish to develop the second plot? To do so required 1 task point. As Li Yi had anticipated, task points were necessary for the expansion, and though 1 point was not exorbitant, he currently possessed none. Fortunately, acquiring task points was not overly difficult. They were typically awarded upon the completion of tasks, and given the system's nature, nearly every task would yield a reward. At that moment, Li found himself yearning for the emergence of tasks, a notable change in attitude. Previously, he had been entirely averse to tasks. Although he still detested those fraught with penalties, he had become more amenable to ordinary tasks. There was no alternative. Task points could only be obtained through completing tasks, and their significance was underscored by the recent unlocking of the planting space. Without task points, such a space could not exist. As Li contemplated exiting the space, he felt a sudden moment of disorientation. When clarity returned, he discovered himself back in his own room. The curtains were drawn, and bright incandescent lights illuminated the space, creating a stark contrast with the serene planting environment he had just left. In that instant, he experienced a profound sense of loss, as though he had forsaken something invaluable. The idyllic haven he had inhabited, free from worldly strife, was intoxicating, akin to an addiction, be it to the internet or substances, where one's consciousness retreats to a paradise, resisting the call to awaken. Fortunately, Li had not yet succumbed to such depths. This fleeting feeling of loss did not linger. As he gradually acclimated to his surroundings, he found himself speculating whether he had truly entered the planting space in its entirety. Having read numerous novels, he recalled tales of consciousness entering alternate realms, leaving the physical body vulnerable outside, an unsettling thought. It was imperative for him to clarify this matter. The solution was straightforward. He would activate his phone's recording feature, set it aside, and venture into the space once more. Everything would be documented. Ultimately, Li Yi concluded that entering the planting space did not involve his physical self, but rather his consciousness. This revelation brought him a hint of disappointment. The notion of his body remaining outside, while his consciousness ventured forth, seemed perilous. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned about this danger, as he was in his own home, devoid of any threats. Thus, it was not a flaw but merely a source of personal dissatisfaction. Li Yi, it's time for dinner, came the voice of Lan Xin from outside the door. Oh, I'm coming, he replied, promptly rising to his feet. Night had fallen, yet thankfully, the electricity remained intact. Had it mirrored the apocalyptic tales he had read, where power and water ceased with the onset of doom, life would have become unbearable. With the lights on, Li Yi and his companions felt secure. Most of the lighting had been replaced with dimmer bulbs, and curtains adorned the windows, ensuring that any light escaping would not travel far. In this post-apocalyptic world, the ability to enjoy 3 meals a day was a rarity. Yi Peng and his companions were fortunate. Under Li Yi's care, they had never experienced hunger. Once again, the evening meal consisted solely of plain rice. Although there were no accompanying dishes, the few individuals present savored every bite. At this moment, having anything to eat was a blessing, and the flavor was of little concern. Li felt increasingly pleased with his decision to cultivate radishes, secretly rejoicing at the thought of enjoying them the next day. Even finding a certain taste in the plain rice. After nightfall, Li found it impossible to venture outside. Perhaps it was humanity's innate fear of darkness that made him feel that the world outside became more perilous as night fell. Zhu Beiji still slept outdoors, while Li Yi and Yiping retired early, utterly exhausted from a day of combat. Prior to resting, the four of them relished a warm bath, a luxury that few could afford in the apocalypse. It had been 7 days since the world had changed, a duration that marked the limits of human endurance. A person could survive without food or water for a maximum of 7 days. Not everyone was fortunate enough to find sustenance, nor could everyone reach the government-established survivor camps. And few, if any, could enjoy the ease that Li Yi experienced. For every individual faced the same grim reality, while the system was singular in its design. That night, countless souls succumbed to hunger, losing consciousness, while others abandoned their humanity, resorting to cannibalism. 7 days represented a critical threshold. As Li Yi drifted into a deep slumber, the earth was suddenly enveloped by a thick layer of clouds. The sun seemingly plunged into an abyss, its light devoured by darkness. As the eastern hemisphere slipped into night, the sun in the western hemisphere ceased to rise. While most in the east dreamed blissfully, those in the west were engulfed in panic. Li Yi awoke languidly, sensing he had slept for an eternity, yet outside the window remained shrouded in dimness. Could he be suffering from insomnia? He pondered, recalling moments of sleeplessness from his past. Approaching the window, he drew back the curtains, only to find no trace of light. Were it not for the sleep lamp illuminating his room, he might not have made it to the window at all. The stars were nowhere to be seen, and Li Yi found it peculiar. He had never encountered such profound darkness. Taking out his phone, he checked the time, January 7th, 2016, 7:36 a.m. Could it truly be 7 in the morning? Li Yi could hardly believe it. In the early hours of a typical day in China, the sun would have already risen, casting light upon the world. Yet now, the outside was enveloped in a gloomy twilight, and a sense of foreboding crept over him. He called out to Yipeng, sharing his unsettling discovery. Could it be that the sun no longer rises? Yipeng speculated. The thought stunned Li Yi. He had never contemplated such an idea. The implications were dire. If the sun ceased to rise, humanity would find itself devoid of hope. Without the ability to see, humans would be unable to evade the keen senses of mutated dogs, ultimately becoming prey for these aberrant creatures. If the sun did not rise again, humanity would be blind to the dangers lurking in their environment. A misstep could lead to a fall, or a sideways glance could result in a slip and fall. Faced with the onslaught of mutated creatures, humanity finds itself powerless to retaliate. If this is indeed the case, then there is little hope for survival. Humanity depends on light to exist. Without it, the very essence of life ceases to function. Could it truly be so? Has the divine ultimately forsaken mankind? Is the existence of the system merely a jest? Lost in these thoughts, Li Yi, despite possessing the system's extraordinary capabilities, felt a wave of despair wash over him. Perhaps he could cling to life in this apocalyptic world with the aid of the system, but the notion that only a handful of them remained filled him with sorrow. To endure alongside just a few others seemed a far grimmer fate than to share in the collective demise of humanity. Ultimately, humans are social beings. To be severed from the group is akin to embracing death itself. Yet, hope for humanity has not been extinguished, though the sun may not rise. The electrical systems remain largely intact in many regions, illuminating the darkness. In that moment, countless places shimmered with light, like scattered sparks igniting the desire for survival amidst the apocalypse. As the clock struck 8, a familiar notification echoed in Li Yi's mind. Beep. Congratulations, host, for surviving 7 days in the apocalypse. Beep. You have successfully endured 7 days, and as a reward, a daily task has been assigned. Beep. Daily task. Eliminate 10 mutated rats. This unexpected announcement filled Li Yi with joy, for he was in dire need of task points. The system, in its uncanny timing, had presented him with a daily mission. Without hesitation, he accessed the system and navigated to the task interface. Indeed, the previously collaborative section now featured a new daily task category. Daily task. Upon acceptance, eliminate 10 mutated rats before 2400 hours today. Task reward. 1 task point. Failure penalty. None. Marvelous. Li Yi was overjoyed, though he ultimately restrained himself from shouting. This was precisely the kind of task he desired. Voluntary acceptance, valuable rewards, and, most importantly, no penalties. However, while the task was available, the challenge of hunting 10 mutated rats loomed large for Li Yi, as he dared not venture outside with the sun absent. The world beyond was cloaked in darkness, rendering the search for mutated rats impossible, even if he found them. he would not be able to see. Li Yi could only gaze at the task in frustration. Despite his possession of the system's golden finger, he had no means to restore the sun's light. For now, he could do nothing but wait, hoping that the sun's disappearance was merely temporary. Otherwise, humanity's extinction would be inevitable. With nothing else to occupy his time, Li Yi turned to the system to pass the hours. This had become an essential routine for him, and he felt uneasy if a day passed without checking it. He had already perused the main page of the system, so he merely skimmed through it before proceeding. Naturally, he selected the shop first, the system's inaugural feature. Having only glimpsed the seed options after the upgrade, he anticipated some changes. Indeed, the weapons section now featured 3 additional items. These were no longer round beads, but rather 3 short blades, resembling daggers in design. 3 short daggers were positioned beneath 3 beads, each dagger displaying a distinct hue akin to that of the beads. The first dagger gleamed with a deep green, reminiscent of finely wrought bronze. The second radiated a silvery sheen, as if forged from pure silver. The third shone with a brilliant gold, suggestive of molten gold. The system provided detailed information, and Li Yi eagerly examined it. Bronze dagger inflicts 10 points of damage to mutated creatures, a single-use item. Usable only once on each mutated creature. Price, 30 gold coins. Silver dagger inflicts 20 points of damage to mutated creatures, a single-use item. Usable only once on each mutated creature. Price, 50 gold coins. Golden dagger inflicts 30 points of damage to mutated creatures, a single-use item. Usable only once on each mutated creature. Price, 80 gold coins. Expensive. Utterly exorbitant. This was the sentiment that surged through Li Yi upon his appraisal. Compared to the beads, these prices seemed to soar exponentially. With his current resources, he could only afford 3 golden daggers. However, with toxic beads, he could procure an ample handful. Certainly, this disparity lay in quantity, where the beads held the advantage. Yet, in terms of quality, the newly emerged daggers far surpassed the beads. What is paramount in combat? It is undoubtedly the opportunity to strike, to seize the moment and deliver a fatal blow to the adversary. While the beads could inflict damage, they paled in comparison to the daggers. Consider this: if Li Yi were to face a mutated dog, hitting it with 3 beads simultaneously would yield merely 15 points of damage, and after 5 seconds, it would amount to only 20 points. Yet, with a golden dagger, he could resolve the battle in a single strike. The superiority of the daggers was crystal clear. Li acknowledged that daggers were indeed more effective than beads, but their prices remained prohibitively steep, approaching the realm of luxury. He resolved, in times devoid of peril, to refrain from using such items. After all, with mutated pigs charging into battle, he deemed it unnecessary. Of course, should he find himself flush with gold coins, he might indulge extravagantly. Suppressing his reluctance, Li purchased a golden dagger, fearing a repeat of his previous predicament where he lacked the means to procure one in a moment of danger. Thus, his gold coins diminished by 80. Though it pained him, he deemed it a worthy sacrifice in the face of safety. Once again cursing the system for its pitfalls, Li navigated to the potion section. As he had anticipated, new items had appeared there as well. Growth agent. Upon use, it reduces the growth period of plants by 1 hour. Each plant may use it up to 5 times. Price, 1 point. The light green growth agent exuded vitality. Merely gazing at its image filled Li Yi with a sense of vibrant spring. With a price of just 1 point, he felt a stark contrast between its affordability and the exorbitant cost of the daggers. Thus, the potion section now boasted both a basic life potion and a growth agent. However, the intermediate life potion Li Yi desired and the much-anticipated evolution potion were conspicuously absent. He was certain the former existed, while the latter remained a mere aspiration. Upon witnessing the evolution of Long Hanchuang's extraordinary abilities, Li Yi was filled with profound envy, harboring a fervent desire to awaken his own latent powers. While he was uncertain whether the system possessed such capabilities, he speculated that, being a creation of the cosmos, it should indeed encompass such evolutionary phenomena. Although growth hormones were relatively inexpensive, they were only affordable in comparison to daggers. 1 point was still quite precious. Given the abundance of food, Li deemed it unnecessary to squander points on purchasing growth hormones for the plants within his space, thereby conserving his precious points, which remained at a steady 10. Next, he turned his attention to the items section. Previously, there were 3 items listed: the speed talisman, which he had never utilized; the strength talisman, which he had tried but found his own physique incapable of harnessing the augmented power; and the obedient pill, which had proven most effective in granting him a steed. Now, in addition to these 3 items, a new one had emerged. This new item resembled a wristwatch, crafted in a lustrous silver hue that exuded sophistication and elegance. Li Yi was perplexed as to why a watch would appear in the items section, as it seemed more fitting for the daily necessities category. Quality detector, upon wearing. It can assess the physical condition of the wearer, priced at 500 gold coins. After perusing the details, Li finally comprehended the rationale for its placement within the items section. He found himself desiring one, as understanding his own capabilities would allow for a more accurate evaluation of his combat potential. Furthermore, 500 gold coins was not an exorbitant price. This attitude stemmed from the aftereffects of his previous affluence. When one possesses an abundance of currency, the value of smaller amounts tends to diminish in significance. Li had once accumulated gold coins in excess, leading him to subconsciously regard 500 coins as a trivial sum. However, at present, procuring 500 gold coins was an impossibility. He barely had over 300, insufficient even to purchase the detector, unless he were to exchange all his secondary crystal cores, which he was reluctant to do, as he believed that gold coins would eventually come his way. Moreover, the detector was not an urgent necessity, rendering such expenditure unnecessary. As for the remaining daily necessities section, Li Yi chose not to explore it further. In his view, that category was merely ornamental. In this apocalyptic world, who would concern themselves with such trivialities? Surviving was a triumph in itself, and the high-quality items listed were relics of a bygone era. Subsequently, he ventured into the planting space to inspect his crops. One plot was filled with radishes, but given the 1 square meter of land, it was intended to yield 20 radishes, the size of which could be imagined. Though they had yet to reach maturity, the current state suggested that, upon maturation, these white radish seeds might grow to the size of red radishes. Having something to eat was a blessing in itself. There was no need to be overly selective. Li reassured himself, recognizing the truth in his words. When quantity was uncertain, how could one afford to be concerned with quality? The maturation period was set for this evening, and although time remained, Li felt anxious yet reluctant to use growth hormones, which cost 1 point each. Such extravagance was unwarranted. Exiting the system, a sense of gloom weighed upon everyone's hearts. The oppressive nature of a world devoid of light was beyond mere words to convey. One could only imagine a sealed chamber, shrouded in darkness, to comprehend the extent of the suffocating atmosphere. At this moment, the confined space expanded infinitely, encompassing the entire world. Li, let's listen to the broadcast and see if the government has any updates. Lon Xian broke the silence, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere any longer. Indeed, under such deep-seated pressure, a person can easily unravel, potentially leading to madness. Yes. Yuping nodded fervently. Li's phone had been fully charged these past few days, not for leisure, but to keep track of time. Now it was perfectly suited for tuning into the broadcast. Creak, buzz. Repeat. This darkness is not eternal. There is no need for concern. Remain calm and do not lose your composure. The state is organizing a counterattack. Trust that, in the near future, all mutated beasts will be eradicated. Having gathered several broadcasts, Li finally heard the words they had longed for. Son, when shall we visit Liuzhou Island? Li Changshan inquired, never having contemplated a prolonged stay here. As the outside world was fraught with danger, and where was the safety of government protection? The machinery of the state is formidable, especially the might of the military. Nearly everyone believed that as long as the army launched a counteroffensive, humanity's apocalypse could be averted. Father, we will visit Liuzhou Island, but merely to take a look. This place remains our home, Li declared, feeling it necessary to convey to his father his intention to settle here. It was not that he was unwilling to leave. Rather, he could not, at least not until he achieved the target of 10 mission points, or else the planting space would become unusable. What is most essential in an apocalypse? Firearms? No, eventually, ammunition will run out. Personal strength? No, even strength has its limits. Then what is it? Food. As long as there is sustenance, one can survive in any secure location. At this juncture, Li finally comprehended why the system was termed a survival system. It provided all necessities for survival, provided one had the means. The weapons of the system exist for survival. The tools of the system serve survival. And the space of the system is also dedicated to survival. Given the existence of the system, did Li still need to rely on the government? No. He did not wish to be constrained, nor did he desire to be among unfamiliar faces. He harbored a secret, one that could not be shared. February seeks a ticket. I wonder if that is possible. Li Changshan said nothing further. His son had grown, possessing his own thoughts, which brought him comfort. Where they went mattered little to him. What was significant was being together with his son. Today's sun was destined not to rise. Li Yi and his companions could only remain indoors. They gathered a deck of cards and engaged in a spirited game of do di zhu, enjoying themselves immensely. However, their ease did not imply that others shared the same fortune. Many were plagued by unbearable hunger, venturing out in search of food. These individuals had once placed their hopes in the state to rescue them, refraining from seeking sustenance in recent days. Yet, when the light faded, they truly believed that this apocalypse was beyond the realm of human intervention. It is only at this moment that one realizes the true value of sustenance, fearing that if they delay, their provisions may be seized by others. Ignoring the enveloping darkness, they resolutely grasped their flashlights in search of food. However, such a course of action is undoubtedly misguided. Having missed the crucial 7 days, they have forfeited their opportunities, especially when venturing out in the obscurity. As few can evade the attacks of the mutated beasts, the moment the apocalypse commenced, death began its relentless march. Now, it merely hastens the inevitable. The broadcasts continue to offer solace, yet the words grow tiresome and numb the spirit. How many still cling to the hope of a forthcoming dawn or the eventual restoration of their homeland? Each individual adopts a mindset of mere survival, living day by day, grateful for each additional breath. Yet, Li Yi is different. Endowed with a system, he firmly believes in his survival. And not just his. He is determined to ensure the survival of those around him, striving tirelessly for that end. Nevertheless, regardless of his efforts, he must wait for the sun to rise. Otherwise, come evening, the radishes will finally mature. Li Yi harvests the radishes, and with the refreshment of time, the seed slots yield radish seeds once more, still costing 5 points, which he purchases without hesitation. He gathers 20 radishes, each as robust as a thigh, and their fresh aroma wafts enticingly, making it impossible not to take a bite. The fruits of the system's harvest are impeccably clean. Even unwashed, they shine like alabaster, reminiscent of a beautiful woman's thigh, utterly unlike anything grown from the earth. These 20 radishes are nearly identical, as if molded from the same cast. A detail that convinces Li Yi of their origin from the system. Otherwise, he might have thought them remnants from before the end. Exiting the space, he immediately retrieves one radish, eagerly biting into it. The crisp sound accompanies the splattering juice. Li Yi is astonished by the abundance of liquid within. Not only that, but the flavor is exquisite, surpassing even that of fruit. Of course, his prolonged abstinence from fresh vegetables contributes to his delight, yet the radish's delectable nature is undeniable. After several bites, having consumed nearly a third, Li Yi feels satiated, restraining his desire to eat more, fearful of overindulgence. He presents 4 radishes to Lan Xin, casually offering an excuse for their origin amidst the curiosity of his companions. Upon seeing the fresh, large radishes, everyone cannot contain their joy, given Li Yi's excuse. They pay no heed to the source of the food. Who would concern themselves with such matters at this juncture? Witnessing their happiness brings Li Yi great joy as well. Suddenly recalling Zhu Beiji, who has gone an entire day without food, he ventures into the courtyard. The courtyard lacks illumination, but there is light beneath the eaves. However, Li Yi hesitates to switch it on, opting instead to use his flashlight to check on the mutated pig. Beiji remains motionless in the corner, presumably conserving energy by minimizing movement. Yet, even so, Li Yi notices the inexplicable loss of 1 point from its life value. What could be happening? Do mutated creatures also lose life points? Li Yi is momentarily taken aback, but after a moment's reflection, he quickly deduces the reason. Mutated creatures remain creatures, inevitably engaged in the basic acts of eating, excreting, and sleeping. After an entire day of fasting, how could Beiji not suffer a decline in vitality? Upon realizing this, Li Yi promptly produced 5 white radishes and cast them before Beiji. While vegetables are indeed precious, they cannot compare to the value of a mutated pig. Should the mutated pig perish from hunger, Li Yi would find no solace for his tears. Initially, the mutated pig merely sniffed at the offering and showed no further interest, having already tasted meat and dismissing the vegetables. However, under Li Yi's command, Beiji ultimately took a bite. That single bite spiraled into an insatiable craving. He devoured the entire allotment of radishes, still yearning for more with eager eyes directed at Li Yi. Reluctantly, Li Yi retrieved another 5 radishes, feeling a pang of regret, yet complying with Beiji's demand. He then retreated into the house, fearing that Beiji would continue to plead for sustenance once he finished. This time, Li Yi had not planted radishes, but rather received carnivorous plant seeds from the system. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so stingy. He could have easily given all 5 radishes to Beiji. After all, with Beiji around, acquiring crystal cores was a simple task, and radishes would not be a concern. However, the carnivorous plants required a maturation period of 48 hours, prompting Li Yi to conserve some radishes for the next 2 days. After all, if he fed them all to Beiji, what would they eat? The carnivorous plant, a flesh-eating flora, maturing in 48 hours, expected to yield 2 fruits. The system is not currently offering for sale. After dinner, the few of them retired early, perhaps due to a sour mood or the fatigue of a day's exertion. The moment Li Yi lay down, he sighed at the daily quest displayed in the system, such a task point, yet unattainable. The sensation was akin to a beautiful woman standing before him, entirely unadorned, yet he was powerless to act. The frustration was palpable. Yet, no matter how vexing, one must endure. Life can often resemble an unbearable burden, and when resistance is futile, one can only silently endure. Time passed, and Li Yi awoke to find the world still cloaked in darkness. But today's chill was particularly pronounced. Upon opening the window, a gust of frigid air rushed in, dispersing the lingering scent of blood and invigorating the atmosphere with a refreshing quality. The room remained dimly lit, yet Li Yi's flashlight illuminated the outside world, revealing a snowy landscape reminiscent of a northern scene. Had it truly snowed? Li Yi felt a twinge of surprise, perhaps even shock. The blanket of pristine snow suppressed the once pervasive stench of blood, rendering the environment infinitely more pleasant than before. A thick layer of snow covered the ground, hinting at the intensity of the previous night's snowfall. Li Yi and his companions, nestled under warm blankets in their home, felt none of the chill. However, others, particularly those in the larger settlement and the wandering survivors, were caught unprepared by the sudden snowstorm. Some suffered from minor ailments due to the cold, while the unfortunate succumbed to the freezing temperatures. The path of Du Fu, where frozen bones lie, aptly reflects the current scene. Within the survivor camp of the second high school, approximately 10 individuals succumbed to the bitter cold of this heavy snowfall. In contrast, the far more populous Liuzhou Island likely witnessed a death toll several times greater. With no sun to rise, Li found himself with little to occupy his time, resorting to card games and video games. Such days, devoid of mutant creature attacks, offered a peculiar sense of ease, free from the anxiety of food scarcity. Even the task of cooking did not trouble him. These moments were indeed comfortable. If they could persist, it would be quite agreeable. Though he lamented the necessity of accumulating more points, for otherwise, he could scarcely afford seeds. As it stood, he could only purchase seeds once more with his current points. At this juncture, it is worth mentioning that after a 24-hour refresh, the previously exhausted turnip seeds had reappeared, though this time, they were neither turnip nor rice seeds, but rather cabbage seeds. The prospect of new food delighted Li immensely, for a change in flavor was a cause for joy. Consequently, he spent his last 5 points, leaving him with a modest sum of 225 gold coins. For the subsequent 3 days, the sun remained absent, marking the 6th day without its light, an unnerving scenario for humanity. In the absence of sunlight, all individuals could do was await their fates. As food supplies dwindled, the leaders of various survivor camps grew increasingly anxious. Without the sun, their crops could not flourish, and even those with combat capabilities hesitated to venture out in search of sustenance, leading to an inevitable depletion of resources. Li was fortunate. Just before the sun set, he had managed to retain 4 secondary crystal cores, which could be exchanged for 40 points. Yet, he refrained from doing so. For on the 3rd day, the seeds that emerged were rice seeds, a precious find he could not bear to purchase, particularly in times of point scarcity. Thus, after harvesting the cabbage, the planting space lay fallow. The carnivorous flowers he had gathered remained in the system's backpack, not forgotten, but rather because Li was uncertain where to place them. On January 12, 2016, the 13th day post-apocalypse and the 6th day since the sun's disappearance, Li awoke naturally. Habitually, he drew back the curtains, only to discover that the world outside was no longer shrouded in darkness. The dim sky now bore a glimmer of light. Though faint, it was a significant improvement compared to the previous 5 days of utter blackness. Outside lay a vast expanse of white. The snow of this winter had arrived too late, and with it, many lives would surely be lost. Li felt a twinge of sorrow but could not suppress his joy. Though the sun had not yet risen, light had begun to emerge. This glimmer resembled a hazy dawn, allowing visibility for hundreds of meters, and potentially thousands if the fog were absent. Typically, snowfall would preclude fog, yet here it was, shrouded in mist. In a world already steeped in calamity, what could be deemed impossible? Li reassured himself, drawing the curtains once more as he prepared to venture outside. Every day, Lan Xian rises punctually, seemingly unaffected by the sun's ascent. She has chosen to sleep upstairs, as it is more convenient for a girl to be apart from 3 men. At this moment, she is preparing breakfast on the 2nd floor, where the kitchen has been relocated. Li harbors concerns that cooking might attract mutated beasts, which would spell disaster for Lan Xian. Are you up? Lan Xian inquired upon seeing Li emerge from his room. Yes, I've slept for quite a while, Li admitted. Indeed, he had spent the past few days sleeping away the hours, awakening only to eat or play. Just wait a bit longer. The porridge will be ready soon, and I'll fry some radishes, Lan Xian replied, noting the light filtering in through the window, suggesting that dawn was imminent. Indeed, Li murmured softly, glancing at the cloth draped over the window, silently wishing for the sun to rise. An hour later, Li was prepared to set out. But Li Changshan gazed at his son with concern and urged once more, Xiaoyi, perhaps you should reconsider. It's still quite dark outside. Wait until it brightens up a bit. Li, however, was resolute. He was determined to secure a task point today. Task points were of paramount importance to him, and he needed at least one more. Additionally, he required crystal cores, as only with sufficient points could he exchange for food seeds. Thus, in response to his father's concerns, Li countered, Dad, don't worry. With Beiji by my side, I'll be fine. If worst comes to worst, Beiji can always help me escape. Upon hearing this, Li Changshan thought to himself, that's true. With Beiji's capabilities, if they can't fight, they can at least run away. Thus, he chose to remain silent. Yipeng opted not to accompany them this time. As Li had said, with Beiji alongside him, he could manage without dragging along an extra burden. Climbing onto Beiji's back, Li armed himself with a hatchet and ventured out. Though he wielded nothing but the hatchet publicly, his system backpack concealed 5 poison beads, 5 heavy beads, 5 explosive beads, and a golden dagger. Consequently, he retained only 5 gold coins for emergencies. Facing merely 10 mutated rats, Li was confident he could accomplish the task without utilizing the system beads, considering the strength of the mutated pigs. Those items were merely precautions in case of unforeseen circumstances. With Beiji's neck clasped, the duo set off towards the southern village. The eastern village had already been largely cleared, and finding 10 mutated rats there seemed improbable. It would be far more efficient to venture elsewhere and complete the task in one go. While he held no fear of the mutated rats, he was not particularly fond of lingering outdoors. The sooner he could return home, the better. Life is rarely absolute, and the specter of unexpected events looms over everyone. The southern village was less appealing due to a family that had raised a considerable number of ducks prior to the apocalypse. Li had yet to encounter mutated chickens or ducks, nor could he ascertain their existence, but he suspected they must exist. After all, in a world ravaged by disaster, every rat had mutated. At least, he had never seen one that hadn't, and it stood to reason that chickens and ducks had followed suit. Humanity often imagines the unknown as terrifying, and since Li had yet to see a mutated duck, he dared not approach recklessly. As for Nakamura, Li was reluctant to venture there. He believed that there must be surviving villagers in Nakamura. Originally, it was the most densely populated area of the small fishing village. Although the numbers were not substantial compared to the outside world, they accounted for half of the village's population. With so many individuals gathered, it was improbable for the mutated creatures to annihilate every last one of them. Some would undoubtedly survive. At this moment, however, Li preferred solitude and thus chose not to visit Nakamura. Nansheng held no particular allure. It boasted neither large poultry farms nor many households with dogs or cats. Although Li had been away from home for years, he was well aware of this. After traversing over 100 meters, he had already entered the territory of Nansheng. Having walked this far, he was somewhat disappointed not to have encountered a single mutated creature, but fortune was about to smile upon him. Not far away on the snow-covered ground, a few black-furred mutated rats stood out conspicuously. To Li's bewilderment, these 4 mutated rats lay motionless in the snow, and had it not been for the crimson blood gauge on their heads, he might have suspected they were deceased. Given that the mutated rats did not charge at him, Li approached them cautiously. As he drew near, he noticed that the health points displayed above one rat's head were an astonishing 12. To his surprise, this was 2 points higher than their original health value. In truth, such an increase was not entirely shocking. Li Yi had even encountered mutated rats with a maximum of 15 points. What astonished him was the sight of 4 of them at once. He speculated that mutated creatures increased their health by consuming crystal cores. Had these 4 rats perhaps slain 4 mutated cats to seize their cores? He could believe 1 rat could achieve such a feat, but 4? That was beyond credibility. Nevertheless, what did it matter now? These creatures were about to transform into Li Yi's gold. Approaching within 7 or 8 meters of the mutated rats, they remained still, as if truly lifeless. As he neared, he could see clearly that the rats had their eyes closed, lying on the ground as if in slumber. This was the first time Li Yi had witnessed mutated rats sleeping, yet he did not linger to observe further. There is a saying, seize the moment of weakness to claim a life. Now, Li Yi intended to take advantage of their slumber to end theirs. He quietly commanded Bajia, and together they crept closer to the mutated rats. When the distance was sufficient, they struck simultaneously. Li delivered a powerful blow to one rat's neck, regardless of its high health. Severing the carotid artery would surely lead to its demise. Bajia's attack was even more direct, as it crushed the rat's head with a single bite. The scene was gruesomely bloody and quite noisy. Li Yi initially thought such commotion would awaken the remaining 2 mutated rats. To his astonishment, they remained undisturbed. Regardless of the reason, a second wave of attacks commenced, driven by the fear that they might awaken. With precision and swiftness, both Li Yi and the beast executed their strikes, and the remaining 2 mutated rats did not budge. Following their companions into the afterlife, Li Yi mused that if they were to play mahjong, they could easily form a table on the road to the underworld. Thus, he saw them off on their final journey. This is indeed a great grace. How many have passed away without a proper farewell? Resolving the matter of 4 mutated rats with such ease left Li Yi somewhat incredulous, almost as if he were in a dream. Were it not for the tangible increase of 1 gold coin and the progress on his task, he might have thought it all an illusion, since it was indeed real. Li Yi felt a surge of joy, wishing fervently that all mutated creatures would line up before him for extermination. That would be sheer bliss. As he continued onward, he indulged in fantasies of encountering more slumbering mutated animals. Indeed, sometimes thoughts manifest before one's very eyes. Ahead, he spotted clusters of mutated rats lying motionless in the snow. What astonished him further was that all these creatures had precisely 12 health points, with the highest among them showing 13. A vast multitude of these mutated rats lay asleep, and Li found himself momentarily frozen in place. If he ventured closer, would he not fall into their encirclement? Had he unwittingly stumbled into the dormitory of the mutated rats? Such thoughts flooded his mind as he pondered the sudden sight of this large group of sleeping creatures. Though initially intimidated by the sheer number of them, the allure of gold coins and the task at hand spurred him on, and he cautiously approached the rat horde. He clung to a lingering hope that these mutated rats would prove as docile as the previous 4, remaining undisturbed in their slumber. Driven by this desire, Li Yi ultimately succumbed to his yearning for gold. With a swift strike, his axe severed the neck of a mutated rat, which did not have the chance to utter a sound before succumbing in its dreams. To die so peacefully, how many would envy such an end? Li, however, had no time for envy. Once the deed was done, he swiftly surveyed his surroundings to ascertain whether any of the other rats had awakened. In truth, he had worried unnecessarily. The commotion from the slain rat did not rouse the sleeping ones. Encouraged by this, he immediately set his sights on the nearest mutated rat. Beiji followed closely at his side, as per Li Yi's command. He remained wary of the possibility that the rats might awaken unexpectedly. Should that occur, he would find himself ensnared, and without Beiji, escape would be perilous. He continued his onslaught, dispatching over 20 rats in rapid succession, completing his task well ahead of schedule. And nearly half of the mutated rats had met their demise. At last, Li felt a sense of fatigue wash over him. Looking at the remaining rats, his heart swelled with satisfaction. How could he not feel elated? A horde of mutated rats, completely unresponsive, allowed him to reap gold coins as if counting them endlessly. What an exhilarating experience. Ultimately, he decided to spare the remaining rats, not out of conscience, but rather because he was weary and wished to return the next day to finish the task. Such a delightful opportunity could not possibly be exhausted in a single day. On his return journey, Li wore a broad smile, so much so that anyone who chanced upon him would surely witness his gleeful expression. Upon arriving home, his smile remained undiminished. "What is it? Why are you so cheerful?" Lan Xian inquired softly, and over the past few days, She had grown increasingly convinced of the wisdom in her choice to accompany Li Yi on this journey. Li Yi, filled with delight, recounted the peculiar circumstances he encountered today, particularly regarding the mutated rats, which elicited a wave of excitement among his listeners. Brother Yi, are you suggesting that the mutated rats remained utterly motionless, allowing you to slay them? Yiping queried, uncertainty lacing his tone. Indeed, Li affirmed, nodding his head. The gravity of Yiping's earnest inquiry did not escape him. What is it? Sensing the atmosphere grow increasingly tense, Li Chanshan interjected. Brother Yi, aside from their unresponsiveness, is there anything else? If it were only one, such a situation could be comprehended, but if all the mutated rats exhibit the same behavior, Yipeng found it hard to believe. Li pondered, suddenly recalling that their life force had increased. The life value displayed on their heads corresponded to their overall strength. It dawned on him that the mutated rats were undergoing a collective evolution. They are evolving. Li Yi exclaimed in astonishment. What? Yes, they are indeed evolving. Li confirmed emphatically. He could not explain how he discerned their life values, but he felt compelled to convey this certainty to Yipeng and the others. Brother Yi, we cannot allow them to complete their evolution, otherwise. Yiping stated gravely. He cared little about how Li Yi acquired this knowledge. What concerned him was the fact that the mutated rats had already become formidable adversaries, and if they were to evolve further, would there be any hope for survival? I understand. I shall go and eliminate them all at once. Li Yi declared with determination, resolute in preventing the rats from completing their evolution, as the consequences could be dire. After spending some time at home, Li Yi set out once more, this time with the aim of confronting the location of the rat swarm's evolution. Meanwhile, residents across various habitats began to notice the slumbering mutated rats. Driven by the thought that each rat slain reduced the potential danger, every mutated rat encountered met its demise without exception. This marked humanity's first encounter with mutated creatures, and the ease with which they triumphed was unprecedented, requiring almost no effort. As light returned to the world, dawn truly arrived. Under the blade, the mutated rats perished in droves, marking the first time in human history that hope seemed to be rekindled. As for the reason why cities have more rats than rural areas, February mused. Cities host numerous restaurants and eateries, providing ample sustenance for the rats, along with excellent habitats such as sewers. Given such an environment, it is only natural that rats would outnumber those in rural settings. Furthermore, in rural areas, cats are often kept as pets, serving as natural predators to rats. While cats are also kept in cities, few are dedicated to hunting rats, and even those tend to focus on the ones within their own homes, ignoring the sewer-dwelling rats. Moreover, rats possess remarkable reproductive capabilities, with the saying that one male and one female can produce offspring throughout the year. In an unregulated sewer environment, it is only reasonable for rats to outnumber those in rural areas. Additionally, rural regions are dispersed and less concentrated than a city, which is inherently larger. Perhaps, if calculated by regional density, the rat population in rural areas could be higher, but in terms of absolute numbers, a city's rat population is often several times that of a single village, a statistic February found difficult to estimate. In summary, February concluded that the number of rats in cities surpasses that in rural locales. The 20 or so mutated rats posed little challenge for Li Yi, and, with Zhu Beiji's assistance, they were swiftly eradicated. Uncertain if it was due to the obedient pill, the mutated rats slain by Beiji were nonetheless credited to Li Yi. After this massacre, Li Yi's gold coins astonishingly reached 530. This indicates that there were a total of 44 mutated rats undergoing evolution in this area. Even if these were not all the rats from the southern village, they were certainly a significant number. The remaining ones were unknown, perhaps hiding away. Li Yi was too weary to search for them further, at least not in the morning, and he turned to head home. On this path, only a single set of footprints remained, those left by Beiji. In the thick layer of accumulated snow, the pig's trotters left a distinct trail. In the place where the rat horde had been, blood stained the snow a deep crimson. The warm blood flowed across the snow, swiftly melting much of it away. The mingled blood and melted snow resembled a scene from a hellish battlefield, the scent of slaughter permeating the air, rising to the heavens. Upon returning home, Li Yi indulged in a hot bath, lamenting that yet another piece of clothing would have to be discarded. At this rate, with each battle resulting in a change of attire, he would soon find his wardrobe insufficient. Consequently, Li Yi resolved to venture into the city to procure additional garments. Contemplating the city reminded him of Chun Ming. Now that things had stabilized here, it was time to bring her over. for he felt a sense of peace when those he cared for were close by. After the effortless triumph of the morning, Li Yi's confidence swelled, and he was eager to set out, yet he restrained himself, deciding to wait until the following day. With the sun not yet risen, the light was dim, and the daylight hours had significantly shortened. The morning was shrouded in a gray haze, but by 3 in the afternoon, the scant light had faded, and a thick fog enveloped the air. Li Yi had early on cultivated another plot of land, bringing the total to 2. After much internal struggle, he ultimately exchanged 4 secondary crystal cores for points, causing his previously empty points to surge to 40. He then spent 5 points to purchase a rice seed, thus creating an empty slot for planting. Having acquired the seed, it was only logical to sow it, as the land would otherwise remain barren. Tending to the cultivation required little effort from Li Yi. With a mere thought, the seed was planted, needing 24 hours to mature, coinciding with the seed refresh time. These matters could not be rushed, so even if Li Yi had an empty plot, lacking a radish seed rendered it pointless. He was reluctant to spend another 5 points on a rice seed, for it seemed a poor investment. One seed yielding 100 fruits was hardly advantageous. Had he not run out of slots for other seeds, he would not have spent the 5 points. Exiting the planting space, Li Yi prepared for his journey. Since he intended to visit the city the following day, thorough preparation was essential. The explosive beads, heavy beads, and poison beads he had previously purchased remained in use, so there was no need for additional purchases. Now, with a substantial sum of 530 gold coins, Li Yi could acquire some desired items, such as the quality detection device he had long coveted. Quality detection device. Once worn, it allows the wearer to assess their physical condition, priced at 500 gold coins. Although Li Yi's supply of gold coins is limited, it is sufficient for his current needs. With an abundance of weapons at his disposal, he has already acquired 15 beads, not to mention the mutant pig escort and the golden dagger. Thus, Li need not worry about his safety. With a crisp chime, the transaction was successfully completed. He immediately retrieved the detection device to examine it. The device featured 2 colors, black and silver, of which Li Yi had chosen the black variant, resembling a watch. It consisted of a display screen and 2 straps that could be securely fastened around his wrist. Noticing the absence of any visible buttons, Li Yi simply strapped the device onto his wrist, and the previously dormant display suddenly illuminated. Attributes: Constitution, 10 Strength, 12 Speed, 11 Mental Power, 15 Evolutionary Strength, 0 Overall Strength, 47. The 6 data points were neatly presented on the small screen, with the final attribute of overall strength displayed in a larger font. Remarkably, his mental power surpassed his constitution by 1.5 times, which Li attributed to the influence of the system. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had been continuously utilizing the system, which relied on his mental power for its operation. The initiation of the planting space demanded even greater control over his mental faculties, making his impressive mental power a natural outcome. Having reviewed his own data, Li Yi was suddenly struck by the desire to observe others' attributes. He called upon Yi Peng, confident that after several days, Yi Pu would not discuss this matter indiscriminately and would refrain from asking too many questions. If he were to inquire, Li Yi would find it challenging to explain the device's origin. Pengzi, try this on. Yi Peng, perplexed, thought it was merely a watch and did not understand why Li Yi wanted him to wear it. Nevertheless, he complied and donned the device. Attributes displayed: Constitution, 10 Strength, 9 Speed, 9 Mental Power, 12 Evolutionary Strength, 0 Overall Strength, 40 as the data transformed on the device, revealing Yi Peng's condition. He was astonished, and Li Yi's curiosity piqued, though he concealed his intrigue. The notion that the device could assess one's physical condition simply by wearing it fascinated him immensely. Yet who could provide an explanation for it? Seeing that Li Yi remained silent, Yi Peng refrained from further questioning. To him, Li Yi was a figure at the forefront of innovation, capable of creating such extraordinary devices. After all, how else could he have triumphed over mutant dogs and subdued mutant pigs? These thoughts hardly crossed his mind. He simply understood that as Li Yi grew stronger, he must keep pace to survive in this apocalyptic world, not only to endure, but to thrive. Subsequently, Li Yi measured the attributes of each individual. For Lon Xian, the results were as follows: Constitution, 10 Strength, 7 Speed, 10 Mental Power, 10 Evolutionary Strength, 0 Overall Strength, 37. Li Yi was not particularly surprised by Lon Xian's strength being only 7 points. Li Changshan's data is as follows: Constitution, 10, Strength, 14, Speed, 11, Mental Power, 10, Evolutionary power, 0. Overall strength, 46. It was truly astonishing to Li Yi that his father's strength surpassed his own. This revelation likely correlates with their physical conditions prior to the apocalypse. It appears that most individuals possess a similar overall strength, hovering in the 40s, but not exceeding 50. When considering an average person, each attribute is standardized at 10. And this standard is not gender-specific. Otherwise, Lan Xian's strength would not be recorded as 7. Thus, Li Yi has come to comprehend the enhancement provided by the strength symbol, which grants a boost of 10 points. These statistics, merely a reflection of the system's data, serve only as a reference. In combat, victory is not solely determined by numerical superiority. Moreover, the data from detection instruments differs from the overall strength exhibited by mutated animals. Otherwise, how could a mutated rat possess a strength of 10? It is important to note that a mutated rat is superior to an ordinary human in capability. During combat, individual reflexes and tactical acumen are essential. Otherwise, even the highest statistics become meaningless if one's reactions are sluggish. Li Yi is acutely aware of this. Yet he harbors no disappointment towards the detection instrument. Consequently, he has gained a clear understanding of his physical condition. To test whether these statistics fluctuate, Li Yi conducted an experiment. As he engaged in physical activity, he began to feel increasingly fatigued, and his stamina began to wane. At that moment, he raised his arm to check the data, and indeed, the figures had changed. Firstly, his constitution had declined, which he surmised was linked to his stamina and possibly his life state, essentially a unique blend of life value and stamina value. Additionally, both speed and strength had diminished, likely as a result of the decline in constitution. Naturally, this led to a decrease in overall strength. Witnessing these changes in data excited Li Yi further. This way, during battles, he could remain attuned to his physical state, ensuring that he faced adversaries in peak condition. Should he falter or notice a decline in his statistics, he could prepare accordingly. Indeed, the system's offerings are not to be underestimated. Li praised this insight internally, but seemed to have overlooked the nagging thought of the rice seeds. Subsequently, Li packed a bag filled with provisions, which constituted his entire preparation. Although he intended to return the same day, he decided to take half of the radishes from the system, justifying it by recalling that he had not gathered them all during his last visit. After planting radishes 3 times, and accounting for those consumed in recent days, he still had about 20 left, leaving him with 10 radishes in his bag. These were meant for Lu Tao, and the others, Li Yi, blessed with fortune, did not forget his friends. It is evident that he holds friendship in high regard, valuing it as deeply as familial bonds. The following day, as dawn broke and the mist lingered, Li Yi set off. Riding atop a mutated pig that cleared the path, he enjoyed a leisurely journey. However, he had not traveled 500 meters when he encountered a group of evolving mutated rats. This group of mutated rats clearly does not belong to the small fishing village, as they have already ventured beyond its borders, surrounded by fields. It is likely that these mutated creatures are the result of field mice undergoing mutation. Each one displays a life force of 1414, indicating a higher level of evolution compared to the mutated rats encountered yesterday. Li Yi was uncertain as to what extent they would evolve, but he ventured to estimate that reaching a life value of 20 would be the absolute limit. Otherwise, would humanity even survive? Naturally, Li Yi did not show any mercy towards the mutated field mice he encountered, dispatching them all without exception, resulting in an immediate reward of 180 gold coins, thus completing today's daily quest. In a moment, the 180 gold coins and a quest point were credited to his account, filling Li Yi with joy as he envisioned a future filled with such uncomplicated prosperity. After allowing Zhu Beiji to consume a few bites of rat meat to replenish his strength, Li Yi felt no concern for Beiji's health, given that his current life value stood at 3053. Over the past 7 days, Beiji had enjoyed a splendid rest, feasting on both carrots and rat meat, making it nearly impossible for his health not to recover. However, achieving full health would not be a simple task, as Beiji had not consumed much rat meat in recent days, and with nightfall, he remained at home without Li Yi's command, leaving little time for recovery. Nevertheless, reaching a life value of 30 was already commendable, placing him at the baseline for mutated dogs, coupled with a defense that surpassed even that of dogs, allowing him to face a mutated dog with absolute confidence. As Li Yi pressed on, encounters with evolved mutated rats were not easily come by. Just as he stepped outside, he stumbled upon a group of them, a stroke of luck indeed, as the area was quite open, leaving the mutated rats with nowhere to hide amidst the white snow. Soon, Li arrived at Huatu, a gateway village to the small fishing village, an unavoidable passage for him. This was not his first time traversing Huatu, and he navigated it with ease. However, at the crossroads ahead, he spotted a large mutated beast, a mutated pig. Unlike the mutated pigs he had previously encountered, this one was entirely pink, standing out vividly against the snow. Although slightly smaller than Beiji, its life force of 50 signified that its combat strength was by no means insignificant. The mutated pig let out a low growl towards Li Yi, seemingly questioning why there was a human with Beiji. Beiji responded with a low growl of his own, clearly sensing a hint of threat. These were merely Li Yi's assumptions. The true threat was he himself. Having never faced a mutated pig with a life value of 50, he had previously only challenged those with a life value of 30, which had proven to be a futile endeavor. Though he now had Beiji to back him up, Beiji only possessed a life value of 30 himself, leading Li Yi to instinctively believe they could not prevail. His first thought was to flee. Fleeing, of course, meant retreating backward, just as Beiji turned to leave. The mutated pig lunged forward, evidently unwilling to spare them due to their shared kinship. Fortunately, Li had not expected the mutated pig to let them go. In the fleeting moment when the mutated pig lunged forward, Li Yi launched a poisonous orb towards it. This orb inflicted an immediate damage of 5 points, coupled with an additional 5 points from poisoning, summing up to a total of 10 points, 1/5 of the mutated pig's health. Li believed that such a severe blow would compel the creature to flee. However, it seemed he had overlooked the potential of simultaneously releasing 3 orbs combined with a golden dagger, which could easily dispatch the mutated pig. This oversight revealed that Li Yi subconsciously forgot about the newly acquired weapon from the system. The mutated pig, upon being struck by the orb, clearly dismissed it as an insignificant threat. After all, it was merely a small sphere. Not even a human would regard it with concern, let alone a pig. Yet, as the orb penetrated its body, the anguished cries of the mutated pig revealed the depths of its suffering, rather than prompting it to retreat. This agony incited a frenzied charge towards Li Yi and his companions. Li Yi was taken aback by this unexpected reaction, momentarily at a loss, but in an instant, he regained his composure. He hurled a bursting orb and a heavy orb simultaneously, and the enraged mutated pig, blinded by fury, failed to evade the attack. This time, the damage soared to 10 points, intensifying its torment, and the creature howled in agony. Lowering its head, it recklessly charged towards Beiji. Initially, both parties possessed equal speed. However, the enraged mutated pig exhibited a marked increase in velocity, maintaining its pace even under the effects of deceleration. Li Yi's hope of escaping due to the heavy orb's effect quickly dissipated. This outcome was inevitable. As the deceleration lasted merely 5 seconds, how much distance could truly be gained in such a short span? As long as the mutated pig relentlessly pursued, it would eventually catch up. Once the 5 seconds elapsed, the speed of the mutated pig surged dramatically. Li glanced back and noted his health, 3,050. With both parties possessing 30 points of health, a flicker of combat fervor ignited within him. The realization that the opponent no longer had a significant health advantage, akin to Beiji, instilled a glimmer of hope for victory. Driven by desire, even the slightest chance of triumph became magnified, especially when considering the crystal core nestled within the mutated pig's head, which further fueled Li Yi's ambition. Beiji, turn around. Eliminated. His voice, laced with urgent desire, echoed with the fervor of a gambler enraptured by the stakes. Upon hearing his master's command, Beiji promptly pivoted, charging towards the pink-skinned mutated pig. Though it was, after all, a pig, being pursued by another pig naturally stirred a sense of indignation within Beiji. It was a creature known for its penchant for revenge. As the originally fleeing prey suddenly veered towards them, the mutated pig emitted a low growl. Whether in derision of their ignorance or in anger at their reckless defiance remained unclear. The two adversaries drew closer, and as Li observed the approaching mutated pig, his heart raced. It was akin to facing a vehicle. A collision would be no different from a crash between two cars. Li clung desperately to Beiji's neck, terrified that a moment's release would send him hurtling away. A resounding crash reverberated, leaving Li dizzy and disoriented. Yet, this was not the crux of his discomfort. What truly troubled him was the tumult within, as if a storm raged in his stomach, threatening to expel its contents. His tightly gripped hands were jolted apart, and he soared backward, landing precariously behind the pink mutant pig. Both Beiji and the mutant pig were not spared from the impact. Their opponent was no mere weakling like a mutated cat or dog. Neither side possessed a clear advantage in species or vitality, resulting in equal damage sustained by both. As the pink mutant pig staggered, it unwittingly retreated in the same direction as Li Yi. When he fell to the ground, still unable to voice his pain, the mutant pig lunged towards him, evidently intent on attacking Li Yi first, having found itself evenly matched against Beiji. Sensing his master was in peril, Beiji rushed over. But the distance proved too great for timely assistance. Li Yi's temples throbbed violently. Instinctively, he rolled aside, narrowly evading the crushing hoof of the descending mutant pig. Snow erupted around him as he barely escaped, yet this was merely the initial assault of the mutant pig. As it landed, a follow-up attack came swiftly. And before Li Yi could rise, he found himself unable to dodge the second strike, his previous strength having dissipated. Although Beiji was en route, the brief distance required 2 seconds, far too late. In that critical moment, Li suddenly recalled the newly acquired golden dagger from the system, which he had prudently purchased for emergencies. Without a second thought, he summoned it forth from the system. Gripping the dagger firmly, he braced himself against the oncoming beast. The mutant pig collided with him, and the golden dagger plunged deep into its flesh as though piercing ripe fruit. Instantly, the blade surged within, wreaking havoc upon the creature's internal structure. What seemed like an eternity was but a fleeting instant. As the dagger pierced, the mutant pig let out a cry, a sound that abruptly choked in its throat, its body collapsing like a marionette severed from its strings, languishing atop Li Yi, weighing between 700 to 800 kilograms. The full weight of the mutant pig pressed down on him, threatening to crush him into submission. Fortunately, the broadness of the pig's frame and the soft snow beneath him dispersed much of the burden. Nonetheless, the pressure remained suffocating. Amazingly, despite the dire circumstances, Li Yi wore a dazed smile, seemingly foolishly joyful. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a mutant creature and earning 50 gold coins. The system notification echoed in his ears, repeating incessantly, or so it seemed to him. Just then, Beiji arrived and, seeing his master pinned beneath the weight of the mutant pig, hurriedly shoved the creature aside. After considerable effort, Li Yi was finally rescued, and upon his release, he wore a foolish grin. The mere thought of the mutated pig's crystal core sent his imagination into a frenzy, even before he had extracted it. The strength of the mutated pig far surpassed that of the mutated dog, and thus, one could only speculate that its crystal core would be of even greater value. If converted into points, the worth of such a core was unfathomable. Lost in his reverie, a sudden voice erupted from behind him. Moo!
The sound jolted Li back to reality, and as he glanced up, he was astonished to find a mutated cow.
It stood at the crossroads where Li Yi had arrived, clearly drawn by the commotion caused by the mutated pig. The creature's massive form was at least 13 times larger than that of Zhu Beiji, its yellow hide resembling rock. And Li Yi had no doubt that its defensive prowess was formidable, as evidenced by the staggering 80 points of health emblazoned above its head, an undeniable symbol of its might. Moo! The mutated cow called out again, slowly advancing toward Li Yi. Struck with panic, Li Yi hastily leaped onto Zhu Beiji's back and urged him to flee. Zhu Beiji, sensing the terror emanating from the mutated cow, swiftly turned and bolted toward the yellow-headed interior. The mutated cow, caught off guard by their sudden escape, momentarily hesitated. However, the pause was brief, quickly replaced by an enraged bellow as it charged after them. The weighty hooves of the cow trampled through the snow, sending flakes flying, and the tremors from its steps were palpable even from a distance. Faced with the formidable 80 points of health possessed by the mutated cow, Li Yi felt no inclination to fight. Aware of the impending danger, he frantically urged Zhu Beiji to accelerate. The pig, clearly terrified of the creature behind them, sprinted as fast as it could, fearing that any delay would result in being caught. The frantic escape of the pig was indeed a terrifying sight. Even though Zhu Beiji's overall strength fell short of that of the mutated cow, and he was not in peak condition, he managed to maintain a consistent distance from the pursuing beast. Yet, this was only temporary. As Zhu Beiji continued to push beyond his limits, his stamina waned, and Li noticed with alarm that Zhu Beiji's health had diminished by 3 points. This was untenable. In response, Li promptly purchased 5 health potions. Clutching all 5 in his hands, he wasted no time in uncorking one and administering it to Zhu Beiji. Instantly, his health surged by 5 points, and his vitality was significantly restored, allowing his speed to return to its previous state. Li was determined to survive, casting aside any concerns for points. In a moment such as this, survival took precedence. Points could always be regained from the mutated cats and dogs, but should the mutated cow catch up to them, their lives would be forfeit, unless, of course, the cow merely wished to engage in conversation. Observing the unyielding demeanor of the mutated bull, Li harbored no illusions about its benevolence. Indeed, ever since the animals had mutated, none had regarded humans as anything but delectable prey. The only way to survive an encounter with such a beast was to vanquish it. Thus, Li was resolute in urging Beiji onward, even at the peril of exhausting his life-restoring potions to bolster their stamina. Both parties were engaged in a relentless sprint, with Li gripping Beiji's ears tightly. Fearful of losing his precarious position, he vigilantly monitored Beiji's health points. Should they decline, he would promptly administer another life potion. With the continuous infusion of vitality from the potions, even the formidable strength and resilience of the mutated bull could not surpass them. Li was confident that, given enough time, they would ultimately outpace the beast. However, such a victory necessitated both time and distance, factors currently unattainable. The mutated bull, perceiving Beiji's speed as comparable to its own, seemed incensed or perhaps had retained some latent vigor, increasing its velocity further. This surge felt like a death knell to Li, causing his heart to race. Beiji, faster. Just a bit faster, he urged, oblivious to the potential risk of attracting other mutated creatures with his desperate cries. Beiji emitted a soft sound, seemingly acknowledging Li's plea, yet its pace remained unchanged, likely indicating it was already exerting itself to the utmost. As the distance between them and the mutated bull diminished, Li felt his heart constrict in his throat, ready to leap out at any moment. Closer, ever closer. The refrain echoed in his mind, yet he found himself devoid of any means to halt their pursuer. Although Li was not entirely without recourse, he held 3 spheres tightly in his grasp, prepared to unleash them at a moment's notice. Additionally, he had procured 3 distinct daggers. Armed with these weapons, he found a modicum of reassurance. The bronze dagger inflicted 10 points of damage, the silver dagger 20, and the gold dagger 30. Coupled with the potential damage from the spheres, a successful strike could amount to a devastating total of 80 health points. Thus, the mutated bull would surely meet its demise, provided he could land his shots. The spheres were manageable. If aimed well and the bull did not evade, they would inflict damage. However, he was reluctant to throw the daggers, having previously failed to hit the mark while practicing with darts. The prospect of a dagger landing ineffectively was daunting. Therefore, he resolved to wield them as stabbing weapons rather than throwing knives. And then it drew nearer. Just as Li sensed they were within range, he suddenly hurled the 3 spheres forward. They coalesced into a tight formation, hurtling in a straight line toward the mutated bull. The beast, unaware of the sphere's potency, collided with them directly. It momentarily staggered, but given its massive size, the slowing effect was negligible. Li did not consider retaliating. Instead, he continued to urge Beiji to flee. Faced with the mutated bull, he ultimately succumbed to despair. His primary thought was now solely focused on escape. This was not merely due to its colossal physique, but also its significantly higher health points compared to Beiji. In such moments, 5 seconds felt exceedingly brief, insufficient even to bridge a mere 10 meters. Following the furious roar of the mutated bull, the creature commenced its wrathful pursuit. As its bellow reverberated through the air, the sounds of surrounding mutated animals surged forth in rapid succession. Some advanced towards them, while others fled into the distance. Upon hearing the unmistakable cry of the mutated rats, Li's expression shifted dramatically. Was it summoning its comrades? Bajie, quickly, he urged, administering another life potion to Bajie. This time, however, Bajie did not respond. Instead, it lowered its head and pounded its hooves fiercely, sending up a spray of snowflakes as if a second wave of snow had fallen, leaving behind a neat array of hoof prints. Li's heart raced with urgency. How many mutated creatures with yellow heads were there? He could not ascertain, but he was certain their numbers exceeded those of the small fishing village. It was not merely a matter of quantity, but also of variety. Not long after the mutated bull's roar, a mutated dog appeared before Li. The creature, over a meter in length, hunched low, baring its teeth and growling menacingly at Bajie. Though it stood directly in their path, Bajie showed no signs of slowing at its current speed. It seemed intent on colliding with the mutated dog. Perhaps sensing the disparity in size, the mutated dog hesitated, but just then, the mutated bull let out another roar nearby. The dog, hearing the sound, abandoned its instinct to evade and instead attempted to block Bajie with its own body. This was a fool's errand. Bajie maintained its speed and did not veer aside, crashing directly into the mutated dog. The dog, about the size of a human, was sent flying as if struck by a shot put, soaring 7 to 8 meters through the air. Bajie's speed diminished significantly as a result, yet it continued to surge forward with formidable momentum. Li Yi clutched Bajie's ears tightly, but the life potion he held had already dropped to the ground. No test tube could withstand such force and had shattered instantly. The pale red liquid seeped into the snow, glistening like blooming plum blossoms in the winter. Yet, this beauty was short-lived as the mutated bull's iron hooves trampled it, erupting a flurry of snowflakes into the air, mingling with the pink hue like drifting peach blossoms. Thud. The mutated bull now moved with a swiftness that far surpassed Bajie's, quickly closing the distance between them. Quick dodge. Li turned just in time to see the bull charging towards them and urgently commanded Bajie. But no matter how fast Bajie reacted, it was too late. The bull's horns, resembling the gnarled branches of a dead tree, were as hard as iron. Bajie could not evade in time, and one side of its rear was brutally struck. Despite Bajie's impressive defenses, it could not withstand the force of the bull's horns, which pierced deeply into its flesh. With a pained howl, Bajie twisted its rear, dislodging the wound from the bull's horn. Without waiting for further orders from Li Yi, it turned around to face the mutated bull head-on. Blood gushed from a gaping wound on its rear, as if a spring had burst forth. Li could not see the injury, nor could Bajie. Before them stood the massive form of the mutated bull, its horns smeared with the vivid red of Bajie's blood. With a furious glare, Beiji faced the mutated bull, seemingly unafraid and ready to engage in a fierce confrontation. Li Yi gripped a silver dagger in his right hand and a golden dagger in his left, lamenting the lack of a third hand. Otherwise, wielding a bronze dagger as well would enable him to strike simultaneously, swiftly concluding the battle against the mutated bull. Surrounding them were the minions summoned by the bull, a dense throng of mutated rats, along with the occasional mutated cat and dog. Now, Li Yi and his companions found themselves encircled by this horde of creatures. Although breaking free was straightforward, Beiji's massive frame made a charge feasible. Yet the presence of several mutated bulls posed a significant challenge. The standoff did not last long as the mutated bull, unable to contain itself, charged at Beiji. Lowering its head was not an act of humility, but rather a display of its formidable horns. Beiji appeared to lose his sanity, unwilling to evade the bull's protruding horns. As the beast barreled toward him, Beiji charged forward, his gaping maw aimed at the bull's head. Li Yi had no time to be astonished. Although Beiji's reckless behavior was perilous, it also presented an opportunity. With daggers raised, he aimed directly at the bull. He had no doubts about penetrating the bull's skin. According to the system's nature, any strike against a mutated creature would inflict damage. As long as the sharp edge of the dagger made contact, it would not matter how tough the bull's hide or how thick its flesh. Ultimately, Beiji's actions proved ill-advised. The mutated bull possessed a distinct advantage in weaponry. Before Beiji could reach its head, the bull's horns pierced Beiji's eye, instantly shattering one of his eyeballs. In response to the agonizing pain, Beiji immediately recoiled. Yet, in that fleeting moment when Beiji's eye was struck, Li Yi plunged his dagger into the bull. Perched upon Beiji's neck, he easily reached the bull's head. The two daggers, akin to relentless parasites, barely grazed the bull's skull before burrowing deep into its flesh. In that instant, the bull lost 50 points of life. The suffering unmistakable. No visible wounds, yet a pain that penetrated to the very marrow. The mutated bull, seemingly enraged, let out a thunderous roar. The surrounding mutated creatures responded as if summoned, surging forward. However, the bull itself turned tail and fled, now reduced to a mere 10 points of life. It dared not linger, having been outwitted by Li Yi twice. Even a fool would recognize that a third encounter could spell doom. Li Yi understood that allowing the bull to escape would lead to endless troubles. Once its life regenerated, he would be powerless against it. The system's weapons were only effective on each mutated creature the first time, should it evade. Li Yi would be left without means to confront it. With only a bronze dagger against the bull's 80 life points, any attempt to strike would be futile. Yet, despite his intent to end its life, the incessant onslaught of mutated rats and cats rendered him powerless to pursue. Survival took precedence. Rather than extinguishing the life of the mutated cattle, Li cherished existence itself. Currently, the one-eyed Beiji was besieged by mutated rats, suffering repeated injuries. Given its considerable size, it was remarkable that Li Yi could protect himself, let alone safeguard Beiji. Beiji, charge forth. Li Yi commanded, knowing that if they lingered any longer, Beiji would surely succumb. Without hesitation, Beiji surged ahead, crashing into the few mutated rats attempting to obstruct its path, sending them flying. Li continuously hurled beads from his hand. While they could not slay the mutated creatures, they could at least hinder or intimidate them. Beiji, now a one-eyed swine, veered off course as it ran, wildly barreling through numerous mutated rats. Even a few bewildered mutated cats fell victim to its rampage. Consequently, the remaining mutated cats hesitated to charge forward, inadvertently clearing a path for Beiji. The expansive road lay ahead, and Li Yi could scarcely contain his joy. The exhilaration of escaping the brink of death was indescribable. Just as he believed they were on the verge of fleeing, a previously motionless mutated dog suddenly leaped into view. A few now obstructed their escape, clearly intent on preventing Li Yi from leaving. Charge! Li barked furiously. With Beiji's one eye blinded, his heart ached immensely. The mutated cattle had fled, and he could only vent his frustration on these lesser creatures. Despite the formidable appearance of the few mutated dogs blocking their path, they collectively barely matched Beiji's size. Beiji, driven to madness by profound pain, had lost all reason. Had it not been for its subconscious recognition of Li Yi as its master, it would have rampaged uncontrollably. The mutated dogs had unwittingly become Beiji's target for release. With a mighty stomp of its trotters, Beiji let out a series of roars as it charged towards the mutated dogs. The mutated dogs, refusing to yield, lowered their heads and howled at the oncoming duo. If it had merely been mutated rats or cats, they might have intimidated them, but now faced with a mutated pig, the dogs were destined to be sent flying. The scene resembled a bowling alley, with several mutated dogs being struck down. Despite Beiji's ruggedness, it still suffered some loss of vitality, albeit less than the mutated dogs. Seeing Beiji still intent on engaging the mutated dogs, Li Yi hastily instructed, "Quickly, retreat to safety." Though Beiji was gravely injured and reluctant to comply, it obeyed Li Yi's command, raising its legs and bolting towards the main road. The resonant bellow of cattle echoed from afar. Li Yi felt a pang of nostalgia. Damn that mutated bull, fleeing while preventing our escape. He cursed internally, witnessing the ever-increasing horde of mutated rats encroaching upon them. Push through, he urged. Ahead, the road was choked with mutated creatures, and Li Yi commanded Beiji to forge a passage. Beiji, never having called out so loudly before, let out a resounding oink before galloping forward, scattering any mutated rats or dogs in its path, either sending them reeling or crashing down. Li Yi's hands were far from idle. One hand wielded a chopping knife, relentlessly hacking at the encroaching mutated creatures, though with minimal effect. The other hand occasionally scattered a few beads, albeit in limited quantity, each strike claiming a creature already on the brink of death. Yet, with only a handful of beads at his disposal, they seemed insignificant against the multitude of mutated animals surrounding him. For every creature that fell, another would swiftly take its place. Though Zhu Beiji was swift, the relentless onslaught hampered his speed advantage, and his larger frame made him a target for constant attacks, leaving him battered and bruised in no time. His health points were dwindling, nearing single digits, and Li Yi felt a surge of anxiety, realizing he had no time to exchange for basic health potions. Suddenly, heavy hoofbeats sounded behind him. Li Yi's heart sank as he urgently urged, "Quick, dodge." Zhu Beiji hurriedly moved, but his large body was still a moment too slow. A sharp horn grazed his left side, slicing a gash over a meter long from his rear to his front leg. Instinctively, Li lunged at the mutated bull with not the chopping knife, but a glimmering green dagger. With a bellow, the mutated bull collapsed to the ground as if its supports had given way, sliding 2 or 3 meters due to inertia. Though Zhu Beiji was struck by the bull's attack and let out a pained howl, he managed to withstand the force, not being knocked over. In that moment of agony, he sensed his impending demise, yet did not succumb. Instead, he seized the opportunity created by the bull's fall to burst through the encirclement. As he ran, each step seemed to demand every ounce of his strength, his health points dwindling to a mere 4. In a frantic bid, Li purchased 5 basic health potions and quickly administered one to Zhu Beiji. Instantly, his health surged by 5 points, but within half a minute, it began to decline once more. Without hesitation, he administered another. Meanwhile, the fallen mutated bull, though not yet dead, lay gasping on the ground with 181 health points remaining. Despite its critical state, the surrounding mutated creatures dared not rebel. Under its low growl, many continued to pursue. Li Yi, though unable to see, understood that the bull still lived. He was well aware of the system's notification, yet the specifics eluded him. At that moment, however, his focus was solely on Zhu Beiji, whose health remained stagnant and continued to drop. Though pursued by mutated creatures, Zhu Beiji's speed allowed him to escape the encirclement, alleviating Li Yi's immediate concerns. Once they had distanced themselves from the threat, Li commanded Zhu Beiji to halt, yet the relentless decline of his health persisted. Li administered another vial of the life potion, yet the results remained unchanged. His heart raced with anxiety as he witnessed the fifth vial consume itself. While Zhu Beiji's life force continued its relentless decline, a glance at the gruesome wound at Zhu Beiji's side filled Li Yi with dread. With the primary life potions proving ineffective, it was only a matter of time before Zhu Beiji's vitality was completely extinguished. Resolutely, Li Yi spent his last 5 points to procure 2 additional life potions, pouring them into Zhu Beiji's mouth, desperately hoping to halt the downward spiral of his life force. However, the vitality only rose by 10 points for a fleeting minute before it began to plummet once more. A foreboding feeling gripped Li Yi's heart. Zhu Beiji, you must not leave me. As he watched Zhu Beiji's life force wane, he gently stroked the creature's head. At that moment, Li Yi had dismounted from the pig's back and now stood before Zhu Beiji. Zhu Beiji represented all of Li Yi's hopes and was the wellspring of his courage. He could not bear the thought of losing him. Yet, in this dire situation, a sudden crash echoed through the air as Zhu Beiji collapsed, his limbs seemingly unable to support his own weight. Zhu Beiji, Li Yi exclaimed, the fall causing a spurt of blood to erupt, staining the pristine ground with crimson splatters. Tears brimmed in Li Yi's eyes, not solely out of fear for his own safety. Since Zhu Beiji had been tamed, he had remained fiercely loyal to Li Yi, especially in that moment of peril when he had valiantly rescued him from encirclement. Now, with Zhu Beiji's life force dwindling to a mere 5 points, Li Yi felt utterly powerless. He had only 1 point left, insufficient to purchase even a single primary life potion. Zhu Beiji Li Yi's voice quivered as he reached out to caress Zhu Beiji's head with evident affection. Zhu Beiji extended his tongue, licking Li Yi's sleeve, seemingly reluctant to part ways. He uttered a low cry, its meaning lost in the air. Zhu Beiji, you cannot die. I have yet to transform you into a blood pig. I have not ridden you into battle across the world. Li cried, his voice thick with sorrow. With a final grunt, Zhu Beiji called out once more, shaking his head and struggling to keep his eyes open, as if enchanted by the world around him. Zhu Beiji, if you die, what will become of me? Li continued to weep, for Zhu Beiji was his only support. Without him, Li dared not venture out. As Li Yi lamented, Zhu Beiji ultimately did not witness the miracle he so desperately hoped for. His massive head fell heavily to the ground with a thud. The sound resonated within Li Yi's heart. As Zhu Beiji's head descended, his tears ceased, and he stared at the lifeless creature before him, devoid of expression. Zhu Beiji had perished, sacrificing himself in the last moments of life to extricate Li Yi from the clutches of the mutated beasts. Zhu Beiji had died, and Li Yi's moment of heroism had not manifested. He had failed to save his companion. Zhu Beiji had died, leaving Li Yi to ponder the path ahead. Half an hour later, a snow mound half a meter high emerged in the middle of the road. At the forefront of the snow mound lay 3 pieces of food, with a large carrot at the center, the very delicacy that Zhu Beiji cherished most. Li solemnly bowed before the snowy grave, a gesture of gratitude for the assistance he had received from Beiji over the years. Now that Beiji had fallen, Li knew he must rely solely on himself for the journey ahead. He grasped the ruby-hued gem in his hand as the system's prompt echoed. Ding. A level 2 energy crystal has been detected. Would you like to absorb it? Ding. Would you like to exchange the level 2 energy crystal for points? It can be exchanged for 5 points. Li declined all options, for there was another prompt that lingered in his mind. Ding. Mission completed. Escape. Successfully evaded the mutated bull. Mission reward. 1 mission point. With today's daily task, Li now possessed 2 mission points. These points could be converted into credits, which made him reluctant to exchange the crystal obtained from Beiji. This reluctance stemmed not only from its unique origin, but also from the emotional weight it carried. It was not mere pretense on Li Yi's part to bury Beiji while claiming the crystal. Rather, since Beiji was deceased and Li Yi had no means to dispose of his body, it was preferable that the crystal did not empower the mutated creatures. Now, his reluctance to utilize it stemmed from an unwillingness to forfeit its potential. Glancing at his current resources, he noted he had 335 gold coins, only 1 point, and 2 mission points. With Beiji's protective presence no longer available, Li Yi had to acquire some defensive weapons. Among them, 3 types of daggers were indispensable, particularly the initial dagger that had proven effective for survival. Had it not been for its exorbitant cost, Li Yi would have purchased several sets. Each set consisted of 3 daggers, costing a total of 16 gold coins. Subsequently, he bought 5 of each of 3 different types of beads, which depleted his recently accumulated gold coins to nil. Points were of no use for purchases, and while mission points could be exchanged, Li had grown increasingly aware of their significance following the incident in the planting space, making him reluctant to redeem them, especially since he was uncertain what to exchange them for. With a chopping knife in hand and other weapons left in the system's backpack, since keeping them there did not add to his burden and was convenient for use, Li slung on his backpack and walked along the elevated road towards the new bus station. His backpack contained some food he had prepared for the journey, initially intended as a snack, but now it had transformed into his sustenance. Without Beiji, Li felt it unwise to return. Having previously been unaware of the terror of Huangtu village, he now understood all too well. Thus, he dared not venture back, and with no intention of returning, he had to consider his food supply. What had once been mere snacks now became his provisions. The elevated road Li traversed was not truly elevated, as it merely connected to a higher road and had yet to reach the toll station. Nevertheless, it was commonly referred to as the elevated road. This stretch was seldom frequented by pedestrians. Only during holidays could one witness crowds, with the majority only appearing during commuting hours. At this hour, the number of people was even scarcer, likely leaving Li as the sole traveler. This segment of the elevated road extended from the gas station at the fishing village's exit to the new bus station, spanning over 1,000 meters. Currently, Li remained 500 to 600 meters from the new bus station. In the days before the apocalypse, this distance could be traversed on foot in a mere 10 minutes, and that was at a leisurely pace. However, the roads are now blanketed with snow, and the temperature has dropped significantly. Li must remain vigilant, wary of the possibility of mutated creatures springing forth from the underbrush, which considerably hampers his progress. In the distance, he perceives the entrance of the new bus station. The vehicles that had collided are now shrouded in a layer of pristine snow, and amidst the snowdrifts, the silhouettes of people moving about are strikingly conspicuous. Is the new bus station now secure? Li wonders, perplexed. During his previous return, it was fraught with peril. How could it have transformed so dramatically in just a few days? Are humans now daring to venture out? He recalls riding past here on Beiji, whose imposing presence had deterred the mutated rats. Yet, upon reflection, is it not a good thing that this place has become safer? In a broader sense, it signifies a positive development for humanity. In a more personal sense, it means he is no longer in danger. As for the coins earned from slaying mutated rats, Li finds them inconsequential. As long as he completes his daily tasks, he can thrive in this post-apocalyptic world. Each task point can be exchanged for 10 credits, and 5 credits can procure a seed for a radish. Thus, eliminating 10 mutated rats a day suffices. Any more would be inviting unnecessary trouble. And what use are the coins, really? Of course, this is in comparison to safety. To speak plainly, Li still desires the coins. Acquiring weapons from the system necessitates coins, as do several other essential items, such as the quality detection device and obedience pills. Continuing onward, Li is fortunate that his burden is light, and the items in his possession are not cumbersome. Had he been carrying a shovel, it would undoubtedly have posed a greater challenge. The snow makes traversal difficult, yet Li is not pressed for time. He proceeds at a leisurely pace. And after a while, he is finally nearing the new bus station. As he approaches the entrance, he observes a dozen individuals bustling about. In small clusters, they seem to be inspecting vehicles. Could they be determining which vehicle is operational, preparing to make a hasty escape? Li muses, finding no other purpose for their actions. Aside from these individuals, he notices many others transporting supplies, with food being the most plentiful. It appears they are seizing the opportunity, now that the mutated creatures are absent, to scavenge for provisions in the vicinity. These individuals are hauling the food they have gathered into the bus station's lobby, which is obscured from view. A large pane of glass has been draped with cloth, and unbeknownst to Li, it has been further barricaded with various items, making it exceedingly difficult for the mutated rats to breach, even if the glass were to shatter. Li's presence naturally draws their attention, and before he can draw nearer, several of them encircle him. Halt! Where do you come from? A young man with dyed yellow hair shouts, brandishing a wrench at Li. Instantly, Li halts, feeling a twinge of fear, but more so, he wishes to avoid trouble. The demand to remain still is clear. Any further movement would be seen as provocation. Faced with 7 or 8 individuals, Li is wary of acting recklessly. The system's weapons are ineffective against humans, and in a physical confrontation, he would be at a disadvantage. I am merely passing through, Li manages to stammer, feeling a hint of nervousness. This reaction is understandable. After all, he is still a high school student who has yet to graduate, and he often feels anxious when speaking to teachers. Confronted by such a hostile group, it is impossible not to feel apprehensive. This also reflects how Li, having spent an extended period at home, has shed the malevolent aura he once possessed. It is noteworthy that during his time at school, he never exhibited any signs of trepidation in front of numerous individuals. Initially, Li felt a fleeting sense of anxiety, but soon returned to his usual composure. The mutated creatures he had slain in recent days were not dispatched in vain. He had even vanquished mutated pigs. It is rather amusing that he ultimately felt fear in the presence of humans. Li's internal transformation went unnoticed by others. Upon hearing that Li merely passed by, the young man with yellow hair quickly urged, "Hurry, hurry. This area has been cleared and is safe. There are no more mutated rats here. You should make your way to Liuzhou Island. The human population at the bus station is already substantial, yet food remains woefully scarce." Just as we began to glimpse the light of day again, the mutated rats have returned to their slumber, necessitating their complete extermination. Now that we have finally found some food, the yellow-haired man certainly did not desire another individual to share the meager rations. In his view, it would be preferable if half of the remaining people at the bus station perished. That way, the survivors could feast on the provisions for a more extended period. "How did you manage to kill the mutated creatures?" Li inquired. Previously, he had encountered an assault from the mutated rats in Huatu, indicating that some of these creatures had successfully evolved. He distinctly remembered their health points marked as 1515 on their heads. And now he wished to ascertain whether all mutated rats across different locations were undergoing evolution. Otherwise, considering the overwhelming number of mutated rats in this area, humanity would not dare to launch a large-scale counteroffensive against them. Li was also eager to discover the duration of the rat's evolution, in his opinion. The timeline for evolution must vary significantly, with at least some differences among individual rats. Furthermore, he was curious whether other animals, aside from the mutated rats, exhibited signs of evolution. This was something Li had not personally observed, but perhaps these individuals possessed such knowledge. However, the people around him were evidently not very amicable. Noticing that Li had no intention of departing and was asking questions, their expressions darkened. "Damn it, kid, are you going to leave or not? We do not offer you refuge here. Get lost, or another person will perish in this apocalypse." Li quickly comprehended their intentions. They feared he might linger. After 5 days of darkness, the significance of food had become even more pronounced. Many individuals recognized that no matter how affluent or noble one was before the apocalypse, it paled in comparison to the current necessity of sustenance. These individuals had found food, and while it may be challenging to expel someone from the same place, they were decidedly unwelcoming towards outsiders like himself. Li pondered this and decided to clarify his intentions to avoid any misunderstandings. "I do not wish to remain here. Rather, I seek to understand the situation to ensure a safer journey to Liuzhou Island." Upon hearing Li's words, the expressions of the group softened instantly. Since he intended to travel to Liuzhou Island, they felt reassured. They then proceeded to share with Li what he wished to know and what they themselves were aware of. The situation was largely as Li had surmised. The mutated rats at the new bus station were all in slumber, discovered by a survivor driven by hunger. Subsequently, these fortunate humans organized a purge, taking advantage of the rats' deep sleep to eliminate them entirely. However, there had been no sightings of mutated cats or dogs. It remained a mystery where they had chosen to rest. The news proved utterly useless, leaving Li feeling rather listless. Ultimately, under the gaze of those onlookers, he departed from the roundabout traffic light. They showed little interest in why he chose to walk towards the left traffic light rather than directly to Liuzhou Island. As long as he did not descend, nothing else mattered. Little did they know that Li was not heading to Liuzhou Island. His destination was Erzhong School, where Chen Ming and Lu Tao awaited him. Retracing his steps, he passed by Xiangyang Community, glancing at it from a distance. The mutated pig had fled in panic, evidently defeated by the mutated tree, a testament to the tree's formidable power. Li would not foolishly rush in again. Had it not been for Beiji's timely intervention last time, he would have met a gruesome end. Xiangyang Community remained tranquil, perhaps even more so than its surroundings, leaving Li uncertain if it was merely a figment of his imagination. Resolute on not entering, he deliberately crossed the road near Xiangyang community to distance himself from it. As he continued on his path, Li stumbled upon a heap of slain mutated rats, leading him to deduce that they had been evolving, only to be spotted by the surviving humans. The chaotic footprints in the snow hinted at the direction taken by that group. Initially indifferent to their plight, Li followed the trail of their footprints, which were accompanied by other marks resembling plum blossoms. Although the prints were significantly larger, he recognized them instantly as those of a cat. The intricate patterns left him unable to ascertain the number of mutated cats, but he was certain there was more than one. Li's expression turned grave. Confronting a single mutated cat was challenging enough, let alone several. He dared not linger, nor did he wish to follow the direction of the paw prints. As for the humans, he could hardly be bothered. Fortunately, the direction of the prints diverged from his path, allowing him to proceed forward. To avoid any encounters with mutated cats in the vicinity, he quickened his pace, eager to distance himself from the area. Once he felt sufficiently far from that place, Li let out a sigh of relief. However, not long after, the sounds of a scuffle reached his ears, accompanied by shouts. Should he investigate? He hesitated. Under such circumstances, it was prudent to keep a safe distance from trouble. Yet, perhaps it was the innate curiosity of the Chinese spirit that compelled him to consider taking a look. Ultimately, he resolved to observe from afar to satiate his curiosity. With determination, he hurried towards the source of the sound. Turning onto a street, he swiftly approached the origin of the commotion. The dangers of the area were evident. It could either be a gathering of evolving mutated animals or humans lured by the noise. To be honest, Li held a certain admiration for them. They dared to shout and make noise amid the apocalypse, surrounded by mutated rats. He drew closer, inching ever nearer. As Li approached swiftly, he finally caught sight of the group, a collective of youthful individuals numbering around 11 or 12, comprising both males and females. The males wielded fire axes, while the females brandished sharp instruments. Li felt a twinge of admiration. It was rare to witness girls willing to confront mutated rats in this dystopian world. For quite some time, he had only seen one girl, Long Hans Wang, with the audacity to engage in such perilous endeavors. Typically, the demure girls before the apocalypse would have never dared to slay mutated creatures. It wasn't merely a matter of capability. Their innate compassion would have rendered them incapable of such brutality. Those who could deliver lethal blows were often either tomboys or individuals who had rapidly acclimatized to the grim reality of their existence. "Captain, what shall we do?" Someone shouted from amidst the fray. Li, standing at a distance, could not hear their words, nor was he aware that they were even speaking. "Kill them," the captain responded, though a sense of uncertainty gnawed at him. Could they truly vanquish these mutated cats? "Xiaohan." Li finally discerned a voice. A man shouted as he recklessly dashed towards a girl. His comrades quickly intervened to fend off the mutated cats that were closing in on him. But this action only resulted in further injuries. Li had witnessed the earlier events unfold clearly. The girl, referred to as Xiaohan, had been caught off guard and was now viciously clawed by a mutated cat, her arm bleeding profusely. Even from this distance, Li could see the vivid crimson staining her skin. "Xiaohan, are you all right?" The man inquired urgently as he reached her side. Xiaohan furrowed her brow and nodded slightly, though the excruciating pain made it difficult for her to speak. Her face was drained of color, as if one misstep would unleash her tears. Her comrades gathered around her, forming a protective circle to shield her from further harm. "Xiaohan, can you still fight?" the captain asked, a leader who would never abandon his team, which was why they remained steadfastly loyal to him. Xiaohan wished to assure them of her capability, yet the pain rendered her voiceless. The captain assessed the situation, glancing at the few lightly injured teammates, and declared, "We must charge forward." Ironically, their direction was precisely where Li had taken refuge. Hidden behind a wall, Li was momentarily taken aback. Was it mere coincidence? Did it have to feel so cinematic? The 12 individuals protected and supported one another, ensuring that no teammate was left behind, even in the face of an apocalyptic environment. Li felt a surge of admiration for this group. However, admiration aside, survival was paramount. In a matter of seconds, he too took flight. As Li sprinted away, the group noticed him. "Hey, friend," the captain called out from a distance. Yet, Li feigned ignorance, continuing his escape. He had originally been concealed in the corner, and had it not been for their approach, they would have never discovered his presence. "Quick, pursue him. He must know a safe route nearby. I will hold off these mutated cats," the captain commanded. He spoke, and the other team members did not refuse, clearly consenting to the captain's request. As a leader, how could he lack any special abilities? As the team members passed by him one by one, the captain turned to confront the mutated cats directly. Suddenly, he raised one free hand, and a fireball materialized in his grasp, its warmth providing a comforting sensation amidst the winter chill. He held it without feeling any discomfort. Such a miraculous scene would surely astonish anyone witnessing it, and the mutated cats, too, were momentarily halted by this display. This was precisely the effect he desired. With a cluster of over a dozen mutated cats gathered together, he promptly hurled the fist-sized fireball towards them. Although the throw lacked force and appeared casual, it was directed right into the mass of cats, its arc perfectly aligned for impact. The mutated cats, seeing the fireball approach, shrieked in alarm and hastily attempted to flee. Animals instinctively fear fire, a natural law that applies to all creatures, save for those like moths that recklessly seek their demise. However, the agile mutated cats could not evade the fireball amidst their jostling. Moreover, the captain had aimed specifically at the central cats, which were now immobilized, left to watch the approaching fireball with wide eyes and frantic cries. Upon striking, the fireball ignited their fur instantly and exploded, sending sparks flying to nearby mutated cats, igniting them as well. Had Li been present, he would have been astonished to see that in the instant the fireball struck a mutated cat, it deducted 3 points from its health, with the accompanying flames inflicting an additional 1 or 2 points of damage. Yet the captain did not linger. The moment he released the fireball, he turned and sprinted back towards his companions. With the distraction of the fireball, he hoped to buy some time for his injured teammates to retreat further. If he could repeat this tactic a few more times, turning the tables on these mutated cats might not be an impossibility. Meanwhile, Li turned and fled. The sight of a dozen mutated cats filled him with trepidation. Given his current strength, he could handle a single mutated cat, and possibly 2, but 3 would be a challenge even with ample weaponry. If he possessed an infinite supply of silver daggers, the mutated cats would pose little threat. A single strike would suffice. Yet, Li had only 1 silver dagger and 1 golden dagger. Even with his other weapons combined, he could only slay 7 mutated cats, nearly half of the formidable group he faced. If he truly intended to escape, the people behind him would certainly be unable to keep pace. As Li was acutely aware of his own capabilities, while they were burdened by their injured companions, naturally he did not wish to lead them into a trap, especially with a horde of mutated cats trailing behind, which would only cause further trouble. As he reached the ring road, he glanced back. The group behind him was trailing, but the mutated cats were nowhere to be seen. Li was puzzled. What was happening? Were the mutated cats no longer pursuing them? Why had they stopped running? Before they could catch up, a woman in the group spoke to Li, inquiring about the mutated cats. In Li's mind, it seemed improbable that all the mutated cats had pursued them over such a distance. If they had, he would have fled alone. If only half had followed, however, a counterattack might be feasible, given that he was not the sole individual capable of combat. Our captain is holding them off from behind. We should run first. Once we find a safe place, our captain will catch up. As the figures drew nearer, Li could discern their features with clarity. What? He is holding them off alone? Li was taken aback, incredulous that one person could stand against a dozen mutated cats. Was he courting death? The fact that they had not intervened diminished Li's regard for these individuals. Rest assured, our captain is remarkably strong and won't flee in terror at the sight of mutated cats like you do. The speaker was the same girl, and from a closer vantage point, he noticed her long, unkempt black hair, possibly a result of neglect, appearing dry and disheveled. Yet, even in such a state, her exquisite beauty shone through. Her bright, large eyes resembled 2 serene pools, captivating anyone who gazed into them. Although her face bore some dirt, the elegance of a pre-apocalyptic beauty remained evident. What are you staring at? Hurry and lead us away, the girl admonished. Li perceived her temperament to be markedly different from that of Chen Ming and Long Hans Wang. Though all 3 were equally beautiful, one resembled a friendly neighbor, another an icy goddess, while this one radiated a fiery spirit, igniting passion in those she encountered. Since they were willing to let one person take a risk, Li ceased to dwell on the matter. He feared they might insist on returning to rescue that individual, which would be perilous if the number of mutated cats increased. With the mutated cats not in pursuit, Li resolved to lead these people towards the second high school. At that moment, a mournful cry of a mutated cat echoed from behind, filled with agony. Alongside this wail, the angry growls of the mutated cats could be heard. February mentioned, "Yesterday, I went to the internet CAF to create a cover, hence I couldn't write the second chapter, primarily due to my playful nature. Disappointing my bored brother Bombardier, for which I apologize. Additionally, I would like to request some flowers. This book has accumulated over 100,000 words. Yet the flowers are still fewer than 100, which saddens me. I hope my dear readers can register an account. Simply registering will earn you flowers to support me. Thank you in advance. Upon hearing this, Li felt a wave of unease wash over him. In that instant, a young man's figure rounded the corner and came into Li's view. The man appeared to be around Li's age, in fact. The entire group was of a similar age, though he had not closely observed them before, and he was frantically fleeing, though he bore no visible injuries. Following him were the mutated cats, appearing one after another, and astonishingly, none were missing. Li felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Enraged mutated animals, much like humans, could unleash latent potential. If a confrontation were to ensue, the disparity would be akin to that between an egg and a stone. Run! We must flee. Li contemplated within himself, his feet poised to exert force. Captain! At that moment, someone in the group noticed the captain's dire state and shouted. His voice instantly redirected the companion's attention to the rear, where a mutated cat relentlessly pursued the captain, who was fleeing in a state of disarray. Of course, the mutated cat was not unscathed either. The one at the forefront had nearly singed all its fur, presenting a pitiful sight. Li discerned that the first mutated cat was left with merely 2 points of life, rendering it almost a single blow away from defeat. Nevertheless, Li knew he had to escape. One mutated cat could be dealt with, especially one that was so weakened, but there were still 10 more trailing behind. With this thought in mind, Li seized the moment as his companions turned to assess the situation and sprinted towards the unfinished building in the distance. Damn it, coward! Xiaohan scolded upon seeing Li's retreat. Yet, how could Li change his mind due to a mere insult? Brothers and sisters, let us charge. We cannot allow these beasts to trample over us. Urged one, rallying the group. Let us fight these bastards. If we must die, let it be together. Forward. Charge. Each person echoed the rallying cry as they surged towards the captain. Damn it, who told you to come back? I told you to run. Wu Jun chastised the approaching companions. Captain, if we are to die, let us die together. If we are to live, let us live together. Wu Jun's earlier demeanor had conveyed a sense of escape, a struggle for survival. Indeed, he had been releasing fireballs along the way, which, while effective, could not be sustained. He had initially intended to drive the mutated cats away, but his lack of focus on a specific target had incited their fury, prompting them to pursue relentlessly. Hearing his comrade's words, Wu Jun was profoundly moved. At such a perilous time, who wouldn't he think of self-preservation? Yet, their bond was undeniable. Faced with the horde of mutated cats, not a single one abandoned their companions. Li, hearing their exchange from a distance, involuntarily paused. Their noble camaraderie, their refusal to abandon or forsake one another in the face of danger, was truly inspiring. However, while they shared a bond, Li did not. He hesitated for a moment before resuming his pace. Wu Jun had intended to say more, but confronted by the resolute gazes of his comrades, he swallowed back any words urging retreat. Captain, let us fight. Even if we must perish, let us take down a mutated cat, spoke the nearest boy. As they formed a defensive formation, the mutated cats quickly closed in, feeling a sense of confusion as they faced the encircled group, ultimately resorting to surrounding them. Could Wu Jun still allow them to flee? All he could do was prepare for battle. Thankful he hadn't expended all his energy on fireballs, for otherwise, he might not even have made it this far. Eventually, the mutated cats could no longer contain their impatience. The sight of so much potential prey ignited their savage instincts, and they lunged forward in a frenzy. These individuals were already somewhat fatigued, and after fleeing for some distance, their stamina had diminished significantly. At this moment, both their strength and endurance had been considerably reduced. Fortunately, the mutated cats were not in peak condition either, especially the one severely injured by Wu Jun, which proved no match for these individuals. However, this was only a minority of cases. Generally, humans were at a disadvantage compared to the mutated cats, often requiring 2 individuals to withstand the assault of a single mutated cat. Yet, the ratio of mutated cats to humans here was not 1 to 2. The number of mutated cats far exceeded that of humans by at least a few. Soon, several people in the crowd sustained injuries. Although these were minor wounds, their mobility had begun to wane, making severe injuries inevitable if this continued. Just then, a young man clad in a black down jacket, wielding a chopping knife, approached through the snow. Wu Jun and his companion spotted him immediately, and a flicker of hope ignited in the eyes of a few team members. The presence of an additional person naturally emitted an increase in strength and a glimmer of hope. Yet, this hope was as fleeting as a flame in winter, extinguished in less than a second. How much could one person's strength truly amount to? Could he possibly rescue them from the clutches of the mutated cats? This was the unspoken sentiment of most of the group. Li Yi paid no heed to the gazes of others. As he drew near, he swung the chopping knife towards a mutated cat with 2 points of health, while simultaneously tossing a prepared explosive orb. Both actions could seal the fate of the mutated cat. Initially indifferent to the lives of these individuals, Li Yi's only concern was his own survival. Their fates were of no consequence to him. However, a sudden task notification appeared from the system. Ding! Rescue Wu Jun's Dawn Squad. Task reward: 1 task point and 1 energy fruit seed. After contemplating for a while, Li Yi ultimately decided to accept the mission, motivated partly by the task point, but more so by the allure of the seed. He was unaware of what the energy fruit entailed, and it was precisely this mystery that piqued his curiosity. After careful consideration and ensuring that no unforeseen complications would arise, Li Yi turned back to offer his assistance. Do not inquire how Li Yi knew the squad leader's name was Wu Jun, or that they were indeed the Dawn Squad. The system's tasks always manifested nearby, allowing Li Yi to ascertain that these individuals were the designated targets. Otherwise, how could he have begun searching for others? With a swift strike, 2 mutated cats fell, one collapsing at the mere raise of Li Yi's hand, leaving observers bewildered. However, the battle did not cease, as Li Yi felled another mutated cat with a single blow. He disregarded the system's S2 notifications and raised his arm for another strike. This time, he faced a mutated cat with 13 points of health. Li Yi's blade struck its head, inflicting 3 points of damage, causing the mutated cat to bleed profusely, though the wound was not severe. Otherwise, it would not have been merely 3 points of health. Subsequently, a poison orb shot forth, striking the mutated cat and inflicting an additional 5 points of damage. Li Yi then shifted his focus to another target, a mutated cat that now had 4 points of health, which was sufficiently vulnerable to the effects of the poison orb. In this instance, Li Yi deftly flipped his hand, launching a heavy bead towards the mutated cat that was merely 3 meters away. With a mere 14 points of life remaining, the creature was poised to pounce on Li Yi, but was momentarily halted by the impact of the bead. In a swift motion, Li Yi retrieved another item from the system, this time not a bead, but a bronze dagger, which soared towards the mutated cat. Given the short distance, there was no concern of misdirection or of the hilt making contact. Li Yi's sudden appearance was akin to a celestial deity descending from the heavens. With just a flick of his wrist, 3 mutated cats were dispatched. Even the most composed among the onlookers were momentarily taken aback, their minds clouded in disbelief. Fortunately, their instinctive reflexes allowed them to defend themselves. Otherwise, Li Yi's intervention could have inadvertently resulted in harm to them instead. With Li Yi's arrival, the pressure on Wu Jun and the others was significantly alleviated, especially with Li Yi's formidable prowess. The instantaneous demise of 3 mutated cats instilled a sense of urgency within the remaining feline adversaries, prompting 6 more to converge upon him. Li Yi would not allow the mutated cats to encircle him. Such a formation would spell trouble. The initial success in eliminating 3 of them, excluding those felled by poisoned beads, which others were unaware of, was largely due to the element of surprise and the efficacy of his weaponry. If confronted directly by 6 mutated cats, he could almost foresee his own demise. Without permitting a single mutated cat with 15 points of life to approach, Li Yi charged forward, launching 3 beads simultaneously in an attempt to break through the encirclement. He was unconcerned about the 5 points of damage that would be wasted in comparison to his life. It was trivial. At a distance of 4 meters, not only would the mutated cats be unable to react in time, but even if they did, evasion would be futile. Having evaded the onslaught of the mutated cats, Li Yi once again conjured a white dagger into his hand. He deliberately feigned retrieving it from his waist, ensuring that it appeared less abrupt. Without hesitation, he hurled it at a fully healthy mutated cat. Fortune smiled upon him. The dagger's tip struck true, penetrating the creature's 20 points of life. Its thick hide, under the assault of the silver dagger, proved as fragile as paper, and it promptly collapsed to the ground. Xiaohan observed intently, her astonishment evident as her mouth gaped wide enough to accommodate an egg. Was this truly the same person who once fled at the sight of a mutated cat? Was this the man whose dignity evaporated in the face of danger? Injured and unable to join the fray, Xiaohan had focused solely on Li Yi's actions during this encounter. Subsequently, Li Yi continued to wield system weapons, though he refrained from using the golden dagger, which he was reluctant to part with. Of course, there were no perilous moments that warranted its use. As for the other beads, Li Yi expended them all. He then resorted to combat with a chopping knife, having already eliminated a significant number of mutated cats using the beads. Consequently, the remaining mutated cats were easily dispatched in conjunction with Li Yi and the others. Two of the mutated cats, sensing the tide had turned against them, promptly fled. Their speed was such that Li Yi and his companions could only watch as they escaped. Thus, safety was restored for the group, and Li Yi's mission was accomplished. Ding! Mission complete. Received 1 mission point and 1 energy fruit seed. The system has determined that 10 mutated cats were killed by Li Yi, each yielding a bounty of 20 gold coins, thus granting him a total of 200 coins from this encounter. Naturally, Li Yi sought the crystal cores of the mutated cats. Although these cores cannot be absorbed for upgrade experience by the system, they can be exchanged for valuable points. This battle has indeed yielded a trifecta of rewards: gold coins, points, and mission credits. However, just as Li Yi cracked open the skull of one mutated cat, a voice called out, "Hey, what are you doing?" "I'm retrieving the crystal core," Li Yi replied. Although crystal core was a term designated by the system, it is commonly used in many apocalyptic novels, and Li Yi adopted it as well. Those familiar with such literature would readily accept this terminology. "What? You know about crystal cores?" The speaker appeared quite astonished. He then shouted, "You can't take that. It belongs to us." Upon hearing this, Li Yi furrowed his brow, pausing his motion to pocket the pale green crystal core. He tightened his grip on his machete and raised his gaze to the speaker. The individual was a slender man of modest height. Though it would be premature to call him a man, Li Yi sensed a youthful, student-like aura about him, indicating he had yet to step into the working world. After sizing him up, Li Yi spoke. "By what right do you claim ownership of these? Surely my role in slaying the mutated cats entitles me to a share." Although Li Yi spoke casually, he remained vigilant, acutely aware that these individuals were not like the students he had previously dispatched. They were seasoned fighters, armed with superior weaponry. In a confrontation, Li Yi would find himself at a distinct disadvantage. However, surrendering the crystal cores was not an option he was willing to entertain. He had earned his rewards through effort and determination, and relinquishing them was far from his desire. For now, he could only strive to hold his ground. Should they attempt to forcibly take the cores, Li Yi felt powerless. He was outmatched in both combat and competition. What recourse did he have? "Are you hoping to share in the spoils?" Several boys, who had previously been recuperating, chimed in upon hearing Li Yi's words. They were indeed loyal to their own. Yet when faced with a stranger like Li Yi, few would adhere to principles in the face of potential gain, especially concerning coveted items like crystal cores. The implicit threat in their words ignited a surge of anger within Li Yi, yet he forced himself to remain composed, understanding that engaging in conflict would yield him no benefit. Thus, he chose to depart without further ado. "Wait!" Just as Li Yi stood to leave, a melodious voice called out. He recognized it as that of the girl named Xiaohan. Intrigued, he turned back, curious about what she might say, hoping for a change in the situation. Points were indeed crucial for him at this moment. After all, possessing only 1 point was tantamount to having none, as even a basic life potion required 2 points. "Captain, we cannot seize his crystal core. He just saved us," Xiaohan interjected to Wu Jun. "Indeed, friend. I must sincerely thank you for your timely assistance. Please disregard the previous remarks of my companions. These crystal cores are rightfully yours, without your intervention. Our survival would have been uncertain, let alone competing with you for these cores. However, their significance has incited some impudence, and I hope you can overlook it." Wu Jun, who had remained silent until Yu Shaoan directed attention towards him, began with an apology, distinctly contrasting with the attitude of his teammates. "So, by your words, do these crystal cores also belong to me?" Li Yi inquired, uncertain. "They are all yours," Wu Jun replied with a smile, making it hard to believe that he would relinquish such crucial items, especially after Li Yi had seemingly given up hope. This could either suggest a scheme or imply that the crystal cores were of little value. Li Yi leaned towards the former, though he could not immediately discern the nature of the plot. Nevertheless, he mused, does it truly matter? Even if there were ulterior motives, should he simply forfeit the crystal cores? Thus, Li Yi dismissed further contemplation on his adversary's intentions and stated, "If that's the case, I'll settle for half." While the others might disregard ethics, Li Yi felt compelled to be fair. The crystal cores were not solely his achievement. He could not claim them all. In truth, Had it not been for Wu Jun and his team holding back the remaining mutated cats, Li Yi would likely not have been able to defeat so many. Their contributions were undeniable, perhaps even surpassing his own. It is worth noting that by the time Li Yi engaged, the mutated cats had already been delayed for quite some time, with Wu Jun utilizing his abilities to weaken them further. In light of this, it seemed reasonable that each person should receive one core, which would mean Li Yi was entitled to just one or two, with any excess allocated to him afterward. Yet, at this moment, he was taking half, a considerable advantage. Some accepted Li Yi's proposal with enthusiasm, while others were filled with indignation. Had Wu Jun not been present, those disgruntled individuals might have attempted to seize the cores. Both parties secured their crystal cores, and Li Yi acquired 6. Although these items were classified as energy bodies and not yet at level 1 in the system, they could be exchanged for 10 points. A transaction Li Yi chose not to complete entirely. From their earlier conversation, it was evident that the group was aware of additional uses for the crystal cores. As the saying goes, one should not place all their eggs in one basket. Thus, Li Yi could not convert all the cores into points. This reasoning paralleled his reluctance to exchange task points for points, as he could potentially need the crystal cores in the future. After redeeming 30 points, he felt sufficiently prepared for the time being, making it unnecessary to exchange everything. With the matter resolved, the conflict between both sides dissipated through the negotiations of Wu Jun and Li Yi. Li Yi chose to ignore the lingering disdain from the Dawn team members and instead sought information from Wu Jun. "May I ask how to address you, my friend?" Li Yi inquired, a phrase that sounded as if spoken among those familiar with the streets, though my friend was merely a courteous title. In truth, Li already knew the other's name. The system would not mislead him. Yet, knowing was one thing, and asking was another, for clarity was needed. "Wu Jun. And you, how should I address you?" Wu Jun inquired with a smile, his demeanor exceedingly amiable, making it difficult to believe he belonged to the same group as those with less pleasant attitudes. "I am Li Yi." Li Yi did not resort to a pseudonym, as there was no necessity for it. At this moment, even if one were to utter their true name, others might still suspect it was a fabrication. Moreover, Li Yi felt little concern regarding any potential retribution from his interlocutors. If vengeance were to be sought, it would be for the crystal cores, and in that case, why allow Li Yi to take 6 of them? "May I ask where you intend to go next?" The abruptness of Wu Jun's question caught Li Yi slightly off guard. Though he remained unperturbed, "I am uncertain where I shall head next. What about you?" He directed this inquiry towards Yu Xiaohan, as if seeking her input. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaohan's cheeks flushed involuntarily. Li Yi's question was clearly aimed at her, leading her to wonder if he harbored feelings for her, perhaps due to her defending him earlier. Before the apocalypse, Yu Xiaohan had been a diligent student, wholly engrossed in her studies and oblivious to the affairs of the heart. Despite her striking beauty, she remained naive in matters of romance, often blushing even during casual conversations with boys. Thus, when Li Yi asked her about their next destination, she could hardly escape embarrassment. However, it seemed Yu Xiaohan was overthinking the situation. Li Yi had merely turned to her out of politeness, considering that 3 individuals were engaged in conversation. It would have been awkward if only 2 were conversing. Wu Jun, on the other hand, did not dwell on such nuances. In response to Li Yi's inquiry, he replied candidly, "We initially intended to visit the second high school, but encountered a mutated cat along the way, which forced us to take quite a detour, ultimately leading us here." "Oh, from where did you come?" This question did not appear abrupt. It was, in fact, what Li Yi genuinely wished to ascertain. "Luzhou Island." Upon hearing Wu Jun's answer, Li Yi silently thought, as expected. Observing their appearance, he had already deduced that they were students from the first high school. Within Shancheng County, the only high schools available were the first and second high schools, and if they were not from the second, they could only belong to the first. The first high school was situated right next to Luzhou Island, almost within sight of one another. In places with a high population density, it was quite normal for a greater number of survivors to have emerged, especially when organized resistance made survival less arduous. Furthermore, with the survivor base located on Luzhou Island, it was only logical that students from the first high school would congregate there. Thus, Li Yi was not surprised by their origin. He would have found it strange if they had come from anywhere else. "You mentioned the importance of crystal cores. What purpose do they serve?" Li Yi posed another question that piqued his curiosity. "You have never been to Luzhou Island, have you?" Wu Jun responded to Li Yi's inquiry without providing a direct answer. Li Yi was perplexed by this remark and did not grasp the connection between the two statements. Nevertheless, He nodded in acknowledgement of Wu Jun's words. It is no wonder, then, crystal cores are currently in high demand, with the authorities exchanging them for exorbitant prices. Wu Jun exclaimed with evident enthusiasm, perhaps due to their possession of 6 crystal cores. When I mention high prices, I refer not to currency, but to food. He hastened to clarify, fearing Li Yi might misconstrue his statement. Li nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. In the present day, what significance does currency hold? It is no more valuable than coarse toilet paper. Yet, why is the government purchasing crystal cores at such exorbitant prices? Li Yi found himself puzzled. However, he speculated that it must pertain to scientific experimentation. Given the narrative, it might very well be for the advancement of human evolution. This was merely Li Yi's conjecture, or perhaps an audacious hypothesis. Keeping his thoughts to himself, he proceeded to inquire about a few matters. These were not of great importance. Merely the conditions on Liuzhou Island and the government's stance. While he remained uninformed about other regions, it was evident that the Mountain City's administration was resolutely holding onto Liuzhou Island, awaiting military assistance for salvation. Brother, you've asked so many questions. I have a few inquiries of my own. Wu Jun suddenly interjected. What do you wish to ask? Li responded. Wu Jun rose, and at that moment, everyone was prepared to depart. Li Yi, you are from the second high school, aren't you? It was Yu Shaoan who posed the question. And Wu Jun was also looking at Li Yi, clearly echoing the same curiosity. Li nodded in affirmation, recalling that their destination was indeed the second high school. We are seeking someone and wish to know if you are aware of her whereabouts, Wu Jun stated. Oh, I am uncertain whether I know the person you are looking for. With so many individuals at the second high school, how could I possibly know if I am acquainted with her? Li Yi replied. You must know her. She is the belle of your school. Yi Shaohan remarked with a smile that seemed less than friendly. Which one are you referring to? Li Yi inquired. Your ice goddess, Lung Han's Huang. I wonder what you seek her for. Li Yi neither affirmed nor denied knowing her, but such a tone made the answer apparent. Lung Han's Huang could indeed be considered a friend. If these individuals intended her harm, Li Yi would certainly remain vigilant. In his heart, Li Yi resolved that if they were foes rather than friends, he would not allow them to reach the second high school unscathed. Although he was unable to confront them directly, he could certainly lure mutated creatures towards them. He possessed the beads. Ordinary mutated cats would not pose a challenge for him, and they would flee if unable to prevail. With 30 points plus the previously acquired gold coins, the speed talisman was more than sufficient. How swift could the addition of one person's strength make him? Li had not tested it, but it would undoubtedly be more than double his current speed. The augmentation of one person's strength is not simply a matter of addition. It is akin to 2 individuals striking a rock versus 1 person wielding their combined strength against it. The outcomes are distinctly different. Although Li Yi was unaware of this at the moment, he would soon discover its truth as he delved deeper into the situation. Wu Jun spoke candidly, readily answering Li Yi's questions. We have been entrusted by her father to escort her to Liuzhou Island. This was not a secret, and Wu Jun had no reason to conceal it. Upon hearing this, Li Yi was momentarily taken aback. While he had previously surmised that Lung Han's Huang came from an exceptional background, he did not anticipate her being of such high standing, capable of having someone sent for her during the apocalypse. It was clear that her father was quite formidable, likely a high-ranking official within the government. Simultaneously, Li Yi reassessed Wu Jun. Being entrusted with such an important task indicated that this individual was certainly not ordinary. Though Li Yi could not discern in what manner he was extraordinary. Although the Dawn Squad has been established, it is hardly remarkable. It is merely a variant of the scholarly approach taken by the first high school, akin to the self-rescue team formed by the second high school previously. The only distinction lies in the high level of trust among this group, comprised of individuals one can genuinely rely upon. This trust is something that the members of Wang Yang's sports class can also provide, thus it is not particularly exceptional. You are aware of her situation, are you not? Wu Jun interrupted Li Yi's contemplation, startling him from his reverie. Oh, she is doing well. Li Yi promptly replied, rest assured. The second high school has also established its own survivor camp now. Is that true? Yi Shaohan inquired, her skepticism evident. Absolutely true. Li Yi replied, somewhat irked. It is never pleasant to have one's assertions doubted, especially regarding matters he has confirmed and had been belittled. Shaohan, what could be impossible about this? In the early stages, the mutated creatures primarily consisted of rats, and their strength is not particularly formidable. Any normal person can prevail in a courageous fight. Furthermore, the second high school is located in the suburbs, where mutated rats are scarce, and being a school, it is populated. Establishing a camp is certainly feasible. Wu Jun articulated his analysis with conviction. Each point he made was pivotal. One must concede that he possesses a sharp mind and quickly grasped the essentials for the second high school's camp formation, with favorable timing, location, and manpower all in their favor. Let us set off. We can converse while on the way, Li suggested, though his true motivation stemmed from hunger. While he had some provisions in his backpack, with 10 or so individuals present, sharing his supplies would not only be insufficient, but also unwelcome, especially considering some of them left a negative impression on him. Thus, he found it impractical to reveal his belongings. Even if he could, he was unwilling. Therefore, the only option was to proceed to the second high school, where they could part ways once they arrived. Let us have a bite before we depart. What if we encounter more mutated creatures without any strength? Wu Jun remarked. Following his command, everyone began to produce their rations. Li observed that they were compressed biscuits, which were not particularly palatable, and prior to the apocalypse, few people had enjoyed them. However, at this moment, everyone consumed them with gusto, after 5 days of darkness. Humanity's food reserves had dwindled, especially in crowded areas, where any food was considered a blessing. Wu Jun had initially planned to search for food on their return journey, so he did not possess any other rations, having brought these from the camp. Here, the taste may not be great, but it is filling. Wu Jun handed over a pack of compressed biscuits. In a time of scarcity, he could still share with Li Yi, prompting Li Yi to regard him with increased esteem. Thank you, but I have my own provisions, Li replied, retrieving a loaf of bread from his backpack, which was significantly more palatable than the compressed biscuits. As soon as Li Yi produced the bread, the sound of swallowing echoed around them, though there was little saliva to spare. Here for you all, Li declared. Adhering to the principle of reciprocity, when others extend kindness, he certainly would not respond with indifference. As Wu Jun shared his food with Li Yi, Li was equally inclined to offer his own provisions to satisfy Wu Jun's cravings. 2 loaves of bread were handed to Wu Jun and Yi Xiaoan, an act that instantly ignited a fervor among those nearby. Their gazes towards Li Yi were tinged with a hint of greed. Had the captain not been present, they might have rushed forward to snatch the items. Everyone yearned to peer into that backpack, eager to discern how many more loaves lay within. A total of 3 loaves were presented, followed by 2 cartons of milk, which Li Yi chose not to keep for himself, instead offering them to the dazed Wu Jun and Yi Xiaoan. But that was not the end. Li Yi then produced several chicken legs. Chicken legs. Meat. The team members were nearly driven to madness. It had been ages since they had savored meat. The thought of indulging in such a luxury was almost unfathomable. 1 chicken leg could suffice for 5 buckets of instant noodles on Liuzhou Island, nearly 2 days' worth of sustenance. Brotherly, this is far too precious. Wu Jun clutched the food Li Yi had bestowed upon him, torn between declining the gift and unwilling to part with it. His words bore a kernel of sincerity, veiled beneath layers of politeness. The value of Li Yi's offerings was so great that Wu Jun feared dropping them, his hands trembling involuntarily. It's nothing, merely some food, Li Yi replied casually, feeling an exhilarating sense of satisfaction, perhaps stemming from a desire to impress. Go ahead, there isn't much. You may not be full. He feared that they might demand more after eating, and he wished to avoid any reproach for favoring them over others. This rationale he found quite reasonable. Despite carrying a large backpack, although not bulging, it was evident to others that it contained something. Even Yi Xiaoan, known for her carefree nature, felt tears welling in her eyes at that moment. Typically unfazed by calamities, she had never shed tears in front of others, even amidst the apocalypse, with her parents' whereabouts unknown. Yet, Li Yi's provision of food moved her deeply. How could someone so unfamiliar be so generous? She pondered how to express her gratitude. Hey, what are you doing? Anyone might think I'm bullying you, Li Yi remarked upon noticing the tears in Yi Xiaohan's eyes, hastily offering her his portion as well. With a chuckle, Yi Xiaohan replied, that is not what I meant. She had already received her share and could not possibly take more from Li Yi. Oh, Li Yi nodded, aware that her tears stemmed from emotion. His intention was merely to prevent her from crying. Though envious, no one dared to seize the food. Wu Jun did not consume the provisions Li Yi had given him. Instead, he pocketed them. Li chose not to inquire further, as the disposition of the items was no longer his concern. Yi Xiaoan consumed the bread and milk, but discreetly saved the chicken leg, perhaps intending to emulate the captain, hoping to trade it for other items later. Such motives would only be revealed in time. For now, everyone was prepared and began their journey towards the second high school. The distance was not far, yet still amounted to nearly a kilometer. In the pre-apocalyptic days, it would have been merely a 10-minute walk. Certainly, if there were no dangers along the way, the passage of time would be insignificant. Li Yi and Wu Jun led the way, engaging in casual banter and growing more familiar with each other. The camaraderie between men often flourishes with such ease. A few whimsical boasts and fanciful imaginings can significantly bridge the gap between them, perhaps due to the absence of mutated rodents. They encountered not a single one during their journey. Moreover, they did not come across any mutated cats or dogs either. As for mutated pigs and cows, such creatures are seldom seen in the city. The encounter Li Yi previously had with Zhu Beiji was merely an exception. At last, they arrived. Yi Xiaohan sighed in relief. Although they had not encountered any mutated animals along the way, her tension had not waned until they reached the school gate. Yet, why did it seem so eerily quiet? Wu Jun remarked to Yi Xiaohan, then turned to Li Yi with a question. Previously, Li Yi had described the bustling atmosphere of the second high school to him. It should at least resemble the liveliness of Liuzhou Island. But now, it was utterly silent, resembling a desolate wasteland. Do you think everywhere is like Liuzhou Island? This place lacks such favorable geographical conditions. We must remain vigilant against mutated animals. If there were people everywhere, it would only attract them, Li Yi responded. Come on, they must be in the cafeteria. Taking the lead, Li Yi felt as if he were bringing friends home as guests. As they passed through the administrative building, sporadic signs of life appeared before them. Their arrival immediately caught the attention of others, yet the distance prevented any recognition. Li Yi himself was unaware of who was busy in that area. What? More people have arrived? How many? Lu Tao's expression shifted in surprise upon hearing his subordinate's report, while Lu lay beside him wore a frown. In another room, you say new people have come? Are they armed? How many are there? What is their strength like? The inquiries echoed Lu Tao's, but this group was clearly not students. The leader, a burly man with a scruffy beard and disheveled hair, appeared quite shabby. Although in the apocalypse, personal appearance holds little importance, he stood out starkly among a group of students. His companions, all adults, were similarly unkempt, exemplifying the adage that the apple does not fall far from the tree. In yet another room, a similar dialogue unfolded, though the composition of this group differed. It included both students and adults, as well as both men and women. Let them come. Can we really stop them? We are all human. And survival should entail mutual support, Zhao Meifeng declared. While her words suggested solidarity, the camp's food supply was already insufficient, and adding more people would likely exacerbate the issue. As Wang Song noted, despite differing opinions, they all reached a consensus to descend and welcome the newcomers. The three parties coincidentally emerged from their respective rooms, greeting one another amicably. Currently, the second school is divided into three significant factions. One faction represents the school itself. Another is the combined influence of Zhao Meifeng and Wang Song, and the last consists of a group of adults known as the Strong Men. Among these three factions, Lu Lei from the school side has the largest number of supporters, primarily comprising the original students of the second school, and he leads the official organization of the camp. Zhao Meifeng and Wang Song represent families, while the Strong Men are led by a middle-aged man named Ma Dong, whose followers are all single men. This group possesses the highest combat capability, yet they are notoriously lazy. Lu Lei finds himself at a loss when comparing their strengths. Thus, Ma Dong's crew is not particularly favored by the other two factions, but their formidable strength deters immediate conflict. As Li approached the vicinity of the basketball court, merely over 100 meters from the cafeteria, someone on the second floor finally recognized the leader. It's Li Yi. Li Yi has returned. Li Yi has returned. In an instant, the news of Li Yi's return spread like wildfire, soaring high like a bird with wings. Who is Li Yi? He is a ruthless killer. Who is Li Yi? He is a passionate prince who would fight for his beloved. Who is Li Yi? He is a living legend at the second school, the pillar of spirit for all. Upon hearing the cheers from above before he even reached the ground floor, Lu Lei hurried to welcome him, his heart brimming with joy. Accompanied by Lu Tao, Chen Ming and Wang Song's group, aligned with Wang Song's faction due to her parents, also rushed to welcome him alongside Zhao Meifeng. Ma Dong's expression soured. He had heard many rumors about Li Yi. If there was one person he least wanted to see at the second school, it was Li Yi. If he dares to strip me of everything I have, I will eliminate him. Ma Dong thought fiercely, following the crowd to greet Li Yi. Left behind was Wang Song, who watched as everyone rushed toward Li Yi, especially his own woman, which left him feeling quite uneasy. He gazed in the direction of their departure, his expression growing increasingly cold. Suddenly, Wang Song was shoved aside, just as he was about to retaliate. The person who pushed him spoke first. What are you blocking the way for? Good dogs should get out of the way. When had Wang Song ever endured such humiliation? He was the leader of a faction, after all. However, before he could unleash his anger, a stream of people rushed down from above, leaving him dazed. Who would have guessed? You're quite well known. This remark came from Yi Shaohan, the only one bold enough to speak to Li Yi in such a manner. Wu Jun always addressed Li Yi with politeness, and the others had never conversed with him at all. Li Yi chuckled, rubbing his nose, at a loss for words. He truly did not anticipate such a favorable reception from his peers at the second school. As he spotted Lu Lei and the others approaching, a sense of returning home washed over him. Teacher Lu, Li Yi called out before they were even close. Yes, Li Yi, you have returned. Lu Lei's smile was so wide that it accentuated the crow's feet around his eyes, although the weariness on his face remained. Li sensed that something must have transpired in his absence, but before he could inquire further, others came over to greet him. Li Yi called out to Chun Meng from a distance, but after that, there was no further response. He shifted his gaze, a smile gracing his face. As for Lu Lei's matters, they could be addressed later. After all, he had no mutated pigs and could not return so soon. The excitement was far from over. The jubilant chants of Big Brother echoed from the cafeteria. A throng of people surged forth, calling out Li Yi's name. This overwhelming display startled not only Wu Jun and the others, but also caught Lu Lei and his companions off guard. Wang Yang, listen. Cold Han Shuang suddenly paused her task and spoke to Wang Yang beside her. Big Brother? Could it be that he has returned? Wang Yang leaned in, faintly hearing the name Big Brother. Brothers, Big Brother is back. Let us move quickly and bring these provisions back to welcome him. Wang Yang shouted with enthusiasm. All right. In an instant, the team's morale surged, their energy revitalized, even more so than when surrounded by beautiful women. Cold Han Shuang wore a smile. You have finally returned. Li found himself enveloped by a crowd of classmates, each face radiating joy. Unbeknownst to him, he had transformed into a shared belief among them. As long as he was present, the students of second middle school felt a sense of safety and hope. Meanwhile, Wu Jun and his companions had been pushed back several meters. Vanity. Someone in Wu Jun's group muttered. Zhangji, are you envious? Yu Shaoan directly exposed his true feelings. Me? Envy him? Zhangji retorted loudly, a hint of indignation in his voice. Isn't it true? You cannot bear to see Li Yi's success, envious of the multitude that adores him. Yi Shaoan pressed, as if Li Yi were someone dear to her. Had she been swayed by a mere loaf of bread, a box of milk, and a chicken leg from Li Yi? Yi Shaoan, be clear about your identity. Who is truly your ally? The once united group began to show signs of division in the wake of Li Yi's arrival. I am well aware of my identity and the importance of gratitude. Yi Shaoan retorted, unlike you, who not only forgets kindness but also harbors resentment and jealousy. Yi Shaoan referred to the previous allocation of crystal cores, where Zhang Ji had urged Li Yi to cease his efforts. If you wish to repay kindness, why not offer yourself? Zhang Ji shouted in anger, barely holding on to his composure, ready to lash out. Zhang Ji, how dare you? Before Yi Shaoan could react, another voice from the group erupted in anger. Wei Xinzong, who had long harbored feelings for Yi Shaoan, could not contain his fury upon hearing Zhang Ji's insinuation. Enough. Wu Jun finally intervened, exasperated by the turmoil. In such a brief moment, 3 members of the team had already begun to quarrel, causing him considerable distress. Who would dare entrust their back to a team rife with discord during battle? Though Wu Jun's voice rose above the din, few paid heed. Among them, who knew each other besides Li Yi? Meanwhile, Li Yi remained oblivious to the brewing unrest, unaware that the Dawn Squad had already experienced a quarrel. A rift significant enough to threaten their unity. Where have Wang Yang and Long Hanswang gone? Where are they? Li Yi had yet to see his classmates from the sports class or Long Hanswang, prompting him to inquire with Lu Lei. They've gone out to search for food. You know? The mutated rats are currently quite docile, allowing us to eliminate them with ease. Just a moment ago, we wiped out the mutated rats in the vicinity. And now they are heading to the village to look for sustenance. Lu Lei exclaimed with great delight. This has become the practice among various settlements. The evolution of the mutated rats was indeed sudden, yet their sheer numbers made it an easily noticeable phenomenon, allowing humanity to respond accordingly. All right, enough of lingering outside. Let's all return, and do quiet everyone down as well. Although the mutated rats have become foolish, we cannot overlook that mutated cats and dogs may not be the same. Zhao Meifeng suggested. Li concurred and urged the cheering crowd to settle down. Upon hearing that mutated cats and dogs might be attracted, the crowd fell silent immediately. After all, no one wishes to meet a grim fate. Even though Li Yi's presence instilled a sense of security, his words still commanded their attention. A jubilant throng made its way toward the cafeteria, with Li Yi leading the way and the three leaders following closely. The procession was imposing, flowing like a mighty current. Despite Ma Dong's inner discontent and disdain for Li Yi, he refrained from expressing it in Li Yi's presence, a testament to the social acumen cultivated over years. Li Yi's esteem among the student body was unassailable. Should he provoke their ire, even Ma Dong would be wary. The ferocity of a frenzied student body is indeed a terrifying prospect. Even with the formidable power at his disposal, Ma Dong dared not act recklessly, for he understood that, in such a scenario, they would be confronting a horde of madmen, and how many on his side would dare to fight? Moreover, the legendary tales surrounding Li Yi, unparalleled and fearsome, were also a source of apprehension for Ma Dong. Let us wait and formulate a plan only after we grasp the full extent of the situation. Though Ma Dong was a robust figure, he was not devoid of intellect. Otherwise, he would not have risen to a position of leadership. In a fleeting moment, he reached a decision. As Wu Jun and the others followed the group, they noted the absence of Long Hans Wang and decided to check the cafeteria. However, they were not particularly anxious about finding her. Firstly, with Li Yi's popularity, locating someone should not pose a challenge. Secondly, Long Hans Wang was no nameless individual. A simple inquiry would suffice to ascertain her whereabouts. Furthermore, Li Yi had previously promised to help them find her, so Wu Jun felt no urgency. Ego, why did you return alone? Where are Yi Peng and Lan Xin? Lu Tao asked suddenly while walking, as his status, though elevated, did not grant him the privilege of walking ahead. He was still riding on Li Yi's coattails. Indeed, Xiaoyi, what about them? Lu Lei recalled the duo, particularly Lan Xin, who was his goddaughter, and felt a twinge of concern upon seeing Li Yi return alone. Rest assured, they are at my home. Li Yi reassured them. Why didn't you bring them back with you? Why not bring uncle along as well, so there would be someone to look after them? What do you mean by leaving them at your house? Lu Tao spoke in a tone of reproach, a rarity for someone in his position to address Li Yi. Li Yi had the intention to explain, but the presence of many people made it rather difficult to do so. Nevertheless, their relationship was not too distant. And Lu Tao immediately grasped Li Yi's meaning, deciding not to inquire further at that moment, but rather to seek a private opportunity for a deeper conversation later. It was not safe to leave them at home. I believe it would be best for Brother Li to return and fetch them soon. Ma Ran spoke up, secretly hoping that Li Yi would depart, ideally encountering some misfortune on the way back, preventing his return forever. Li Yi had already taken note of this unfamiliar individual, though he had not engaged previously and thus refrained from asking questions. Now, however, he was reminded that if he delayed his return too long, they would surely worry, leading to complications if they ventured out to search for him. It seemed that he could not afford to postpone his return for much longer. This is Ma Dong, the president of the horse club and the leader of the Black Horse Gang. Lu Lei explained. Hello, brother. Ma Dong greeted with a tone of flattery, though only he understood how challenging it was to utter such words. I cannot accept such an honor. You are nearly the same age as my father. Calling me that would be rather absurd. Uncle Ma, like Teacher Li, should just call me Xiaoyi. Li Yi quickly replied. He had always adhered to the principle of respecting the elderly and nurturing the young. Otherwise, he would not have been so amiable and sociable before the apocalypse. Given that Ma Dong was older, he naturally felt unworthy of that title. Furthermore, considering his status, comparable to Lu Lei's, and the connotations associated with the Black Horse Gang, which momentarily evoked thoughts of organized crime in Li Yi's mind, he afforded a degree of respect tinged with apprehension. Li Yi's words did not displease Ma Dong, who promptly acquiesced and addressed him as Xiaoyi. Seeing Li Yi proactively build rapport with Ma Dong, Lu Lei and Zhao Meifeng felt a sense of relief. However, they also realized that since Li Yi had just returned and was unaware of Ma Dong's character, they could only wait and see how things unfolded. Lu Tao intended to file a complaint, but found it inappropriate to voice his concerns in front of everyone, so he decided to wait. Zhao Meifeng harbored gratitude towards Li Yi. First, if it were not for him, she would have no idea where her husband was, and as a woman in the apocalypse, how long could she survive alone? Secondly, Li Yi had facilitated their arrival at the second high school, allowing them to secure a place there thanks to his connections. Thus, upon seeing Li Yi, Zhao Meifeng's joy was genuine, and her smile never wavered. Upon returning to the second floor of the cafeteria, another group awaited them. Among them was Lu Jing, alongside Wu Jia and Guo Yi, who had only a fleeting acquaintance with Li Yi. Regardless of their sincerity, everyone expressed immense joy at Li Yi's return. You finally returned. Han Shuang has been constantly mentioning you. Lu Jing exclaimed upon seeing Li Yi. Li Yi, confronted by Lu Jing's earnest gaze, awkwardly scratched his nose. He interpreted Lu Jing's words as a jest. He and Long Han Xuan were not particularly close, having only truly met at the onset of the apocalypse. Even if she had mentioned him, he did not believe she held any affection for him. Prompted by Lu Jing's remark, Li Yi recalled that Wu Jun and the others were still searching for Long Han Xuan. Scanning the room, he noticed her absence and inquired, "Where is she?" This remark was directed towards Lu Jing, following her words. Thus Lu Jing understood whom Li Yi was referring to. Are you thinking of her?" Lu Jing was evidently displeased that he had inquired about her good friend upon his return. No. Li Yi intended to say that her father had sent someone to find her, but as soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Jing erupted in anger. "What? You haven't thought of her? She thinks about you day and night, and yet you haven't given her a single thought? Has your conscience been devoured by a dog?" Lu Jing initially contemplated chastising Li Yi as a heartless cad, but then reconsidered, realizing that there was no substantial relationship between the two, and thus refrained from voicing her thoughts. Li Yi, feeling quite awkward, seized the moment when Lu Jing finally ceased her tirade, hastily interjecting, lest she unleash another volley of retorts. It was her father who sent someone to look for her. Is that true? In an instant, Lu Jing's fury dissipated, replaced by an expression of disbelief. Although Lu Jing and Long Han Xuan were close friends, they were not privy to each other's family circumstances. Thus, upon hearing that her best friend's father had actually sent someone to find her, it was easy to imagine the shock that coursed through her. This was not a time of peace, where wealth could command assistance and manipulate others, revealing the considerable power at play. More importantly, after such a prolonged period of desolation, she finally received news of her friend's family, which filled her with genuine happiness for her best friend. Truly, Li Yi nodded affirmatively. "Do you know where she is?" "Why haven't I seen her?" "Oh, she went out with Wang Yang and the others to find food." Lu Jing replied nonchalantly, as if it were perfectly ordinary. Everyone knew of Long Han Xuan's abilities, particularly after this period of adaptation, during which both her control over her powers and her physical capabilities had significantly improved. To those aware, this seemed reasonable. However, to Wu Jun and his companions, it appeared that the men here were lacking in gallantry, especially the boys in Lu Tao's group, who allowed a girl to venture out for supplies while they remained behind. In that moment, Wu Jun and others regarded the male compatriots of the second camp with a modicum of disdain. Yet Li grasped the underlying significance, after all. Long Han Xuan's eye spikes were akin to firearms, delivering commendable long-range attack capabilities. Her presence alongside Wang Yang and the others provided them with an element of assurance. Following the welcome, everyone returned to their respective spots. In these times of scarcity, it was prudent to conserve energy whenever possible. Li Yi and his entourage returned to the private room occupied by Lu Tao and the others, and he deliberately glanced around. The entire second-floor hall was divided into two sections, separated by a blank expanse. The left section was the most populous, predominantly composed of students, while the right, though less crowded, consisted entirely of men, including some students. Each of these individuals had a wooden stick or some other implement at their side, seemingly serving as weapons. This group numbered around 70 or 80. Although their weapons were rudimentary, they represented a formidable force. Could this be the self-rescue team organized by Teacher Lu? The numbers had grown to such an extent. Li was astonished, a smile of relief spreading across his face. Moreover, Li Yi observed that 3 private rooms had already been allocated. Zhao Meifeng, accompanied by her husband and a few others, entered the central room, while President Ma and his entourage occupied the room on the right. Li Yi was headed to the left room with Lu Tao and the others. Chen Ming did not return to the central room with her parents. Instead, she chose to accompany Li Yi and his group. Since Li Yi's arrival, they had not exchanged a single word, despite his intent to engage her in conversation. It was merely that they had not found the opportunity to speak until now. "Teacher Lu, how is it that in just a few days, such a significant transformation has occurred at Erzhong? Are those individuals members of the self-rescue team you organized?" Li Yi inquired with a smile, admiring Lu Lei's capabilities, astonished at the progress made in such a short time. Alas, Lu Lei let out a heavy sigh. "What troubles you?" Li queried, puzzled by Lu Lei's sigh. Was it dissatisfaction with the weapons they possessed? "Brother Yi, you are mistaken," Lu Tao interjected. "Those people are not our allies. Not ours." Li Yi was bewildered. "They are members of the Black Horse Gang," Lu Lei explained. "The Black Horse Gang? Is that not Uncle Ma's faction?" "They are still part of Erzhong," Li replied with a chuckle, perceiving their overzealous thirst for power. Indeed, they reside at Urjong. Yet they refuse to heed commands. Lu Lei lamented. They even demand a share of our provisions. Lu Tao added, they are nothing but a group of lazy parasites. Is it truly so? Then let us expel them. Li finally comprehended the situation. It is not that simple. In fact, we cannot drive them away. This was the source of Lu Lei's exasperation. Cannot expel them? Why not? Li Yi could grasp the difficulty of removing them, considering they were under someone else's influence. Even if they were forcibly removed, they could simply return. Each of them is a robust man. If provoked, we would not fare well. Lu Lei continued. With so many students at Urjong, why fear a mere handful of them? A single spit from each student could bury them. Li exaggeratedly remarked. Brother Yi, you do not understand. Very few students dare to confront them. They are all intimidated. Otherwise, we would have expelled Ma Dong and his crew long ago, Lu Tao explained. Suddenly, Lu Jing spoke up. That was in the past. Now that Li Yi has returned, many are emboldened. At the mere command of Li Yi, I assure you half would rise to action. Indeed, Lu Tao's eyes brightened at this realization. I sincerely apologize for the delay in today's chapter. I was exhausted from the mock exams the previous days and lacked the energy to write. This chapter was pinned just now. Originally, I intended to write during the weekend, as I had a day off tomorrow to focus on my writing. However, I have plans to drink tomorrow, leaving me little time. I truly regret disappointing my dear brother Wuqing. Nevertheless, I will make an effort to produce tomorrow's chapter. February has only one weekend in 4 weeks. And with just one day off, time is indeed tight. Li could only smile wryly at this, knowing well the intricacies of his own circumstances. In the face of mutated creatures, Li's formidable strength was primarily due to the system. In terms of personal ability, he was much like an ordinary individual. However, Ma Dong and his group, not only numerous but also composed entirely of robust males, stand in stark contrast to the students who previously rebelled. This group has adjusted over time, becoming audacious in their willingness to kill and fight. The students, who acted on impulse before, were utterly at a loss when confronted by Li Yi's sudden aggression, allowing him to slaughter 32 individuals. Yet, against Ma Dong and his companions, Li Yi found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Thus, he truly lacked the courage to confront them directly. As for Lu Jing's assertion that with a mere call to arms, many would rally to his side in life and death, Li Yi remained skeptical. He only understood that such outcomes would likely lead to failure, rendering any nobility unattainable. Li Yi, please lend a hand, Lu Jing implored upon noticing his silence. Li intended to express his inadequacy but was interrupted as Lu Jing continued. Are you just going to stand by? Let us be bullied? Li Yi wanted to retort that they hardly knew each other, and he had no obligation to concern himself with their fates. Yet, such harsh words were uncharacteristic of him. No, that's not what I meant. It's just that they are too numerous, and I fear we cannot prevail. Just raise your hand and call out. Many will surely come to assist. Lu Jing remained convinced of Li Yi's reluctance. Think of them as mutated rats. Just take note of one. And it will be like exterminating those mutated creatures. Listening to this, Li felt a sense of helplessness, pondering that treating them as mutated rats would be futile unless the system recognized them as such. Li continued to remain silent, leaving others with nothing more to say. A brief stillness enveloped the room, and sensing the oppressive atmosphere, Li spoke up. Teacher Lu, what is the current situation at the second high school? Please enlighten me. Li Yi had already sensed the changes at the second high school, especially concerning Ma Dong. He felt that it was now vastly different from when he had left, providing a perfect opportunity to break the silence. Upon Li Yi's inquiry into the situation, the tension in the room dissipated as Lu Lei eagerly began to explain. Currently, the situation can be divided into 3 factions. Our school occupies one segment. While numerous, our strength is lacking. Humph, those individuals merely await their next meal, terrified to venture out for food. Lu Tao remarked bitterly. Lu Lei shot Lu Tao a glance before continuing. Then there are the survivors from Chen Ming's family, who brought their families along. Though they do not join Wang Yang and the others in searching for food, they manage to sustain themselves and harbor no hostility towards the students. On the other hand, there is Ma Dong's Black Horse Gang, who do not venture out for food either. They dine with the external students daily. Moreover, these individuals frequently bully the students, who, though angry, dare not voice their grievances, intimidated by their strength. Beyond this overarching power dynamic, the student body is also divided into 2 factions, a pre-existing situation that Li Yi was aware of. In truth, Li believed that at such a time, who would still care about who holds power? Everyone is merely looking out for themselves. It is only Lu Lei who insists on unifying all the surviving students, which has led to such complications. Nevertheless, Li Yi comprehended that if ordinary individuals did not unite in the face of the imminent threat posed by mutated creatures, the prospect of survival would be nothing short of a delusion. Hence, the gathering of humanity was an inevitable outcome, not merely due to their nature as social beings, but also as a necessary choice for mutual dependence in the struggle for existence. While the reasoning was clear, it did little to resolve the pressing issues at hand. In Li Yi's view, the present situation was unlikely to endure for long. Wang Yang and his companions possessed limited capabilities, and the provisions they had brought back could not sustain them for an extended period. Once Ma Dong recognized this fact, they would undoubtedly take action. In a scenario of scarce food supply, how could they prolong their survival? The only viable solution was to reduce the number of consumers. This presented two options. The first was to expel some students, an action within their capacity. The second, more effectively, would be to resort to plundering. This was merely Li Yi's personal conjecture, devoid of any substantiation. Li Yi remained silent, and the others assumed he was pondering a strategy. Thus they fell into a hushed stillness. Wu Jun and Yi Xiaohan, feeling bored nearby, exchanged glances until Yi Xiaohan turned to see Chen Ming, who was equally idle. With her equally stunning visage and graceful figure, Yi Xiaohan approached as if she had discovered a kindred spirit. "Hello, beautiful," she greeted warmly. In response to Yi Xiaohan's enthusiastic salutation, Chen Ming replied serenely, "Hello." Her calm demeanor resembled a tranquil lake, starkly contrasting with Yi Xiaohan's vivacity. However, there was no animosity between them. On the contrary, they seemed quite amicable. "Do you know that Li Yi?" Yi Xiaohan inquired, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yes." Chen Ming nodded in acknowledgement. "Tell me about him. What kind of person is he?" Yi Xiaohan appeared quite animated, observing her excitement. Chen Ming felt an inexplicable tightening in her chest, but she quickly brushed it aside. "He is a very nice person," Chen Ming replied succinctly. "How do you know him?" Yi Xiaohan's response revealed neither disappointment nor a sense of entitlement, as if she had not heard the question at all. "We are classmates," Chen Ming stated. Yi Xiaohan nodded knowingly. Under Chen Ming's puzzled gaze, Yi Xiaohan added, "Are you also friends?" The question, clear in its intent, prompted Chen Ming to involuntarily respond. "Just ordinary friends." Yi Xiaohan burst into laughter, and Chen Ming, slightly miffed by her amusement, playfully nudged her. Thus, the two engaged in light-hearted banter, drawing closer, and becoming a captivating sight within the room. A short while later, Wang Yang and his group returned. "Where's Big Brother? Where is he?" Their voices echoed before they even ascended the stairs. It was Xiao Yang and the others returning. Lu Lei's face lit up with joy as the door swung open. Wang Yang rushed in, exclaiming, "Big Brother, you finally returned. You must take charge for us. Those rascals are eating our food, taking shelter with us, and still giving us attitude." Before Wang Yang could finish his sentence, Lu Lei interrupted with a cough. "What do you mean, Wang Yang?" Cold Han Shuang finally made her appearance, entering and shutting the door behind her. Lu Lei continuously signaled Wang Yang, seemingly implying that their adversaries were still outside. Wang Yang promptly fell silent, and once Cold Han Shuang was inside, he resumed, "Those bastards are utterly shameless." "All right, I am aware of all this," Li interjected. "Big Brother, you know?" Wang Yang could hardly believe his ears. "Are you telling me that the missing girl is dead?" Li inquired. "What? She is dead?" Lu Lei echoed, both voices resounding almost in unison. "Indeed, Teacher Lu. Just as we returned, we stumbled upon a corpse in a heap outside the school. And it's likely that it is the girl in question. Could it be someone else from the past?" Lu Lei pondered aloud. Cold Han Shuang shook her head. "We didn't see anything yesterday, and in what?" Lu Lei furrowed his brows, pressing for more information. Her clothes had been stripped away, and there was blood everywhere. As she spoke, Li Yi felt an icy aura emanating from Cold Han Shuang. "What?" Lu Lei found it hard to comprehend. "Who did this?" Lu Tao seethed with rage. Although Li Yi remained silent, the cold expression on his face betrayed his fury. In truth, no one in the room was devoid of anger. Though Cold Han Shuang spoke delicately, it was clear to all that the girl must have been violated before her demise. According to the brothers who stood vigil yesterday, around 5 o'clock this morning, Ma Dong's room had been opened, and 2 of his underlings carried out a rolled-up mat, which was subsequently taken outside. Wang Yang gritted his teeth, declaring, at this point, "The identity of the murderer is glaringly obvious. Damn it, I'm going to take them down." Upon hearing this, Lu Tao immediately seized a kitchen knife. "Xiao Tao," Lu Lei shouted, stopping him. Teacher Lu, this must have been the work of those scoundrels. Lu Tao retorted. I know. But Lu Tao, but what? Are we just supposed to let this go? Act as if nothing has happened? Just because they are men? Just because we cannot overpower them? Damn it, this is all about a life. Xiao Tao, I'm not suggesting we let it slide. We simply need to think strategically. If you rush in, it will only escalate tensions. We cannot confront them directly at this moment. Lu Lei implored, trying to reason with him. Lu Tao angrily hurled the knife aside, causing it to clang against the wall as he temporarily vented his frustration. Li Yi, aren't you going to say anything? Don't you have a stance on this? Cold Han Shuang suddenly interjected. Big brother. Lu Tao suddenly perked up. Igu, what are you hesitating for? Lead the brothers and take down that scoundrel Ma Dong. Lu Tao shouted excitedly, reverting to his previous form of address. Big brother, just take action. Wang Yang added eagerly. Li Yi found himself at a loss for words. Though he was furious, he retained a semblance of rationality. Alone, he could never hope to confront them. But what if he utilized the system? The system's weapons were indeed ineffective against people, yet it offered items. The strength and speed talismans combined could enable him to face 5 opponents at once. At that moment, Li Yi weighed whether it was worth spending 5 gold coins on talismans to confront an ordinary individual for the sake of a girl who was already lost. Noticing Li Yi's lingering indecision, Wang Yang and Lu Tao exchanged glances, then simultaneously knelt on one knee. Big brother. This display startled Li Yi, and before he could process it, Lu Lei mirrored their action. Big brother. Soon, the remaining individuals in the room followed suit. Big brother. Ultimately, only Li Yi and the 2 outsiders, Wu Jun and Yi Shaoan, remained standing. As he gazed upon the kneeling crowd before him, Li Yi hastily moved to assist, prioritizing the elder Lu Lei. Yet, being no Hercules, he found it impossible to lift Lu Lei, who stubbornly refused to rise. Please, do not act this way, Li Yi urged. Unable to assist Lu Lei, he turned to Lu Tao. Let us discuss this rationally. What is the purpose of such behavior? We shall not rise unless our elder agrees, Wang Yang declared. Indeed, we shall remain down, echoed 7 or 8 others. Li Yi found himself in a quandary, realizing that the only viable solution was to acquiesce. Very well, I concede, but this matter requires careful deliberation. Lu Lei insisted on a lengthy discussion, which Lu Tao opposed, while Li Yi's proposal gained unanimous support. All right, we shall heed your wishes. Internally, Li Yi mused. Why did you not listen to me when I previously urged you to stand? This was merely a fleeting grievance. For Li Yi harbored a deep-seated fury towards Ma Dong's actions, longing for retribution. He glanced at his current balance. 200 gold coins, 31 points, and 3 task points. The 31 points could easily be exchanged for 300 gold coins, enough to purchase a talisman. Spending 30 points was not without its pangs of regret. Yet he was consoled by having previously divided 6 crystal cores with Wu Jun, allowing him to retain 30 points even after the exchange. What is lost. He reassured himself, for the utility of crystal cores remains a mystery until later. With that, the 30 points were swiftly exchanged, and his gold coins surged to 500. Next, he hesitated over which talisman to acquire. The strength talisman would undoubtedly enhance his power, making it the most formidable option available. However, he feared the potential backlash from such an increase in strength. Yet, he speculated that, as with previous instances, he could mitigate any adverse effects by controlling his force. Avoiding full power should keep him in command. Moreover, wielding a hatchet with a smaller point of impact would diminish any recoil. As for the speed talisman, its current utility eluded him. This was not a situation requiring escape, and its advantages seemed irrelevant. Little did he know that with sufficient speed, could others truly keep pace with him? In such a scenario, would he not possess the power to dominate the fray, effortlessly navigating through the throng? Having purchased the strength talisman, his points dwindled to 1. Primarily due to the unexchanged crystal cores, as he was still under the watchful gaze of the crowd, making the exchange impractical. When shall we confront them for retribution? Lu Tao inquired, his impatience palpable, emboldened by Li Yi's support. First, let us announce Li Yi as our leader. This will lend credence to our cause, Lu Lei proposed. Following his directive, Wang Yang and Lu Tao promptly disseminated the news. With Li Yi's affirmation, the crowd felt reassured, awaiting his command to seek out Ma Dong. In the spacious room, significant decisions had been reached, and Lu Lei, understanding the situation, led the remaining subordinates outside. This left only Lung Han Huang, Lu Jing, Wu Jun, Yi Shaohan, Li Yi, and Chun Meng in the room. Cold Han Shuang, These two have come from Liuzhou Island. Sent by your father to find you. Li Yi introduced. What? Cold Han Shuang's face was filled with disbelief. Nearly half a month had passed, and she had almost forgotten the sorrow of parting from her parents. She never expected to hear news of her father again, and that he had sent someone to find her. Miss Cold, this is indeed true. We are entrusted by your father to bring you back, Wu Jun stated. This is a task, and the reward for this mission is quite substantial. Otherwise, who could command him with his extraordinary abilities? Li Yi was disinterested in the ensuing conversation and directly pulled Qin Meng away, leaving them to converse. However, the sight of Li Yi leading Qin Meng away caused Cold Han Shuang and Yi Xiaohan to furrow their brows in disapproval. Li Yi, now that we are outside, you can let go? Qin Meng, feeling embarrassed under the gaze of so many, spoke softly. Li Yi awkwardly withdrew his hand, feeling a sense of regret that he had not truly savored the moment. After a brief silence, Qin Meng inquired, when do you plan to leave? Since Li Yi had not brought his father and Yi Ping along, it was evident he intended to return, prompting Qin Meng's question. Originally, the plan was to return immediately. But due to unforeseen circumstances on the journey, their return would be delayed, and there were matters to resolve here. Thus, the trip back would not be swift. Li leaned against the wall, appreciating the solitude of their conversation. What if they are worried about you? Will they come looking for you? Qin Meng asked. Given Li Yi's strength, he could navigate the outside world, but ordinary individuals could not. This was Qin Meng's perspective. They won't. I mentioned I might not return at any specific time, so I believe they won't come searching for me. Li Yi spoke these words with uncertainty, which was also why he wished to return sooner. What are you doing out here? Qin Meng asked. Have you forgotten? I previously mentioned that I would come to fetch you if my place was safe. Li Yi replied. Qin Meng's eyes widened in disbelief. You came to get me? In truth, she had not forgotten his words, but she thought they were mere playful banter. Times were no longer peaceful. Bringing someone along was not a simple task, and ensuring their safety was paramount. But I want to be with my mom and dad. I cannot leave them. You understand? Family ties, Qin Meng said. Her voice tinged with difficulty. If it were not for this reason, she would have left with him initially. I understand. Which is why I plan to take you all with me. Li Yi asserted. Although I may lack the ability to save the world, I am capable of looking after several individuals. As long as your demands are not too high, I can manage. Li Yi was confident. Though the items in the system were expensive, as long as he had points, task rewards, and mutated rats, he would have gold coins to meet their needs. Moreover, the system could now cultivate vegetables, and while the yield may be modest, it was more than sufficient to sustain 7 or 8 people. Qin Meng was deeply moved by his words. Although she and Li Yi were familiar, they were still merely friends. If he were to abandon her, she would not harbor resentment, for after all, one must look out for oneself in this world. This is quite ordinary. Yet Li Yi's profound concern for her deeply touches her tender heart. The tears glistening at the corners of her eyes resemble a transparent crystal sphere, indescribably enchanting. Thank you, Li Yi. Qin Meng expressed her heartfelt gratitude, though she could not fathom why Li Yi treated her with such kindness. Could it be that he has developed feelings for her? Indeed, Li Yi's attentiveness towards Qin Meng seems excessive. In contrast, he does not exhibit such care for Lu Tao, whom he also cherishes. After Lu Tao chose to stay, Li Yi did not insist on accompanying him. Comparatively, Li Yi fiercely protects Qin Meng, illustrating a significant disparity. As for whether Li Yi harbors special feelings for Qin Meng, even he is uncertain. His kindness towards her stems from a profound relational willingness, and, aside from that, her gender plays a role. Her inherent vulnerability prompts Li Yi to nurture her, which does not necessarily indicate affection. Perhaps, subconsciously, his feelings for Qin Meng transcend friendship. Yet he has consciously sealed away his emotions. What thanks? We are friends. Li Yi replied generously, though inwardly he was troubled about returning. He was well aware that the mutated bull in Huangtu was still alive, and the route back would lead him through Huangtu. Choosing a detour would mean an additional 70 to 80 miles, with unpredictable dangers along the way. Li Yi set aside thoughts of returning, as he faced another pressing issue: how to deal with Ma Dong. For someone as morally bankrupt as him, even a person with a modicum of conscience would wish for his swift removal. However, Li Yi dared not act hastily. If he alarmed Ma Dong and allowed him to escape, with his treacherous nature, retaliation would be inevitable. Thus, Li Yi must deliberate carefully. Such moments are not conducive to pondering these matters. Lacking flowers and moonlight, yet a beauty is by his side. Even if Li Yi does not harbor feelings for Qin Meng, it does not imply he lacks an appreciation for romance. His innate inclination towards desire is inescapable. At this moment, it is a perfect opportunity to engage in conversations about life and aspirations. Scholars have proven that conversing with beautiful women can extend one's lifespan. Li Yi's intent is not to woo, but rather to prolong his existence. This principle parallels the notion that dating is not solely for outcomes, but also to satisfy physiological needs. Both pursuits are not mutually exclusive. In the private room, Wu Jun furrowed his brow and asked, "Miss Lang, have you truly made your decision?" "Yes, the second high school needs me, so I shall remain," Long Hanswang replied calmly. Who would have thought that when she first heard the news from Liuzhou Island, she wept and insisted on going? One must admit that Long Hanswang has matured. She has truly grown. But should this growth be attributed to the apocalypse? Long Hanswang, what can you accomplish by staying? You are merely a girl, lacking the strength of a boy. Will you spend your days merely gathering food? Do you understand the dangers posed by mutated animals? Yi Xiaohan chastised, emphasizing that if Long Hanswang could not bring anything back, their mission would be deemed a failure, and the rewards would vanish. A mere girl? Long Hanswang gently retorted. Aren't you also one? I'm not like you. Yi Xiaohan was about to boast of her experience in slaying mutated creatures, not just rats, but even cats. Yet, Long Hanswang interrupted. Different? Can you do this? Suddenly, a deep blue icicle materialized in the hand of Long Hanswang, approximately 5 centimeters in length. With its thickest end resembling the size of a finger, the icicle stood silently in the palm of her hand, hovering a few centimeters above it, creating an inexplicable sense of strangeness. Wu Jun gazed in astonishment, exclaiming, "An ability user?" The term ability user was officially adopted to refer to a group of humans who evolved special powers during the apocalypse, a designation not only recognized by the government of Shansheng but acknowledged globally. Since broadcasting proved effective, governments could naturally communicate, and, in some instances, the military could issue orders through certain means. Is ability user the term used by the government? Long Hanswang inquired. Indeed, Wu Jun replied. The government collectively refers to those who possess special abilities as ability users. I never expected Miss Lung to awaken her powers. No wonder she has the courage to venture outside. However, ability users are not invincible. The release of their powers is always limited. In the camp at No. 2 middle school lacks protective measures. Once one's energy is depleted and they can no longer harness their abilities, danger lurks. In contrast, Liuzhou Island is free from such worries, surrounded by a river that prevents mutated creatures from entering. Does that mean you are also an ability user? Long Hanswang shifted the topic back to Wu Jun. He nodded affirmatively, acknowledging the secret known only to a select few, a confidentiality maintained at the behest of the authorities, though he felt no need to deceive Long Hanswang, who was also an ability user, with the exception of his teammates who were ordinary. Who do you think is more powerful, you or Li Yi? Long Hanswang's sudden question left Wu Jun momentarily speechless. Although he considered himself formidable, possessing fire-based abilities that set him apart from ordinary individuals, Li Yi's prowess was undeniable. He had slain 3 mutated cats in a single encounter, showcasing extraordinary strength. Wu Jun found it perplexing that Li Yi had not revealed any abilities of his own. Could it be that he could single-handedly confront mutated cats relying solely on personal strength? That would be exceedingly impressive. Thus, Wu Jun found himself at a loss for words in response to Long Hanswang's inquiry. Perhaps you are unaware that Li Yi has previously killed mutated dogs. Long Hanswang's revelation sent a chill down Wu Jun's spine. What? Mutated dogs? He gasped, utterly astonished. In Wu Jun's view, the only way to defeat a mutated dog was through a coordinated effort by a group of ability users or with modern weaponry, specifically high-caliber, powerful arms. Otherwise, it would be futile. However, unbeknownst to them, on this very day, Li Yi had already slain a mutated pig. The disparity in their achievements was not insignificant. Although Li Yi's triumphs were notable, they were primarily due to the advantages provided by the system's weaponry. The system's projectiles inflicted guaranteed damage, regardless of whether the target was a mutated rat or a mutated pig. As long as the system's weapon struck a mutated creature, damage was inevitable. Under such advantageous circumstances, as long as he had enough coins, Li Yi could face mutated creatures without fear. Of course, this was contingent upon his ability to land a hit. Otherwise, it would be in vain. Upon hearing that Li Yi could vanquish mutated dogs, Wu Jun couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration, mistakenly believing it to be a solitary endeavor. With him around, do you think there will still be danger? Cold Hanswang finally redirected the conversation. Having navigated a roundabout strategy, Wu Jun found himself at a loss for words to dissuade cold Han Shuang, falling into silence. There was also an element of provocation from Li Yi. Prior to encountering him, Wu Jun had always regarded himself as sufficiently powerful, only to realize the vast gulf in strength now. Once the pride of his school, he now found himself outmatched by a student from the second school. How could he not feel disheartened? In stark contrast, Yi Xiaohan was filled with delight. In comparison, cold Han Shuang's task rewards seemed trivial. She was a person who valued gratitude, and Li Yi's chicken leg had been a tremendous boon to her. So you need not persuade me any further. However, I am aware that if I do not return, your mission cannot be completed. Let us do this. Take this watch back with you. It was a gift from my father on my 18th birthday. Upon seeing it, he will believe you have found me. Inform him of my situation, and thus, the task shall be deemed half accomplished, cold Han Shuang declared. Though her demeanor was often aloof, it did not signify a heart of stone at this moment. It was a manifestation of her softer side, not wishing for their efforts to be in vain. What more could Wu Jun say? He buried his myriad of emotions deep within and extended his hand to accept the watch. Although it was merely a few $100 watch from the days before the apocalypse, it now bore significant weight in relation to his task rewards, and he dared not treat it lightly. Meanwhile, Ma Dong returned to his room. His brow furrowed tightly like a twisted pastry. Li Yi's reputation was exceedingly formidable, proving detrimental to his ambitions. His objective was to oust the school's authority, or at the very least, render it ineffective. He aimed to erase its presence from the second school's territory, thereby allowing himself to seize control and become the true king without a crown. At that point, power and beauty would be within his grasp. He aspired to be the overlord of this new world, not seeking to dominate the entirety, but merely to claim a small domain for himself. However, Li Yi's emergence thwarted his plans. He had already heard of Li Yi's formidable prowess. Should he continue to indulge in lavish feasts, Li Yi's nature might lead to bloodshed. His original scheme was to undermine Lu Lei, for without sustenance, their status would be jeopardized, inciting rebellion among the second school students, allowing him to reap the benefits as an opportunist, who said that a powerful man lacked intellect, who claimed that a fierce warrior was devoid of cunning. Yet now, Ma Dong was compelled to alter his strategy. Previously, he feared that a power grab would incite public dissent, making it difficult to maintain control. Nevertheless, he understood that he must now seize control with force, not permitting Li Yi to establish his foothold. He sought to be the emperor of this apocalypse, enslaving the entire second school. Contemplating slavery brought to mind the girl from the previous night, her supple form, the anguish locked in her throat, and her beseeching gaze. The tears glistening in her eyes stirred something within him, causing his desires to rise. The flaw among his subordinates was their lack of women. Otherwise, how could he have so readily set his sights on the second school? Wasn't it splendid to indulge in the bounty without cost? Yet, he could not restrain himself. In this apocalyptic world, how long could one expect to survive? Why not relish the moment? Thus, Ma Dong found himself compelled to take a calculated risk. In the afternoon, with nothing to occupy his time, Li Yi had developed a habit of taking a nap in these times. Lying on the mat, sleep eluded him. As such, he decided to delve into the system. With the crystal core already exchanged, Li Yi now possessed 31 points once more. Without perusing any further, he directly opened his backpack to inspect the seed he had received. The last item in his package was the energy fruit seed gifted from the system's quest. It bore no distinction from ordinary seeds, save for the designation that appeared when Li Yi focused his consciousness upon it. Energy fruit seed. Energy fruit seed. A seed that yields an abundance of energy fruits, with an expected yield of 1 fruit and a maturation time of 48 hours. Seed price. Unknown. The unknown price was a novel experience for Li Yi. He was uncertain whether this seed was unsellable or if his current level was insufficient. However, he surmised it was the latter, for the system was indeed powerful. How could there be something unpurchasable? As for the utility of the energy fruit, Li Yi could only ponder its significance, deciding to wait until he could cultivate it upon his return. Setting aside that query, Li Yi accessed the system marketplace. Having previously resolved to purchase the strength talisman, he had no intention of altering his decision, so he spent the 500 gold coins without a moment's hesitation. Subsequently, he found himself devoid of activities. Sleep remained elusive, and at home, he would typically engage in red alert with Yi Peng or venture out to hunt mutated rats. However, at present, he could forego sleep, but others had already developed the habit of rest. Moreover, engaging in other pursuits drained energy, and in these times, Food was scarce. How could one contemplate entertainment when sustenance was insufficient? Restless, Li suddenly recalled the quality detector in his possession. Should he allow others to take a measurement? This was purely out of his curiosity. Without hesitation, he decided to proceed. Though he could not approach unfamiliar individuals, the origins of the device were not easily explained. And should ill-intentioned individuals become aware, it could pose a threat to his well-being. His first thought was of Lu Tao, whom he could trust completely. When the time came to inquire, Li could not divulge the system's secrets but could ensure Lu Tao need not ask. Taozi, Li called softly, nudging Lu Tao. Huh, brothery, what's the matter? Lu Tao mumbled, half awake and rubbing his eyes. Don't sleep. Get up. I have something wonderful to show you. Li urged. What is it? Lu Tao finally stirred, his curiosity piqued. This. Li revealed the quality detector. Just a watch? What is so great about this? Lu Tao retorted, attempting to slip back into slumber. Stop sleeping. Let me test you. Li insisted, tugging at Lu Tao. Test what? Lu Tao, now fully awake, inquired. Put it on and see. Li said with minimal elaboration. With a puzzled expression, Lu Tao donned the watch, which intrigued him. It displayed neither time nor markings or hands. Once the watch was secured, the previously dark screen suddenly illuminated. Physique, 1 strength, 12 degree, 1 mental power, 1 evolution strength, comprehensive strength, 42. Li snatched Lu Tao's hand to examine the data, noting it was not significantly different from his own, save for a 5-point deficit in mental power. Lu Tao glanced at it with great astonishment and inquired, Brother E. What is this? A quality detection device. Li replied while unbuttoning his shirt. Where did you acquire it? Lu Tao asked again, noticing Li's actions. He added, Brother E, please don't unbutton it. Would you be so kind as to gift it to me? Get lost. You needn't concern yourself with how I obtained this. Moreover, I cannot give it to you. Perhaps when I have a surplus, I will consider it. Li stated as he donned the device. Lu Tao refrained from pressing further and quickly remarked, Just remember, Brother E, if you have an extra, do share it with me. It wasn't that Lu Tao was naive. He understood that Li was reluctant to disclose the details, so he chose to remain silent. After all, everyone harbors their own secrets. Li naturally acquiesced. Were it not for his current financial constraints, he might have already equipped Lu Tao with one. Only through a profound understanding of one's own abilities can one hope to thrive in a post-apocalyptic world. Should we summon the others for testing? Lu Tao inquired. Li contemplated for a moment and nodded in agreement. He was keen to discern the nature of the evolutionary strength, which he surmised was linked to the evolvers. It was fortuitous that Long Hanswang was an evolver, allowing Li to validate his theory, perhaps due to their previous interactions. Li held a degree of trust in Long Hanswang, which is why he included her in the testing. Upon Lu Tao's return, he was accompanied by a large group, Chen Ming from the adjacent room, as well as Wang Yang and Long Hanswang, along with the remaining members of the sports class. Nearly 3 individuals filled the cramped space, making it feel exceedingly congested. Xiaoyi, why did you call us here? Are you planning to confront Ma Dong and the others? Lu Lei, unexpectedly brimming with enthusiasm, revealed a side of himself that contrasted sharply with his usual composed demeanor. Li was taken aback. However, although he did not fully trust these individuals, he felt no need to conceal the testing device from them. After all, he would not disclose its origins, and they were unlikely to harbor any hostility towards him. Thus, he resolved to allow them all to undergo testing. Before Li could elaborate, Lu Tao eagerly interjected. And once he finished speaking, the room was filled with astonishment as everyone awaited Li's explanation. However, he simply stated, Why don't you all take the test? It will provide you with a systematic understanding of yourselves, preventing either arrogance or timidity. With Li's refusal to explain further, the others ceased their inquiries and formed a line to take turns testing. Li paid little attention to the abilities of the others, recognizing that their data would merely reflect that of ordinary individuals, which he had already communicated. One serves as a dividing line. Each participant hoped that their scores would exceed 1, yet disappointment prevailed. One after another, Li consistently achieved the highest composite strength, as his mental acuity of 15 points remained unsurpassed. Unintentionally, Long Hanswang was the last to test. What is your overall strength? She asked, refraining from immediately putting on the device. 47, Li declared, unable to suppress his pride, as no one had ever surpassed that score. Long Hanswang nodded, acknowledging the impressive evaluation of nearly 50. Fascinate. Chapter 64. The Unexpected Attributes. Physique. 10 strength, 8 speed, 9 mental power, 13 evolutionary power, 10 overall strength, 50 when the data of Long Hanswang was revealed. It astonished everyone. The seemingly insurmountable Li Yi was, in fact, 3 points lower than Long Hanswang. Li felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue, instantly dispelling any remnants of his former arrogance. This outcome, however, was somewhat anticipated. As a supernatural being, her evolutionary prowess naturally surpassed his, granting her a distinct advantage. Li reassured himself with this reasoning. Yet, this was indeed the truth. If one were to disregard the evolutionary power, Long Hanswang would be at a disadvantage compared to Li Yi. However, could one simply disregard it? Certainly not. Evolutionary power is a form of strength. How can Long Hanswang's data surpass that of our top player? Someone in the team questioned, perplexed. This shouldn't be the case. Our top player has far superior skills in exterminating mutated creatures than Long Hanswang. These murmurs, though not loud, were sufficient for Li Yi and the others to overhear. Naturally, Li found himself at a loss for an explanation. His ability to slay mutated beasts was predominantly reliant on the system, rather than his intrinsic strength. He could only feign ignorance, yet the unfolding events were beyond his control. Wang Yang unexpectedly inquired, top player? Why is your data lower than Hanswang's yet you are still more formidable? Upon hearing this, Li Yi felt an overwhelming urge to kick Wang Yang out of the room for stirring trouble. As all eyes turned towards him, seeking an explanation, Li Yi began to fabricate a response. Hanswang is an ability user, or as one might say, an evolver. It's merely a matter of nomenclature. Her foundational attributes total 50 points, while ours do not surpass 40 points. Thus, they cannot be compared. It is akin to comparing scores in mathematics with those in literature. It is simply unfair. Li Yi's words were not entirely unfounded. According to system regulations, each standard attribute is set at 10. And with Li Yi's foundational attribute at 40, he now possessed an impressive 47, exceeding the norm. In contrast, Long Hanswang's score was exactly 50, merely meeting the threshold. The two were not comparable in the same breath. The crowd appeared to grasp this notion to some extent, though Long Hanswang furrowed her brow in contemplation. Ever since awakening her abilities, she had believed Li Yi's strength stemmed from his own evolution. However, it now seemed otherwise. Could he truly possess such formidable strength relying solely on the capabilities of an ordinary human? Li Yi, uninterested in their speculations, thought it was his own meddling that had led to this predicament. He closed his eyes and feigned sleep, ignoring any questions they might pose. Ma Dong paced back and forth in the private room, perplexed by Wang Yang's decision to summon everyone. His confusion deepened as he learned that Chen Ming from Wang Song's group had also joined. And Chen Ming? Ma Dong pondered. That girl is lovely, but utterly lacking in substance. Are they indulging in frivolity? As this thought crossed his mind, Ma Dong quickly dismissed it. He was well aware of the relationship between Chen Ming and Li Yi. Even Wang Yang would not dare to encroach upon Li Yi's territory. Li Yi. Suddenly, Ma Dong struck upon a crucial realization. Is Li Yi also present? Yes, boss. What is the matter? The subordinate felt that the rumors surrounding Li Yi were exaggerated. After all, he was just a person with a nose and 2 eyes. The boss seemed to take him far too seriously. What was going on? Were they planning to take action against us? Quickly, gather the brothers and prepare to strike. Ma Dong was convinced that Li Yi and his associates were devising strategies to target him. With Li Yi's assistance, they surely felt emboldened against him and his men. No, I cannot allow them to seize the initiative. Ding. System mission. Thwart the Black Horse Gang's power grab. Extinguish the Black Horse Gang. And restore peace to the second middle school. System reward, a saber. The sudden system notification startled Li Yi. Could it be that Ma Dong was about to make his move? The emergence of the system's mission indicated that Ma Dong had such intentions, and the execution time would be imminent. Li had reason to believe that Ma Dong's action would take place that very night. Unfortunately, now that Li Yi was aware, the element of surprise was lost. Had no one known, Ma Dong's plan would undoubtedly have succeeded. Now, Puo was destined to fail. It was still early, and Li Yi did not believe that Ma Dong would act during the daytime. After all, such underhanded deeds ought to be conducted under the cover of night. Only then would Wang Yang and the others let down their guard, allowing Ma Dong to easily seize power. At this moment, Li Yi was astonished by the system's reward. This was the first time he had received a mission without a designated point. Moreover, the reward was merely a conventional weapon. Was the system deliberately providing him with a lack of suitable armament? Li Yi could not fathom it, so he set the thought aside. Regarding Ma Dong's potential actions, Li Yi chose not to inform others. Too many voices could lead to complications, a principle he firmly adhered to. Thus, until the final moment, he did not intend to disclose the situation to many. By mid-afternoon, around 3 o'clock, Wang Yang organized a group to venture out in search of food. The survivors of the second middle school now numbered around 800, and the daily consumption was substantial. Without a sufficient food supply, they would face the grim choice of starvation. Li Yi did not accompany them, fully aware of Ma Dong's plot. He could not abandon his home. However, he did advise Wang Yang that if they encountered any motionless mutated rats, they must kill them to halt the rats' evolution. Initially, everyone was astonished upon hearing that the motionless mutated rats were in the midst of evolving. Li Yi's assertion was compelling, and it instilled confidence in the group. Whether for their own safety or to grant humanity a greater chance of survival, the mutated rats had to be exterminated. Brotherly, how do you know this? Wu Jun, who had come from the government base, was curious, having been unaware of such details. I have encountered evolved mutated rats before, and their strength was significantly greater than before. This is a fact, not mere sensationalism. Is that true? Wu Jun asked, though he was already inclined to believe him. Li recognized that Wu Jun was convinced and chose not to elaborate further. Wu Jun had not departed that day for reasons unknown, but Li did not mind. He held a favorable impression of both Wu Jun and Yi Xiaohan, so he discreetly provided Wang Yang with a radish, asking him to use it as an excuse for having found it outside. By offering the radish to the two of them, it was evident that Li Yi genuinely cared for them. Although Wang Yang was filled with questions, he refrained from asking anything. Brother, why don't you let me go? Lu Tao gazed at Wang Yang, who was waving at him, and exclaimed in frustration, Indeed, why doesn't Li Yi allow me to go? In contrast to Lu Tao's agitation, Long Han's Wang maintained a much calmer demeanor, albeit still dissatisfied. Li chuckled and replied, If you all go, what will I do alone? Come, let us engage in a game of cards to pass the time. Wu Jun, smiling wryly, found Li Yi's reasoning rather flimsy. Yi Xiaohan, puzzled, inquired of the captain, Isn't it our duty to keep him company? Why does he not permit them to join? Wu Jun, suspecting the underlying motive, explained, He fears that if everyone leaves, the Black Horse Gang might seize the opportunity to strike, so he wants to retain some personnel for vigilance. With both him and Miss Long, they certainly present a formidable defense against the Black Horse Gang. What will we do then? Yu Shaoan asked. What shall we do? Naturally, we will observe the spectacle. Wu Jun was baffled by Yi Xiaoan's question. Did she wish to involve herself? Their relationship resembled that of siblings, characterized by a deep camaraderie. Of course, we shall assist. Yu Shaoan replied with certainty. However, reflecting on the lack of a pretext, she added, A timely aid deepens relationships, and his backpack is filled with delectable treats. With that thought, Yi Xiaohan licked her lips. Wu Jun shook his head in amusement, finding her reasoning rather contrived. It would be more accurate to say it was a gesture of gratitude. He pondered whether her true feelings were beginning to stir. Could a mere chicken leg and bread have won her heart? Wu Jun shook his head, leaving Yi Xiaohan momentarily bewildered. Their whispered banter trailed behind as they followed Li Yi into the room. Lu Lei had already ceded this private chamber to Li Yi, who accepted it without hesitation, as he needed access to the system space. The room was devoid of others. Aside from Lu Tao, Lung Han's Huang, and Chun Ming, the others had vacated, clearly underscoring Li Yi's stature. Now, however, two additional figures had joined, Wu Jun and Yi Xiaoan. Brother Wu, are your teammates outside behaving themselves? Li inquired. Wu Jun, addressing him as Brother Li in return, found the exchange slightly awkward yet more endearing than using merely a name. They are fine. As long as they get their share of dinner, all is well. Their presence inside is inconsequential. Wu Jun was aware that some among them harbored hostility towards Li Yi, and this arrangement was preferable to prevent any potential conflict. Li Yi nodded, reciprocating his treatment of others as they treated him. Simply asking was already a courtesy extended to Wu Jun and Yi Xiaoan. Subsequently, Li Yi retrieved 2 decks of playing cards and set up 2 tables, as 6 individuals could not play at one. Since it was merely a pastime, Chen Ming, despite her lack of experience, was also drawn into the game. Boss, Wang Yang and his crew have departed. Really? Good, let the brothers prepare. Once they have distanced themselves, we shall act. Ma Dong immediately commanded. The original plan had been to strike at night. Although individuals might be less vigilant then, discovery would lead to overwhelming opposition. With only Li Yi and his few companions present, a surprise attack would yield greater efficacy. If Li Yi fell, the others would pose no threat. After waiting for a moment, Ma Dong deemed the time ripe and ordered, Now proceed. Remember to ensure that the guards remain silent, while also keeping the students below in check. Those who dare to disobey shall face dire consequences. Understood? The appointed squad leader nodded in affirmation. The rest of you, follow me. We shall eliminate Li Yi first. Do not fear him. He is merely a man with a head and 2 eyes. The rumors surrounding him are nothing but fabrications, unworthy of your concern. Once we seize the second high school, the young ladies there will be at our disposal, along with an abundance of food. Ma Dong rallied his troops. Upon hearing mention of women and food, the group of underlings felt their spirits surge, brimming with enthusiasm. As the doors swung open, 2 factions streamed out. One team charged towards the members of the self-rescue squad left behind, while Ma Dong led his men directly toward Li Yi's private room. 3. It's over, Li Yi exclaimed joyfully, attempting to mask the subtle sounds from outside. A heavy knocking echoed on the door, and Li Yi and his companions wondered which student was so reckless. Had the duration of the incident dulled their fear of mutated creatures? Another knock resounded, and Li Yi sensed that something must have transpired. Otherwise, the few remaining members of the sports team would not be so audacious. He promptly approached the door. As he unlocked it, he was taken aback by the force with which it was pushed open. Brothers, charge. Whoever takes down Li Yi tonight will reap the rewards. Ma Dong shouted as the door flung open. The underlings behind him, invigorated as if by a powerful stimulant, charged into the room with deafening cries. Li had not anticipated that Ma Dong would strike in the afternoon, leaving him momentarily unprepared. However, it made little difference. He seized a nearby machete and prepared to confront the intruders head-on.